Chapter 1. An Unexpected Journey. Lu Qinglan gazed at the lush greenery surrounding her, utterly perplexed. Having just disembarked from the high-speed train, she had intended to embark on a journey of exploration. But where was this place? With a bag slung over her shoulder and her suitcase in hand, she surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, a sense of confusion and unease rendering her immobile. She fished out her phone, hoping to call a friend, but to her dismay, there was no signal. The icons for Wi-Fi and 5G glimmered gray, indicating a complete lack of network coverage. She attempted to dial 110 but found herself unable to connect. This only heightened her anxiety. How could this be? Her phone was supposed to allow emergency calls even without a signal. Leaning against her suitcase, she repeatedly pressed the buttons, her hands trembling, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Eventually, overwhelmed by the persistent lack of service, she hurled her phone to the ground. Yet, she retained a sliver of composure, opting to toss it into the soft earth rather than onto the unforgiving stones. Clutching her head, she took several deep breaths. Glancing at her suitcase brought her a modicum of comfort. She had chosen to quit her job and travel the country on a whim, a decision fueled by a stroke of luck. The vastness of the nation meant varying altitudes and climates. Her suitcase contained clothing suitable for all seasons, including 2 pairs of warm winter wear. It also held some disposable items, such as undergarments and bed linens. Concerned about hotel hygiene, she had packed her own soap and preferred shampoo. Thus, although she had inexplicably found herself in a primeval forest, she felt somewhat equipped to endure for a while. However, most of the items in her bag were of little use, just basic cosmetics, tissues, a nearly depleted power bank, and a charging cable. Lu Qinglan picked up her phone and carefully wiped it clean with a wet tissue. Her only hope lay in the functioning of the phone's GPS. She relied on her closest friend to realize something was amiss and contact the authorities at that moment. Her primary concern was to locate a temporary shelter. As night fell, terrifying beasts would emerge in search of food, leaving her safety in jeopardy. Yet, the desolate landscape, devoid of civilization, left her feeling utterly powerless. Sighing, she resolved to move forward. Struggling to recall her middle school geography lessons, she could only remember the significance of counting tree rings and following the flow of water beyond that. Her mind drew a blank. It was truly a feat that, even 3 years post-university, she could muster such knowledge. Lu Qinglan opened her suitcase, donned a long-sleeved jacket, and secured her pants tightly before dragging her suitcase along, meandering hazily towards the direction of the sun. However, after merely 10 minutes of trudging, she froze in her tracks. From ahead came the terrifying roars of wild beasts, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle and the thunderous crash of falling trees. All signs pointed to an impassable path ahead. With trembling legs, she hesitated, her grip on the suitcase loosening. In the face of such peril, the belongings seemed inconsequential. She could always retrieve them once the chaos subsided. With that thought, Lu Qinglan turned and fled. Yet, the slightest noise drew attention. Qinglan led his team here with the intent to vanquish a creature known as Ian. This malevolent being brought calamity and disease to the tribe, and upon discovery, it was imperative to eliminate it immediately to prevent its entry into the settlement. Qinglan, there is movement over there. It sounds like the footsteps of some beast man, remarked a centaur-like man wielding a long blade. Qinglan glanced at the ailing Ian, contemplating for a moment. I will investigate. You all deliver the final blow to this Ian. This was the territory of their Shushu tribe, and any beastman from other clans seeking to pursue their females would vow allegiance unto the 4 beast deities. Those who stealthily approached were often attempting to entice their females, and a careful warning was in order. Transforming into a black and red unicorn, Qinglan galloped towards the source of the noise. Lu Qinglan felt the surrounding greenery rushing past her. She was sprinting at the fastest pace of her life, not daring to look back. The vigorous exertion caused spots to flicker before her eyes, yet the primal instinct for survival surged her with adrenaline, compelling her to continue without a moment's pause. Amidst her hurried breaths, she heard sounds behind her that were far from human. They resembled the hooves of some pursuing creature, accompanied by an odd, guttural language. Several arrows, steeped in murderous intent, sliced through the air, grazing her thigh, neck, arms, and waist before embedding themselves in the earth ahead. Lu Qinglan collapsed to her knees, agony radiating from her wounds as blood seeped through her garments. It was humans. No, they were not human. She gazed at the arrows that disintegrated into specks of light, her eyes wide with terror. Realizing she could not evade them, Lu Qinglan immediately curled into a ball, pressing her head as close to her abdomen as possible, her hands cradling the most vulnerable part of her nape. The footsteps grew closer. This only heightened Qinglan's fear as she imagined what creature might be riding towards her, unleashing arrows that could not possibly exist in this world. Please, don't kill me. Qinglan wished to scream, but her fear rendered her voice a feeble mule, thin and small. Qinglan, hearing the sound and catching the scent of blood wafting through the air, was instantly alarmed and transformed back into his human form, hastening a few steps forward. Upon seeing the trembling female curled up in a ball, he felt an overwhelming urge to shatter the hand that had loosed arrows. All he could see was a tangle of disheveled hair and a body shrouded tightly. His preconceived notions left him unable to fathom how a female could venture so deep into the silent grove without a companion. He had just declared to cease the hunt, yet the beast man ahead continued to flee. In an attempt to intimidate, he had inadvertently loosed a few arrows along the edge of his body, only to discover he had harmed a female. Such an accusation of attempting to harm a female could lead to his being dragged before the beast god temple in the capital for judgment. Qinglan swallowed hard, crouching down, intending to lift the female. However, the moment he touched her, the poor creature trembled in terror anew. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. I am at fault. Let us seek a healer. Qinglan stammered, clumsily attempting to reassure her. But in Qinglan's ears, she could only decipher a strange language. It was indeed a language, but it was neither Chinese nor English. Amidst the soothing tones that resonated from his voice, Qinglan gradually lifted her gaze. Before her stood a tall man, his long, jet-black hair tipped with crimson cascading to the ground as he bent to offer comfort. Strands of his hair were artfully tied back with vines, adorned with remnants of untrimmed green leaves. His striking features, characterized by sharp brows and bright eyes, were further accentuated by a single prominent horn sprouting from his forehead, resembling the most exquisite piece of art. Clad in animal hide, he bore the semblance of a warrior from some ancient tribe. As Qinglan appraised him, Qinglan was observing her in turn. The female before him had her face smeared with mud, yet her delicate brows and eyes, glistening like precious gemstones shaped by tears of fright, captured his attention. It was as if the very essence of spiritual energy had erupted, causing the winds to slow and sunlight to dance, casting dappled patterns that highlighted the blood trickling down. Her skin did I deeply regret having caused you harm. However, your wounds require treatment. May I escort you to a healer? I would willingly accept any judgment you deem fit, even if it leads me to the beast god's temple for a reckoning, Qinglan implored, his gaze imbued with earnest concern. Yet, all Qinglan could perceive were a series of incomprehensible, symbolic cacophony of gibberish that left her bewildered. I am sorry, I don't understand. Noticing the man's perplexed expression, she attempted to communicate in English, then shifted to Japanese, even resorting to phrases from Korean, yet none of her efforts bridged the gap of understanding that in his growing worry. Qinglan made a decisive move. He knelt in reverence to the beast god, then bowed deeply before Qinglan and lifted her into his arms. The sudden lift forced Qinglan to grasp his neck, an action that stirred discomfort and embarrassment within her as she regained her composure. Yet, Qinglan felt his ears flush with a crimson hue. He had resolved that upon the conclusion of the beast god's judgment, he would forsake his kin to serve her eternally. Should she find him repugnant, he would accept her wrath and punishment without hesitation. Under Qinglan's astonished gaze, Qinglan transformed into a hybrid of man and horse, his robust arms still cradling her securely. He noted that the woman in his embrace felt remarkably light, her body temperature cooler than his, devoid of muscle. The speed with which he traversed the terrain far surpassed her frantic escape. Although she had fled for what seemed like ages, Qinglan reached the spot where she had abandoned her luggage in less than 3 minutes. My suitcase. My belongings. Qinglan exclaimed, tapping on his arm and struggling slightly in his grasp. Qinglan halted, his eyes fixating on the square-shaped suitcase. He had noticed it earlier, but in his pursuit of the intruder, he had disregarded it. Clearly, it was of significance to the female in his arms. He stepped closer, yet with both arms occupied, he lacked the means to retrieve her belongings. Thus, he called out, and soon another half-man, half-horse figure, or rather a unicorn, emerged from the thicket. Qinglan, what is amiss? Upon realizing that Qinglan cradled a female, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he stuttered, Where did you find her? No, why is she here? Does she worship the goddess of war? Where is her partner? I am uncertain, but the arrow I loosed has injured her, and she requires medical attention. Please assist me by bringing that item. It belongs to her. You have harmed a female. The individual appeared somewhat alarmed, but nonetheless complied with Qinglan's instructions, effortlessly lifting the suitcase. Qinglan was taken aback by his strength. However, Considering the peculiar nature of this place where unicorns existed, a bit of strength seemed inconsequential. Upon arriving at the location designated for vanquishing the Ian, they found it had transformed into a putrid mass of black water, with companions awaiting him. Upon seeing the female cradled in his arms, they gasped in astonishment, prompting Lu Qinglan to turn her face away and shield herself with her arm. Instinctively, she leaned closer to the somewhat familiar Qi Xian, an action that caused his cheeks to flush deeply. Having taken on human form, his pale skin accentuated the vividness of his blush. Where did this female come from? She does not appear to be a follower of the battle goddess. What has caused her injury? A beast man with a horn of milky hue stepped forward. I shall attend to her injuries. Thank you. Senator Qi Xian intended to set Lu Qinglan down as her wounded areas were pressed against his abdomen. Sensing his intention, Lu Qinglan immediately grasped Qi Xian's hand, though her grip was gentle. It was filled with anxiety and trepidation. She could feel that they harbored no malice towards her. Yet in the presence of these half-human, half-horse beings, she preferred to remain close to Qi Xian. It is all right, do not fear. Qi Xian's voice was unexpectedly tender, a warmth radiating from his heart. The others appeared oblivious to the shift, their gazes towards Qi Xian laced with astonishment. By the gods, is this truly the same aloof and taciturn Qi Xian? Sun and a few beastmen with partners, however, recognized the change. Feeling a mix of nostalgia and discontent, it seemed Qi Xian had developed an affection for this unfamiliar female, suggesting he might depart the tribe for hers. They would be losing a formidable warrior. Qi Xian knelt in his human form, placing Lu Qinglan upon his lap, gently wiping the dirt from her face. Her fair visage emerged before them. Indeed, Lu Qinglan was strikingly beautiful, an elegance akin to a well-read poetess, her words flowing like verses, with her eyes slightly upturned and tinged with a delicate blush, her lashes thick and lush. Some of the unattached beastmen glanced at her in awe, yet such admiration was fleeting they rarely chose females from other tribes, as it signified a departure from their own. Kind at a staff materialized in Sen's hand, its vine-woven shaft curling at the tip, adorned with leaf-like crystals. Murmuring an incantation unintelligible to the others, a sphere of light dove into the site of Lu Qinglan's injuries. She felt the pain dissipate from several wounds. Even as they began to heal, no further blood seeping forth, her gaze was filled with wonder as she regarded the staff and senators. Grasp. Had she stumbled into a realm of immortals? Let us return, he suggested. Despite being aware that Sen already had a partner, Qi Xian felt a twinge of sorrow under Lu Qinglan's gaze. His devotion lay not with the nature goddess, devoid of any healing abilities, while this female seemed to favor those with such powers among the orcs. Once again, Qi Xian lifted Lu Qinglan into his arms, only to be met with her struggles this time. No need. I'm fine, she declared, rising to her feet to assert her independence. This peculiar language left the orcs puzzled. One orc, burdened with a suitcase and a satchel, inquired, "What language is this? Why can't we understand it?" The Orcish tongue was typically universal, leaving no room for misunderstanding. "I am uncertain. Perhaps we should consult the priest upon our return," he replied. Turning to the female who wished to take the suitcase from Luo Bai, he swiftly embraced her, transforming into his beastly form, allowing her to ride upon his back. Sen's heart sank. Only a partner was permitted to ride on a male's back, suggesting that Qi Xian had indeed resolved to depart from the tribe. Yet, Lu Qinglan remained oblivious to this, as they were still grappling with their language barrier, and she was simply astonished by her first experience riding a unicorn. Thus, the group made their grand return. Chapter 2. The Beast God. Upon arriving at the Shushu tribe, Lu Qinglan was further astonished. It resembled a primitive settlement, radiating outwards from a circular stone dwelling, which was adorned with a banner made of animal hide and featured a platform-like protrusion. The orcs lingering there were taken aback by the sight of the female upon Qi Xian's back. They had not anticipated that the typically aloof and serious Qi Xian would choose a female from another clan over the strongest female in the tribe, Ling Yu. Consequently, they expressed their regrets to Qi Xian, as he was the most likely candidate to inherit the position of chief guard. Ling Yu, who had long harbored feelings for him, was waiting for her coming of age to have her mother propose on her behalf. The unexpected arrival of a stranger thwarting her chances left her feeling discontented and defeated, prompting her to flee. Qi Xian brought Lu Qinglan to the entrance of the circular stone dwelling and rapped on the door with his horn. The door swung open to reveal a strikingly beautiful woman adorned in luxurious garments. Possessing a single translucent horn, as she moved, the amber and turquoise stones upon her attire chimed melodiously. Her hair cascaded to her ankles, and she wore a delicately woven veil and beads atop her head, with animal skins that covered her form more securely than anyone else's, revealing not a hint of skin. "What is this?" she inquired. "Great priestess, this is the female I encountered in the Silent Grove. Due to my negligence, I injured her, and I intend to let her leave after undergoing judgment by the beast god. Sun has already treated her. However, we cannot comprehend her language. Hence I brought her to you for assistance," Qinglan explained. The beautiful priestess immediately approached to help Lu Qinglan down, her tone laced with reproach. "How could you be so reckless? You must confess to the beast god. Should the beast god refuse to judge you, we will have no choice but to take you to the grand temple in the capital." Qinglan bowed his head in shame. "Please take care of her. I shall head to the temple at once." The priestess, Wenling, led Lu Qinglan inside, gently soothing her. "Please do not be upset. Dear female, he will face the consequences of his actions." Lu Qinglan could not comprehend, yet she was reluctant to part from the one she held closest to her heart. She grasped Qinglan's hand, unwilling to let go. "Where are you going?" Noticing Lu Qinglan's dependence on him, Wenling's expression turned somewhat frosty, though it was directed not at Lu Qinglan, but rather at Qinglan. "Since this compassionate child requires your presence, you may remain for the time being. Do remember to visit the temple afterwards." Gratitude illuminated Qinglan's face as he promptly nodded in agreement and followed them into the stone chamber. The stone chamber was surprisingly spacious, with a circular opening above that allowed beams of light to cascade down, illuminating 4 statues of goddesses. The 4 goddesses were arranged in a circular formation, leaning against one another. One goddess, with slightly curled hair, wielded a spear, her gaze resolute. Another, with her hair elegantly styled in an updo, adorned with vines and flowers, held a blossom in her hands, exuding a tranquil demeanor. A third goddess, her long hair braided, donned spectacles, and held a brush, with a lengthy scroll that even touched the ground, her expression one of deep concentration. The final goddess, her hair flowing to the ground and intricately braided, adorned with long strands of beads, rested her hands upon an hourglass, embodying neither sorrow nor joy. The 4 goddesses, radiating divine beauty. Wenling carefully placed Lu Qinglan on the adjacent bed to examine her wounds, which had already healed. "Please forgive Qinglan's impudence." Wenling found herself pleading on his behalf. Yet, Lu Qinglan truly could not comprehend her words. She shook her head, declaring, "I do not understand your language. I am unaware of your intent." Though Wenling failed to grasp the meaning behind her refusal, seeing her shake her head chilled her heart, leading her to believe that Lu Qinglan was unwilling to offer forgiveness. Rising to her feet, Wenling grasped Qinglan, who stood awkwardly to the side, pressing his head down to kneel at Lu Qinglan's feet, and she herself bent forward in apology. "I extend my sincerest apologies for his actions. I implore you to spare him. After all, if Lu Qinglan were to pursue the matter, Qinglan might find himself forsaken by the beast god, stripped of his bestowed blessings, and ultimately become a worthless being, unwanted by any female." Lu Qinglan was taken aback, rising to assist the 2 individuals, gesturing to convey her genuine confusion. Wenling tilted her head, the jewels adorning it chiming softly with the movement, revealing a hint of perplexity. Subsequently, she placed her hand upon Lu Qinglan's, their skin making contact. "May I ask if you are willing to forgive him? If you choose not to extend your forgiveness, he shall be reclaimed by the beast god, and his blessings rescinded." Lu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback. After all, the voice of Wenling was not one she had merely heard, but rather sensed. Although Lu Qinglan could not comprehend her meaning, an instinctive feeling warned her that it was not a favorable sign. Thus, she immediately nodded. "I forgive him. May I ask, what are your names?" "I am Wenling, the priestess of the Shushu tribe, devoted to the goddess of time. This is Qinglan, who venerates the goddess of battle." "The goddess of time? The goddess of battle?" Lu Qinglan's gaze shifted towards the 4 sacred statues of goddesses. Noticing her evident confusion, Wenling felt a tinge of curiosity. After a moment of silence, she turned towards the statues. Suddenly, a red fruit tumbled from the scroll of the goddess of wisdom. Wenling then uttered a series of peculiar incantations. Yet Lu Qinglan inexplicably sensed that she was expressing gratitude to the goddess. Wenling cradled the red fruit and extended it towards Lu Qinglan, her hand brushing against Lu Qinglan's as she did so. Lu Qinglan once again sensed her voice. "Do not fear. This is the blessing of the goddess of wisdom. Consume this fruit, and you shall comprehend our words." Lu Qinglan observed carefully and felt that even if she wished to harm herself, she possessed no means to resist. After consuming the fruit, a buzzing sound resonated in her mind, yet she noticed no immediate changes. "Can you understand me?" Wenling's voice was hesitant, laced with caution. Lu Qinglan nodded, understanding, and expressed her gratitude. The words she uttered seemed unchanged to her, still in Chinese, yet to their ears, they resonated as the language of beasts. How splendid! Wenling breathed a sigh of relief. Where do you hail from? What brings you to the Silent Woods? My name is Lu Qinglan, and I am uncertain how I arrived here, she replied, fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Her gaze shifted to Qinglan. I seek a path to exit, but inadvertently trespassed into their hunting grounds. I was so frightened that I fled. Wenling nodded, acknowledging that one must bear the consequences of their actions. This statement startled Lu Qinglan, prompting her to wave her hand dismissively. That's not necessary. He also assisted in my treatment, so it's all right. The injury was inflicted by him. Aiding your recovery is only right, and it was Sun who treated you. So what does it matter to him? Wenling tilted his head, somewhat perplexed. This remark left Lu Qinglan momentarily speechless. In truth, she bore no ill will towards him. I have forgiven him. Qinglan knelt at her feet, his head bowed. The dark crimson horn before her. I am deeply sorry. I am willing to sacrifice everything as restitution. He took Lu Qinglan's hand and guided it to his horn. The cool, hard texture brushed against her soft skin, leaving her momentarily bewildered. What an extraordinary place this truly is. Lu Qinglan felt an overwhelming urge to tug at her hair. As Wenling observed Qinglan's actions, she refrained from speaking. This was a gesture of courtship from the male of the Xiaoshu tribe towards the female, a bond that could only be touched by a partner. She shared a close friendship with Qinglan's mother, and out of affection, she felt a deep concern for Qinglan, hoping for his happiness. At the tender age of 10, his parents returned to the embrace of the beast god. Qinglan's mother, a nature-type beast man with extraordinary talents, ventured into the silent grove under the protection of her battle-type beast-man husband, seeking herbs to heal warriors afflicted by the plague. Tragically, she encountered the very plague again, and, while trying to evade it, met her demise at the hands of the two-tailed beasts residing within the grove. Qinglan's father perished alongside her. And upon learning of the tragedy, their companions cared for Qinglan until he turned 15, only to follow their loved ones into the afterlife, leaving him to navigate life in solitude within the tribe. Despite his formidable strength, Qinglan remained distant from any female, burdened by the shadows of his past. It's all right. Lu Qinglan gently withdrew her fingers. Wenling chuckled softly, inquiring if Qinglan had been looking after her well lately. Lu Qinglan turned to her and inquired, isn't this rather inappropriate? Did you not accept him as your partner? It is only natural for the male to provide for the female. This made Lu Qinglan retract her hand instantly, shaking her head vigorously. No, I never meant that. Qinglan appeared deeply hurt, looking as if he were on the verge of breaking down, gazing at her in disbelief. But you touched my horn. You were the one who pulled me to touch it. His words echoed like a scoundrel blaming his pregnant girlfriend, shifting all blame onto her. Yet you were riding on my back all along without objection. Qinglan wore an expression that suggested he felt sullied, almost on the brink of tears. It was hard to fathom how someone with such a cool and indifferent demeanor could display such a pitiable expression. No, I genuinely had no idea. I am completely unaware of your customs. Where is this tyrannical clause coming from? Lu Qinglan felt utterly exasperated. Yes, she was a female singleton, but she was not so frivolous as to be involved with a man she had just met, especially when she needed to return home. Wenling comprehended that this female was utterly oblivious to the courtship rituals of the Shushu tribe. However, to be fair, many species had similar courtship practices, with one of the most consistent rules being that non-partner females should not ride on the backs of males. What is your tribe? Wenling inquired with a hint of caution. Realizing she could no longer evade the matter, Lu Qinglan decided to speak the truth. So, you were brought here by the beast god. She was baffled as to how Wenling had arrived at this conclusion, as it bore no relation to what she had said. No, yet Wenling clearly did not heed her. The beast god has indeed brought 4 females like you to convey her will, fostering unity among our beast kin. They were also 4 young maidens from unknown origins. This invigorated Lu Qinglan, prompting her to ask, what about them now? They have transformed into the winds and rains of the mountains, the tides and the morning light. As she spoke, Wenling gestured toward the 4 goddess statues, explaining that they were the messengers of the beast god, and thus, the statues we crafted were modeled after them. The goddess has brought you here for a purpose. Please stay for a while. No, please do not say that. Just call me Qinglan. Lu Qinglan conceded to this absurd reality. Qinglan stepped forward, lifting her up, transforming back into his unicorn form, eager to let her ride upon his back once more. Wait, isn't it only for partners? Wenling soothed her. Yes, but you have indeed become Qinglan's partner. She cited the earlier examples and added, However, if you do not accept, it is of no consequence. Qinglan will forever be your servant. How did it turn into a servitude matter? When did she become a landowner? Just as she was about to decline, when Ling interjected, asserting that if you do not accept him, he shall find no acceptance from other females either. Everyone has witnessed the sight of you perched upon his back, thereby tacitly acknowledging him as your male counterpart. Lu Qinglan felt a flush of embarrassment. What had she done? Had she truly married herself off merely by riding a horse? Or was it that Qinglan had softened his tone, trying to comfort her by suggesting, why not stay with me for a while? I shall sleep outside, so as not to intrude upon you. When I find the time, I will build a house, and once it is complete, I shall move out. Listening to such pitiful words, it was as if a bully had stormed into a helpless home, compelling the innocent to serve as a servant while usurping their space, leaving them to sleep outdoors. Nevertheless, Lu Qinglan's heart softened, overwhelmed by guilt. How could this be fair? It was undeniably his house. She gazed upon his handsome visage, trying to reassure herself. Then I shall be a bother. Qinglan immediately broke into a smile, to which Wen Ling also chuckled. A girl brought forth by a beast god. Surely, she too could instigate a monumental change in this world, much like the four maidens before her. Far away in the icy peaks of the heavenly domain, Bai Zhejianu withdrew the hourglass, her violet eyes hidden beneath a white cloak, shimmering as if they contained the very essence of stars. It was time. A small azure orb of light coalesced at her fingertips. She needed to inform the Grand Priestess of the capital to commence her divination. Chapter 3. Love at First Sight. Where's my suitcase? Lu Qinglan adamantly refused to mount Qinglan's back. Others might not know, but she was acutely aware that she must return home and should not maintain any ambiguous relations with Qinglan. Lobai should have delivered it to my house. Qinglan replied obediently. His horse was strikingly beautiful. Even someone like Lu Qinglan, who had seldom encountered horses, found it captivating. Tall and graceful, with flowing lines and well-defined muscles, it exuded an aura of vitality. Its coat, a deep black, shimmered in the sunlight like smooth satin. The mane billowed in the wind, transitioning from black to red, resembling a splendid banner, while the horns atop its head were entirely ebony, subtly revealing a hint of crimson. Lu Qinglan could not help but reach out to tug at a strand of dark crimson mane, oblivious to the fact that her companion, Qinglan, was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for his beastly form cloaked in shadows, his cheeks would have flushed a deep crimson. Through their ongoing exchanges, she had come to understand the current predicament. Had the four divine emissaries ever contemplated returning? I am uncertain. I only know that to quell the strife among the various clans, the four goddesses have exerted considerable effort. Lu Qinglan let out a soft sigh, enveloped in a sense of melancholy. She was a solitary figure, caught between her parents who had long since divorced and formed new families. Like a mere plaything, she was tossed between them, acutely aware that she was nothing more than an outsider amidst their polite yet distant interactions. Eventually, she ceased her visits. The 12 or 13-year-old girl began to fend for herself. Although she was officially assigned to her father's custody, he only reached out when absolutely necessary, leaving her with a housekeeper who came daily to prepare meals and care for her. It was her maternal grandparents who, unable to bear the sight of her solitude, would take her back to the countryside during holidays to provide her with some semblance of nurturing. However, during her senior year, her grandparents too departed from her life. She felt like a person deemed unnecessary, with perhaps only her closest friend mourning her absence. Never mind, she thought, I shall simply reside here for a while. Qinglan's dwelling, like those of other beastmen, was remarkably humble, constructed of haphazardly stacked stones, with gaps filled with an unknown clay. The roof was adorned with wooden beams of varying sizes, covered in straw and similar materials. Surrounding the house was a modest courtyard, bordered by bamboo and a stone half-wall, where a shed displayed an array of dried hay. On one side stood a stout tree hollowed out to serve as a water barrel, alongside a sunken stone that presumably created a small space for boiling water. The houses maintained a considerable distance from one another, about 100 meters apart, ensuring a good degree of privacy, albeit in an unappealing manner. Lu Qinglan felt a tinge of disdain, yet being under the same roof compelled her to acquiesce. She stepped inside, where the simplicity was even more pronounced. There lay a makeshift bed constructed from stacked stones, adorned with animal hides and straw. A relatively smooth large stone served as a table, while a smaller one functioned as a chair. Her elegantly designed suitcase sat conspicuously atop the table, with her handbag resting upon it. She resolved to conserve the items within. Lu Qinglan secretly contemplated whether a single pack of tissue could suffice for 3 months, and if a pack of sanitary pads could be economized. She opened her suitcase and retrieved a bedspread and blanket, which she laid upon the modest bed. Qinglan, having mysteriously procured several fruits from somewhere, placed them on the table. These were Zhu fruits, favored by many females. "Do give it a try," he suggested. His voice carried a hint of nervousness, as he had never quite mastered the art of pleasing the female gender, leaving him somewhat inexperienced in such matters. After Qinglan had arranged everything, she draped a small blanket over it. "Thank you," she said, descending and picking up a fruit to take a bite. Despite its modest size, akin to that of an infant's fist, the fruit boasted a thin skin, succulent flesh, and an abundance of juice, perfectly balancing sweetness with a hint of acidity that was quite appetizing. Initially intending to sample just one, she found it so delectable that she ended up consuming 2 more. As she eyed the last fruit, noticing the silent Qinglan had not partaken, she promptly pushed the fruit towards him. "I apologize, it is simply too delicious. I've indulged so much, you must have some as well." Qinglan shook his head, appearing quite flabbergasted. "No need, it was meant for you." Qinglan smiled at his earnest demeanor, feeling a touch of shyness. "Thank you," she said. This was specially prepared for her. A warm feeling surged within her. Ever since her parents' divorce, she had not received anything that was thoughtfully arranged for her. Qinglan held the crimson fruit before him, offering a gentle smile. "I don't wish to eat it anymore. You take it, so as not to waste." This time, devoid of the cover of his dark skin, his human form flushed a deep crimson, a warmth creeping towards his neck. The ears atop his head twitched slightly before he opened his mouth, biting down on the fruit in sync with Qinglan's hand. She had intended to offer it to Qinglan, rather than feeding him directly. Yet, upon meeting his earnest and innocent gaze, Qinglan's heart skipped a beat, and she softened. She admitted to herself that Qinglan was indeed striking in his human form. With his rich chestnut eyes, long eyelashes casting shadows upon his lower eyelids, arched brows, and thin lips pressed against the vibrant red fruit, he was quite a sight to behold. Unconsciously, Qinglan felt her own cheeks grow warm. An air of subtle intimacy enveloped the small room until Qinglan cleared her throat, retracting her hand, leaving a small portion of the fruit abandoned on the table. "Is there any water?" She feigned a search for water, awkwardly glancing around. Qinglan, his ears still tinged with crimson, stood up. "I shall fetch water from the cold spring," he declared, not allowing Qinglan a chance to respond before he dashed out. However, after taking a few steps, he returned. His handsome face was flushed, and he hurriedly snatched the remaining half of the fruit before turning to leave, resembling an innocent young man. Qinglan felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. Had she been in modern times, she would undoubtedly have sought to acquire his phone number. The thought of the tantalizing muscles beneath the crimson beast's hide, barely concealed, seemed utterly inviting. She immediately chastised herself with 2 slaps to the face, exclaiming, "Goodness! After such a long period of hunger, even a horse appears strikingly handsome." Outside, the crimson beast held a Zhu fruit in its mouth, its countenance flushed. It remained uncertain whether this was due to its resolve to claim her or some other reason. All it knew was that Qinglan possessed a delightful fragrance and exuded a gentle demeanor. If only she could accept him. Yet, if she were unwilling, he had resolved to protect her for eternity. Qinglan made the bed and organized the necessary items. After a moment of contemplation, she felt that it was rather inappropriate to brazenly occupy someone else's bed. However, judging by Qinglan's demeanor, it was unlikely he would compromise and allow her to sleep on the floor. She felt somewhat conflicted, deciding to let it be and address it later. When Qinglan returned, he brought with him a handful of red fruits and a bamboo tube filled with spring water. "Eat," he said. Qinglan smiled at him and asked, "What about you? What did you eat?" "I just had something outside." Their cuisine leaned towards herbivorous fare, primarily consisting of grass and leaves. "That's good." She took small bites of the fruit while secretly observing the taciturn young man. His shyness was evident as he lowered his gaze, though the ears atop his head twitched incessantly, betraying his inner tension. "Is there anything you desire?" Qinglan was momentarily taken aback. "What? If it is something you desire, I can assist you in seeking it out." Qinglan gazed at her, his reddish-brown eyes reflecting her visage. "As long as it is something you wish for, I shall help you in your quest." Qinglan couldn't help but chuckle at those words, yet tears soon fell from her eyes. She recognized that these tears stemmed from years of lacking affection from others. But she was still deeply moved by Qinglan's words. It was akin to a child in their formative years, yearning for a piece of candy. Yet no one was willing to fulfill that desire. Instead, they repeatedly promised her, "We will take you to have candy someday," only to dismiss it from their minds without a second thought. Perhaps the piece of candy was not as enticing as imagined. Or it might have been wrapped in cheap paper, yet she continued to embellish it with layer upon layer of nostalgia, making it increasingly sweet in her mind. Then one day, someone held out a piece of candy, smiled at her youthful self, and said, "As long as you desire it, I will give it to you." This brought resolution to all her longings. "Do you say this to everyone?" she asked, her voice thick with emotion as she wiped away her tears. Qinglan, at a loss, stepped closer, his rough hand gently touching Lu Qinglan's face, cautious not to hurt her delicate skin. He solemnly half-squatted to align himself with her seated form and earnestly replied, "No, I have only said this to you. I pursue only you." Yet, they had only known each other for a day. Lu Qinglan felt a profound sense of inadequacy. For upon hearing Qinglan's words, she found herself contemplating the idea of returning home with him. Qinglan pondered seriously for a moment, acknowledging, "It is because you possess such tenderness. Though our acquaintance is brief, I have caused you harm, yet you do not hold it against me." Lu Qinglan smiled. "And you might be unaware that there exists a psychological phenomenon known as the imprinting effect, which describes the intense sense of dependence that young birds develop towards the first individual they encounter upon hatching. You are the first person I have encountered here, and consequently, I find myself more reliant on you than on others. Do you depend on me?" Lu Qinglan gently rubbed her forehead, realizing that he only heard what he wished to hear. "I understand your concerns. My feelings for you are merely a product of guilt. Yet, I cannot articulate the emotions that awaken within me upon seeing you. If possible, would you grant me the opportunity to pursue you?" With a relatively gentle wrist, he wiped away Lu Qinglan's tears, his eyes filled with focus and determination. Observing him in this manner, Lu Qinglan let out a soft laugh. "Very well. I shall grant you this chance." She thought, perhaps life after returning wouldn't be so solitary, even if he ultimately hesitated. The feelings they shared in this moment were undeniably real. She had never been a greedy person. What she could grasp, she would strive for. And what was meant to depart, she would not desperately cling to. "I will not let you down." Qinglan placed his unicorn horn into her hand. Lu Qinglan ceased her resistance and gently reached out. She discovered that Qinglan's eyelashes were long and dense, perhaps a reflection of his unicorn-like qualities, with eyes that were undeniably beautiful. With her other hand, she brushed against his lashes, which felt like soft brushes, quivering slightly in response to the warmth of her touch. It was a ticklish sensation. Qinglan rested his head against her knee, presenting his horn and lashes further into her grasp, submissive like a large dog. "If, and I mean if, one day I am to return to my homeland, I will go with you," she said. Qinglan did not hesitate. "Is there nothing here that you cherish?" "You," he declared resolutely. "Our connection to family and tribe is not particularly profound, unless there is a favored female among them." Lu Qinglan was momentarily at a loss for words. She truly could not fathom how a unicorn could fall for her so profoundly in an instant. It seemed almost fantastical, evoking a sense of amusement. "In my world, there are numerous women who are far more exceptional and formidable. Should you venture there, you might find me rather ordinary." She voiced her insecurities as if they were but a jest. "Not at all," Qinglan replied, lifting his gaze. His chestnut-red eyes resembled coffee infused with crimson velvet, expressing a depth of feeling. "More accomplished females deserve equally remarkable males to complement them. In my eyes, there is only you." He continued, "Moreover, those males who are fickle and unable to remain true to their hearts shall be scorned and punished by the beast god." Lu Qinglan suddenly cupped her flushed face, exclaiming, "How do you articulate so well?" Qinglan's gaze was clear and earnest, devoid of any cunning flattery. "I truly pursue only you." Chapter 4. Lingwei. Upon learning that Lu Qinglan would temporarily remain with the Bosch's clan, a collective sigh of relief swept through the tribe. After all, Qinglan possessed the most formidable combat prowess within the clan. His absence would undoubtedly be a detriment. Furthermore, Lu Qinglan, being a female, added considerable value to the tribe. In order to protect Lu Qinglan, Wen Ling refrained from disclosing that she had been brought by the beast god. Instead, she explained that Lu Qinglan had sustained injuries that rendered her unable to revert to any form other than human, incapable of utilizing the skills bestowed by the beast god, and had lost her memory of her former tribe, necessitating her stay with the Bosch's clan. "I apologize for the inconvenience." The following day, Wen Ling personally sought out Lu Qinglan to apologize and clarify the circumstances. "We are all beastmen under the protection of the beast god, who encompasses the goddesses of war, nature, wisdom, and time. The beast god holds a lofty position in the hearts of all beastmen, and each of us is willing to serve him." Should your identity be revealed, it would undoubtedly incite chaos, and other tribes might seek to entangle themselves with you. Thus, esteemed priest, please do not say such things. Lu Qinglan responded with a sincere smile. Innocent is the man, yet possessing beauty is a crime. I currently possess nothing, even if your tribe forbids harm to females. There may still be those who slip through the cracks, so I must extend my gratitude to you. Wenling's lovely countenance brightened with a smile. Her gaze drifting to the bed and the pile of hay on the floor where Qi Xian had slept the previous night. Lu Qinglan felt her cheeks heat up. As night fell, she and Qi Xian exchanged glances, uncertain of how to share a single bed. She proposed dividing it in half, using the straw as a boundary. However, the man's size was such that even lying on his side, he occupied the majority of the bed. Lu Qinglan felt somewhat anxious. She had never shared a bed with a man before, and now, in this unfamiliar environment, her discomfort intensified. However, Qi Xian was not a barbaric individual. He transformed back into his beast form to comfort her, assuring her that he could sleep while standing. This resemblance was rather akin to that of a horse. Lu Qinglan found the situation rather amusing. She approached the pile of beast skins in the corner, tidied them up, and spread them out. Qi Xian, understanding her intent, transformed into his human form and stood beside her, assisting in arranging the skins. She then retrieved another pack of disposable bed covers to lay atop. Well, let us become more acquainted before we rest, Lu Qinglan said, her face flushed a deep crimson. Finally, she uttered a good night and wrapped herself in a blanket. Qi Xian could only remain dumbfounded, reverting to his beast form and kneeling upon the pile of grass. The bed cover absorbed the fragrance of the garments from her luggage. Unexpectedly pleasant. He cautiously peered at Lu Qinglan's back, pressing his face against the bed cover and gently rubbing it, being careful not to let his horn damage the delicate fabric. Wenling, perceptive and understanding, smiled without uttering a word. As autumn approached, our tribe faced a shortage of manpower, prompting us to enlist females to undertake various temporary roles within the community. For instance, those blessed by the goddess of war would patrol and scout the perimeter or guard the granaries. Those favored by the goddess of nature would collaborate with males in healing, planting, gathering, and weaving tasks. The females blessed by the goddess of wisdom would teach young beast men and engage in strategy and trap setting. As for the goddess of time, I am the sole representative here. Thus, I wish to inquire whether you might assist us with certain tasks. Of course, Qi Xian is willing to support you, and we would never compel you to labor. While I may lack divine favor, I can certainly help with gathering or teaching. She promptly expressed her willingness to assist, for it was contrary to her principles to accept without contributing. However, Wenling shook her head, clarifying, "No. My purpose here is to invite you to learn to become the next priestess." Lu Qinglan widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, but I cannot. I possess no extraordinary abilities. If the reason for my arrival lies with the beast god, then I am at a loss." Wenling gazed at her with gentle eyes, stating that the beast god does not choose priests based on such criteria. In her hand appeared an exquisite transparent hourglass, within which fine grains of sand glimmered like faint golden specks, yet flowed at an exceedingly slow pace. The beast gods are benevolent and wise females. They do not judge their chosen priests by the faith they hold, nor by the talents and capabilities of the female, but solely by the essence of her soul. Wenling extended the hourglass to Lu Qinglan, who instinctively accepted it. As she did, the grains of sand transformed into a translucent white, their flow accelerating, while the white specks within the upper transparent sphere multiplied, teetering on the brink of overflowing. "It is about to spill over." Lu Qinglan presented the hourglass before Wenling, who smiled gently as she accepted it, only for the hourglass to vanish in an instant. Every soul possesses a hue, yet only those closest to the beast god can exhibit a lighter shade. Nevertheless, my thoughts lingered on returning home. Gathering her courage, she replied to her. Wenling paused momentarily, then nodded, acknowledging her mistake. "It is my fault. I sincerely apologize for not considering these matters." Her expression bore a hint of melancholy, exuding an air of poignant vulnerability. Lu Qinglan felt a twinge of compassion, and she apologized. "However, during my time here, I shall assist others in their endeavors." Wenling nodded in response. "Then, could you tend to the little beast man? This task does not require much spiritual energy. It merely necessitates care for a fortnight. After 2 weeks, we will have sufficient hands, and I will invite Zimo to guide you." "Very well," Lu Qinglan acquiesced with a nod. As she was about to depart, Wenling hesitated momentarily. "If possible, I sincerely hope you will contemplate the role of a priestess. Yet rest assured, despite my personal inclinations, I shall not hinder your return home. I simply will not extend my assistance. Wen Ling swallowed the latter part of her sentence, shrouding her visage with the beast hide cap as she bid farewell and took her leave. Lu Qinglan let out a sigh. She turned on her phone, having previously shut it down due to concerns about the battery running low. To her anticipated dismay, there were no missed calls or messages, which left her feeling somewhat irritable. Indeed, there was nothing at all. The battery displayed a charge of 86, yet she opted to power it down once more. She possessed only a nearly depleted power bank and preferred to conserve energy whenever possible. At this moment, her phone served merely as a tool for illumination. Lu Qinglan maintained a rather superficial relationship with others. Even after 3 years in her profession, her connections with colleagues could be described as mere acquaintances. Her closest confidant was her roommate from university, yet even that bond had grown distant since entering the workforce. As for her parents, they refrained from contacting her unless absolutely necessary, as though she were a forgotten chapter in their past. It seemed that no one awaited her return home. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the silence, and an orc, supporting Qinglan, entered. Qinglan was reeking of blood, leaving a gruesome trail with each step. What on earth happened? Lu Qinglan gasped, rising to assist, but upon seeing the grotesque wounds adorning his body, she hesitated, uncertain where to place her hands. Supporting Qinglan was Luo Bai, who had previously helped her move. His expression was grave. Qinglan had faced punishment at the temple. Why? How dare you ask why? A sharp female voice pierced the air as a striking young woman, flanked by several orcs, stormed in. Her eyes brimmed with tears, burning with fury as she glared at Lu Qinglan. What on earth were you doing in the Silent Grove? You are not a devotee of the battle goddess. Qinglan's attack was merely unintentional. Luo Bai carefully placed Qinglan on the bed and pulled Lu Qinglan back. Lingwei, cease with such accusations. Lingwei, biting her lip in indignation, stamped her foot and pointed at Lu Qinglan, who was preparing to cleanse Qinglan's wounds with spring water. You assist him. Are you not aware that the beast goddess punishment cannot be healed through divine power? Qinglan could perish. Enough. This is not your concern. It is Lu Qinglan who is now Qinglan's partner. Luo Bai attempted to usher her away, but an orc guarding Lingwei obstructed his path. Qinglan is the mightiest orc of our tribe. Her mere presence has ensnared him, leading to his punishment by the beast god. I suspect she is a spy sent by another tribe. Leave this place. Lu Qinglan stepped forward from behind Luo Bai, pointing toward the door. Luo Bai tugged at her sleeve. Do not act rashly. Lingwei serves the battle goddess, and you cannot match her strength. Lu Qinglan nodded at him, acknowledging her understanding. However, she stated that Qinglan required rest and suggested discussing any matters outside. A sense of discomfort stirred within her, as she pieced together the truth from the fragments of words spoken by Lingwei. It was due to Qinglan's inadvertent injury to her that he had to seek penance at that temple, and his wounds could not be healed as hers could. Qinglan. Qinglan suddenly called out to her. Lu Qinglan immediately turned and sat at the edge of the bed. What is it? Where does it hurt? Let me help you. No, he replied, tugging at the animal hide to cover the injured area. However, Lu Qinglan disapproved of this action and swiftly pulled it away, insisting that the wound should not be concealed. The fluidity of this motion left both of them blushing. Yet, Qinglan complied, murmuring, I meant to say, I am fine now. This is a punishment I must endure, and it is not your fault. He glanced at Lingwei, whose eyes were reddened. This is our home, Qinglan and I. Lingwei. You are nearing adulthood. You. Lingwei stamped her foot, her ears twitching in frustration, while her long, graceful tail swished in agitation. Do you think I care? I will no longer concern myself with you. With that, she ran out in tears, followed by several beast men who hurried to console her. Luo Bai scratched the back of his head, bidding them farewell as he left to grant them some space. Lu Qinglan recalled that her suitcase contained some basic medical supplies, including band-aids and a few bottles of iodine. The small bottle of iodine, containing merely 20 milliliters, had a shelf life of only a week once opened. Thus, a larger bottle would be wasteful. Now, she regretted not purchasing a bigger one. Holding a cotton swab, she stared at the numerous wounds covering Qinglan's body, uncertain of where to begin. Qinglan, observing her, smiled and remarked, Is this a product from your world? Ultimately, she pressed the cotton swab against one of the smaller wounds, affirming, Yes, we typically use this for disinfecting wounds. Qinglan felt a slight sting from the application. Yet gazing at Lu Qinglan's earnest expression filled him with warmth. You carry this with you. Does it mean you have been injured before? He inquired. I have grown accustomed to it, not because I am frequently hurt, but due to the fear of lacking medicine for simple treatments when injuries occur, Lu Qinglan used up an entire bottle of the antiseptic, managing to treat only 3 or 4 cuts before opening another. However, Qi Xian seized her hand, saying, "Do not use it anymore. This is a precious commodity, and you should not waste it on me. Your injuries are severe," Lu Qinglan insisted, unwilling to stop and determined to pour it on his wounds. Yet, Qi Xian's strength was overwhelming. She struggled to free herself, twisting her wrist in frustration while carefully avoiding spilling the iodine on the beast hide. "It's nothing. I will be fine soon. Our healing abilities are quite strong. These wounds merely appear terrifying." He added, "The battle goddess did not impose a severe punishment upon you after she forgave me." Mimicking Lu Qinglan's method, he attempted to replace the cap on the iodine bottle, but struggled to align the threads correctly. "You have endured enough hardships coming here. Do not waste this on me. You will need it if you are injured in the future." Hearing this, Lu Qinglan felt a pang of emotion in her heart. "We have only known each other for 2 days. What? 2 days is sufficient," he interjected, finally managing to align the cap and seal the bottle. "Even just that first glance when we met was enough. Perhaps you cannot comprehend this, but I cannot adequately explain my reasons. I genuinely wish to pursue you. If you wish to leave, I will assist you. Do not worry, I will never be an obstacle, but rather your unwavering support." His demeanor was so earnest, it bordered on humility. Lu Qinglan pressed her dry lips together. "This medication, once opened, remains effective for only 7 days. You may use it first. I have another bottle." Qi Xian furrowed his brows slightly and solemnly declared, "I will safeguard you. I shall never allow you to be harmed again. Take care of yourself first, or that Ling Yue will tear me apart." The thought of Ling Yue's earlier demeanor ignited an unusual possessiveness within Lu Qinglan. "I have hardly seen her on a few occasions." Qi Xian, concerned that Lu Qinglan might perceive him as a frivolous male, promptly clarified, showing her the dark red beast pattern on the back of his neck. "I have not acted inappropriately towards her. I truly have not. My affections are solely for you. I'm not the kind of beast man who disregards the rules. I can summon Luobai or the priest to vouch for me." His anxious demeanor bore the mark of an unjustly accused innocent, nearly on the verge of tears. "I was merely inquiring. You should lie down comfortably." Lu Qinglan immediately pushed him back onto the bed, both amused and exasperated. "I believe you. I believe you." Upon hearing this, Qi Xian relinquished his impulse to leap out of bed. Ling Yue is one of the rare twins born in a single pregnancy, due to our species' nature. Typically only one child is born at a time. However, Ling Yue's mother unexpectedly gave birth to 2, and Ling Yue is notably female. Therefore, the clan believes she will inherit her mother's gifts and bear many offspring. Qi Xian took Lu Qinglan's hand and explained the matter of Ling Yue to her. "I am 8 months older than Ling Yue. Upon reaching adulthood, I have been diligently enhancing my spiritual power without any intention of seeking a partner. Nor do I understand how it has been rumored that I await Ling Yue's maturity." He paused for a moment. "I have made every effort to avoid encounters with Ling Yue. It is my fault. I did not properly explain things to her." After listening to the entire account, Lu Qinglan nodded, affirming that it would have been prudent for you to be forthright with Ling Yue at the onset of the rumors, rather than evading the issue and inadvertently fostering her misunderstanding. "I am sorry." Qi Yuan's ears drooped, conveying a palpable sense of guilt. "It is not me you owe an apology to, but rather Ling Yue. Once you have resolved this, could you please clarify things with her?" At times, Lu Qinglan genuinely questioned whether Qi Yuan was a unicorn or merely an obedient dog, always acquiescing to her words and agreeing to whatever she said. Chapter 5. Food. Lu Qinglan applied both vials of potion onto Qi Xuan's wounds and glanced at the sky. "What do you usually eat? I shall assist you in procuring some. Only by consuming nourishment can one expedite the healing process." To speak frankly, she too felt a twinge of hunger, having only consumed a few fruits since yesterday. Even the strongest among us cannot endure such deprivation. Had she known, she would have packed some provisions in her luggage. "Are you hungry? My apologies, I will immediately seek food for you. Please lie down." She found herself wondering if she resembled a feudal lord, having acquired a pitiable little servant who, despite being injured, still felt compelled to attend to her. "You must recover fully to care for me properly. Continuing this way will only exacerbate your injuries. Please rest well." "Very well. I shall summon Luobai to assist you." Qi Xian reluctantly acquiesced. Before long, a glowing orb materialized in his hand, resembling a fluffy ball that floated about, first circling Lu Qinglan twice before reluctantly drifting away. "What is this?" Lu Qinglan inquired, tracking the movement of the luminous sphere. It was indeed a whimsical echo of the dust spirits from my neighbor Totoro. This little entity is a manifestation of spiritual energy, typically employed for communication. When it glows, it signifies there is a message to convey. When extinguished, the message has been delivered. Qixuan's cheeks flushed slightly, as the orb had circled Lu Qinglan before departing, openly expressing the affection of its master for her. I see. In that case, communication among beastmen is rather convenient, given that everyone possesses spiritual energy. Before long, the fluffy orb returned, accompanied by Luobai, who appeared in a half-human, half-horse form. He glanced at Qi Xian and assured, "I shall protect her, fret not." Qi Xian hesitated, words unspoken, ultimately lowering his gaze. Although he bore a serious and solemn demeanor, he inadvertently exuded a pitiable air. Lu Qinglan couldn't help but reach out to stroke his head, then took his hand, assuring him that she would return shortly. Qi Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled as he nodded in response. Luobai wore a pained expression, contemplating whether this was an exhibition of affection, a subtle jab at his own solitude. How utterly unfair. "I shall trouble you with this," she remarked. After comforting Qi Xian, Lu Qinglan retrieved the clothing packaging bag from her suitcase. In an effort to conserve space, she had meticulously organized all her garments into 3 separate compression bags, equipped with a manual pump to expel the air and maximize storage efficiency. She selected the thinnest packaging for her summer attire, which happened to be the smallest of all. To the astonishment of the 2 onlookers, the moment the bag's opening was released, it instantly inflated to fullness. Lu Qinglan carefully folded her clothes and placed them neatly into her suitcase, then shook out her pockets. "Let us go," she said, approaching Luobai. Luobai, momentarily startled, contemplated inquiring about the situation, but ultimately refrained. He was not particularly inclined towards curiosity. After all, this female had emerged unscathed from the depths of the silent forest, initially unable to speak the language of beasts and carrying an odd suitcase. Now, having been acknowledged by the priest as a resident of this place, it was evident she was no ordinary individual, and he had little desire to pry into the secrets of those who were extraordinary. By the grace of the beast god, he preferred a life of simplicity and tranquility. Lu Qinglan finally had the opportunity to observe her surroundings in detail. Previously, she had merely grasped a general understanding without paying much attention. She discovered that the orcs, regardless of gender, predominantly revered the goddess of battle and the goddess of nature. Although the followers of the goddess of wisdom were fewer in number, they were still not insignificant. Notably, there was only one priest devoted to the goddess of time. Why was this the case? Many female orcs were expecting offspring and typically refrained from labor until their young were nurtured. Male younglings were primarily cared for by their fathers, while female younglings were entrusted to places akin to nurseries during the day, overseen by females, and returned to their parents in the evening. Of course, for females, work was not obligatory. Should they be unable to work for any reason, it was acceptable as long as a male was willing to support them. The number of children here was sparse. Over the course of her journey, she had encountered no more than 20 shapeless male younglings. It was noteworthy that among the majority of the orcs, there were a few with different appearances, likely a testament to their lineage. Nevertheless, even so, the number of female younglings remained exceedingly limited. "What do you typically eat?" Lubai pondered for a moment before responding. "Primarily, we consume goji grass and begonia leaves. These 2 varieties are available even in winter. Although they lose some moisture, they still suffice to satisfy hunger. At present, many opt for daylily grass and buckwheat leaves. Dried daylily grass serves as a staple for winter, while buckwheat leaves are more suitable for current consumption. The earlier varieties need to be stockpiled for the winter. Let me take you to gather buckwheat leaves." "All right." Lu Qinglan nodded and inquired, "Where do you harvest the red fruits?" "Those? They are generally no longer obtainable unless one ventures deep into the silent woods. It is far too perilous there, with wild beasts abounding, and male orcs must go in groups. I cannot take you to gather them. If you were to sustain any injury, Qi Xian would surely devour me." This revelation astonished Lu Qinglan. Just yesterday, after the 4 fruits, Qi Xian had returned with a handful containing at least 15 or 16. The impact of hearing it directly from him was markedly different from hearing it from others, especially when such a gesture of offering was followed by a pretense of nonchalance. This touched Lu Qinglan deeply. Upon reaching the gathering site, numerous orcs had already transformed into their beast forms, lifting their heads to feast on the leaves. From a distance, they resembled a vibrant herd of horses grazing on foliage. Lu Qinglan chose a spot and reached out to pluck the leaves, only to discover that they were unexpectedly resilient. Her hand was immediately grazed by the sharp edges of the foliage, leaving several delicate cuts on her palm. Gritting her teeth, Lu Qinglan glared at her wounded hand, feeling a surge of anger at the obstinacy of the leaves. Cautiously, she employed her fingers to snap the leaf stems, albeit at a slower pace, yet managing to gather a considerable amount. When Luobai returned, having satisfied her hunger, she noticed that Lu Qinglan had only managed to peel away a thin layer and caught a whiff of her blood. Instantly, she grew anxious. "Are you injured?" Lu Qinglan opened her hand to reveal a small wound, dismissing it as inconsequential, having not noticed it at the time. Luobai felt as though the bow and arrow of Qi Xian were beckoning to him, nearly causing him to faint from shock. "We should seek Sin for treatment," she exclaimed, startled by Luobai's sudden alarm. She quickly waved her hand, downplaying the situation, assuring him that it was nothing serious and would heal in a couple of days. "It's not that you are in trouble. It is I who is in predicament." When that little orb of light had approached, it had coerced him into a solemn promise to ensure that Lu Qinglan would not lose a single hair. He had vowed with utmost sincerity. Now, after merely a meal's time, this lady had managed to injure herself. "We must indeed find Sun for treatment. Otherwise, Qi Xian will turn me into a porcupine," Luobai lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Lu Qinglan laughed, nearly unable to straighten her back. She never anticipated that Qi Xian would be perceived as so perilous in the hearts of others. Despite his somewhat dazed demeanor, he instilled fear in the male beast men. "Well, it's truly nothing," she remarked before resuming her task of gathering leaves. Luobai remembered her spinning in circles and ultimately decided to assist her in the collection. With Luobai's help, they soon filled a bag to the brim, estimating that they would have enough to satiate their hunger. Luobai intended to urge Lu Qinglan towards treatment. "Wait, I still wish to fetch some spring water," she said. However, Luobai decisively declined, explaining that it was quite a distance away. Even in beast form, it would take over 20 minutes to reach, and in her human form, it would require at least an hour. Yet, there is a river nearby the tribe, though it may not be as pristine as the spring if you do not mind. The water there is also drinkable. She truly did not realize that Qi Xian had selflessly given her everything good. The red fruit had been gathered at risk, and the spring water was fetched at great effort, yet he said nothing about it. Lu Qinglan let out a dejected sigh. "Well, let's just head back for now. As for the wound, I will explain it. Such a minor injury truly does not warrant a fuss." Seeing her unwavering insistence, Luobai reluctantly acquiesced. However, as soon as he delivered her to the doorway, he hastily made his escape, not daring to step inside to offer even a brief greeting. Lu Qinglan dragged a bag of leaves indoors, while Qi Xian had already succumbed to slumber due to his injuries. His long, curled eyelashes were as dense as a fan, casting a delicate shadow upon his eyelids. He appeared utterly unguarded. Lu Qinglan's heart softened as she approached him, gently caressing his eyelashes. How could there be such a foolish person? Whether it was zhuguo or spring water, he never revealed how much time and thought he had invested. Clearly, he could have increased her affection at that moment, yet he chose to remain silent. It seemed that he caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood on her hands. Qi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, and clasped her wrist. Upon recognizing Lu Qinglan, he relaxed his grip and cautiously began to rub her reddened wrist. "I am truly sorry." Qi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, wishing he could return to the temple and endure a punishment once more. Lu Qinglan felt little concern, eagerly showcasing the fruits of her labor. "So the injury on your hand is a result of this?" Qi Xian gently massaged the unblemished skin surrounding her delicate wound, his eyes filled with compassion. "I distinctly instructed Luobai to take good care of you. We should seek out Senator. It's nothing. This minor injury will heal in 2 or 3 days." Lu Qinglan reassured, feeling a tingling sensation in her fingers, unable to withdraw them as he held them firmly. "It has nothing to do with Luobai. I thought you might be hungry, so I hurried back. Besides, these are just trivial wounds. They're inconsequential." Qi Xian, overwhelmed by guilt, appeared almost canine in his demeanor. "You should eat. I will go to the river and catch a fish." "Are you a carnivore?" she inquired, noting that among the beast men, those who consumed meat were typically more robust, yet Lu Qinglan was evidently not. "I am omnivorous, but do not eat meat. I cannot supplement my nutrition, and I have yet to discover suitable plants here." As Qi Xian prepared to apologize once more, Lu Qinglan swiftly covered his mouth. "It's not your fault. I often diet. You don't eat meat either, and I didn't clarify that at the outset. No need for apologies." She had arrived here at dusk, and it was still midday. She could manage. Qi Xian's beautiful eyes blinked, and he nodded, the warmth of his breath brushing against her palm. Once she released her grip, Qinglan declared, "I will accompany you to catch fish." "There's no need. Focus on healing," Qinglan smiled, her eyes crinkling in delight as she playfully rubbed his face, transforming his stoic visage into a more jovial expression. "You promised to protect me, so take care of your wounds first. Once you recover, you can protect me." Their foreheads touched, her gaze penetrating the depths of his warm brown eyes. "You must strive to recover." Qinglan hesitated for a moment before wrapping his arms around her back. "I understand. Take care." The river water was remarkably clear, as the Shu tribe adhered to a vegetarian diet and did not disturb the fish. A few carnivorous specimen would venture into the woods to hunt, but fish were generally not within their preferences, making even the smallest fish here as long as her forearm. Qinglan skillfully threaded long worms onto a slender wooden stick, securing them within a vacuum-sealed bag. She propped the bag open with 2 small twigs and delicately attached fine vines to create a rudimentary trap, submerging it in water. She patiently awaited the moment when fish would venture inside. Upon their entry, she would swiftly tighten the bag and lift it out. After several attempts, though some managed to escape, she successfully captured 2 fish. Returning home, she would expel the sand before meticulously scaling and gutting her catch. Upon returning home, Qinglan beheld the sight of Qinglan reclining, evoking a profound sense of contentment akin to that of a husband providing warmth and nourishment. Noticing her drenched state, Qinglan, disregarding his own wounds, promptly took up a piece of animal hide to drape over her. Qinglan displayed the fish to him, a hint of pride in her demeanor. "Look, Qinglan, this fish is truly fat." "Indeed, indeed," Qinglan replied as he wiped the water from her face with a piece of animal hide, diligently wringing out her clothes. Qinglan was still dressed in contemporary attire. She had arrived at the tail end of summer, wearing light fabrics that offered little resistance. "Why aren't you eating?" she inquired, noticing that the packaging on the ground still contained a significant portion of leaves. Having observed the Shuzi tribe's dining habits, she vaguely understood that their consumption was far from modest. One member of the Shuzi could devour nearly half a tree's worth of leaves, while the most she could gather would barely satiate Qinglan. Wrapping a hide around Qinglan, Qinglan remarked, "I wish to conserve for the next couple of days. You need not forage." Such a person truly had an uncanny ability to strike at her vulnerabilities, leaving her heart inexplicably stirred. Qinglan suddenly cupped his face and pressed her lips against his. "You are truly insufferable." "No, do not apologize." Chapter 6, Archive. After their kiss, both Qinglan and Qinglan blushed, overwhelmed by shyness that rendered them incapable of further conversation. Whenever their gazes met, they hastily looked away, embodying pure innocence. "I shall change into another outfit. I will tend to the fish." Qinglan promptly exited, granting her the privacy to change. "Be careful with your wound," Qinglan called out anxiously, observing his hurried demeanor, and then she smiled helplessly. She removed her drenched clothing, dried herself with a disposable towel, and donned fresh undergarments and summer attire. "How do they wash clothes here? If all else fails, I might consider searching for a soapberry tree." Upon stepping outside, she found Qinglan gazing intently at 2 fish, clearly a vegetarian, utterly at a loss on how to handle them. Hearing her approach, Qinglan turned, his expression devoid of emotion, yet he appeared remarkably pitiable, as if silently pleading for assistance. Qinglan couldn't help but wear a smile on her face, reminiscent of a young girl in the throes of first love, finding delight in every action of her beloved. She first dispatched the fish with a swift blow, then proceeded to eviscerate it, discarding its entrails and scraping away its scales. Qinglan, with a grave expression, firmly grasped the fish's head, only to receive a flurry of tail slaps in return as the fish thrashed about. The most formidable male of their group, the mighty Lu Shu, was momentarily taken aback, his face dripping with the fish's foul, slimy residue. "Ha ha!" Qinglan erupted into laughter, and as she approached Qinglan, she gently wiped the sticky substance from his face with her soft fingertip. She then directed Qinglan to finish off the fish and prepare the meat. However, due to Qinglan's excessive strength, he inadvertently punctured the fish flesh in several places. Qinglan felt around, pulled out the fish gills, and noticed a slight fishy odor on her hands. She casually inquired if there was any soap available. "Indeed, the beast god has instructed us to cleanse ourselves with soap to invoke good fortune." This was an unexpected delight for Qinglan, who had been pondering how to address the issue of hygiene. "Is there any salt?" Many believe that animals cannot consume salt, yet in truth, they require it in moderation, herbivores needing it more than carnivores. The misconception arises from the fact that their intake is not as substantial as that of humans. And even certain plants contain sodium, leading to the illusion that animals are incapable of consuming salt. There are salt blocks. Qinglan's hands were reeking of fish, rendering even the arrow he used to scrape scales less impressive. While the arrow could dissipate into shimmering motes of light, his hands required a thorough cleansing. Qinglan extracted a small, gray-black block wrapped in leaves from a crevice in the stone wall, which, at first glance, might have been mistaken for a clod of dirt. Is this salt? Lu Qinglan's eyes brimmed with disdain as she poked it twice, dust cascading off. Lu Qinglan's pupils trembled in disbelief. Can this thing even be used? Qinglan, clearly perceiving the incredulity in her eyes, felt a pang of inferiority. Having come from the homeland of the beast god, she had undoubtedly encountered only the finest of things. Thus, she felt unworthy to present anything that paled in comparison to even the capital's offerings. Lu Qinglan approached. Observing his demeanor and realizing that this male was once again lost in thought, she reached out to gently touch his horn. Do not dwell on other matters. Qinglan perked up, nuzzling his head toward her hand. Once she withdrew her touch, Qinglan concealed his horn. Can this be hidden? Indeed. Males of his kind tend to hide their horns after finding a mate. Although concealing it may bring a certain discomfort, it unmistakably conveys that I have found a beloved. Lu Qinglan smiled as she gently touched the area of her horn, confirming the absence of any peculiar substance. After verifying this, she cut the salt block open. Though it appeared somewhat white, it was predominantly a shade of grayish-black. Tentatively, she licked it, finding the taste both bitter and nauseating. Nevertheless, in order to avoid disheartening Qinglan, she forced herself to suppress any signs of discomfort. The purity of this salt was alarmingly low, likely extracted from salt flats or halite, laden with impurities. Salt obtained from seawater would be of higher quality, yet the distance to the ocean was considerable, and it had nearly been a year since the last gathering, leaving little in stock. The gathering? Yes, the coastal or underwater beasts possessed a finer grade of salt, a result of techniques developed by the beast gods. Every autumn, the gatherings commenced, where we would journey to the capital to trade resources. The aquatic tribes exchanged salt and pearls for seeds and meat. In that case, we should aim to make more exchanges when the time comes. Lu Qinglan leaned her face against Qinglan's shoulder, feeling the tension in his taut body, and she stifled a smile. Living together would certainly necessitate a greater supply of salt. I require more than you do and need it to be of finer quality. Once I recover, I shall gather seeds. Qinglan assured her, his hand slowly enveloping hers. I will not let you down. When the time comes, I will assist you in the search. Strength lies in numbers. Good. At last, he began to comprehend his father's sentiments. With the presence of a mother, it was as if they had found an anchor in life, never hindering her growth and flourishing. Since their mother's departure, both his father and uncles had succumbed to despair for failing to protect her, instilling in him a fear that he too might face such a fate should he find a partner. Yet, upon encountering Qinglan, he felt an overwhelming desire to safeguard her, ensuring that all her wishes were fulfilled. Lu Qinglan lightly coated the fish with a slightly cleaner salt, boiled water in a stone hollow, and then placed it on a makeshift grill to roast slowly over a gentle fire. Perhaps driven by hunger, she consumed 2 fish, which, although lacking the exquisite flavors of modern cuisine and still carrying a hint of fishiness, she devoured nonetheless. Seasoning would undoubtedly enhance the taste. Does Qinglan possess chili peppers or lemons? Additionally, beet and sugarcane are needed for sugar refining, thanks to the efforts of her predecessors. Methods for extracting oil from soybeans and rapeseed are available, which, while unnecessary for the orcs, are essential for humans. Currently, Qinglan is injured and thus unfit to venture out in search of soybeans or peanuts. Qinglan buried the bones in the earth, tidying up the aftermath. Chili peppers do exist, having been cultivated by the beast god in the past, but they are not essential for us. They are likely held by the royal family in the capital now. What is a lemon? Lu Qinglan nodded, realizing that even the elder could not endure the tasteless food here. Lemons are indeed an exceptionally sour fruit. I can go gather some for you, she offered. No need. He replied, you should focus on your recovery first. Lu Qinglan was genuinely afraid of him. His decisiveness was overwhelming. When she expressed her thoughts, it felt as though he would present her with what she desired in the next instant. Qinglan responded with a murmur, settling down beside her. After sharing a kiss, Lu Qinglan relaxed a bit, directly embracing Qinglan's hand and resting her head on his shoulder. You are injured. You should sleep in the bed tonight. I will take the haystack. No, I've already slept for most of the day. That is sufficient. Lu Qinglan lifted her head and poked his face. The haystack was rudimentary, and lying upon it was far from comfortable. Qi Xian wore a serious expression, asserting that lying down was even less agreeable. Last night, he had observed Qinglan tossing and turning in bed, only to be roused from her drowsy slumber by the unyielding stones beneath her. This haystack was even more primitive, with the sharp blades of grass pricking her skin from all sides. Lu Qinglan was acutely aware of his concerns. She grasped his hand and confessed, "I truly wish to share a bed with you. However, the bed is rather small, and I fear I might inadvertently jostle your injury." She suggested, "Once you have fully recovered, shall we procure some animal hides to enlarge the bed?" This was a subtle invitation for him to join her. Qi Xian's face flushed crimson. Yet he remained resolute, once again voicing his refusal. "Why must you be so stubborn? Be a little flexible," Lu Qinglan retorted, her irritation evident. "Then let us sleep together." What bold words are these? Is this truly the Qi Xian I know? Qi Xian, clearly aware that his words could be misinterpreted, blushed again and stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Lu Qinglan, filled with playful mischief, nestled her face against Qi Xuan's neck, gently rubbing against him, her breath softly cascading over his skin. "There isn't enough room for the both of us, so I will have to sleep in your embrace." At that moment, Qi Xian appeared as if he were being thoroughly cooked, nearly succumbing to the warmth of her affection. How utterly delightful! Lu Qinglan chuckled softly, drawing in the remaining boiling river water. "Let me tend to your wounds. Once you are healed, gather more water for me, as I wish to take a bath." "All right." Qi Xian obediently shed his animal hide, revealing his scarred skin. Lu Qinglan meticulously cleaned the dried bloodstains, inwardly lamenting the severity of the beast god's punishment, yet contemplating that they were merely seeking justice for her. She felt a profound complexity of emotions. Qi Xian had not deceived her. His healing abilities were indeed formidable, with some of the shallower wounds already scabbed over. It seemed that he would recover within a week at most. Would there be scars? Scars would be unsightly. Surely not. The beast god's punishments would not leave marks upon the flesh. "Is it the battle goddess who punishes you?" she inquired, leaning against him while carefully avoiding his wounds. Her fingers entwined in Qi Xian's dark crimson locks. He shook his head and embraced her. "I am a devotee of the battle goddess, if I err. It is she who administers the chastisement. What of the punishments from other goddesses? What do they entail? Do they strike as well?" Lu Qinglan nestled closer, her curiosity piqued. Qi Xian responded, "The goddess of wisdom inflicts mental punishments. Severe cases may render one a fool, while milder instances lead to months of mental fatigue and disorientation. The goddess of nature bestows misfortunes. Heavier transgressions might result in untimely deaths from accidents, while lighter ones could result in broken limbs. We have never witnessed the penalties of the goddess of time, as she seldom accepts followers, typically only one or two from a tribe, and most are female." "That sounds terrifying," Lu Qinglan murmured, her heart still racing as she gazed at the now unscathed Qi Xian, relieved that he had returned. Qi Xian felt warmth spread through his chest. "Because you have forgiven me, the beast god's punishment was not excessively severe." "Qinglan, thank you." His sincerity was profound, as if attributing all his recovery to her, neglecting to mention the costs. She resolved to take this extraordinary individual away with her. Such a devoted boyfriend was truly rare in the modern world. As the night wind whispered, Lu Qinglan felt enveloped in warmth in Qi Xian's embrace. She feared pressing against his wounds, thus remaining in a state between slumber and wakefulness. Qi Xian, appearing utterly exhausted, breathed steadily, holding her closely. Occasionally, if the pain from his wounds stirred him from sleep, he would gently pat her back, as if to comfort her into slumber. In the modest stone dwelling, two solitary souls nestled together in unexpected harmony. The following morning, hoping to alleviate Lu Qinglan's concerns and feeling somewhat improved from the previous day, Qi Xian rose early. After satisfying his hunger, catching fish, and fetching water, he returned to the stone house. Were it not for his current uncertainty about entering the silent grove and emerging unscathed, he might have ventured in to gather some crimson fruits. Upon reaching the door, he heard Lu Qinglan's voice calling out. Qi Xian's pupils constricted, disregarding everything else. He dropped the scattered fruits and overturned the water bucket. He conjured his bow and arrows and rushed inside, only to find not the anticipated assailant, but rather Lu Qinglan kneeling before her luggage. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with delight as she waved him over. "Qi Xian, my box is saved." Her eyes gleamed as if she had encountered a rare treasure. Qinglan's bow and arrows dissipated, and he took a few steps forward before suddenly bending down to embrace her. I thought you were in danger. He clasped the hand of the woman in his embrace against his heart, and I felt my own heart nearly cease. Qinglan leaned her face against his chest, her complexion flushed. Had something just transpired? Qinglan grasped Qinglan's hand, directing his attention to the suitcase, within which lay 3 neatly arranged bottles of iodine and summer garments meticulously placed in a bag. Qinglan pointed at the items, leaning closer to Qinglan's ear. My suitcase can restore the items I brought with me. In other words, as long as I take something out to use. The next day, the suitcase will replicate the exact same configuration. It seems that the moment I arrived, the suitcase saved a file, and every morning at dawn, it reverts to that state. She was overjoyed, as this meant she no longer had to worry about running out of sanitary pads during her menstrual period. Qinglan immediately realized the implications of this and grasped her hand, urging her, "Do not disclose this to anyone. It could be perilous." "Don't worry. I'm not foolish enough to share this secret," Qinglan replied with a smile, retrieving iodine from her suitcase. "You were worried about having enough yesterday. Now, with 3 bottles a day, you'll be more than covered." As she spoke, she unscrewed the cap and peeled off the seal. Knowing that the suitcase could replenish its contents, Qinglan no longer hesitated. He used 2 more bottles of iodine and applied the last remnants to the small cut on Qinglan's hand. Chapter 7. Companions, be exceedingly cautious. Do not let anyone discover the secret of the suitcase. This was Qinglan's earnest warning, filled with concern. Qinglan waved her hand, acknowledging the situation. Afterward, she meticulously listed her possessions in the Notes app on her phone. The device still retained its power, and fortunately, the numbers she had dialed yesterday were not erased from her contacts. She speculated that it was quite possible for her phone's battery to restore itself by dawn. Yet she dared not test this theory. Soon, her notes were filled with a comprehensive inventory of her supplies, 4 sets of spring and autumn clothing, 2 sets for winter, and 4 sets for summer. She had 1 blanket, 3 rolls of disposable towels, and 5 sets of disposable underwear. Additionally, she packed 5 sets of disposable bedding, 3 packs of short-term sanitary pads, 2 packs of long-term ones, and 1 pack of sleep pants. Her toiletries consisted of a trio of disposable trial-sized shampoo, conditioner, and body wash, each with 5 sachets. She also had travel-sized bottles of lotion and toner. Along with a disposable toothbrush and toothpaste she had whimsically stuffed into her suitcase at the hotel. To her delight, she discovered a pack of laundry detergent for delicates, alleviating her concerns about washing her undergarments. Of course, this small pack was evidently insufficient for a thorough cleanse, and she would need to wait until the next day to acquire more. Fortunately, her predecessor had crafted soap. Otherwise, she would have required additional time to formulate her own. Despite the limited quantity, her first aid kit was adequately stocked with essential medical supplies. Knowing that the shelf life of opened iodine was short, she had purchased 2 extra bottles, along with cold medicine, fever patches, and antipyretics. After completing her inventory, she felt a pang of regret for not having brought more. She should have packed everything from her home, including pots and pans. Nothing should have been overlooked. However, who could have foreseen that she would inexplicably traverse to an orc world? At that moment, she held on to the belief that everything could be purchased, buoyed by the notion that winning the lottery had rendered her wealthy. Qinglan sighed and closed her suitcase. I encountered Mo on my way. Are you headed to work at a kindergarten? Well, I cannot afford to squander my time here. It is essential to learn more, as it will prove beneficial when I return. Although she won 3 million in the lottery, after taxes, she has over 2 million remaining. She has set aside 1 million in a fixed deposit for 3 years, intending to live off the interest, while the rest is kept in a demand deposit. However, even that will not suffice if she merely consumes without earning. With her restless nature, she resolved to acquire several skills to enrich herself and start a self-media venture, and now she does not need to spend her own money for education. All right. Once your wound is healed, I shall accompany you there. This sentiment sounded akin to sending a child off to school. Qinglan couldn't help but chuckle as she gently pinched Qinglan's cheek. You're so adorable. When I return, I shall take you with me. I will care for you from now on. Qinglan nuzzled her hand in agreement. I plan to clear a space in the yard to raise small animals like chickens and rabbits, as well as some vegetables. I have already scouted a patch behind the house where we can cultivate some crops. Every member of the flower family possesses hidden talents in gardening. Yes, in a couple of days, I will assist you in hunting chickens and rabbits. Autumn is approaching, and the animals are preparing for winter, becoming more active than before. All right. Then I shall draft a blueprint. Lu Qinglan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she gestured, filled with dreams of the future. Under the eaves, we can also dry meat and sausages. She added thoughtfully, for curing, we will need more salt. We could plant some jujubes as well, Qixin suggested, recalling her fondness for them. In truth, many male beasts with female partners tend to cultivate jujubes within their home territory, although the yield is modest. It can alleviate urgent needs when necessary. Can that be grown too? I thought it only thrived in the silent grove. Lu Qinglan expressed her surprise, as she had only seen Qixin gather them from the wild, assuming they were unsuitable for cultivation. It is indeed more challenging to grow them myself, as I am not a devotee of the nature goddess. However, if I offer compensation to other beastmen, some will gladly assist in the cultivation. Qixin took her hand gently. I will certainly hire someone to cultivate jujubes. The complexity of it all made Lu Qinglan reconsider. Perhaps it's best to let it go. It sounds rather difficult to grow. Qixin's eyes clouded with sorrow, his expression mournful. Are you considering finding another devotee of the nature goddess as a companion? He seemed reluctant to show his sadness in human form, transforming into his beast shape, twisting his neck and burying his face in his abdomen. No, she replied softly. Lu Qinglan was utterly perplexed, questioning which of her words had betrayed her desire to seek companionship elsewhere. What was this fellow concocting in his mind? Yet, with tears streaming down his face, his long, lush eyelashes clung together, dampened by his sorrow. Without hesitation, Lu Qinglan enveloped his neck in an embrace, reassuring him. There is nothing to worry about. I'm not seeking anyone else. Please don't cry. Qixin lifted his head, his large, tear-filled eyes glistening with emotion. Am I truly so inadequate? He lamented, aware that for a male, possessing a female and preventing her from seeking other partners was a grave transgression. The divine beasts they revered differed, as did their strengths, and given the rarity and preciousness of females, it was evident that a female required a combat-ready partner, a nature-oriented companion, and one endowed with wisdom. He had been evading this reality, clinging to his selfishness. As long as he remained silent, Qinglan would be solely his. Yet now, he found himself incapable of even foraging for seeds and herbs, let alone joining the patrols to protect their tribe. He could not even cultivate ju fruit. And how could someone as ineffectual as he hoped to monopolize the affection of a female? Now, even his partner had to deliberate over something as simple as consuming a ju fruit. How could you think like that? Lu Qinglan chuckled helplessly, her hand gently brushing against his horn as she leaned her face close to his ear. You brought me here. Had I not encountered you, I might not have survived a night in that forest. She had learned from others that the outer perimeter of the silent forest was home to ordinary small animals, with more perilous beasts dwelling in the inner circle. Though the latter posed danger, survival was still plausible. It was only in the deepest recesses where the most aggressive beasts, 5 or 6 times larger than their human counterparts, resided. The creatures described were unlike anything from her world, resembling fantastical beasts with 2 heads, 3 tails, fangs, compound eyes, wings, and horns. Upon hearing this, she genuinely breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was no match for them. Qixin felt a bit better, but still, with a sticky reluctance, nudged his horn toward her hand. Yet, we still require a nature-type companion and a wisdom-type partner. As he uttered these words, a heaviness settled in his heart, but it was imperative to convey the stakes to Qinglan. I wish to cherish more moments just the 2 of us, which is why I've hesitated to speak up. I apologize. Here, within a family, it is essential to have one of each, a wisdom type, a nature type, and a combat type beastman. Therefore, a female must have at least 2 male beastman partners. Even a combat type female requires a combat partner to ensure protection during precarious pregnancies. So, you mean to say I must find another? Lu Qinglan's pupils dilated in shock, and she stood abruptly. To be candid, such matters were indeed enticing, yet under these circumstances, she preferred to rely on someone she could control. What if others prevented her from returning? She could not gamble on such odds. I cannot be irresponsible toward you, she declared, embracing Qixin. Did we not agree to return home together? We cannot engage in polygamy there. But I cannot be irresponsible toward you either. Qixin transformed into human form. This place is perilous. I yearn to accompany you to that world, and I desire to have you all to myself. Yet I am unable to protect you. Our quest for companions is driven by the necessity of survival. Here, as winter descends, it becomes exceedingly challenging to procure sustenance. You require both flora and fauna. Thus, it is essential to have companions of the natural kind to cultivate plants, and those of the warrior type to hunt. The wise companions can assist us in discovering routes that minimize our losses. Furthermore, the sounds you heard upon your arrival were not from our hunting endeavors, but from a battle against a malevolent entity known as Yin, which brings calamity and disease. That encounter was relatively safe, as it was a juvenile Yin. Had it been an adult, we would likely have faced casualties. If we fail to vanquish it, it may infiltrate our tribe. Therefore, we require more allies to safeguard our home. As he spoke, guilt enveloped him. His mother had departed due to a lack of companions. Yet he found himself desiring to monopolize one for a time. In essence, the warrior orcs are fighters, the natural orcs serve as mages, and the wise orcs act as guides. Is Ian a frequent occurrence? Lu Qinglan appeared somewhat pensive. Qi Xian shook his head. Typically, they arise once every year or two, but it is best to avoid areas where they have been eradicated for an entire season. This implies that if Lu Qinglan wishes to return, she must wait 3 months before entering the Silent Outlook Forest. Then we shall return before this time next year. Lu Qinglan smiled. We must first endure the winter. I apologize, if only I were strong enough. Yet, even if he were to grow stronger, the deity he reveres remains singular. Do not apologize, this is not your fault. Lu Qinglan grasped his hand, allowing fate to take its course. Shall we? Yes. Qi Xian nodded, resting his head upon Lu Qinglan's lap. I wish to be with you. Very well. After a moment, she gently touched the feathers entwined in Qi Xian's hair. Where did you acquire these gem-like feathers? I recall you did not wear them initially. Qi Xian's ears flushed crimson as he turned his face away, the warm glimmer of his reddish-brown eyes reflecting her visage, strands of hair cascading beside his ear. To attract you. In the absence of a partner and with no intent to seek one might simply adorn themselves. However, upon finding a companion, the fear of waning charm prompts the search for beautiful and resplendent feathers and stones as embellishments. They perfectly align with the standards of a handsome male. Absolutely stunning. Lu Qinglan generously offered her praise. You have indeed captivated me. Having spoken, she cradled his face and pressed a kiss upon his eyelashes. Yet this time, Qi Xian did not merely submit. Instead, he gently rose, his hands finding their way to her face and shoulders, kissing her lips. Imitating the way Lu Qinglan had previously kissed him, it was as if he were cradling delicate rose petals, with droplets of water glistening on the petals, cascading onto the collar of his garment. As a devotee of the goddess of war, and due to his lineage, his breath was remarkably steady, his exhalations elongated. Lu Qinglan, unable to catch her breath, could only gently push against his shoulder. His long, graceful hand supported the back of the slightly reclining woman, drawing her closer to him in an irresistible manner. Lu Qinglan, at the age of 25, felt a deep sense of responsibility to guide her younger brother in matters of romance, ensuring that he would not underestimate the significance of such experiences. However, due to a prevailing sense of ambiguity and shyness, she found herself reluctantly pushing him away, attempting to conceal her intentions. It became evident that her brother, particularly in this world, possessed a remarkable aptitude for learning and an impressive lung capacity. As they parted ways, Lu Qinglan found herself slightly breathless, while Qi Xian remained unchanged. Cursed be the circumstances, it was high time to prioritize physical training. She had long admired the robust physiques of the females in the beast world, each exuding vitality. With firm and beautiful muscles, they did not conform to the delicate standards of modern beauty, but rather embraced their own strength as the foremost criterion. She was not excessively slender, having disregarded the misguided notion that a good woman should weigh no more than 100 pounds, refusing to reduce herself below that threshold. Given that her dietary needs were adequately met, she would prefer to gain weight and build muscle, thereby enhancing her chances of self-protection in the beast world. Chapter 8. The injuries on her hands were merely superficial cuts, which, after being treated with iodine, healed within a few days. Coincidentally, Qi Xian had also recovered significantly, prompting Lu Qinglan to marvel at the impressive healing abilities of beasts. Had she sustained such severe injuries, she would undoubtedly require stitches at the hospital to cope. Now that their relationship had been established, she felt no hesitation in sitting upon Qi Xian's back, solidifying everyone's belief that Lu Qinglan would choose him as her primary partner. Certain males were stirred by this dynamic. Yet upon considering her physical limitations, her inability to revert to beast form and lack of skills, they quickly abandoned their ambitions. While she possessed beauty, she was undeniably fragile. Lu Qinglan boiled water yesterday, washed her hair, and wiped her body, radiating a vibrant glow as she endeavored to leave a good impression on CIMO. Upon arriving at the nursery near the priest's abode, She noticed it was more exquisite than the typical orc dwelling, adorned with feathers and constructed from vividly colored stones. The cheerful sounds of children echoed within, their playful chatter filling the air. I shall take my leave now. Once I finish work, let us go fishing together. She reached out to embrace the centaur-like Qinglan, standing on her toes to affectionately peck his lips, withdrawing just before he could return the kiss. See you soon. Qinglan. Lu Qinglan winked mischievously. Qinglan gazed at his empty arms, chuckling softly, and only diverted his gaze toward the silent watcher forest once Lu Qinglan's figure disappeared into the nursery. The surrounding males looked on with envy, thinking how fortunate he was to have a companion. The nursery was spacious, and due to the nature of the beast folk, the young of their kind could stand and run almost immediately after birth, inheriting a natural memory. Other animal races also managed to learn to stand far more swiftly than humans. Thus, the girls within had transformed into human form, resembling 3 to 4-year-olds. You have arrived, a gentle voice called out. A tall and graceful woman with a lovely visage stood there, but she was not a beast folk. Instead, she bore the features of a fox, complete with a bushy tail and ears. I am Cimo, and I warmly welcome you to our community. As she spoke, she gestured towards the bamboo tube placed prominently at the top, which contained the welcoming gifts we had prepared together. Lu Qinglan was taken aback and immediately bent down to express her gratitude. Another female figure approached, removing the bamboo tube. We placed it up high to prevent the children from recklessly rushing about and causing it to topple over. Inside is a small token of our heartfelt intentions. Lu Qinglan took it in surprise, her eyes widening in astonishment. Salt. It was exquisite salt. Beside it lay several beautiful decorative amber stones. Yet none could compare to the joy that the bottle of fine salt brought her. We heard from Qinglan that you were in great need of these. So consider this a gift for our meeting, said Qimo with a gentle smile. Lu Qinglan immediately nodded, her face brimming with joy. Yes, yes. I am truly grateful to you all. At that moment, several young girls rushed over, most of them resembling deer, though a few bore other animal forms. Lu Qinglan speculated that their father was not the one they thought, or perhaps their mother was born of other beastmen within the tribe. Indeed, in this world of beasts, there exists no reproductive isolation. She couldn't help but exclaim. The little girls were all healthy and robust, with round, large, and sparkling eyes, utterly adorable. They eagerly surrounded her, chattering away and calling her sister, for as favored children of the beast god, they cherished the company of females even more. From the mature females, they could learn the combat skills and wisdom suited to them. Qinglan, you are a wise beast man, aren't you? Surely you can assist in teaching the children to identify herbs. I am sorry, I have lost my memory, and I can hardly recall any of this, she admitted, feeling a pang of guilt. Cimo paused for a moment, then extended her hand, saying, No, it is I who should apologize. I can't believe I forgot these things and caused you pain. It's all right, coincidentally. You can learn alongside the children. Moved by her surroundings, Lu Qinglan comprehended that when Ling had brought her here to facilitate a more natural and profound understanding of the knowledge pertaining to the beast world, she felt a genuine appreciation for the intelligent and kind female beastfolk. The children, upon learning that the newly arrived sister Qinglan would be joining them in their studies, poured all their energy into making a favorable impression on her. Many of the plants here bore resemblance to those in reality, as the male beastfolk's movements had introduced various seeds from different regions. Fortunately, having assisted in farming back at home, she was familiar with a modest assortment of plants. Although some eluded her by name, their appearances allowed her to discern a few of their properties. The young girls, along with Cimo, wholeheartedly praised her, providing her with ample emotional support. Among them, her favorite was a little fox named Zhe, who was also Cimo's daughter. Fluffy and adorned in warm golden fur, with large, round eyes, she bore a striking resemblance to the chubby orange cat Lu Qinglan had once fed beneath her building, with its bright and clear gaze. As evening approached, it was time for them to return home. Qinglan had been waiting outside, akin to a husband eagerly anticipating his wife's return from work, yearning for a reunion with his beloved. Lu Qinglan spotted him at a glance, bid farewell to Zimo and the others, and ran towards him. Chiwa. Zimo and the others are truly kind. They gifted me some fine salt. Chiwa nodded, embracing her as she lunged towards him, spinning her around gently. This way. You shall savor better flavors. When we return, teach me how much to use, and I shall assist you in grilling fish. He took the bamboo tube, contemplating shifting back to his half-beast form to carry her home, but Lu Qinglan declined. I wish to walk back with you. She grasped Chiwa's hand, her face alight with joy. Qihua lowered his gaze, looking at her with warmth, his eyes brimming with focus and affection. As they walked, enthusiastic beastmen greeted them along the way. The surroundings buzzed with activity, as numerous individuals hurriedly transported large bundles of fodder to the granary. Is there some event happening? Everyone seems quite occupied. In a month's time, we shall head to the capital city to participate in a gathering. The assembly will last for 2 months, and everyone must gather sufficient food to last through the winter. Is it the gathering where one can exchange for fine salt? Lu Qinglan exclaimed with excitement, clutching his hand. Indeed, Qihua affirmed, intertwining their fingers effortlessly. Tomorrow, I shall seek out seed herbs, and I promise to acquire enough salt for you. Is there anything you desire? Lu Qinglan pondered for a moment and suggested, please help me search for any edible mushrooms. If none can be found, we shall gather them together when the rains come. It was the season for mushroom foraging, and with their remarkable reproductive capabilities, mushrooms proliferated abundantly. After one harvest, they could yield another. At that time, she could also prepare dried mushrooms to savor during the winter months. That sounds delightful. I too have a fondness for them. I shall set out early tomorrow to seek them. Qi Xian also cherished the delectable flavor of mushrooms, yet the competition was fierce each time. He mused that an early departure might allow him to gather them before others arrived. The following day, before dawn had broken, Qi Xian ventured into the Silent Watcher forest. As the sun rose, he emerged with damp hair, kissed by the morning mist, cradling an assortment of mushrooms in his hands. Most were common porcini and miscellaneous fungi. But to his surprise, he had also found a dozen or so chicken mushrooms. This discovery thrilled Lu Qinglan, prompting her to gather some chickweed and chop it together with the mushrooms. She seasoned the mixture with the fine salt she had received the previous day and prepared a pot of stew. Qi Xian devoured nearly half of it, while she intended to pack the remainder to present as a return gift to CIMO and the others. However, she noted that chickweed was at its most tender in the spring, and she promised Qi Xian that she would prepare it again when spring returned. He reluctantly set aside the broad-leaved wild greens, sighing in disappointment, resembling a child loath to share their favorite treat. This amused Lu Qinglan, eliciting both exasperation and laughter from her. Yet soon, a new dilemma arose. She had developed a fiery disposition. After several meals of mushrooms mixed with wild greens, she had grown weary of them, primarily due to the lack of seasoning and the absence of spice, as she still favored a carnivorous diet. Particularly, after tasting a unique fish from the beast world, characterized by its delicate white scales, she had immediately fallen in love with its subtle flavor and tender texture. Consequently, Lu Qinglan reverted to her previous dietary habits, but this led to an overly monotonous menu consisting solely of grilled fish and jus fruit, resulting in insufficient nutritional intake. Additionally, small blisters began to form in her mouth. Although fish contained iron, it was inadequate for a human who consumed 3 meals a day without the aid of iron cookware. It seemed that her predecessors had labored for peace, yet many infrastructural developments were only superficially addressed. Iron cookware and similar items were never produced. Instead, they relied on stone, bamboo, and wood as substitutes. The need to prioritize agriculture and iron smelting became apparent. Thus, she enlisted Qi Xian to construct a breeding shed in the designated area of the yard, facilitating the raising of chickens and rabbits. She planned to complete her tasks before searching for black fungus and capturing wild rabbits the following day to supplement her red meat intake. Fortunately, tomorrow marked the conclusion of the nursery period, with half a month remaining until their departure from the capital. When Lu Qinglan returned, Qi Xian had already built the structure according to her blueprints, using stones bound together with earth as a binding agent. This realization prompted her to consider the necessity of mixing cement to fortify their home. Otherwise, come winter, the drafty house would undoubtedly leave her shivering like a child. Indeed, upon reflection, there were numerous areas in need of improvement. Qinglan sighed in resignation. Well, one must tackle challenges bite by bite, resolving issues one at a time. Is something troubling you? Qi Xian inquired, noticing her sigh with a hint of concern. Not at all. Lu Qinglan leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on Qi Xian's cheek. You've worked so hard. I was merely contemplating how to strengthen our home, ensuring it remains warm during the winter. Our home. Those words struck a chord within Qi Xian, softening his heart. The shyness and awkwardness he once held had dissipated. He had become quite open. He lowered his head, inadvertently meeting his beloved's lips, a smile flickering in his eyes as he wrapped his arm around Lu Qinglan's waist, preventing her from withdrawing. Qinglan was one who preferred gentleness over force, In the presence of those she cherished, she extended her utmost tolerance. Half a minute later, she patted Qi Xian's arm, signaling him to release her, her cheeks flushed and her breath becoming erratic. Yet, Qi Xian found great delight in her flustered demeanor and disregarded her plea. A minute passed, and Lu Qinglan could no longer contain her struggle, only to be firmly restrained by Qi Xian, who intertwined his fingers with hers. Lu Qinglan could only feel the searing warmth of his hand resting on her lower back, a tingling sensation radiating from her coccyx that rendered her almost unable to stand upright, forcing her to place all her strength into his grasp. Eventually, unable to endure it any longer, she bit down hard on Qixuan's lips, drawing blood, which prompted him to part with a smile. No more of this next time. Feeling the moisture on her lips, Lu Qinglan's face flushed, and she weakly admonished her partner. Qi Xian smiled sweetly, appearing exceptionally obedient. However, he regrettably adhered to a principle of consenting without compliance, always insisting on reclaiming his dues first before anything else. Chapter 9. Apology to seek out mushrooms in the silent woods? Qi Xian frowned slightly. He genuinely wished for Lu Qinglan to avoid such perilous ventures. Yet he understood that it was unavoidable. I shall accompany you. Mushrooms are quite easy to find. Lu Qinglan grasped Qixuan's hand, noticing his pitiful, forlorn expression, and immediately softened her stance. But it would be delightful to stroll through the autumn together. Beauty can lead one astray. Lu Qinglan, in a daze, consented, only to snap back to reality and shoot him a glare. However, Qi Xian merely curved his lips into a smile, presenting an appearance of earnest seriousness, devoid of any ulterior motives. Who would have imagined that the initially straightforward and earnest Qi Xian could be so affectionate? He followed her like a devoted guardian, seemingly incapable of being apart from her for even a moment, exhibiting withdrawal symptoms akin to a lovesick puppy, on the verge of tears at their separation. Qi Xian naturally took Lu Qinglan's hand and urged her to proceed. Indeed, autumn was the perfect season for foraging for black fungus. As clusters of dark ear-like fungi emerged from the trees, resembling the delicate fringes of a black skirt, Lu Qinglan had previously woven a delicate basket from pliable vines, lining it with a layer of plastic film to address the issue of excessive gaps. Although not particularly sturdy, it was quite suitable for her daily collection of light plants, such as the occasional wood ear mushrooms. As wood ears should not be consumed in large quantities, Qi Xian held little interest in them. He found their texture somewhat slimy, reminiscent of earth, and their flavor rather unpalatable. Consequently, Lu Qinglan only harvested a single wood ear mushroom, mindful not to gather too many, as overindulgence could burden the stomach. As she foraged, she shared insights about the mushroom's consumption with Qi Xian, who listened attentively while assisting her in gathering them, occasionally inquiring about the best methods to prepare them. If only we had some yam, she mused. Wood ear mushrooms stir-fried with yam would be delightful. Even a simple stir-fry would suffice. Yam? What does it look like? I shall seek it out, he replied. Lu Qinglan shook her head. I have never encountered wild yam. All we have in our region are those cultivated under careful human intervention, presenting a more aesthetically pleasing appearance. However, they remarkably resemble tree roots, with a delicate skin that, upon contact with the juice, can cause redness and itching on the skin. I am aware that a beast man inadvertently consumed such a root, and the shaman took the time to teach us how to identify it. Qi Xian appeared somewhat resistant to the notion. I recall that poor beast man who bit into the yam, only to have his mouth ring turn crimson, and he rolled on the ground in agony until Sun arrived to remedy his condition. He was then weakly carried back by several beast men. That scene was utterly terrifying and could easily haunt him psychologically. Is this truly edible? Lu Qinglan observed the typically composed and serious Qi Xian displaying such a peculiar demeanor, feeling a sense of intrigue that almost brought a smile to her lips. Indeed, the flavor was quite delightful. She comprehended her senior's helplessness prior to achieving peace. Any infrastructure development was but a castle in the air. It was imperative to first foster unity and tranquility before embarking on such advancements. The fact that they could teach the orcs how to produce salt amidst their busy schedules was already a remarkable feat, let alone delving into the intricacies of individual dishes. Qi Xian remained noncommittal as he unconditionally fulfilled all of his partner's harmless requests. The location of the yam was in close proximity to where they harvested mushrooms, and due to the priest's teachings, there were few orcs engaged in yam gathering. She swiftly located 2 robust yams and, utilizing Qi Xian's bow, extracted them from the earth. Lu Qinglan contentedly placed the yam into the basket, while Qi Xian cast a conflicted glance at the arrowhead, now smeared with yam juice. Filled with disdain. Ever since Lu Qinglan's arrival, the opportunities for him to wield his bow and arrow for their intended purpose had dwindled. He found himself either spearfishing, scaling fish, or foraging for mushrooms and yams. Lu Qinglan felt a twinge of guilt, clearing her throat twice. Once I locate the iron ore, we shall forge iron into sickles, rendering the use of bows and arrows unnecessary. It matters not. If it proves beneficial to you, that is commendable. Qi Xian immediately clarified that his only disdain was for the sap that caused the skin to itch. Lu Qinglan smiled gently, engaging him in a conversation about her past life with her grandparents. When we return, I shall take you to meet my grandparents. They will surely adore you. Qi Xian, however, grew anxious. But I know nothing. What should I bring? Do not fret. You are my chosen partner, and if they love me, they will undoubtedly cherish you as well. Lu Qinglan's smile radiated warmth. She imagined how delighted her grandparents would be to learn of her beloved, preparing a feast and celebration. Even in their absence, their joy for her would remain unwavering. With a hint of moisture in her eyes, Lu Qinglan skillfully redirected the conversation. She preferred to keep her family matters private, often glossing over them with vague references. Yet, she cherished recounting the tenderness of her grandparents, weaving her memories with a subtle elegance that made it seem as though they had never departed. As evening descended, they returned to their abode. Qi Xian had perfected the art of grilling fish, while stir-frying remained Lu Qinglan's forte. She added a splash of pomegranate juice to the dish, and the yam sautéed with mushrooms bore a hint of sweetness. Unfortunately, the efficiency of extracting oil from soybeans was dismally low, lacking the proper tools. And with Qi Xian's bow and arrows unsuitable for the task, she sought assistance from other orcs to yield a meager amount. The creation of a grinding and juicing tool became an urgent necessity. She felt as though she were being pulled in two directions, her busyness leaving her no time to rest. Encouraged by her enthusiastic recommendation, Qi Xian, steeling himself as though facing certain death, sampled the tender yam and was pleasantly surprised by its delectable flavor. He vowed that aside from the dandelion mushrooms, the yam sautéed with mushrooms had become his second favorite dish. How could his partner be so remarkably intelligent and talented, transforming every herb into an exquisite culinary delight? The following day, they rose early with the intention of foraging for mushrooms. This time, she planned to gather an ample supply for drying. Upon reaching the misty woods, they unexpectedly encountered Lingwei, whom they had not seen in ages. She regarded them with a disdainful huff, rolled her eyes, and turned away to follow her mother into the forest. Lu Qinglan suddenly realized how extraordinarily busy she had been these days, spinning like a top and entirely forgetting about the matters concerning Lingwei and Qi Xian. Noticing her preoccupation, she gently grasped Qi Xuan's hand and inquired, "Have you clarified things with Lingwei?" With an expression of sincerity, Qi Xian replied, "In your absence, how could I possibly approach another female alone? You've been occupied lately, so I intend to wait until you have some free time to accompany me in explaining the situation to her." Lu Qinglan felt a pang of anxiety, questioning the necessity of adhering so strictly to traditional masculine virtues. Were they truly safe venturing into the forest? Hadn't she heard tales of the myriad dangers lurking within? Her concern lingered. Observing the outer perimeter of the woods, she noted the absence of threats. At most, there might be a fox or a weasel. Furthermore, both Lingwei and her mother were formidable warrior beast folk. As long as they steered clear of the inner depths, there was little to fear. Lu Qinglan looked at him with amusement, noting the absence of danger in the outer circle, yet he still insisted on following her. Qi Xian maintained a composed demeanor, confidently asserting, "I am well acquainted with the forest." "All right, today you must apologize to Lingwei and clarify everything," she said. Understanding the underlying tension caused by Qi Xian's initial misdeed, Lu Qinglan chose not to confront it directly. Instead, she gave him a gentle push and entered the forest first. Qi Xian smiled softly, his eyes filled with warmth as he followed her. Chapter 10. Apology 2. Upon entering the forest, she immediately spotted clusters of mushrooms peeking through the foliage, pointing to a few seemingly ordinary white mushrooms. She recounted her past experiences to Qi Xian. "Every summer, my grandparents would take me up the mountain to gather mushrooms. There were several occasions when I picked poisonous ones. But my grandparents, fearing I would be upset, would secretly discard them while I was unaware, adding extra seasonings during cooking to enhance the mushroom's vibrant colors. On one such occasion, I once again harvested toxic mushrooms without their notice. Fortunately, the toxicity was mild. After a couple of days, I recovered, but the fright lingered with me." Qi Xian, observing the faint redness in her eyes, reached out to take her hand, gently pulling her into his embrace. Lu Qinglan looked up and smiled at him. After that, I also learned to distinguish various mushrooms and never made a mistake again. You see, just like these, they appear ordinary, yet they can harden one's body after consumption. She plucked them and buried them in the soil, while Qi Xian imitated her actions, together destroying the caps. Ling Yue and her mother also came to gather mushrooms. Having heard that Lu Qinglan's previous dish of buttered mushrooms at the nursery was exceptionally delicious, they felt tempted and wished to give it a try. Lu Qinglan and her companion gathered an abundance of mushrooms, filling the large vacuum-sealed bag she had brought. Ling Yue's mother, intrigued by the transparent bags, inquired about their origin. Noting their impressive capacity, Ling Yue huffed in annoyance, refusing to direct her gaze towards them. Her mother could only offer an apologetic smile. "Auntie, this is a craft from my tribe, though I've forgotten how to make it," Lu Qinglan replied. Amnesia served as a convenient excuse, a ruse to deflect any inquiries. Ling Yue's mother sighed regretfully and shifted the conversation to how to prepare wild vegetables mixed with mushrooms. Ling Yue, exasperated, tugged at her mother's arm, urging her not to converse with her rival, Lu Qinglan. Observing Ling Yue's evident discomfort regarding her and Qi Xian, Lu Qinglan grew concerned that Ling Yue might avoid them henceforth. Prompting her to call out, "Ling Yue, could you come to our house for a moment? You left something behind last time, and I wish to return it." Ling Yue regarded her with suspicion, frowning. "What is it?" The inquiry momentarily caught Lu Qinglan off guard, as it was merely a pretext. However, her mother discerned the underlying truth and nudged Ling Yue. "You're always so hasty and carefree. You can't expect Qinglan to make a special trip just to return something you lost. Fine, go retrieve your item. I'll try the wild vegetable and mushroom dish Qinglan taught me," Ling Yue's mother declared decisively before departing. Stunned, Ling Yue watched her mother flee, bewildered. Had she truly forgotten something? As she pondered this, Lu Qinglan called out to her, stepping several meters away to allow Qi Xian space to apologize. Ling Yue, taken aback by this gesture, instinctively stepped back, conjuring a large hammer, her demeanor fierce yet fragile. "Hey, Qi Xian, I haven't harmed Lu Qinglan. Moreover, males shouldn't strike females, if you seek revenge. It's not appropriate for you to attack me." Qi Xian hesitated, glancing at Lu Qinglan. She gestured with her eyes for him to apologize promptly so they could return home to cook. Reluctantly, Qi Xian mustered the courage to say, "If you hit me once, will that count as my apology?" Huh? Ling Yue felt lost, struggling to comprehend his reasoning. What had he done wrong to her? "You haven't suffered a blow to your head from the beast god, have you?" Qi Xian shook his head, his gaze sincere. "No. Qinglan told me that my previous avoidance of you was a mistake, leading to misunderstandings. Therefore, I should apologize." Ling Yue's expression darkened, her hammer buzzing ominously in her grip. Her tone icy. "Are you pitying me?" Qi Xian shook his head in denial. Ling Yue was baffled as to why she had ever been attracted to him, scoffing, "Fine. I'll strike you a few times, but don't dodge." Lu Qinglan watched as he provoked Ling Yue, and immediately pressed his forehead in despair. Fearing that he would truly exacerbate the situation, he swiftly stepped forward, pushing Qi Xian aside, instructing him to go catch rabbits. Noticing his companion's growing ire, Qi Xian timidly lowered his ears, reluctantly departing after cautioning her to be careful. Ling Yue, wielding a hammer taller than herself, dissipated her aggression with a mocking smile. "Lu Qinglan, are you feeling quite proud of yourself?" Her words elicited a mix of amusement and anger in Lu Qinglan. She crossed her arms, observing the young girl whose eyes brimmed with tears, yet she still feigned ferocity, which softened Lu Qinglan's heart. Ultimately, was it not Qi Xian's inaction that led to this? The refusal to confront, the avoidance of agreement, what was there for her to feel proud of? She reached out to wipe the tears from the girl's face. "From the moment you arrived, you stole away our tribe's strongest warrior. I was planning to wait until I came of age and have my mother propose," Ling Yue said, pushing Lu Qinglan's hand away, brushing her face. "I'm sorry. You love him, but so do I. I refuse to relinquish him to anyone." Her declaration was made with such naturalness, devoid of any hint of concession. Ling Yue then scoffed, "Who loves him? I am the most promising female in the tribe. If I were to seek a partner, it would be the most formidable male. He merely happens to be worthy of me." With that, she appraised Lu Qinglan from head to toe, disdainfully huffing, "You are so frail, lacking even muscle. How will you protect yourself in the face of danger?" This took Lu Qinglan by surprise. Ling Yue's attitude towards males seemed akin to a contest for the most dazzling gem, candid and unabashed. Lu Qinglan could empathize with such feelings. It was akin to a child climbing to the pinnacle, only to be thwarted at the moment of grasping the greatest reward by an unexpected arrival. Such an occurrence would breed discontent in anyone, let alone for Lingwei, who had been hailed as the most formidable female orc since childhood. Apologies, my perspective was indeed narrow. Lu Qinglan gracefully accepted this, promptly offering her sincere apologies. Ling Yue's demeanor softened slightly. What irked her was his attitude, as if he were indispensable to her. Moreover, it wasn't his own volition that prompted the apology, but rather a request from another. I shall apologize on his behalf. I implore the esteemed Lingwei to show him leniency. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qinglan joined her hands in prayer and bowed slightly. Ling Yue pouted, conceding, I, an exceptional female, shall not stoop to quarrel with a foolish male. Indeed. Indeed, Lu Qinglan replied with a smile, echoing her sentiment. Lingwei cast her a sidelong glance, feeling somewhat manipulated, and retorted, do not smile. Lu Qinglan immediately pressed her lips together, attempting to feign restraint. I do not harbor any fondness for you either, you frail and ineffectual female, lacking both strength and capability. I am curious to see how you will endure the winter and fend off the beasts, given that only Qi Xian is willing to sustain you. Liang Yue, I am not inept. I may be weak, but I am not powerless. Lu Qinglan's smile faded as her gaze burned intensely upon her. I shall prove my worth. I am not inferior to anyone. Seeing her demeanor, Liang Yue realized that her previous words had struck a nerve, yet her pride prevented her from conceding. She could only huff in response. Lu Qinglan took 2 steps forward, noticing that she remained in place. With a light chuckle, she urged, come on. Aren't you here to retrieve what you left behind? Come to my home. I shall prepare a meal for you. Who desires your culinary offerings? Despite her retort, Ling Yue's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she sincerely followed. Lu Qinglan, remember this. I am accompanying you solely for your protection. You owe me a favor. Very well. I shall prepare extra dishes, and you may indulge, Lu Qinglan responded. Lu Qinglan. Chapter 11. Animal husbandry. By the time Lu Qinglan finished sons.The, the shepherd's purse with mushrooms and stir-frying the yam with black fungus, Qi Xian had just returned. He was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ling Yue, obediently seated at the table, diligently preparing ingredients for her partner. Lu Qinglan remained utterly unconcerned, waving her hand dismissively at him. Qi Xian held 4 rabbits and a mountain chicken in his grasp. The mountain chicken's long tail feathers trailed upon the ground, a dull gray hue. The little rabbits dangled limply, their ears pinched, feigning death. Ling Yue gazed in astonishment, pondering how such a meager catch could suffice for sustenance. Both she and Qi Xian were vegetarians, thus the meat was evidently intended for Lu Qinglan. Although she abstained from flesh, several carnivorous beastmen within her tribe would consider a meal incomplete without devouring 2 wild boars. With a sympathetic expression, Ling Yue scrutinized Lu Qinglan's slight frame, murmuring, with such little food, it's no wonder you're so thin. It is not merely about the food. It is about the nurturing, Lu Qinglan replied as she accepted the rabbits. Tossing them into the makeshift livestock pen, she directed Qi Xian to clip the wing feathers of the mountain chicken, then secured its legs and neck with supple, slender vines. Oh, how unsightly, Ling Yue remarked disdainfully. If you wish to eat, you could simply ask Qi Xian to hunt for you. Raising them is such a hassle. Lu Qinglan shook her head, expressing that hunting posed the true challenge, while rearing was a far simpler task. Ling Yue shrugged her shoulders. Once finished, Lu Qinglan placed the mountain chicken into a vine-woven cage to acclimate to its surroundings, effectively isolating it from the rabbits. Qi Xian gently dabbed her hands with a soft disposable towel, cleansing the soil from her skin. Once her hands were clean, Lu Qinglan used the towel to wipe away the dust on Qi Xuan's face, ensuring there were no injuries. Ling Yue, at a loss for words, averted her gaze in disbelief. Observing their familiarity, she noted their bond was more intimate than that of her own parents. With guests arriving today, Lu Qinglan prepared a vibrant red yam and wild vegetable soup, accompanied by roasted mushroom slices. The soup, adorned with green leafy vegetables, was both refreshing and visually appealing. The mushrooms, roasted to perfection, oozed with rich juices, their aromatic essence wafting through the air. Though lacking in seasoning, their inherent flavor more than compensated. Clearly unaccustomed to such delectable fare, Ling Yue was used to consuming food that was simply prepared, lacking the finesse of sons.ing, boiling, or roasting. She devoured nearly the entire spread. In the beast realm, the appetites of the beastmen were comparably large, with females often consuming multiple meals to bolster their strength. Lu Qinglan endeavored to keep pace, yet she could not match their eating speed and reluctantly conceded defeat. After the meal, Ling Wei caressed her belly, letting out a satisfied sigh, declaring how full she felt. Following this, she awkwardly turned to Lu Qinglan, complimenting her culinary skills. Lu Qinglan smiled gently as she retrieved a garment bag from her suitcase. "This is for you. You can use it for mushroom picking in the future." "Thank you," Ling Wei replied, accepting the delicate bag that felt as light as a cicada's wing. Perfectly suited for travel. A tinge of embarrassment washed over her as she reflected on her prior hostility towards Lu Qinglan. Her mother had urged her to reconsider, suggesting that she should not engage in conflict with her sisters over a mere male. "If you wish to enter the silent forest in the future, I can accompany you. Just come to my home and seek me out." Ling Wei was not one to stubbornly cling to her mistakes. She was open-hearted and gracious, awkwardly extending an olive branch to Lu Qinglan for her past behavior. "Sure, thank you." Lu Qinglan could naturally comprehend the underlying meaning, her smile revealing a touch of sincerity. Once Ling Wei departed, Qi Xian tidied up the surroundings and entered the room. "I apologize," he said, as he assisted Lu Qinglan in massaging her back. Lu Qinglan, with a gentle smile, nestled into his embrace and playfully pinched his fingers. "Indeed, you are rather oblivious. But perhaps it is my rigid thinking to have considered Ling Yue in such a manner. However, fostering a good relationship with Ling Yue can only yield benefits for us." Having been a professional navigating the complexities of society for 3 years, she understood well that there are no eternal enemies. If she could cultivate a friendship with the most exceptional female of this tribe, it would undoubtedly bring forth additional hidden advantages. Although Qi Xian did not fully comprehend her reasoning, he nodded in agreement. He recognized that Lu Qinglan possessed a greater understanding than he did, and thus, he resolutely adhered to her wishes. "Shall I wash your clothes tomorrow, or do you need a change today?" Lu Qinglan pondered for a moment and nodded. "Is there enough soap?" "Yes, we have sufficient supplies. There is no need for a change at the gathering. Here, many resources are self-sustaining. The soap pod trees flourish abundantly, providing ample pods for soap making during the autumn harvest. Although they may cause slight damage to fabrics, they still manage to cleanse effectively." Qi Xian also incorporates aromatic leaves during the washing process, imparting a delightful fragrance of grass to her garments. This practice is a lesson imparted by the elder orcs, who believe that soap made from these pods brings good fortune after cleansing animal hides. It may seem a touch superstitious, yet it proves beneficial, enhancing the hygiene standards among the orc community. Upon visiting the market, I contemplated what else could be exchanged beyond salt. Are there sufficient herbs? She also wished to barter for wheat and rice to craft homemade liquor during the winter, to be used as a seasoning. "Yes, we have enough. If you require anything else, just let me know, and I shall prepare more." Lu Qinglan reached out to caress his brows and eyes. "Why do you never refuse me? Every time I ask, you agree, even if it means striving to find a way for me." Qi Xian nuzzled her hand. "Your presence here is already quite a burden. I often observe you, troubled by the absence of something. If I were to refuse, how could I prove my affections and earn your trust to walk this path with me?" "You fool." Lu Qinglan's eyes glistened with warmth. "I am not foolish," he retorted. "To treat one's beloved well and fulfill their wishes is not foolish at all. Then I shall desire the stars from the sky. Will you pluck them for me?" Lu Qinglan turned her body, embracing his waist and burying her face in his embrace. "I cannot reach them." Qi Xian held her close, lowering his head, his hair cascading onto her shoulder. "Yet, it is said that within the inner sanctum of the capital city lies a gem more radiant than the stars. If one can conquer the 12 valiant warriors of the capital, it shall be theirs. This year, I will endeavor to retrieve it for you." He gestured to indicate the size of the legendary gem. Lu Qinglan grasped his face, bemused by his serious demeanor. "You must not go. How can you not understand? It was merely a jest. You need only indulge me." "No, I refuse to placate you. If I always comfort you without fulfilling my promises, would not my words become mere fabrications?" This caught Lu Qinglan off guard, and for a moment, she found herself unable to counter, tightening her embrace around his waist. "You are always so earnest. It makes you vulnerable." Qi Xian stroked her long hair. Lu Qinglan was meticulous about her personal hygiene, bathing and washing her hair daily, leaving her hair imbued with the scent of shampoo. "How do you manage to remain so pristine every day?" To win her favor, he would always make a point to tidy his disheveled hair by the riverside before returning home, even washing away the sweat from his body. Yet he felt he could never match her cleanliness. In a bid to evoke her sympathy, he would smear a bit of mud on his face, striving to achieve a look that was both tousled and beautiful. "With you, I shall never find myself at a disadvantage." Lu Qinglan lifted her head, resting her hand on his shoulder, her crimson lips brushing against him. Silly, I am the type who deceives naive souls like you. I have only been deceived by you. Qi Xian ceased to argue, submitting to her affection. In his half-closed eyes, she saw her reflection, her chestnut-hued irises, her fair visage the sole brightness amidst the surrounding gloom. It was as if she were the only treasure in the dimness, illuminating the darkness that enveloped his soul. Only her, and only her gaze mattered. The moonlight was exceptionally beautiful that night, cascading through the crevices of stone, gliding down upon Qi Xian's long eyelashes, casting fragments of shimmering jade upon his eyes, glistening like rippling water. With just a glance, she found herself ensnared in the beauty of Qi Xian's eyes, those that looked solely upon her. Her inherent flaw regarding intimate emotions was embraced within his gaze. They resembled vines growing upon a precipice, entwined and supporting one another, managing to connect, however faintly, with the soil of reality. In this unfamiliar world, it was only Qi Xian who offered her a sense of tranquility, grounding her, assuring her that she was not merely adrift in a dream, but capable of forging connections with others in the realm of the tangible. The following day, rejuvenated, Lu Qinglan awoke to find Qi Xian had prepared warm water and grilled fish. Are we to catch more domesticated animals today? She recalled mentioning to him the previous day. Indeed, I plan to set traps in some hidden spots to see if we can capture wild boars. The thought of delicious pork made her swallow hard. If you wish for it, I shall hunt. There is an old saying in our region, first the boar, then the leopard, and finally the tiger, indicating that a frenzied boar is more challenging to subdue than either a tiger or leopard. I believe it may be simpler for you to kill a boar alone, but capturing one alive might present some difficulties. I intend to raise the pig from a young age, as the meat is tender, and male pigs must be castrated early. Otherwise, the meat will turn sour. Qi Xian regarded her gentle, smiling face, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. Perhaps it would be best if I took care of the boar. Lu Qinglan felt no sense of wrongdoing and continued, articulating that this was a matter of probability. If they could encounter wild boars and drive them into the traps, it would save a considerable amount of effort. However, should that not occur, the traps would not remain idle. Any animals that might fall in the future could still be collected for sustenance. It is essential to make some conspicuous markings, for otherwise, an accidental injury to a person would be disastrous. Very well. After finishing her meal, Lu Qinglan visited the livestock area to check on the rabbits and chickens. Remarkably, the mountain chickens remained quite composed and had laid 2 eggs. How splendid! Fresh eggs at last. Lu Qinglan beamed with delight as she rolled the egg towards herself with a small stick, its surface adorned with delicate patterns, distinct from the smooth eggs cultivated in reality. She tenderly placed it into a woven basket, covering it with animal hide. We should capture another male mountain chicken. This way, we can ensure the hatching of chicks. She envisioned the creation of an egg-producing perpetual motion machine. After all, a single hen could only produce a limited number of eggs. If it could give birth to more hens, the yield of eggs would increase, and the roosters could be used for a savory chicken soup. Qi Xian gazed at her sparkling eyes, his expression gentle and affectionate. Lu Qinglan acted decisively, immediately grasping Qi Xian's hand and leading him into the forest. The wild boars were congregating in the central area, so make sure to stay close to me and do not stray too far. If necessary, I will escort you back before resuming the hunt. Qi Xian expressed his concerns. Understood. How could it be otherwise? Chapter 12. The wild boar upon entering the silent glade. She held Qi Xian's arrow as they excavated several pits, each approximately a meter deep and more than a foot wide. At the bottom of the pits, she inserted sharpened wooden stakes, coated with a paralytic herbal concoction. She then adorned the trees with intertwining vines, which she controlled with a string in her hand. A simple tug would ensnare any beast. Now, could you kindly search for any wild boars and lure them here? Qi Xian hesitated. Should I escort you back first? How much time would that consume? Lu Qinglan shook her head, beckoning Qi Xian to approach. Once he drew near, she grasped the beast-tooth necklace around his neck, urging him closer, and tenderly pressed her lips to his in a soothing kiss. I will climb the tree. Nothing will happen to me. Qi Xian, somewhat exasperated, replied, Qinglan, you cannot always soothe me this way. Each time, whenever a concern arose, she would employ a kiss to elicit his acquiescence. Oh, this little simpleton even dares to reprimand her now. Lu Qinglan raised an eyebrow, letting out a gentle laugh, and took a few more bites. Is one not enough? Then let me have several. Qi Xian, wearied by her persistence, lost his temper, his erect ears quivered several times, and his tail swayed from side to side. "Don't descend the tree. Wait for my return." With that, Qinglan crouched down, beckoning her to step upon him. A melodious voice from Lu Qinglan reached him. "I understand." "Xian." She leaned against the rough, ancient wood, stepping onto Qinglan's broad shoulder. His towering height allowed her to easily reach a branch with her outstretched hand. Perched upon the limb, she waved at him, her eyes crescent-shaped and filled with mirth, her long hair tied back in a ponytail. Sitting aloft, she smiled at him as if issuing commands to a loyal minister. "Xian, give it your all." Despite his lingering concerns, Qinglan recognized that his swift return was essential for ensuring Qinglan's safety. Resolutely, he transformed back into his beast form, his nostrils flaring as he caught a scent and dashed off in a determined direction. Lu Qinglan gazed down, swinging her legs. The food supply had resolved much of her concerns. She reluctantly restricted herself to just 1 or 2 of the vibrant red fruits each day, preserving the remainder for Qinglan to be utilized in brewing during the winter as a seasoning. After consulting with Qinglan, she learned that the market could provide salt and wheat rice, but she needed to devise a plan for sugar, ideally seeking out sugarcane. Next on her agenda were iron tools. She noted that the inhabitants of this beastly realm were excessively reliant on their supernatural abilities, which had stunted the development of their iron industry. Their tools were primarily rudimentary combinations of stone and wood, with the stones not sharpened to any considerable degree, rendering them inferior to their spiritual weaponry. The process of smelting iron necessitated high temperatures. However, the flames currently exposed to the air failed to reach the melting point of iron. Additionally, she yearned for proper vessels. She preferred using authentic bowls over those crafted from stone or wood. Various containers of differing sizes were required, with ceramics and bronze being her top priorities. Fortunately, her previous interest in construction literature had equipped her with an understanding of the crafting methods involved. Suddenly, a sound of leaves rustling reached her ears, subtle yet strikingly clear in this relatively tranquil environment. What was that sound? Lu Qinglan glanced towards the base of the tree, where nothing lay beneath. Only the faint whisper of the wind rustled through the leaves. Was she merely being overly sensitive? Lu Qinglan, filled with lingering dread, clung to the tree trunk, drawing her legs up. Yet, the murmuring sound persisted, subtle and faint, but upon closer listening, it evoked a sense of unease. Lu Qinglan immediately slowed her breathing, pressing against the tree trunk, allowing the verdant leaves to shroud her form. A white snake dangled down, locking eyes with her, flicking its tongue and hissing incessantly. The sound of slithering rustled against her calf as the frigid creature coiled its way up her leg. The white serpent before her was as thick as her arm, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it a python. Lu Qinglan's body was evidently rigid. Her pupils dilated, her breath stilled, and her mouth was frantically secreting saliva, yet she dared not swallow. Merely gazing in terror at the intricate and beautiful scales of the serpent, she gradually lowered her eyelids, striving to avoid provoking it with her gaze. The snake upon her leg had already slithered up to her back, its hissing sound growing increasingly distinct. A layer of goosebumps emerged on Lu Qinglan's skin, and cold sweat streamed down her face. Xian, she was on the verge of tears, lamenting her unfortunate fate. On her very first separation from Qinglan, she encountered not 1, but 2 snakes. Was it not said that wild snakes rarely provoke humans? Why were these ones so audacious? Moreover, having lived with Qinglan for such an extended period, she should have been imbued with the scent of a male beast man. Shouldn't the local fauna be intimidated? Once she extricated herself from this predicament, she vowed to boil 3 large pots of water to eradicate these serpents. Should they dare to harm her now, she would undoubtedly seize one and bite its head off. After all, while humans typically strive to evade injury when confronted by wild beasts, an injury could awaken their primal ferocity. It was the fearful nature of the diminutive upright ape that made them so formidable. Observing her tremble uncontrollably, the white python retracted its body. "Do not be afraid." Lu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was happening? Had she truly heard that correctly? She swallowed hard and tentatively spoke. "Are you orcs?" "I thought you would have discerned that already," the white serpent replied, its tail coiling around a branch and allowing itself to hang down gracefully. "Are you not afraid of being sent to the beast god temple to face the beast god's wrath?" Lu Qinglan exclaimed, her anger palpable. "My sincerest apologies." The white serpent's voice was ethereal, akin to the sound of jade beads falling upon a plate. "We have only just reached adulthood and lack the restraint one might expect. We shall repent for our indiscretion before the beast god and accept the consequences of our actions." Lu Qinglan finally dared to sit up and shifted backward. She discerned that the tail of the white snake coiled around was that of a green snake, characterized by its triangular head and yellow eyes. A bamboo leaf green. It seemed she had encountered by Sujin and Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was still struggling to crawl towards her, her snake head swaying as if inebriated. "Where's your partner?" The white snake inquired, pinning the green snake, which bit into the body of the white snake. However, due to the hardness of its scales, it failed to penetrate. "Not your partner. This is the territory of the Baishu tribe." She observed them warily, gripping the vine in her hand, prepared to leap down at any moment. "Do not be alarmed. We have come to visit the Baishu tribe with our mother. We seek assistance regarding certain matters." The white snake coiled its tail around a branch, its body slightly twisting into an S shape. "Where's your partner?" "Your menstruation period has arrived. You should remain at home for a while." "What menstruation?" Qinglan then felt a dull ache in her lower abdomen. Her period was akin to a bruise. One could hardly tell where the injury had occurred without pressing down. The white snake restrained the writhing green snake. "I am called Jiaoyu, and this is my younger brother Songzhu. We will help you find your partner, shall we?" "No need. He should be returning soon." Just as she spoke, the sound of a wild boar's piercing cry echoed from a distance, causing Qinglan's eyes to brighten. He was coming. Chapter 13. The Tianshui snake clan. The sound of a wild boar's high-pitched cry emerged from one direction, causing Qinglan's eyes to light up. He was here. The resounding noise of crashing trees filled the air, dust swirling as a shaggy wild boar burst forth. 2 arrows embedded in its side. Upon closer inspection, there were over a dozen puncture wounds, a testament to the unique weaponry of the Qixuan. Following closely were several smaller wild boars, seemingly unscathed, yet in a frenzy due to their mother being driven here. They scurried about like headless flies. The disheveled wild boar charged recklessly, plunging directly into her trap, its foot caught in a small pit, impaled by the protruding wooden spikes. It shrieked in agony, a deafening cacophony, attempting to roll and escape. However, Qinglan grasped the vine and pulled with all her might, causing a vast net of vines to descend. The more the wild boar struggled, the tighter the net constricted, forcing it to emit continuous cries of despair. An arrow from Qixuan pierced the boar's hide, bringing an end to its life. Aotian. Upon seeing him rushing towards her, Qinglan firmly grasped the vine and leaped down from the branch, landing securely in Qixuan's embrace. He transformed into his half-beast form, his proud nose sniffing the air. "Your menstruation period has arrived," he noted, exhibiting a hint of restlessness as the hidden horn upon his head emerged. Qinglan touched his pants, sensing that nothing had yet leaked through, rendering it inconsequential. On the first day, there was little to do. He would first take the pig back. Qixuan's tail flicked restlessly, as if there lingered an unfamiliar masculine scent upon him. 2 snakes descended from the tree, their white forms shifting into human shapes. Yet remnants of scales remained on their faces, their eyes possessing vertical pupils. Their appearance was beguiling, exuding an air of delicate fragility akin to a willow swaying in the wind, their soft fur seeming almost insubstantial. Their lips, pale yet exquisitely shaped, complemented long, thick eyelashes that rendered their gazes somewhat hesitant, as if they might cough delicately into their palms at any moment. A green snake coiled around his neck, resembling a finely crafted collar. Qixuan shielded Qinglan behind him, aiming his bow and arrow at the intruders. They were from the Tianshui snake clan. A few days prior, the clan leader had conferred with the priest regarding the acceptance of the Tianshui snake clan's request for temporary refuge within their tribe. Their clan resided on the opposite side of the Silent Gaze forest, in Tianshui, aptly named for the waterfall cascading from the 1,000-foot cliff, a spectacle of celestial white mist. The Tianshui snake clan was known for their affinity with water, reputedly possessing the bloodline of the fabled Fae, despite being a clan symbolizing drought. They were displaced by a deluge that inundated their habitat, and it was said that several recently laid eggs had not been relocated in time. They beseeched for the transient acceptance of their encampment nearby, promising to work in exchange and allowing their males to mate with the females of the Lu clan, thus providing future combatants for the tribe. Such an arrangement was rare. Most tribes preferred to ally through unions with clans of similar nature. A male straying to mate with females of other clans would be considered a betrayal of his own. To follow the honorable path, one must repay the years of sustenance spent by his tribe, obtaining the consent of his parents and the priest before departing. Alternatively, in the event of destruction of their homeland, the priest and clan leader might consent to view males as a form of manpower, permitting interactions with other tribes. After careful contemplation, both the priest and the clan leader agreed. With the days counted, the arrival of the Tianshui snake clan was imminent. Have they offended you? Qi Xian's expression was icy. Jiao Yu bowed to him. We shall accept punishment at the divine beast temple. This was an implicit acknowledgement. Qi Xian's discerning gaze swept over them, a scoff escaping his lips. To be grown yet unable to control yourselves? How shameful. Jiao Yu grasped the writhing green snake by its 7th inch, her eyes shimmering with unspoken grievances, her voice melodious and clear, resembling a frail concubine beleaguered by the primary wife. An undercurrent of tension simmered beneath the surface. Lu Qinglan had already ensnared the startled little pig within a tangle of vines, her mind solely focused on the construction at hand. Xian, I lack the strength. Come and help me carry it back. She cast a glance at the two standing idly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Was this a competition? Could they not assist her in completing her task before engaging in rivalry? Their eyes were devoid of purpose. Upon hearing Lu Qinglan's call, Qi Xian withdrew his gaze, akin to a victorious warrior, and let out a soft huff. Look, she called for me. I am her first choice. Jiao Yu gave them a gentle nod. I have some matters to attend to. I shall seek sister's forgiveness later. With that, he took hold of the green serpent and departed. On the opposite cliff of Silent Glade, a priestess clad in a gauzy skirt gazed into the distance, peering towards the direction of the heavenly waters. Mother. Jiao Yu lowered his head, standing respectfully beside her. The Serpent Clan priestess, Ran, was a magnificent red snake, her beauty unmatched. Unlike the tightly wrapped priestesses of the Shou clan, she donned delicate silk garments adorned with exquisite gemstones, her face obscured by a white tassel mask. Have you seen her? Her voice was hoarse, reminiscent of an elderly woman in her 60s or 70s. To divine the future, she had expended an excessive amount of spiritual energy, forcibly attempting to foretell what lay ahead, which had taken a toll on her own life. Jiao Yu nodded, having seen her, though she appeared unchanged. Unchanged. Ran pondered these words, suddenly recalling the 4 beast gods encountered by her ancestors 4 centuries ago. The memories of the Serpent Clan priestesses were inherited through generations, especially concerning the goddess. Those 4 women had seemed utterly ordinary, or even frilier. Aside from the warrior goddess, the other 3 were hardly more formidable than mere beastly maidens. Yet, it was these seemingly unremarkable figures who ascended to divine status, becoming the faith of countless beasts. Ran chuckled softly, I shan't live much longer. Li Xian shall succeed me. Mother, she mused, my body knows its own condition. Mere words of comfort will not restore my health. Her fingertips coalesced with spiritual energy. I only saw her. With a wave of her hand, Songzhu transformed back into human form. He appeared somewhat bewildered, bearing a resemblance to Jiao Yu. With a gentle countenance and serene demeanor, his lips curling into a smile that reflected the ease of a scholarly recluse. He clearly recalled his own agitation during the estrus period induced by Lu Qinglan, almost akin to intoxication, losing all rationality. Had it not been for his brother's restraint, he might have lost composure. Mother? Ran sighed, contemplating the inherent frailty of these twin souls. After all, it was widely known that snakes bore too. Yet, Songzhu was even weaker than Jiao Yu, lacking the latter's mental fortitude, which explained why he was so profoundly affected by Lu Qinglan. However, there was also a reason for their high compatibility with her. I only saw her, Rand repeated. She had witnessed this female driving the development of the beastly realm, creating numerous convenient inventions, always accompanied by a male from the Shou clan. Therefore, she pondered, if her offspring could follow in her footsteps, and if her tribe could align with her, could that not also be considered an opportunity? Moreover, in accordance with the demeanor of Jiao Yu and Songzhu, their compatibility is remarkably high. Should she not find it distasteful, even a servant would suffice. Chapter 14. Limestone. Jiao Yu turned her gaze towards him, instructing him to take good care of Songzhu. Jiao Yu lowered her eyes and nodded. Songzhu's physique was not as robust as that of the average male. Being somewhat weaker even than him, such a frail male should, by all accounts, have been the least favored by their mother, yet Rand treated him with considerable affection. Go ahead. Old methods need not be discarded if they prove effective. Punishment may serve as a means to draw closer to her. The wind lifted her garments, swirling about like fresh snow, giving the breeze a hue of color. Jiao Yu assisted Songzhu as they departed. Ran extended her hand, and the wind caressed her fingertips softly, kissing them gently. Ren, I am at a loss. I apologize for failing to care for our tribe and our children. Tears streamed down from beneath the mask, crimson lips bled, and she swallowed the warmth. The white veil wiped away the blood at the corners of her mouth. But as she released it, the fabric was whisked away by the wind. Brother, Mother Songzhu's eyes were filled with sorrow. Jiao Yu gestured for silence. We must heed Mother-S words and strive to follow that female. Indeed, we shall obey Mother-S arrangements, for she can foresee the best outcome for them. With this thought, Jiaoyu smiled. Let us go to face the punishment. Songzhu lowered his eyes. A tear fell into his garment. All right. Qi Xian summoned the carnivorous beastmen of the tribe to assist in dismantling the wild boar. He followed Lu Qinglan's instructions, collecting all the meat, with fat nearly overflowing. She intended to render lard from this, using it for herself, while Qi Xian would have vegetable oil. First, they would soak the meat with copious wild greens and salt, allowing the gamey odor to dissipate before commencing the oil rendering. 3 young wild boars were also brought back by Lu Qinglan, placed in the pigsty constructed beside the dwelling. They were to be locked in the opaque enclosure, starved for a few days to temper their spirits. After changing her clothes and washing her undergarments, she returned to inspect the pig pen. Will it be toppled? Lu Qinglan observed the pig pen, crafted with earth as a binding agent, with some concern, even shaking the barriers. After all, wild boars, even the young ones, possess strength far superior to that of rabbits or pheasants. I will come daily to reinforce it, Lu Qinglan observed. Shaking her head, it was insufficient. They would grow, and soon, they would no longer be contained. It was time to prepare cement. Clay, sand, limestone. To manufacture cement using modern techniques was evidently out of the question, as the strength would diminish significantly. Yet, there was no alternative at this moment. Drawing inspiration from the materials used in ancient Roman architecture, volcanic rock containing silicates could be utilized, and clay served as an excellent substitute when sourced locally. Although limestone could also be replaced with shells, the distance from the sea made it impractical to gather them in sufficient quantities. Therefore, the best option was to locate limestone. One of the challenges lay in identification, as she could not possibly test hydrochloric acid by hand. Lu Qinglan irritably scratched the ground with fragments of stone. How does one prepare hydrochloric acid? The conditions are too stringent, rendering purification impossible. At this point, it seems that only acid rain could resolve the issues with the limestone. Qinglan, what troubles you? Qi Xian inquired with concern as he crouched down to observe her. The cement is proving difficult to manufacture. We may have to wait until the gathering to exchange for shells. Alas, just a moment. Lu Qinglan gazed at the shard of stone in her hand. Its surface marked by pale white streaks, a texture both resilient yet distinct from ordinary rock. She stared in disbelief several times. Xian, where did this come from? After a careful examination, Qi Xian pointed towards a distant small rocky hill. If you desire, I shall fetch it for you. Come, lead me to see it first. Lu Qinglan helped him up, cradling his face as she planted several kisses upon it. Xian, you are truly my lucky star. Qi Xian's cheeks flushed crimson as he grasped her hand, pressing it against his cheek. He gently kissed her palm and said, Praise me more, I shall not disappoint you. Lu Qinglan felt her cheeks flush, captivated by his rapid progression in sweet words, the tender warmth of her palm seemingly numbing her entire arm. She awkwardly nudged Qi Xian, suggesting they first seek out stones. All right. This was a rocky expanse littered with large boulders, where most beastmen came to gather materials for constructing their homes. The vegetation was sparse, appearing rather jarring amidst the vast greenery. Qi Xian conferred with a beastman engaged in mining, settling on compensation and extraction quantities. He glanced at Lu Qinglan, who was assessing the texture of a stone, and congratulated Qi Xian. Congratulations, our tribe may soon welcome little beastmen. Qi Xian shook his head, stating she still needed to return home and had no intentions of having children. I cannot hinder her progress. My selfish desires must not obstruct her. This took the beastman by surprise, yet he respected his choice. You should begin stockpiling provisions for the tribe soon. I will, Qi Xian affirmed. And the robust beastman patted his shoulder. You two can head back. I will deliver it later. Qi Xian expressed his gratitude. Big brother, please make it a bit smaller. Thank you. Lu Qinglan tucked a fist-sized stone into her pocket, smiling as she gestured. It's better to have larger stones for building, otherwise stacking them would be quite a hassle. Useful, she ambiguously replied. Very well, if that is your request, so be it. The beastman, seeing Qi Xian's determination, shrugged and resumed mining. Qi Xian transformed into his beast form, allowing her to ride. Is this the raw material you desire for cement? Yes, but to be honest, I'm uncertain if it will succeed. You can do it. Everything you wish to accomplish has never failed. Qi Xian gazed at her with a blind admiration, as if through a filter. I haven't done much. Lu Qinglan felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that for the most part, she merely instructed Qi Xian, who executed her wishes. You have essentially done everything. Qi Xian paused, tilting his head to look at her. But each idea was yours. He seemed unsure how to comfort her, stating matter-of-factly, "A home must have a wise beast man. If female, she becomes the pivotal center of the household. If male, he will be the core figure aside from the female." His eyes were striking, with thick lashes brushing against one another. "You are my anchor, my center." Lu Qinglan was suddenly shaken. After her grandparents passed away, she became acutely aware of her status as an unanticipated child, perceived by her parents as a disreputable remnant of their past. Yet, they were the ones who brought her into this world. Why did they not love her? Eventually, she came to understand that regardless of her parents' feelings towards her, she must learn to love herself and relish her own existence. However, it was impossible to be entirely unaffected when someone loved her unconditionally. She felt a disorienting sense of dreaminess. Yet, she did not wish to delve into the reasons behind it. She only wanted to indulge in that moment. The fleeting joy could anesthetize her past pain. Even if the feelings faded later, she would relish the present. For if she failed to seize the sweetness bestowed upon her by others, including her grandparents, her life would be reduced to the anguish of her parents' rejection during her youth. "I will not disappoint you," Lu Qinglan murmured, burying her face in his mane, tears blurring her vision. "You have never let me down. I will always believe in you." And it was all right. If this stone did not meet the requirements, there was an entire mountain of, or to choose from. Those fragments, we can mix them with the soil to reinforce the wild boar pin. Came the gentle voice of Qi, like a soft breeze on a spring day, caressing her tightly closed heart and soothing her racing pulse. In that tender, dreamlike tone, Lu Qinglan peacefully drifted off to sleep on his back. Qi endeavored to maintain a steady pace, ensuring she could rest comfortably. Beneath the setting sun, their hair intertwined, the gentle wind draping them in the orange-hued afterglow. Chapter 15. The request. After enduring their punishment, Jiao Yu and Song Zhu supported each other as they approached Ran. Jiao Yu bore numerous wounds, his beast's skin stained with still fresh blood. Song Zhu appeared unscathed, yet he had endured excruciating pain, barely clinging to consciousness. Observing their pale faces, Ran's expression turned somber. "Rest for a moment. We must see Priest Wen Ling immediately." She used a white cloth to wipe away the blood and dirt from their hands, tidying their hair to accentuate their features. Jiao Yu, resembling a fragile willow swaying in the wind, possessed a pair of light red eyes glistening like autumn waters. Song Zhu exuded a warm elegance, his demeanor effortless, embodying the grace of a true gentleman in every movement. The beauty of their suffering resonated deeply, striking chords in the hearts of others. After a few satisfied glances around, Ran led them towards the dwelling of the Shu clan's priest. Soon, the sleeping Lu Qinglan was stirred awake by noises outside the door. She felt the warmth of the beast's skin and furrowed her brow in confusion. Outside, muffled voices could be heard. "Qi, once Qinglan wakes, you should ask her. Brother Qi, we feel remorse for our past actions. I apologize for my child's rudeness. But now no females are willing to accept them. Even if they remain as slaves or servants, we bear no grievances." Why did that sentiment sound so familiar? If Qi were aware of a contemporary artist's performance, she would likely exclaim, "These are my lines." Outside, Qi furrowed her brow as she observed the two frail brothers, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. They appeared woefully inadequate, even as intelligent or natural orcs. They seemed too weak. Moreover, Jiao Yu was a combat-type orc, while Song Zhu was a rare-time type orc. This rarity, however, did not imply that he was cherished. Rather, he lacked a suitable role within his family. Time-type orcs were generally female, and such females were likely to be favored by the beast god, often assuming roles as priestesses or engaging in divination, even if they could not become full-fledged priestesses. Male orcs, despite their devotion to the goddess of time, rarely awakened the powers of divination or prophecy, thus their abilities often overlapped with those of their kin. Did they truly look down upon Qinglan? What right did such inferior males have to think that she would accept them? The door curtain was lifted, and Lu Qinglan emerged, pressing her temples. Her expression one of bewilderment at the throng before her. What was happening? Her gaze first fell upon Qi, who approached from behind and placed a hand on her lower abdomen, inquiring, "Have we disturbed you?" "No, not at all. I just came out to see what was going on in your absence." She beheld the bloody Jiao Yu and the barely conscious Song Zhu, her internal alarm bells ringing. Wen Ling stepped forward, a sly smile gracing her lips. "You should be acquainted with these two. They are the children of the priestess of the Tianshui snake clan." The mysterious and elegant woman bowed slightly, saying, "Hello, I am the priestess of the Tianshui snake clan, and I apologize for my children's earlier rudeness." Lu Qinglan took hold of Qi hand, assuring him that all was well and that she had not sustained any harm. The two brothers exchanged a glance, then knelt before her, presenting themselves in a pitiable manner, as if they were ready to endure any punishment or reprimand. We apologize for our impolite courtship, which stemmed from our inability to restrain ourselves. Lu Qinglan appeared utterly bewildered. Courtship behavior? What was that writhing motion behind her and in front of her? It was evident that she was utterly at odds with the instincts of the beast men. But why? She found herself perplexed. Wasn't the selection of a female supposed to be a matter of great prudence? They had never encountered one another before. Jiao Yu's already pale visage flushed slightly as he stammered. Your pheromones are highly compatible with ours, and coupled with the peak of the mating season, it has temporarily clouded our rationality. Lu Qinglan turned her face to observe Qishuan's expression, noting the disdain and dissatisfaction in his eyes, and immediately grasped the underlying reason. If you are willing, we hope to become one of your attendants, even if it is merely to serve you here. No need. If you cannot even manage your own behavior, why should I bear the consequences? Her tone conveyed a certain weariness, bordering on annoyance. Ran Yue's expression momentarily turned blank. Why? Clearly, Qi Xian, who remains by her side, was retained in this manner as well. Is it because Jiao Yu and Songzhu are not appealing enough? Or does she favor Qishuan's cold, serious demeanor more? Jiao Yu and Songzhu lowered their eyes, tears cascading down their faces. Yet, this reaction is quite understandable. Qi Xian had inadvertently harmed her out of concern for tribal safety and bore no intention of offense thereafter. Their initial encounter had left her with a negative impression, especially upon discovering that it was a courtship behavior. In modern terms, would this not be considered harassment? Not only that, but they also expected the victim to accept the advances of the harasser. Qi Xian, feeling a twinge of compassion, gathered her into his embrace. Your compatibility with their pheromones is indeed quite high. Qi Xian, I do not appreciate such remarks, Lu Qinglan retorted with a rare seriousness. This is not my fault. I should not bear such repercussions. Should you utter such words again, I will no longer require your presence. I apologize. Qi Xian recognized that this was indeed a hurtful statement. For her arrival at Jianchao was not a justification for their harassment. Please leave. It is you who offended my partner. You should not come before her again with your grievances. Songzhu's lips turned pale, and he suddenly performed a deep bow before Lu Qinglan. I have offended you. Please do not blame my brother. He even tried to stop me. He bowed so deeply that blood began to seep from his forehead. Do not do this. Lu Qinglan exclaimed in shock, observing that none of the bystanders offered assistance. She hurried over, kneeling to cushion his forehead with her hand, as Songzhu felt her touch. He lifted his face, his eyes brimming with tears. His lips trembled as he murmured, I am sorry, before unexpectedly fainting, transforming into a green serpent in Lu Qinglan's arms. This sight left Lu Qinglan utterly astonished. Beside them, Jiao Yu appeared fragile, blood seeping from his garments, his body swaying precariously, under the jurisdiction of the goddess of time. Songzhu's punishment was to endure the pain of bone degradation once more. Jiao Yu grasped the hem of Lu Qinglan's garment, saying, I am sorry, I am sorry. We did not intend for you to bear the consequences. Our home has been destroyed, and our most cherished possession is our own selves, thus we apologize. Initially, Lu Qinglan's anger had significantly subsided, yet upon witnessing his pitiable demeanor, it was difficult to harbor any resentment. Perhaps one could only attribute this to the foolish design of the Beast clan. As the situation appeared to be turning in her favor, Ran Yin suddenly knelt before her, startling Lu Qinglan, who instinctively reached out to assist her, apprehensive that the azure serpent nestled in her arms might slip away. Our tribe has nothing left. Their transgressions are beyond redemption. Even as their mother, I am powerless to aid them. Moreover, they are flawed. Please, treat them as your slaves. Qi Xian frowned, perplexed by the notion of such flawed males being deemed worthy of Qinglan. No, I truly do not at that moment. Jiao Yu suddenly coughed up a significant amount of blood, collapsing to the ground, clutching her garment, struggling to breathe, ultimately transforming into a white serpent, her life force waning. Jiao Yu, Ran wept, tears streaming down the half of her face visible beneath the mask. This lady, Lu Qinglan, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos, was momentarily relieved when Qi Xian rushed over to seize Jiao Yu, while simultaneously gripping Songzhu tightly in his hand. In an unexpected turn, Ran abruptly spat out blood, causing Lu Qinglan to instinctively reach out to catch it. Ran used the white gauze in her hand to wipe away the dark blood from Lu Qinglan's palm, confessing, I harbor dark thoughts, yet we are left with no options. My time is short. She grasped Lu Qinglan's hand, pleading, I implore you. Lu Qinglan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as she gazed at Qi Xian. After a moment of silence, Qi Xian lowered his eyes and said, "I will follow your lead." Although she was reluctant to succumb to their moral coercion, her compassion for them softened her resolve. When Ling sighed, acknowledging the inevitability of their fate. Their actions warranted the consequences they faced, and any arrangement made was justifiable. "Ran, please escort them back," she instructed. Ran slowly released her grip, trembling as she rose to her feet, taking hold of the two children who had transformed into serpents. What fate awaited them? Lu Qinglan grasped Qi Xian's hand. Her eyes filled with compassion. Offending a female beast man incurs the wrath of the beast god, rendering one immune to healing through spiritual power. All is left to fate. Qi Xian held her hand, guiding it to the place on his abdomen where he had once been injured. Thanks to the mercy of the beast god, no scars marred his skin. The priestess of Dai must have displayed signs of decay due to exhaustion of her spiritual energy, a condition that had manifested only in recent days. The companion of Dai had long since returned to the beast god, and now she too was at her last gasp. Without her, Xiao Yusongzhu might not survive beyond 3 days. Lu Qinglan sighed and grasped Ran's hand. "I have forgiven them. You require healing, and I shall tend to them." Ran opened her mouth, her astonishment palpable. Lu Qinglan took hold of 2 battered snakes. "What must be done for their treatment?" asked Ran, shaking her head. "I have already troubled you enough. I must depart to meet my companions." She pointed toward the mountain, feeling a deep sense of regret toward the woman before her. Removing her mask revealed an extraordinary beauty. "This mask is a promise I once made to the Grand Priestess of the capital. You shall surely honor this vow." She transformed into a being of both human and serpent, her neck adorned with scales that hung loosely, as if on the verge of shedding. "I apologize for the inconvenience." Without allowing Lu Qinglan to refuse, Ran placed the mask into her hands and, with a flick of her serpentine tail, departed in the direction she indicated. Autumn flowed like a torrential river, vast and unyielding. "Now I must go," amidst the storm and rain. Chapter 16. Parents as she watched Ran's retreating figure. Scales and feathers fell where her serpent tail had glided. Black and crimson scales littered the path as she departed. When Ling, too, recognized that her time was limited, shaking her head lightly, "I am sorry for the burden, Qinglan." The 2 snakes hung limply, their bodies unable to hold their tails, resembling 2 frayed ropes. Lu Qinglan gazed at them, resignedly shaking her head. "I despise their offense. Even though they have faced retribution, I still harbor a profound disdain for such behavior. However, they are indeed blessed with a commendable mother." She turned her gaze towards the direction in which Ran had departed, her expression intricate with conflicting emotions. Qi Xian perceived her sorrow and gently took hold of her, asking, "Have you just awakened? Are you hungry, or shall I prepare water for your bath?" Lu Qinglan shook her head and bid farewell to Wen Ling before entering the house. She placed the 2 small snakes on a long-unused haystack and retrieved some iodine solution. As she applied it to them, her voice brimmed with indignation as she muttered, "If you must express gratitude, let it be to your wonderful mother, who is willing to think so much on your behalf." The little white snake, with a pitiful demeanor, rested its face against her hand, its pair of red eyes shimmering with moisture as it extended its tongue to lick her wrist, only to be met with a gentle tap on its head from Lu Qinglan. "Do not presume I am oblivious. You are all taking advantage of me. Though I do not understand why you have singled me out, your intentions are far from pure." The little white snake's eyes, glistening with innocence and simplicity, tugged at the heartstrings. Upon hearing her words, Qi Xian, who had just brought in boiled water, took note of her sentiment. "I shall keep a vigilant watch over them. If necessary, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them." Lu Qinglan cast him a playful glance. "You truly do not feel a twinge of jealousy at all." Qi Xian looked at her in confusion. "What is jealousy?" Lu Qinglan meticulously bandaged their wounds, fashioning both serpents into spherical forms. She approached and requested Qi Xian to wash her hands. Observing Qi Xian, who bowed his head to tend to her, a soft chuckle escaped her lips, revealing her inner discomfort and jealousy. It was akin to the sentiment of love. "If I were fond of you, I would never relinquish you to another." Qi Xian remained silent for an extended moment, gently wiping away the dark blood from her hands, while cool tears cascaded down, pooling around her fingers. My heart ached with discomfort. I was envious and possessive. His voice was muffled, his head bowed, and his ears drooped in weariness. Yet, I could not permit you to be in peril. Even the presence of an additional male offers an extra layer of protection. If I were to place my jealousy above your safety, I would be unworthy of being your partner. Lu Qinglan was acutely aware that this was a long-standing tradition among them. The beast realm was fraught with peril. necessitating alliances for survival, and matrimonial bonds represented the most straightforward and steadfast method. However, viewed through the lens of contemporary thought, one might argue that survival alliances could take on an alternative form, coexistence of interests, a method strikingly effective in the short term. She harbored no affection for either of them. Yet it was apparent they sought something from her. In due course, bound by mutual benefit, they might forge an alliance that rivaled even the strongest of matrimonial ties. Moreover, who could fathom their true intentions? Free labor could indeed be enticing. Yet, dismissing reason in favor of desire was one thing. Other matters should be set aside for the time being. There was much to contemplate, as their actions left her with an unsettling feeling. Ultimately, it seemed that shared interests were the very foundation for both their factions. Qinglan maintained her composure as she elucidated the underlying reasons to Qi. She reached out and embraced him, resting her face against his chest. Qi, evidently perplexed about any means, aside from familial ties, that could forge alliances between unrelated males, chose not to dispute her assertion. In fact, upon hearing that Qinglan harbored a dislike for those two brothers, he felt a flicker of joy and sweetness. However, if she truly held such disdain, why had she consented to their presence? I sincerely hope you find someone you cherish to spend time with. Qinglan fell silent for a moment, grasping his hand and sitting on the bed. Have I not yet mentioned my family to you? Her smile faded slightly, revealing a hint of sorrow. Qi felt a pang in his heart as he held her close, listening intently. I have always spoken of my grandparents, yet never of my parents. Taking a deep breath, she sensed Qi acknowledgement and adjusted her position for greater comfort. They do not want me. They have their own family, as if I am a dark chapter they deliberately avoid. When I turned 10, I secretly sought them out on my birthday. My father was dining with his family, and when I had the housekeeper call him, he merely said he was sorry and told me to go home. I went to find my mother, who had just given birth and now had another daughter. She said, "I'm sorry," and ordered a cake to be sent to my home, urging me to return. Her words, though simple and unadorned, stirred a profound urge to weep within Qi, compelling him to hold Qinglan even tighter. It seemed he understood why she approached intimate relationships with a mindset of savoring the moment. Her feelings for him might not run deep, yet she gathered every bit of affection she could, much like a hamster hoarding food. She bore no resentment towards others for retracting their affections. As long as the joy of the moment felt genuine, she had witnessed enough of life's complexities. Why lament when one has known joy? Qinglan nestled into his embrace, her arms encircling his waist. She vividly recalled that autumn night, a time when she, still shorter than others, sat awkwardly on the sofa. Her uncle held her sister close, offering her a warm smile. Suddenly, a sharp, grating voice pierced through from outside. What are you busy with? You have custody, and this is how you care for her? Just because I relinquished my rights doesn't mean you can forget that I send 5,000 back each month. Enough. I refuse to converse with someone like you. Come and take her. Her uncle cradled her sister, covering her little ears. She was truly small, appearing fair and delicate, her pair of dark eyes gazing at her, occasionally breaking into a sweet smile. The baby adores her sister, her refined uncle remarked with a smile. Qinglan felt a profound sense of shame, akin to a foul rat intruding upon a warm and loving family. As the door creaked open, her mother returned, reeking of smoke. She first made her way to the bathroom to rinse her mouth and change her clothes. Uncle carried her younger sister to the nursery, preparing a glass of water for their mother. Having recently quit smoking for 2 years, it was disheartening to see her secretly indulge again, detrimental to her health. With a hint of irritation, her mother uttered a noncommittal sound, casting a glance at Qinglan before letting out a sigh. Qinglan, soon your father will come to pick you up. I've ordered a cake to be sent to the house. Happy birthday. She endeavored to soften her tone, yet it still bore the weight of stiffness and estrangement. Qinglan nodded slightly and offered her mother a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude. Her mother seemed to exhale in relief, yet words eluded her. It was her uncle who inquired about her academic performance and her interactions with classmates. She answered with precision, savoring the delicious chicken soup her mother had provided, which contained 2 red goji berries, tea tree mushrooms, and a chicken leg. Once she had finished her soup, her father arrived. As soon as he entered, a quarrel erupted between him and her mother, after which he took her by the hand and led her away. Before departing, she glanced back. Her mother wore a frown while her uncle offered her a massage. Noticing her gaze, he smiled and waved. In the car, her father was accompanied by an elegant lady, and seated behind was a charming little boy, approximately 5 years old, the child of the lady and her former husband. The lady nodded in her direction and encouraged her younger brother to address her as sister. The boy merely snorted and turned his head away, prompting the lady to apologize to Lu Qinglan. After her father finished smoking, he waited for the scent to dissipate before applying perfume and entering the vehicle. Why do they resort to smoking when angry, despite its unpleasant odor? Didn't he, the housekeeper, accompany you home? Lu Qinglan lowered her gaze and replied, No, I wish to go. Her aunt could not resist her will. The domestic helper did not reside with them. She had to return home after accompanying her to her mother's place. It was already late after work when she could take her to her father's. I understand, she said. Just be obedient. Both your father and mother are quite busy. Lu Qinglan grasped the edge of her clothing and murmured softly. She alighted from the vehicle, bidding farewell to them, and entered the apartment building alone. Suddenly, she was called back by the aunt, who urged her to retrieve a beautifully wrapped box from the trunk. Inside lay a deep brown scarf, clearly intended for an adult, accompanied by a card inscribed with Ching. The aunt draped the scarf around her neck and tucked the card into her pocket, then gestured as she saw her father approaching, stating, I'll escort her upstairs. Hand in hand, she led Lu Qinglan to the entrance, where a small 6-inch cake rested on the counter. I'm sorry. It was my suggestion to go out for dinner, and I was unaware that today is your birthday. The aunt assisted her in bringing the cake inside, lighting the candles. It's all right. They are oblivious. After a moment of silence, the aunt gently stroked her head. Today, Grandma and Grandpa asked if I wanted to join them. But I said I wished to celebrate my birthday with my parents. Little Qinglan's eyes brimmed with tears as she tilted her head up and asked, Aunt, do you dislike me? The woman looked at her and offered a tissue. I do not dislike you. If it weren't for your father, our paths would have never crossed. Lu Qinglan took the cake, wiped her nose, and said, Indeed, you all do not harbor any dislike towards me. You simply do not love me. She extinguished the candle and divided a piece of cake to share with her brother. I apologize for interrupting your meal. The woman, perhaps having never encountered such an intelligent and open-minded little girl, found herself momentarily stunned, a dull ache of sympathy swelling within her. Next time, we shall celebrate your birthday together. Lu Qinglan shook her head and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Auntie, but I will visit my grandparents next time. With little more to say, the woman could only bid her farewell and depart. The night was vast and indistinct, illuminated by brilliant lights. Lu Qinglan resembled an apple rotting within a box, decaying in the desolate emptiness of her home. Lu Qinglan extricated herself from the suffocating haze of memories, pressing against Qi Xian as if a drowning soul clutched the final straw. I am consumed by envy for the love their mother bestows upon them. Intensely envious, indeed. For Ran, she truly embodies the essence of a devoted mother, and thus, my yearning for maternal affection is vividly reflected in others, leading me to willingly immerse myself in their lives. Qi Xian kissed her lips, and she eagerly reciprocated, akin to a weary traveler in the desert encountering an oasis. My parents do not love me. I have only my grandparents. Yet now they too are gone. Tears streamed down her face, revealing an unprecedented vulnerability. Why does their indifference cause me such anguish? Because you love them. Qi Xian held her tenderly, wiping away her tears and resting his face atop her head. I shall remain here with you always. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Qi Xian refrained from uttering the words I love you, for such sentiments were palpably evident. Instead, he declared, I will always be with you. What he offered was not mere comfort, but a solemn promise. In our culture, there is a saying, foreheads touching, she whispered. I love you until death parts us. You have entangled me, so never shall you leave my side. Even in death, I shall not be separated from you. Together we shall meet the beast god. Becoming stars in the sky. The legend here holds that upon death, every beast man of the beast god's devotees will return to his embrace, transforming into celestial bodies. But I am not ready. I still wish to return home. Then let us together visit your grandparents, he suggested with a gentle shift in his words. Lu Qinglan readily consented. She lifted the jade plate, her pair of pale pink eyes observing them intently. The words she spoke were interwoven with peculiar terms. Along with that potion, he pondered that this must be what his mother referred to as extraordinary. Suddenly, his gaze met with Qi Xian's. Qi Xian cradled Lu Qinglan, his voice gentle as he coaxed her, yet his eyes bore a toxic threat, warily scrutinizing him. Jiao Yu closed her eyes, feigning weakness, burying her face in her tail. Chapter 17. Departure. On the day of her departure, Ran declined the farewells of all her kin and ascended the mountain alone. She lay upon the branches, her weight bending them into a graceful arc, maintaining a semi-human form. Her cascading dark hair resembled a waterfall, though at the roots, It had begun to show signs of whitening. Her scales hung loosely, as if a gust of cold wind could sweep them away. She was no longer a priestess. After sending Jiao Yusongzu away, she had conducted the priestess handover, fully transferring her authority to Li Xian, instructing her to diligently follow Lu Qinglan. Her life had only become convoluted in her twilight years. Companions departed, her homeland was destroyed, and in search of refuge for her clan, she sacrificed all her spiritual power, leaving her with nothing. Wait for me. She clutched a necklace made of snake bones around her neck, tears cascading down her cheeks. The sky was clear, and a gentle breeze wafted through the treetops, akin to the rustling of leaves serenading a song. Jiao Yusongzu seemed to sense something, gazing towards that mountain peak. The layers of forest were ablaze with color, like a fire spreading. The two injured snakes moved outward together. Where are you going? The wounds will reopen. Lu Qinglan approached from outside, still carrying the rich aroma of meat. Today, she had been rendering lard at home from the pork she had soaked yesterday. The previous day had been chaotic, but fortunately, Qinglan helped her move it to a shady spot. To avoid contaminating the irreplaceable stone stove, she prepared the lard in a newly found stone hollow, eliminating the need for an extra container. After boiling it in hot and cold water, she dried it over a high flame and simmered it on low to extract the oil. The crispy meat was scooped out and placed into a bamboo tube, capable of sustaining her for some time. Noticing that the blood of the two small snakes had soaked through the gauze, she felt a sense of helplessness. Lu Qinglan squatted down to observe them. Is Yin about to depart? Jiao Yu remained silent, her head bowed, while tears fell from Songju's eyes. Allow me to guide you. Lu Qinglan offered, extending her hand and entwining it around them in their astonished gaze. The newly appointed priestess, merely 27, displayed a certain naivety in her approach to the unfolding events. Due to the agreement with the Shushu clan, she had dispatched a contingent of personnel to ensure their safety amidst her demanding responsibilities. Qinglan had also ventured forth to settle the affairs of the Tianshui snake clan. Thus, if she wished to proceed, she could only embark on the journey alone. You guide the way, and I shall follow, she insisted. It is too far. You are still in the Jianchao phase, and with brother Qinglan absent, we shall manage on our own. Jiao Yu's eyes remained fixed intently upon her. Lu Qinglan gently caressed her slightly aching lower abdomen. Due to her physical constitution, she was indeed faring better than many of her peers suffering from menstrual cramps. However, that did not grant her the liberty to act recklessly. Ah, Linwei. Lu Qinglan flashed a confident smile at the two serpents and said, I shall inquire with a friend. A friend? The two serpents exchanged glances. Is it a male? Indeed, given her exceptional qualities, it was only natural for her to attract numerous admirers. Thus, those feeble males hardly seemed worthy of her. However, upon encountering Lingwei, they visibly relaxed. It's a female, they noted. Lingwei regarded her disapprovingly. During your Crimson Tide phase, you ought to remain at home, merely finding a male to accompany them to the foot of the hills. Surely, they can manage the ascent on their own. After all, the fall of a priestess was not a matter to be trifled with by the orcs of other tribes, yet Lu Qinglan, as the partner of the esteemed Jiao Yusongzu, could ascend the mountain. Therefore, even if she guided them there, Lingwei herself could not follow, ultimately relying on Lu Qinglan to make the climb. Yet, at present, Lu Qinglan was in her Crimson Tide phase, her body weakened. Lu Qinglan grasped Ling Yue's hand, insisting, it's merely a hill, I can certainly manage it. I implore you. Allow me to treat you to a meal. What would you like to eat? Upon my return, I shall gladly offer you a feast. Do you truly comprehend the gravity of the situation? Am I refraining from assisting you merely for this trivial matter? Ling Yue's temper flared, her indignation surging fiercely. Do you understand the implications during the Crimson Tide period? Are you aware of your frail health? As for Qinglan, I shall fetch him at once. You must not jeopardize your well-being, even for the sake of your new companion. Lu Qinglan's expression was one of hesitation as she grasped her companion firmly, unwilling to let go. Not true, she retorted. What do you mean by not true? I must inquire, why do you desire the weaker of these two males? You possess no remarkable skills yourself. They are so feeble, yet they dare to provoke you. What compels you to extend such misguided kindness? Her words struck deep into Jiao Yusongzu, who seemed to have forgotten that she had previously criticized Lu Qinglan for her actions regarding Qinglan. Lu Qinglan smiled gently. Lowering her gaze, her intent was not for them, but rather for their mother, Ran. I wish to meet her. Ran? Lingwei, baffled, could not comprehend the connection. I believe she is a wonderful mother. These words seemed disjointed. Yet, Jiao Yu and Songzhu grasped the underlying sentiment. She sought a maternal connection through Ran. Seeing Lu Qinglan's unwavering determination, Lingyue reluctantly consented. Listen to me. If you feel unwell, you must come back. As she pondered, Lingyue shook her head, uncertain of what was so appealing about those two young men. Upon finishing, she focused her energy, forming a fluffy orb of spiritual power. This will serve as a means of communication. Thank you, Lu Qinglan replied, as the small fluffy ball settled upon her shoulder. Unsure of how to reciprocate Lingyue's kindness, she offered, would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you upon my return. Lingyue scoffed, my back is not meant for just anyone to ride. You must cook for me for a month. No, 3 months. Lingyue insisted on wrapping Song-Zu and Jiaoyu in animal hides, for they were now under Lu Qinglan's protection and must avoid contact with females to maintain their honor. Lu Qinglan promptly removed her coat, wrapping the two serpents within. Fortunately, due to their insufficient spiritual energy, they could only revert to the size of fingers, which alleviated potential complications. Upon reaching the hillock, Lu Qinglan dismounted and waved to her companion. The moon-white creature gazed at her with evident dissatisfaction and concern, reminding her to descend carefully. I understand. You have reiterated it several times. If I feel unwell, I will have the little fluff ball notify you, and then I shall descend slowly. Despite her having ventured several steps ahead, Lingyue remained troubled and summoned another small orb to inform Qixuan. Today marked the second day of her menstruation, with a considerable flow. Even on a modest hillock, Lu Qinglan felt discomfort halfway up, compelling her to sit aside and massage her abdomen. Jiaoyu and Song-Zu peered out from beneath her coat, apologizing with a sense of guilt. We are sorry. Had our abilities been stronger, we could have retained our human forms, and the wounds would not take so long to heal. It is not your fault. I wish to see her. She continued to knead her abdomen, her brow furrowed, her lips pale from exertion, and beads of cold sweat trickling down. Jiaoyu and Song-Zu, being cold-blooded creatures, had icy scales that rendered them ineffective for comforting her through abdominal massage at such a time. Qinglan, let us proceed. She rose, pressing on her swollen calves. We shall walk on our own. Jiaoyu swam out from her clothing, dangling down to the ground, while Song-Zu obediently followed suit. Lu Qinglan tugged them over and wrapped them back in her clothing, expressing her fatigue from applying the medicine, adding that they were not heavy. She pressed on their wounds, causing Jiaoyu Song-Zu to wince and curl his tail. When your wounds reopen, you'll need several days of rest, and I rely on you to help me with my work. Her words left them no choice but to comply. Chapter 18. To Lu Qinglan descended the remaining path in one breath. Fortunately, the small hillock was not particularly high. Although the trail was somewhat rugged, it was not steep. Jiaoyu directed the way, soon locating a woman with white hair. Her hair had turned entirely white, and her once smooth and delicate skin now appeared devoid of moisture, somewhat dry and pallid, resembling a fine pearl dulled by dust. The woman's murky eyes blinked as she regarded her visitors. Jiaoyu, is that you? Lu Qinglan stepped forward, raising her arm to present two small snakes before her. They were eager to bid you farewell, so I brought them along. Ran accepted them, allowing them to coil around a tree, then reached out to caress her face. I apologize. Despite being in your delicate phase, you still exert yourself for us. As she spoke, tears unexpectedly fell from her eyes. A soft, cool hand glided across her face. Lu Qinglan chuckled lightly, dismissing the matter, for the remuneration you provided was indeed substantial. Ran gazed gently at the two children, letting out a sigh. They were flawed, and to serve as slaves or attendants was already a lofty aspiration for them, rendering any compensation trivial. I orchestrated this situation, and I apologize. I willingly embrace them. You are a remarkable mother. Yet, I fail to comprehend why it is I who has been chosen. I am undeniably ordinary. Yet it seems you have set your sights upon me. Lu Qinglan's expression became intricate. Qinglan, you are anything but ordinary. Your compassion and empathy extend even to those who have wronged you. You are resolute and dignified, and these are indeed your admirable traits. Ran caressed her brow and eyes, declaring, my kin will forever follow you. You shall become a figure of greater nobility than Li Xian. Then she uttered a phrase, the envoy of the beast god. Lu Qinglan keenly perceived the bewildered expressions of Jiaoyu and Song-Zu. This was not the language of beasts, but Mandarin. I understand, yet I cannot offer any assurances, she murmured, lowering her gaze. Ran nodded gently, her eyes filled with warmth and acceptance, reminiscent of a nurturing mother gazing upon her child. We must bear the consequences of our choices without regret. She then turned to Jiaoyu and Song-Zu. You have often wondered why your bodies differ from those of the serpent clan and have been curious about your mutual sensations. Today, I shall reveal everything to you. A fleeting shadow of pain crossed Rand's face as she looked at the two battered little serpents before her, softly closing her eyes. You are inherently flawed. This is due to your duality, your two-headed nature. It is your father, my partner Run, who, as a sacrifice, implored our serpent deity Fei for a piece of serpent bone, thus using your own essence to shape your bodies. This was a secret she had guarded for 18 years. The legend spoke of Fei, a creature with two bodies, while Jiaoyu and Songzhu were the converse. She could not ascertain whether this was a curse and chose to keep it hidden. However, even if they were separated, the connection of their souls could not be severed. Hence the shared sensations between Jiaoyu and Songzhu. You must heed Qinglan, protect her, and respect her. If necessary, be prepared to sacrifice everything for her. The voice of Rand grew increasingly faint. She reached out to caress the head of Songzhu, urging him, you must safeguard Jiaoyu and your partner. I understand. I will, Songzhu replied, tears streaming down his face. Rand embraced Jiaoyu once more, apologizing, I have always asked you to look after Songzhu. I am truly sorry. Jiaoyu shook her head. I have felt resentment, but upon learning this, I no longer do. Rather, I feel fortunate, if given the choice. Despite the sorrow it would bring Songzhu, she would still prefer to be the healthier one. Songzhu's spirit was exceedingly fragile, nearly akin to that of a mere child in the beast realm. Rand grasped Lu Qinglan's hand, guiding her to her children, entrusting them to her. I beg of you. Then suddenly, with a swift motion, she tore off the most exquisite scale from her heart and placed it into Lu Qinglan's hands. An action so rapid that Zhaoyu and Songzhu could not react in time. I have nothing else to give you, only this, only this. Her voice was hoarse, imbued with the essence of life fading away. This scale, infused with her final vitality, could shield anyone from a fatal blow. She was pleading for the protection of her children and her kin. Why? Lu Qinglan's voice was hoarse, her eyes reddened by the desperation of this mother sacrificing everything for her children. Rand gazed at her tenderly, her hand brushing against Lu Qinglan's eyes. If I could, I would dearly wish to be your mother, having lived for so many years. She naturally understood the depth of emotion reflected in Lu Qinglan's gaze and was acutely aware of how her own demeanor could evoke compassion from her. Yet, she felt a genuine sorrow for her. It was astonishing how easily her profound affection for her mother could be projected onto someone she had just met. This revelation made one ponder how deeply she must have yearned for parental love in her own home. With blood staining the corners of her eyes, her appearance aged rapidly, reminiscent of a dehydrated apple. Having entrusted everything, she found herself unburdened and solitary. She gazed skyward, closed her eyes, her once vibrant hair now completely white. She began to hum an ancient melody, its softness akin to a gentle breeze rustling through the woods, reminiscent of a long-lost tune that inexplicably brought comfort. In the end, she transformed into a beautiful red serpent, bouncing back to her original form among the branches, her body dissolving into shimmering orbs of light, ephemeral and dreamlike. Lu Qinglan took a deep breath and softly murmured, All right, I shall embrace them. The breeze caressed her hair, and the two little serpents drew closer to her. Your parents truly love you. This thought left her at a loss, unsure of where to begin her envy or jealousy. Before she turned 5, her parents had made an effort to appear harmonious, but after that age, they ceased to occupy the same space. By the time she started elementary school, their inability to tolerate one another culminated in divorce. Subsequently, she was placed in her father's custody, yet he treated her as if she were invisible, often returning home late from work and eventually relocating to her late grandparents' house. She had once savored their love, even if it was perfunctory. Thus she found their indifference all the more painful. She felt akin to a fish trapped in place, swimming in circles, praying for the descent of meager sustenance. She envied the maternal and paternal affection that Rand and her partner so freely offered. Merely witnessing it made her feel as though she too could bask in warmth, prompting her to remain with Zhaoyu and Songzhu. Let us depart. It is time to return. Lu Qinglan inserted a twig into the soil. The wind tousled her long hair, lifting her sleek ponytail. Her countenance bore sadness and longing, appearing somewhat bewildered. Jiaoyu and Songzhu entwined around her wrists. We shall forever follow you, honoring you as our highest regard. Chapter 19. Provocation. Upon her descent, she found that Lingyu had already departed, leaving only Qi Xian to await her. I arrived upon receiving news from Lingyu. How are you? Do you feel unwell? Qi Xian gently nudged her head. He was already in a relationship, thus maintaining a respectful distance from Lingyu. I feel a bit dizzy. Her pallor was evident, a consequence of excessive blood loss affecting her health. Qinglan pulled down the two serpents coiled around her wrist, returning them to their place, deeming them useless. Jiao Yu lay feebly on the ground, murmuring, "It is my fault. I should have refused. I am sorry, Brother Qinglan." Song Zhu sensed something amiss in his brother's tone, yet he too offered an apology. "I am sorry. I will return on my own." Lu Qinglan helplessly grasped Qinglan's arm, shaking her head. "Don't do this. They still need to work for us, and this will prolong their care." A bittersweet sensation welled up within Qinglan. Even though Qinglan was merely explaining, it troubled him deeply. Nevertheless, he had always adhered to Lu Qinglan's words, choosing to remain silent with his ears drooped. Yet, upon noticing Lu Qinglan clutching her abdomen, her complexion pale, he swiftly reverted to his beast form. "Let us return quickly. I shall prepare some warm water for you." As he spoke, the hooves thudded against the ground several times, nearly trampling two diminutive snakes that could not transform. Lu Qinglan amusingly picked up the little snake and tucked it back into her clothing, planting a gentle kiss on Qinglan's profile. "I feel so uncomfortable. I am grateful you are here." Qinglan, easily appeased, immediately lifted his head. He lowered his body, making it easier for Lu Qinglan to mount. Lu Qinglan gently pressed her abdomen against his back as she slowly settled down. "Thank you so much. I appreciate your assistance. In a couple of days, we shall go mushroom picking and foraging for wild vegetables." "No need for that. You should rest well. I can manage on my own," he replied. Qinglan felt Lu Qinglan's abdomen pressed against the nape of his neck, and for the first time, he sincerely appreciated the advantage of having a higher body temperature than hers. Lu Qinglan raised her hand to touch his ear, and Qinglan's sensitive ear twitched forward slightly. "Aren't you supposed to help the Tianshui serpent clan soon? I am not a fragile porcelain doll, easily breakable. In a couple of days, once I feel better, I will go with Lingwei. Oh, by the way, in recent months, I have invited Lingwei to join me for dinner." Qinglan's voice carried a hint of amusement. "When did you become so close to her? I admire her character. She is straightforward in her affections and aversions. It has been a long time since she encountered someone like that, who openly displays their emotions, making them easy to read." "What? Are you worried that I might glean information about your past connection with her?" Lu Qinglan teased. "Not at all," Qinglan replied, a bit impatiently. "I have truly never spent time alone with her. If you don't believe me, I can swear at the Beast God Temple." Lu Qinglan gently curled a lock of her mane, fashioning it into a small braid, a playful jest indeed. "I harbor no distrust towards you." However, it was evident that Qinglan's mood had visibly soured. He remained silent until they reached the threshold of his home. "Qinglan, please refrain from such jests. I do not appreciate them." His beautiful eyes nearly brimmed with tears, heavy with sorrow. Realizing that she had truly crossed a line this time, Lu Qinglan promptly set aside her playful demeanor, cupping his face in her hands. "Please don't cry. I am truly sorry." At that moment, Qinglan was genuinely infuriated with her, tears streaming down his cheeks, yet his concern for her well-being prevailed. He pulled her inside, carefully draping a blanket over her abdomen. Just as he was about to step outside to fetch water and heat it, Lu Qinglan grasped his hand. It is often said that tears are a man's most effective beauty treatment, and this heart-wrenching scene was a testament to that. "Please do not be angry. This time, I spoke thoughtlessly, and it shall not happen again." Lu Qinglan exerted a gentle force and consequently settled beside her. Despite their apparent quarrel, his hand instinctively found its way to her lower abdomen, lightly massaging through the blanket. It was not anger that stirred within him, but sorrow. Qinglan's voice was muffled as he said, "You do not trust me." Lu Qinglan felt overwhelmed, "But truly, I believe in you. Please refrain from saying such things in the future, if you would." Qinglan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the corners tinged with red. He resembled a forsaken dog, timidly seeking reassurance from his master. "Understood. I shall never jest in such a manner again." Instantly placated, Qinglan wrapped the blanket around her and gently said, "I shall prepare water and a meal. The next few days may be somewhat hectic, so please rest well." Once he departed, Jiao Yu crawled over, following the draping animal hide to allow her head to brush against the warm, soft edge of the blanket. "Sister, are you feeling better?" Lu Qinglan cast him a sidelong glance, uncertain of his intentions, and merely responded with an indifferent hm. Jiao Yu's voice was soft and laced with a hint of sweetness. "Sister, before you arrived, Brother Qinglan was quite unremarkable and would certainly have no connection with Lingwei. Is she attempting to defend Qinglan?" She found it hard to believe that this little green tea would be so benevolent. Noticing that Lu Qinglan remained silent, Jiao Yu blinked and continued, "I have heard that Brother Qinglan is the most formidable male of the Qianshu clan. while Ling Wei possesses the greatest potential among the females. Fortunately, sister, you have come. Otherwise, when Ling Wei comes of age and desires brother Qixin, it would be quite fortunate that you arrived, as brother Qixin is also fortunate to have encountered you. Lu Qinglan understood clearly that he was sowing discord among them, yet it was, regrettably, a truth. Is this the effect of the green tea? Not a word was spoken in error, nor was there any disparagement of Qixin, yet it stirred discomfort within her, prompting thoughts of whether, in her absence, Qixin would. Observing Lu Qinglan's expression, Jiaoyu realized her words had taken effect, secretly delighting in it. Were it not for her sister's benevolence, both she and Song Zhu might never have had the opportunity to interact with any female besides their mother in this lifetime. They were profoundly grateful to their sister and to brother Qixin for his willingness to accept them. They had overheard the conversation that day. If their sister believed that a mutually beneficial relationship was more suitable for them, they were willing to comply, as long as she did not disdain them. She clarified the underlying meaning, and one could not deny that Jiaoyu possessed considerable insight. In a single statement, she indicated that even in her absence, they would not unite with others. In another, she expressed her desire to ally with her, as long as she could remain by her side. Yet, who can speak of hypothetical scenarios yet to unfold? You assert that Qixin would compromise when Ling Yu comes of age. I contend he would not. He is both dull and slow-witted, yet he would never settle for a life of mediocrity. Lu Qinglan wore a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing as she extended her hand, inviting Jiaoyu to lean closer. I am not a fool. Jiaoyu responded with a nonchalant hum, seemingly amused. Of course you are not. You are intelligent and sincere. I never imagined I could deceive you. However, my sister has also mentioned that, in the short term, interest can solidify alliances more effectively than affection. Thus, our bond should, in theory, be even stronger. Is that not so? A hint of mockery danced in Lu Qinglan's smile. Indeed, we do not seek the title of partners. We merely desire an opportunity. We shall not become your companions, but rather your allies in mutual benefit. This cleverly articulated notion elevated their relationship beyond mere kinship to one of collaborative prosperity. I understand, Lu Qinglan said, her bright eyes scrutinizing him intently. Yet, Jiaoyu remained unfazed, even stretching his serpentine form. A pleasant collaboration, partner, Lu Qinglan declared, extending her pristine arm. Partner? Jiaoyu tilted his head, quickly grasping the implication, and extended the tip of his tail to shake hands with her, feeling the chill of her fingertips. Lu Qinglan withdrew her somewhat cold fingers after just a few seconds, pressing her lips together as she cautioned, however, I must return home. You cannot place all your hopes on me. She meant well, hoping they would not put all their eggs in one basket. If he can follow you. We naturally can as well, Jiaoyu replied firmly, adding with conviction, are we not partners? Lu Qinglan let out a light laugh, stating, I shall not accompany you. You have offended me before, and I do not wish to revisit the past. Jiaoyu was momentarily rendered speechless, finally managing to utter an apology after a prolonged silence. One misstep leads to another. However, time was not on their side. It was of no consequence. They would surely win her over in due course and replace Qixin. Even before Lu Qinglan consoled Qixin, Jiaoyu had devised a plan in consultation with Songzhu. Qixin, who was boiling water, faced Songzhu's provocation for the first time. However, provocation may not be the most fitting term, as Songzhu's mind was simpler than Jiaoyu's, and his temperament was rather mild. Brother Qixin, while we are indeed grateful for your acceptance and previous willingness to speak on our behalf, you should not lose your temper with Sister Qinglan regarding the matter with Ling Wei. He spoke with conviction, asserting that it was Qixuan's failure to manage the situation that had caused Sister Qinglan distress. Now, you even expect her to comfort you. That is rather excessive. Qixin felt a twinge of embarrassment and annoyance, thinking, this is a matter between Qinglan and me. What is it to them? He immediately rebuked. Are you attempting to sow discord between Qinglan and me? No, Songzhu replied, stepping up to align himself beside Qixin. Sister Qinglan has a kind disposition. But that does not justify your capriciousness. Ultimately, it is your prior rumors with Ling Wei that have stirred this mess. Qixin clenched the stone stove, retorting, you are in no position to speak of capriciousness. Qinglan is still in her delicate period and must run with you. Once you recover, I shall have to settle accounts with you. Songzhu began to feel guilty, realizing that if they were stronger, they might not be in such a predicament. And perhaps they could even allow Qinglan to ride upon them. Brother Qixin, this cannot be generalized. Your mistakes are yours, and ours are ours. Since we have become Sister Qinglan's companions, you should not expect her to comfort you over this matter again. Sister Qinglan is a benevolent individual, but as her companions, we ought not to entangle her in further disputes with other females. Qixin scooped hot water into a bamboo tube, falling silent, his irritation palpable. What a fool, he thought. Yet an inexplicable melancholy washed over him. It seemed he had indeed become complacent, expecting Qinglan to comfort him despite his own failures. Did Qinglan think him thoughtless? Yet, he bore not the slightest affection for Ling Wei. Even had he not encountered Qinglan, he would not have consented to partner with Ling Wei. Never mind, for the time being. He would avoid Ling Wei, even skipping meals to spare Qinglan any unhappiness. After completing the task his brother had entrusted him with, Songzhu departed slowly. Upon entering, he saw his brother curled beneath the bed, clutching a corner of the blanket that hung down to the floor, sleeping soundly. Had he consented to this closeness? A wave of inexplicable sadness washed over Songzhu. He felt foolish and weak, incapable of pleasing Qinglan. Yet, the warmth of the hands that had brushed his forehead yesterday and the comforting embrace lingered in his memory. If only he were stronger. Might Qinglan regard him as she did Qixin? Songzhu gradually climbed onto the corner of the haystack, resting its head upon its body, intently observing the woman peacefully slumbering on the bed. Qixin entered with water, and upon seeing Jiyu curled up by the bedside, chose to remain silent. He placed the warm water upon the table and gently lifted the drowsy Qinglan into his arms. Lu Qinglan was indeed utterly exhausted, having lost a considerable amount of blood, which had resulted in a throbbing headache. She lifted her eyelids and, upon seeing Qixin, affectionately embraced him. The pain in her head persisted. Qixin placed his fingers upon her forehead, channeling his spiritual energy to the tips of his fingers, offering her a soothing massage. "Allow me to help you," he said. "Is it feeling any better?" "Indeed, there is some relief," she replied. "Much improved, I see. I have been rather occupied these past few days. After preparing the meals, I shall not return in the afternoon. If there is anything you desire, I shall attend to it upon my return." Qixin gently pressed on her lower abdomen, continuing to massage her softly. Lu Qinglan cast a sidelong glance at him, extending her finger to press against his brow, frowning and questioning. "What troubles you? Are you overthinking again? Is it to avoid Ling Wei?" Noticing that he held her hand without responding, Lu Qinglan chuckled softly, intertwining their fingers. "Xian, I love you and have faith in you. Shall we communicate well with Ling Wei? I will wait for your return once you have come to terms with it." Qixin pressed a kiss on the back of her hand, replying, "All right." Chapter 20. The following day, however, Ling Wei sent a message through the small fluffy orb, informing her to wait until she was ready before coming. Lu Qinglan also concurred. She inspected the lard stored in a cool, dark place, which was encased in vacuum-sealed packaging and surrounded by herbs for pest deterrents, finding no trace of ants. The lard had now dried to a milky white hue, exuding an air of success. Lu Qinglan used a forked branch to pick up some food for a taste, finding the flavor somewhat strong, yet preferable to the absence of oil. She retrieved some preserved meat, refrying it briefly, and presented a few pieces before Jiao Yusong and Zhu. "At this moment, it is not suitable for me to catch fish or venture into the silent forest. The orcs, regardless of gender, consume copiously. This meager portion would scarcely suffice to fill their gaps. Our serpentine clan can go for 1 to 2 months without sustenance after a hearty meal. Qinglan, please, partake of it yourself." Songzhu nudged a stone bowl towards her with his tail. Jiao Yu nodded. "If you desire fish, I am nearly ready to enter the water now. I shall go hunt for you." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qinglan decided to hand over the jerky. "Please, indulge a little," she urged, "though it may be scarce. Consuming it will hasten your recovery. I still have enough provisions for now, but in comparison to fish, what I truly require is red meat, such as pork. If you feel uncomfortable about this, perhaps you could tend to the fire for me, as I intend to prepare something shortly." She still had to catch insects, cut grass, and feed the chickens and rabbits, as well as provide some extra feed for the piglets. She hoped not to exhaust her patience in the process. After several days of care, both the rabbits and chickens had acclimatized to their domesticated lives, with the chickens even laying 1 or 2 eggs each day, thereby supplementing her much-needed protein intake. Every day, Lu Qinglan diligently boiled eggs, meticulously collecting the eggshells. Although she had yet to acquire suitable seeds, she believed that preparing fertilizer in advance could not possibly go awry. Once she finished her meal, she placed the 2 snakes in front of a rudimentary stove she had constructed from mud and stones, instructing them to maintain the fire, adding kindling whenever it dwindled. She was about to embark on an experiment with cement, observing the 2 little snakes, who were intently focused. She listened to the crackling of the wood as the flames danced. Satisfied that everything was in order, she turned to leave, carrying a vine basket and the arrows left to her by Qinglan. Finding fodder for the rabbits was a simple task, as a patch of purple clover flourished nearby. Fortunately, this was Qinglan's territory. Otherwise, the greedy Husham might have snatched it away. Qinglan cut the grass with her arrows and placed it into her basket. Whenever she encountered grass seeds or small insects, she tucked them into a vacuum-sealed bag. By the end of her foraging, the basket was filled to the brim. The pig's feed proved to be a bit of a challenge, as there was no grain cultivated in the vicinity. However, pigs are known for their indiscriminate appetites. So she mixed a considerable amount of soil and grass with various sour fruits. Upon her return, she found 2 small snakes charred black from the smoke. Yet their eyes remained fixed intently on the stove. Qinglan smiled lightly, reassured that there was no need to maintain a constant vigil. It sufficed to ensure the fire remained alight. She set down the basket, glanced at the flames, nodded in approval, and offered a few words of praise. The fire blazed brightly, promising to be ready for use shortly. Jiao Yusong and Song Zhu breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging wry smiles at the soot that adorned their companion. To receive a compliment and a smile from Qinglan was indeed a gratifying experience. Qinglan unwrapped the wet wipes, handing one to each of them. Use it to clean up. I'll take care of the rest. Song Zhu was taken aback as he rolled the wipe in his hand. The cloth, imbued with a subtle lemon fragrance, was soft and delicate, making him reluctant to use it to wipe off the coal dust. He had intended to suggest washing in the water with his brother, but upon glancing up, he noticed Jiao Yu had already climbed up along Qinglan's pant leg. I can't see where I'm dirty. Could you help me clean up, sister? Song Zhu was left speechless, wondering why he hadn't thought of that. Qinglan observed Jiao Yu with amusement, noting his unrelenting efforts to entice her. Yet, it must be said that she was rather taken by his advances. Much like a man with ulterior motives refrains from exposing the coarse tactics of a manipulative woman, she found herself somewhat enamored by the sincerity of his gaze. Let your brother assist you, Qinglan said, playfully pressing her finger against his forehead before picking up the basket and heading towards the livestock area. She was a patient soul, unwilling to cast aside all her reservations, preferring to maintain a distance. Jiao Yu's eyes, tinged with a hint of crimson, flickered with disappointment. But he soon regained his spirits. He believed that once his health was restored and he reverted to his human form, Qinglan would be unable to remain indifferent to him. Song Zhu, lacking Jiao Yu's cleverness and the formidable prowess and affection that Qinglan possessed, resolved to better himself during his recovery, aspiring to showcase his worthiness before his partner at some point. Among the 3 little rabbits, only one was female, indicating that the prospect of enjoying rabbit meat freedom would require some time. However, rabbits reproduce swiftly and throughout the seasons, so she felt no cause for concern. The plump hen had entirely relinquished any desire to escape. Perhaps it was inherently a creature of conformity, spending its days foraging for worms and pecking at grass. Free from the anxieties of life, and even gaining some weight in the process, the piglets, having been confined for 2 days, had capitulated and dared not make a ruckus, instead waiting docilely to be tamed and fed. Thus, who could claim that pigs are not intelligent? They are, in fact, the most astute of creatures. Qinglan fed the small animals, wiped the sweat from her brow, and glanced at the sky. It was the perfect time to return, for the limestone should have cooled down to a pristine white, ready to be crushed into powder for cement. However, having always engaged in planning work, her strength was somewhat limited. Even though the stones were already quite pulverized, it would take her 5 or 6 strikes to reduce them to dust, especially now that she lacked a hammer to assist her, resulting in clouds of stone dust swirling around with each blow. Jiao Yu meticulously swept the fragments back, striving to gather the scattered dust into small mounds. A twinge of self-reproach pierced her thoughts. If only my tool were a hammer. Qinglan uttered a few words of consolation absent-mindedly, pondering who might come to her aid. She seemed to recall someone whose weapon was a hammer. Lingwei. That tall and robust woman once wielded a magnificent, glossy black hammer. Like a female warrior, she exuded an imposing presence that inspired admiration within her. Qinglan felt a tinge of embarrassment, for she and Lingwei were not close enough to freely offer substantial help. This task indeed required physical effort, and she pondered what she could possibly offer in exchange. Nevertheless, she earnestly patted the little messaging fluffball, and upon its illumination, she promptly inquired, Lingwei, I have a request to make. Are you available at the moment? Lingwei, with her characteristic pride, replied playfully, well, you must consider how many meals you are willing to trade with me for this. That is quite negotiable, Qinglan responded. Lu Qinglan exhaled a sigh of relief, yet pondered how she might repay the favor owed to Lingyue. Perhaps instructing her in the proper usage of cement would suffice. Although she harbored no intentions of withholding knowledge, she wished to take the lead while resources were plentiful to avoid future competition. Should Lingyue require assistance, she would gladly share her expertise to enhance her quality of life. Before long, Lingyue approached, grumbling as she walked. You seem to be getting increasingly adept at assigning me tasks. However, upon seeing the yard in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a robbery, her eyes widened in shock. Heavens! Are you attempting to set the house ablaze? The walls are charred. Lu Qinglan smiled as she playfully caught her attention, mysteriously winking and saying, just wait and see. There is a reason for all this. Her gaze fell upon the vacuum-sealed bag in Lingyue's hands, filled with fresh mushrooms. Noticing her observation, Lingyue huffed lightly. My mother insisted I deliver these to you. Claiming it is a gesture of gratitude for the bag, she thrust the package into Lu Qinglan's arms, insisting, do not refuse. Quickly put the mushrooms away and return the bag to me. Lu Qinglan had no intention of arguing, although she initially wanted to decline. She found herself momentarily taken aback by Lingyue's dismissive demeanor and chided her, instructing Zhao Yusongzu to transfer the contents into a wicker basket. Lingyue boldly settled onto the stone bench, inquiring, what brings you to seek me? Lu Qinglan presented her with a piece of white limestone. Look at this. I hope you can help me crush it all into dust. Lingyue touched it lightly, her fingers brushing against a layer of fine white powder beneath. Her face contorting in distaste as she smeared it onto the animal hide. What is this? What purpose does crushing it serve? It is a material for constructing houses. Lu Qinglan replied succinctly, gesturing towards a large pile of limestone. If you could assist me in pulverizing it, I will demonstrate its usefulness to you. She clasped her hands in a pleading manner, even resorting to the allure of delectable treats. Lingyue, with a resigned shrug, conceded, all right, fine. Lu Qinglan beamed with joy, exclaiming, you are truly wonderful. Once I achieve success, I shall teach you how to do it. However, Lingyue dismissed her words, perceiving them merely as a jest. She waved her hand dismissively, urging her to step aside. Lu Qinglan picked up 2 snakes and stepped aside to cheer for Lingyue. The day had grown late, and the sun began its descent toward the horizon. The gentle light cast a soft glow upon Lingyue's exquisite muscles, which shimmered as if adorned with a layer of bronze oil. Zhao Yusong buried his face in Lu Qinglan's embrace, too timid to disregard the tenets of male decorum. In truth, they could retreat indoors, but their limited interactions with Lu Qinglan made them reluctant to part ways. Lu Qinglan watched with great interest, thoroughly captivated by Lingyue and the other female's muscular forms, brimming with vitality and strength. Her own body was merely soft flesh, and with the persistent issue of food still unresolved, she felt as though she had lost a few pounds due to the meager diet. She hoped to discover some carbohydrates, such as wheat or rice, at the gathering, so that once she regained her strength, she could begin cultivating muscle. Her gaze was intense, sending a shiver down Lingyue's spine, prompting her to glance skyward in confusion. It was peculiar, as the temperature had not yet begun to drop. With rhythmic precision, Lingyue hammered away, quickly transforming the limestone into fine powder. Lu Qinglan gazed in astonishment as the substantial pile was completely demolished by Lingyue in less than an hour. Gradually realizing the feat, she applauded with unabashed admiration. Lingyue, flattered by her praise, felt a blush creep to her ears, a hint of pride swelling within her. Is that all? Give me 10 more piles, and I shall conquer them all. Very well, thank you for your assistance. Tomorrow, once I have sufficiently recovered, I shall prepare a meal for you. Lu Qinglan smiled, extending a towel towards her. No need. In a couple of days, I must journey to the capital, and I still have preparations to make it home. Perhaps after the gathering, Lingyue replied, wiping her face. The pristine white towel was promptly sullied, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. However, Lu Qinglan swiftly offered her a clean side to continue. Just wash it off. This fabric is more delicate than beast hide. It would serve you well for cleansing your face upon your return. After tidying Lingyue's face, she washed the towel and placed it in a plastic bag designed for it, presenting it to her. Thank you. Lingyue accepted it graciously. Indeed, it was softer and easier to clean than beast hide. Subsequently, she seated herself, observing the petite female as she mixed a concoction of mud and stones with a white powder. After a brief while, Lu Qinglan began to breathe heavily, discomfort evident as she cradled her abdomen. Thus, Lingyue took over, assisting in the vigorous stirring of the now grayish-black, somewhat viscous mixture. Thank you, Lu Qinglan said, sipping the warm water brought by Jiao Yu, while Shuju draped a blanket over her abdomen. Ling Yue wiped away the sweat, finding the situation amusing. You haven't even eaten a bite, yet you've had me working for you half the day. Lu Qinglan felt a bit shy. Qi Xian would return soon to prepare a meal for us. Stay and have a bite, she suggested. Ling Wei waved her hand dismissively. No, I wish to savor your cooking. With that, she made a playful grimace, adding, who would want to linger and witness your display of affection? I shall take my leave. Lu Qinglan could not help but chuckle, reminding her to be cautious on the road. Ling Wei waved goodbye in response. Chapter 21. Preparation when Qi Xian returned. He found a person and 2 snakes, looking as though they had rolled in the mud for quite some time, completely filthy. Particularly, Lu Qinglan. Despite her hair tied in a ponytail, had strands stuck together with grime. Qinglan, Qi Xian frowned and promptly fetched a towel. However, as all the firewood had been used up, there was no way to boil water. Like a child caught in mischief. Lu Qinglan quickly hid her dirty hands behind her back and cleared her throat. Why are you back so early? She asked, her expression seemingly nonchalant. Yet her hands were busy digging in the mud behind her, while the bamboo and jade staff she wielded was also tangled in her grasp. Its tail tip scratching the dirt from under her fingernails. Seeing her like this, Qi Xian shook his head. Did we not agree to wait until I returned before doing this? Aren't you merely idling away? Lu Qinglan smiled with her eyes narrowed. Qi Xian approached, pulling down the 2 muddy snakes from her back and taking her hand. Her fair skin was marred with dark soil, and the once clean spaces between her fingers were now a grimy black. Qi Xian's feelings were quite complicated. He felt utterly useless. Since Qinglan's arrival, she had not enjoyed a moment of peace and was subjected to such labor. Overwhelmed, he embraced Lu Qinglan tightly. Qinglan, would you like to reside in the capital city? Lu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head in refusal. I won't go, in 2 months. We still need to find our way home through the silent woods, right? She pondered, considering the potential dangers of winter, and decided that spring would be more suitable. At that moment, she hesitated and cast a somewhat perilous glance at Qi Xian. You don't regret this, do you? You don't want me to stay, do you? A wave of irritation surged within her. How could she return if he were to impede her? In terms of strength, she would be utterly powerless against Qi Xian. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flooded her mind. And she even felt a tinge of regret for having bluntly expressed her desire to return home from the very beginning. Qi Xian's handsome face flushed with urgency as he shook his head in denial under Lu Qinglan's frosty gaze. No, that is not the case. I simply wish to be with you, no matter where we go. His voice lowered. The capital offers superior resources and a more comfortable environment. I do not wish for you to suffer. Lu Qinglan sighed and said, I apologize. I misunderstood you. Do you wish to go? Qi Xian asked hesitantly, with great caution. Lu Qinglan shook her head, gesturing towards the area where the small animals were kept. What will happen to them if we leave? I've taken care of them for so long. Although she referred to it as a long time, it had only been 4 or 5 days. I could bring them along. Or perhaps catch them again once we reach the capital. But I've lived here for so long. I've grown attached and don't wish to uproot them. Very well, Qi Xian said, resting his forehead against hers, their eyelashes nearly brushing against her eyelids. His warm breath enveloped her, intimate and tender. I will strive to meet your expectations. I will not let you down. He resembled a humble, devoted knight, forever yearning for the queen's praise and attention. All right, Qi Xian remarked as he went to fetch more wood and draw water from the cold spring. Notably, he took 2 snakes with him, claiming it was to help with navigation. However, the true motive behind this action, whether it was to teach them a lesson for not persuading Qinglan, remained uncertain. Lu Qinglan tidied up the surroundings, covering the ground with soil. By the time they returned, dinner was ready, naturally prepared by Qi Xian. The 2 little snakes had yet to regain their human forms. While roasted fish could become monotonous, the fortunate aroma of the small white fish was mild, making it bearable for soup. Thus they would prepare fish soup every couple of days. The wild vegetables were stir-fried in the scant soybean oil, with the luxurious addition of 2 eggs. The previously roasted pork had all been fried, accompanied by mushroom slices coated in egg batter. Qi Xian abstained from meat, and Lu Qinglan couldn't consume much either, so most of the meat was reserved for the 2, Jiao Yusong and Zhu. Although he claimed not to favor the 2 little snakes vying for attention, he still tended to the needs of every member of the household, preparing for future sustenance. Speaking of which, is it not nearly time for the gathering? Indeed, at our current pace, it takes about 5 days to travel from the Shubu tribe to the capital. Thus we shall depart next Friday. Lu Qinglan counted on her fingers and realized that today was Saturday, which meant we had 6 days left to prepare. Where shall we reside? Whenever a gathering occurs, the single males from the capital invariably maintain order, and their homes become vacant. If one feels out of place, there are also amiable single females who are willing to offer their hospitality. Lu Qinglan's worldview was once again challenged by the unconventional end. This was merely a tactic to attract females. Qi Xian observed Lu Qinglan's furrowed brow, a hint of amusement in his voice. The capital, established by the beast god, was initially intended to maintain order among the tribes, with many warriors joining in its inception. However, the bond that females had with their families and kin was far stronger than that of males, resulting in few females willing to leave their homeland. Consequently, there were hardly any males willing to join the capital, despite its significantly higher standard of living compared to other regions. Ultimately, the beast god designated the management of the capital to the priests of the Tiger tribe, the Merfolk tribe, and the Golden Eagle tribe, each overseeing land, sea, and air respectively. Currently, the Tiger tribe led the surrounding tribes residing in and around the capital, while the Merfolk inhabited the oceans, and the Golden Eagles dwelled in the canyons. If necessary, the Merfolk and Golden Eagles would convene in the capital for important discussions. To ensure the effectiveness of the capital, the surrounding tribes were integrated into its structure, resulting in even more males remaining without partners. Thus, this gathering also served as a matchmaking event for the capital, providing a temporary haven for females while simultaneously facilitating courtship. Before departing, males would meticulously eliminate their scent and traces of life, alleviating any concerns. Should a connection be formed, it would be up to the females to choose whether to remain in the capital or return to their tribes. However, if a female was uninterested yet felt a sense of obligation, she could leave a token of exchange in the dwelling before her departure, with the only prohibition being to pursue after a clear rejection. To prevent discomfort for any future partners of the males, the dwelling would be thoroughly cleansed with herbs and pure water. Quite formal indeed. Lu Qinglan hesitated for a moment, feeling a sense of indebtedness, particularly in this distinctly gendered world. Look, her moment of softness led to Qi Xian, and later, due to her kindness, she accepted Jiao Yu and Song Zhu. Although her intention was to forge a survival alliance and refer to them as partners, it was evident they unconsciously placed themselves in the role of companions. Her indifference and disregard proved ineffective. Truly, the weight of social obligations is burdensome. As if sensing her concerns, Jiao Yu rolled onto the table, nudging her hand. Qinglan, if you prefer not to stay in a place once inhabited by others, the mask my mother left for you should grant you access to the inner sanctum of the capital. Lu Qinglan gently pushed down his head, declaring it unnecessary. The mask held significant value, and such trivial matters could be overlooked. When might you two reconcile? It is not surprising she pondered this, for after Qi Xian was punished, he had not reverted to his beast form, recovering after a few days of rest, while the scars on Jiao Yu and Song Zhu healed at a much slower pace. They had not received your forgiveness, thus the beast god's punishment was even more severe. Qi Xian endeavored to explain on their behalf. Jiao Yu subtly cast a glance at him, then, with a hint of reluctance, expressed that it was all deserved. Observing his twin brother in this state, Song Zhu clenched his teeth. One gains nothing without striving. He climbed up as well, mimicking his brother's actions by pressing his face against Lu Qinglan's hand, his emerald-hued scales flushing with embarrassment. I am sorry. He could almost feel his voice quivering slightly from shyness, his tail flickering incessantly, his throat a tad parched. Perhaps the younger brother's demeanor was more endearing. Lu Qinglan did not push him away as she had with the unashamed Jiao Yu, but instead, she affectionately patted his head. Does your bones still ache? The shedding bones, Song Zhu nearly bit his own tongue, are already past. I shall soon transform into human form. Jiao Yu almost facepalmed. This foolish younger brother ought to be playing the pity card at such a moment. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Qinglan was quite taken by this approach. She cherished the innocent. Both Qi Xian and Song Zhu possessed such simplicity, making interactions with them effortless. Although Jiao Yu harbored some cunning thoughts, he was evidently no match for Lu Qinglan, who had been immersed in society for 3 years, thus he remained within manageable bounds. Consequently, Lu Qinglan did not hesitate to grant him some favor. Reaching out to stroke Song Zhu's head, with gentle words, she affirmed, very well. However, with such statements, our time for constructing the house will be significantly shortened. I have yet to test it. I wonder if it will crack when the weather turns cold. Lu Qinglan gazed at the half-finished wall of the livestock area, contemplating the necessity of constructing a large Kong reminiscent of those found in northeast China, as it would ensure her warmth during the winter months. Tomorrow, could you accompany me to find Wenling? I wish to discuss some matters regarding cement with her. It is far more advantageous to have multiple hands assisting than for her to manage it alone. However, Qinglan harbored some concerns, fearing that this might bring her trouble. She is exceptionally talented. What if they are unwilling to let her go? I require assistance. Qinglan acknowledged the validity of his worries, yet her resolve remained unwavering. She grasped his hand, gently shaking it. Very well, Qinglan sighed, conceding to her request. Jiayu's gaze appeared somewhat dimmed. The atmosphere between them was so harmonious, as if they were a pair destined for one another. He understood all her desires and tenacity and was willing to aid her in realizing them. She felt most at ease with him, allowing herself to relax and open her heart. Even had they encountered Qinglan earlier, it is uncertain whether they could have embodied Qinglan's essence. His love enveloped Qinglan like gentle water, while their affection bore a sense of possession. Both wished for her undivided attention, even aspiring to eclipse Qinglan. After a moment of silence, Jiayu entwined his fingers with hers. Can Qinglan assist the Tianshui snake clan? He felt a twinge of shame for not having done anything for her, yet still relying on her to impart such a crucial craft to them. Qinglan harbored no particular thoughts. If they were willing to listen, she was equally eager to teach. Willing, willing, Songzhu exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. He felt genuine astonishment, his tail quivering in gratitude. Thank you, Qinglan. He nearly wished to prostrate himself before this magnificent and generous female, akin to a divine beast, uniting the beastly world and heralding a brighter future. We shall speak with the newly appointed priestess of the Tianshui snake clan, Li Xian. Jiayu half-raised his body, his resplendent, pearly white serpent form arching gracefully like a small bridge, his head resting upon the table as he offered the greatest respect of his clan to her. Chapter 22. Teaching Li Xian had long inherited the memories of her predecessor and wholeheartedly believed in Qinglan. Thus, when Jiayu informed her of Qinglan's endeavors, she almost instantly yearned to visit their abode. Filled with excitement, Li Xian found herself unable to sleep throughout the night, kneeling in the beast god temple, praying in gratitude for the entire evening. Upon assuming her role, she was beset with concerns, and despite the chieftain's tireless efforts, exhaustion plagued her. As they endeavored to rebuild their clan, the foremost priority was to construct sturdy shelters to endure the impending winter. Consequently, they decided that only 1/5 of the clan would attend the gathering to acquire essential resources. Upon receiving the news, the chieftain, with bloodshot eyes, entered the beast god temple. Her hair was disheveled, and her animal skin attire appeared worn and crumpled. Are you suggesting that we can have sturdier homes and warmer habitats? Her voice, hoarse yet fervent, was nearly drowned in tears. Indeed, chieftain, the generous and benevolent Lady Qinglan is willing to instruct us in the latest techniques. Li Xian grasped her hand, her eyes alight with excitement. The chieftain nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, I will summon the wise beast folk of our clan to learn together. Displaying her excitement, she revealed her serpent tail, which swayed energetically as she hurried to inform her kin. All right, we shall await news from Jiayu and the others before seeking out Qinglan for lessons. At that moment, the chieftain hesitated, somewhat bashful. Does Qinglan still seek a partner? My child is quite remarkable. A blush crept across her face, feeling akin to a matriarch trading matrimonial alliances for gain. Yet, given Qinglan's exceptional nature, such thoughts seemed justifiable. Moreover, she was willing to accept Jiayu and Songzhu, the two disabled beast folk. Surely her own child would compare favorably. Li Xian paused momentarily, yet instinctively considered the feasibility of such matters, tentatively suggesting, perhaps we could invite a few handsome single males to learn as well? The chieftain eagerly nodded. Yes, the more, the merrier. With that, she left in high spirits. Li Xian continued her prayers in the beast god temple. After hearing Qinglan's thoughts, Wenling felt a mix of excitement and concern. After all, even Qinglan herself could not guarantee success or whether they could withstand the winter without cracking. Now is the crucial moment for harvesting grain. Should we send a portion of our kin to produce cement? They are fundamentally different from the Tianshui snake clan, which requires hibernation, is carnivorous, and places greater importance on shelter than sustenance. In contrast, our people must consume food during winter to sustain their vital signs. We have been overwhelmed with numerous matters lately. Perhaps we should first acquire knowledge before making a decision, shall we? When Ling gently discussed this with her, Qinglan felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet she nodded in agreement, saying, all right. After bidding farewell and setting a time for their study session that afternoon, she returned home with Qinglan. Following a discussion with the clan leader, when Ling decided to designate 10 intelligent females to gather insights, among whom was Cimo. Upon Cimo's arrival alongside several young females, they were nearly taken aback by the multitude of beastmen from the Tianshui snake clan gathered before the courtyard. The scene was overwhelmingly dominated by snake clan beastmen. Even the priests were present, which made their own presence seem rather insignificant by comparison. However, upon spotting Cimo, Qinglan eagerly squeezed through the crowd to greet her. "Long time no see, Cimo smiled back. "Indeed, it has been a while. I appreciate your assistance with our upcoming studies." Qinglan smiled shyly and invited her over, finding a spot with a good view. Initially, they had come due to the priest's arrangement and held little belief in this young, slender female. However, after several hours, her indifference transformed into sheer astonishment. Qinglan specifically invited Lingwei to assist her in the production of cement. Lingwei, being youthful and possessing a vivacious and extroverted personality, relishes the spotlight and readily embraces such endeavors. Qinglan opted not for fluid cement this time. Instead, she crafted molds from soil to produce cement bricks. However, this method proved inefficient, intended merely to demonstrate to the orcs. The hardness of these bricks is substantial, and with an increased quantity, they could be utilized to construct the heated bed that I am about to teach. Yet, due to limitations in molds and time, I prefer to use stone as a substitute. She procured a large wooden plank, fashioned it into a rudimentary blackboard, and employed limestone as chalk. As she sketched and elucidated, she articulated the advantages of the traditional northeastern heated bed. This captivated the Serpent clan orcs, who, being sensitive to the cold and in need of hibernation, found this heated bed particularly beneficial, thus listening with rapt attention. As Qinglan elaborated, she radiated an effervescent charm, seemingly glowing with confidence. She elucidated the various uses of minerals, particularly emphasizing the significance of iron and copper ores. However, the impact of her explanations was rather limited. For each orc possessed their own weaponry. Even if a need arose, they could easily solicit assistance from fellow orcs. Nonetheless, this was merely an initial production process. Fraught with imperfections, during the winter months, the dryness could lead to cracking, thus necessitating the search for resin. She then described the appearance of resin, encouraging every orc to experiment with using cement as a binding agent for walls instead of soil. The Serpent clan orcs, having received directives from both the priest and the chieftain, naturally placed their complete trust in Qinglan. Several young, handsome males cast flirtatious glances her way, only to be met with a fierce glare from Qinglan. Meanwhile, some others, who were more inclined towards the robust and formidable Lingwei, secretly contemplated ways to curry favor with her once she reached maturity. Lingwei was not averse to their attention, but she critically surveyed them before dismissing them with a cold scoff, finding them lacking in strength and excellence. She was currently intent on locating a strong male during the assembly to fill the potential void left by Qinglan's departure, thus she regarded them with disdain. Cimo approached, scooping up a bit of cement, inspecting it closely while engaging in hushed discussions with a few nearby females for quite some time. "What you propose is indeed enticing, yet its large-scale application may require further refinement." Cimo offered an apologetic glance at Qinglan. "I shall collaborate with these companions and invite a select few more orcs to assist in the development. I regret that we may not be able to allocate many hands in the immediate future." "That is quite all right. Every additional pair of hands strengthens our efforts." "Your participation is already commendable," Qinglan replied. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no disappointment, although the inclusion of the Serpent clan had bolstered her numbers. The long-standing bond with the Tiaoshu clan had yet to earn the Serpent clan's trust, which left her somewhat disheartened. Clearly, Cimo was cognizant of their shortcomings and could only offer Qinglan a smile of apology. Lingwei lingered at Qinglan's behest, eager to sample her culinary skills. Meanwhile, Qinglan, like a cat encountering a mouse, quickly devoured a few bites of the meal before darting off to chopwood. This amused Qinglan greatly. Yet she refrained from comment, instead preparing a couple of extra dishes specifically for Lingwei. After finishing her meal, Lingwei engaged in casual conversation with her. "During your next visit to the capital, keep an eye out for any formidable males. Winter is fast approaching, and the survival rate is already low. You appear too frail, and I fear you may not endure the winter." She subtly admonished Jiao Yusongzhu, "Do not seek out those insects, rodents, or serpents that hibernate. They are of no use, as hunting in winter becomes impossible." Qinglan chuckled softly, having grown accustomed to Ling Yue's peculiar tone. How can I not survive the winter? I need not rely on a male companion to endure the season. After all, she still had her cotton coat and autumn garments to keep her warm. Chapter 23. Surviving the winter. Lu Qinglan stifled a chuckle, having grown accustomed to Ling Yue's peculiar and sardonic manner of speaking. How can I not survive the winter? I need not rely on a male to endure the cold season, she replied, for she still possessed her cotton coat along with autumn attire. Ling Yue cast a glance at her slender arms and legs, scoffing lightly. You have yet to witness the harshness of winter, where the frigid air freezes even water. You would find it impossible to break through such conditions. Truly, you are the most fragile female I have ever encountered. Even the seldom-seen priest here is sturdier than you. It must have taken considerable effort for your tribe to nurture you to this point. She then showcased the elegant muscles on her own arm. Lu Qinglan was amenable and directly took action to squeeze, wondering if all battle-type orcs were like this. It was not merely the battle types, after all. Nothing could compare to possessing strength. Only when females had the ability to protect themselves could they safeguard their families. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Lu Qinglan rested her chin on her hand, waiting for the moment she could discover food that suited her palate. Believing that gaining a little weight would enable her to build muscle, Ling Wen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that indeed, a bit of extra fat would make winter more bearable. Lu Qinglan immediately nodded in agreement. Ling Yue's ears perked up as she noticed her good-natured compliance and lifted her chin slightly. Is this cement truly so effective? Will that heated bed keep warm? To be honest, I am uncertain. These techniques originate from my hometown, but not everyone masters them. I possess only a superficial understanding, lacking even the most basic knowledge. The modern cement industry involves numerous complex processes, and I am unfamiliar with the adhesive minerals incorporated within. Thus, I cannot guarantee its durability against cracking. The heated bed is not a product from my hometown either. I merely stumbled upon its principles and construction methods. And further improvements can only be made after its creation. Ling Wen nodded. I shall experiment with it upon my return. I will be of age next year, and it is time to prepare my own dwelling. This seems like a venture with little risk. If any questions arise, feel free to consult me, Lu Qinglan readily offered. Certainly. The conversation then circled back to the topic of finding partners, but this time Ling Wen was not fixated on Lu Qinglan. Instead, she exhibited a hint of youthful infatuation. I wish to find a Tiger Clan beastman. Most possess exceptional combat abilities, ensuring I won't have to dread misfortune in the future. And they provide warmth during the winter. I wish you success in your endeavors. Lu Qinglan evidently held little interest in this topic. Ling Wei cast several curious glances her way. You seem quite composed. Do you not seek a nature-type beastman? Here, the nature-type beastmen are akin to mages, endowed with remarkable endurance. Thus, every household typically has one. Regardless of gender, I shall leave it to fate, Lu Qinglan replied, shaking her head. At present, I am more eager to find my way home. She worried that even entering the Silent Watch forest might not lead her back, for she had come without any sign. Merely stepping out of the high-speed train station at random. You could consult the priest in the capital for divination, Ling Yue suggested, noticing her distress. The chief priest of the capital, Qinwu, is the most skilled at divination among the beastmen. However, meeting her is a challenge. Only the victor of the Assembly S arena can have the opportunity to meet her privately. The Assembly arena? Indeed, during each gathering, a beast fighting arena is established, where the use of spiritual weapons is prohibited. Those who stand until the end gain the chance to meet the chief priest. You may present a wish, and if it is recognized by the capital, it will be fulfilled by whomever it concerns. Ling Wei rubbed her hands in anticipation. Unfortunately, only adult beastmen can participate. I must wait until next year. Speaking of which, I recall that the late Tianshui's Serpent Clan priest, Ran, was also a victor of this arena, a rare occurrence for a time-type beastman. Lu Qinglan instinctively recalled the mask, which Yen had once mentioned, a promise made by the high priest. So, that is how it came to be. Perhaps you could let Qi take the stage. He might succeed. Qi? She was somewhat taken aback, then felt a pang of realization. Her own rigid thinking had led her to assume this was a contest for females, while Ling Wei had consistently referred to it as the arena for all beastmen, a competition for everyone. Can I participate? You? Ling Yue's expression was one of incredulity. She scrutinized Lu Qinglan with a furrowed brow, subtly implying that she doubted Lu Qinglan could find a second challenger. You are too slender, lacking muscle. The arena is not a mating ground. Aside from your partner, no one will yield to you. Lu Qinglan merely asked out of curiosity. Yet her words stirred a competitive spirit within her. However, she was acutely aware that Ling Yue's assertion held merit, if even a minor could possess such prowess. The adult beastmen would undoubtedly surpass her in physical strength. Lu Qinglan could only cede in silence, choosing not to further humiliate herself. Ling Wei offered her words of comfort, assuring her that next year, when she attended the arena and met the high priestess, she would convey Lu Qinglan's admiration. This remark earned Lu Qinglan a disdainful glance, which sent Ling Wei into fits of laughter. With Ling Yue's assistance and the experiments of other beastmen, Lu Qinglan swiftly set about enhancing the cement. Although it could not compare to modern techniques, it was a significant improvement over the mud and stone houses. Jiao Yu and Song Zhu had managed to transform into their beastly forms, albeit for only 3 to 4 hours each day, yet their help was invaluable. They could roll the putty on the poles far more easily than she could manage her clumsy jumps. In their relentless pursuit to entice Lu Qinglan during Qixian's absence, the two brothers employed every conceivable tactic, orchestrating elaborate schemes that left her baffled as to their source of ingenuity. Their strikingly handsome appearances further heightened their appeal. As twin brothers, their similar features added an air of forbidden allure, one a delicate willow and the other refined and graceful. Had it not been for Qixian's daily return to prepare meals, one could only wonder what unscrupulous methods they might have resorted to. Despite Lu Qinglan's reluctance to deepen her relationship with them, the onslaught of their charm and assistance in her tasks began to sway her, leading her to tacitly allow them to take her hand from time to time. To ensure the horse's swift journey, one must provide it with fodder. With the brothers' aid, the livestock area was quickly completed, reinforced with layers of thick cement, and the earthen bed was nearly built. They awaited Qixian's free time to construct a chimney atop the roof. Concerned about igniting a fire indoors, she positioned the earthen bed outside near the cooking area, separated by only a wall. She dismantled the stones below and used cement to create a passage connecting both sections, allowing heat from cooking to transfer inside. Once all was accomplished, the day to journey to the capital arrived. In the interim, she had caught several wild rabbits and mountain chickens from the pits she had previously dug, increasing her household menagerie to 6 rabbits and 4 chickens. Many members of the Tian Shui snake clan remained, including the priestess, so she entrusted Li Xian with the care of her precious livestock. Li Xian readily agreed, even cheerfully dispatching several males to learn animal husbandry from her. Unfortunately, these individuals were quickly intercepted by Jiao Yu and Song Zhu, who taught them as if they were guarding against thieves. Upon learning this, Li Xian exclaimed that such behavior was unbecoming of a male and considered bringing Jiao Yu and Song Zhu back to teach a lesson in male virtue. After leaving a portion of their clan behind, the priestess led the tribe to the gathering. They prepared wooden boards for transport, loading them with medicinal herb seeds. While the strong beast men took turns hauling the load, everyone transformed back into their beast or half-beast forms for the journey, leaving those like Lu Qinglan, who could not keep pace, to ride upon their partners' backs. To ensure her comfort, Qixian walked at a leisurely pace, positioning himself toward the back of the group. Chapter 24. Journey to the capital. Everyone transformed back into their beast or half-beast forms for the journey, leaving those like Lu Qinglan, who could not keep pace, to ride upon their partners' backs. In order to ensure her comfort, Qixian walked at a leisurely pace, lingering towards the rear of the group. When they finally kindled a campfire and took a brief respite, Ling Yue approached, cradling Zhijin, the daughter of Qimo. "Why are you so far behind? I've been searching for you for quite some time," Ling Yue remarked with a hint of annoyance. Zhijin, with her fluffy tail cascading down, giggled incessantly. Lu Qinglan reached out to tease her. The little girl had a cheerful disposition and had previously shared a pleasant rapport with her, even teaching her several varieties of medicinal herbs. "Sister Qinglan, why haven't you come to the kindergarten?" Zijin's voice rang out with clarity. "Sister has been quite busy lately. Have you been well behaved?" Zijin nodded enthusiastically, counting on her fingers the things she had learned. Lu Qinglan also enthusiastically praised her several times, bringing immense joy to the little girl. Indeed, the fluffy children are the most adorable. Ling Yue held Zijing in her arms and, together with Lu Qinglan, fantasized about a future where her partner might be a tiger tribe beastman, envisioning that their future offspring would also possess such delightful fluffiness. This whimsical thought unexpectedly reminded Lu Qinglan of a popular internet meme from the past, which stated that one can only be so affectionate towards their own children, just as I lavish love upon my little cat. For this is my beloved kitten born after 10 months of nurturing. Lu Qinglan let out a light laugh. In truth, she harbored no affection for children, for she felt utterly incapable of nurturing a life, doubting her ability to raise a child in a family devoid of paternal and maternal love. Jiao Yusong and Zhu held her hands, intertwining their fingers, sensing her desolation. Meanwhile, Qi Xian ventured into the surrounding area to fend off the lurking wild animals, leaving an opening for these two brothers. Lu Qinglan lifted her eyelids and cast a glance at them, yet chose to remain silent. Are you hungry? Shall we fetch you some jerky? Although she voiced this inquiry, Songzhu remained immobile, his serpentine tail coiling around her, the tip cautiously inching closer to her calf. Jiao Yu's tail gently enveloped Lu Qinglan, only a few centimeters separating it from her back. A slight lean backward would allow her to touch it. Lingyue covered Zijin's eyes with a look of disdain. She held in contempt those two ineffectual males who could only flatter. Yet one had to admit they possessed the rare ability to please Lu Qinglan, which could be considered one of their few merits. Zijin expressed a desire to see you, which is why I brought her here. Alas, some individuals, with their partners at their side, become utterly oblivious. Lingyue picked up Zijin and bid farewell to her sister Qinglan, saying, we shall return to find your mother. Zijin waved, then I shall go back to find Mama. Sister Qinglan, do come and play with us in front. Lu Qinglan clasped her chubby hand. All right, but my health is not well. I may have to wait until I reach the capital before I can seek you out. She spoke no falsehood, for without a saddle, merely resting on animal hides, even though Qi Xian walked at a leisurely pace, it still chafed the inner part of her thighs. Now, her thighs throbbed with pain, and she wished to wait for Qi Xuan's return, hoping to apply some medicine under his cover. Very well. Zijin sighed in disappointment, pulling her along like a little adult. Sister Qinglan, you must eat more. You are too thin, which is why your health is poor. After saying this, she pointed at Jiao Yusongzhu, issuing orders, as companions of Sister Qinglan, you must diligently hunt for her. Upon hearing this, Jiao Yusongzhu was momentarily taken aback by the title Sister Qinglan's companion, immediately affirming with enthusiasm, and his gaze towards Lu Qinglan grew even more fervent. Lu Qinglan had long since lost count of how many times she had been told she was thin. She had grown numb to it. In the world of orcs, robust physiques were undoubtedly seen as attractive, as survival in the wilderness necessitated strength, and the stronger one was, the greater the chances of survival. Lu Qinglan could only echo her words. All right, thank you for the reminder, Zijin. Once I am ready, I shall come to find you. Lingyue let out a soft huff. Lu Qinglan understood immediately and added, I will also come to play with you. Who asked you to find me? You still owe me several months of meals. Lingyue flicked her tail and, with a satisfied demeanor, embraced Zijin as she walked forward. When Qi Xian returned, he brought her clean water and some meat provided by the beast men. Upon seeing him, Songzhu instinctively stepped aside, feeling somewhat uneasy. However, Jiao Yu seemed to draw closer to Lu Qinglan as if to flaunt. But Qi Xian merely cast him a fleeting glance, exuding an air of authority, and said, you should go and start a fire to boil water. Qinglan cannot drink cold water. Lu Qinglan let out a light laugh, but did not intervene. What was there to obstruct? In her heart, they could not compare to Qi Xian. There was preference even in dining, let alone with men. Noticing her indifference towards their plight, Jiao Yu looked at her pitifully for a while, akin to a withered eggplant before finally rising to his feet. Songzhu had already gathered firewood and, upon seeing him approach, handed him a piece of wood with a sense of shared sympathy. Help me cover this. I need to apply some medicine. As he drew near, Lu Qinglan gently pulled him aside, speaking in a hushed tone. Are you injured? Where? I shall take you to Sin. To her surprise, Qi Xian reacted quite dramatically. Lu Qinglan quickly covered his mouth, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Lower your voice. She gestured towards the inner thigh, explaining that it was merely a chafed area from prolonged riding. This place was indeed somewhat private, and besides, they still had several days of journey ahead. Qi Xian's face mirrored guilt as he draped the animal hide over her leg. What shall we do for the days to come? Lu Qinglan carefully applied 2 patches beneath the animal hide and wrapped them securely with a towel. Although her skin was reddened and slightly abraded, there was no bleeding. If I secure it tightly and change the dressing daily, it will be fine, she reassured. She then gently patted Qi Xian's shoulder and added, perhaps I should fashion a saddle. Would you mind? Qi Xian looked puzzled. A saddle? Yes, made from wood and leather, tailored to fit the contours of your beastly form. It would secure me on your back and alleviate the strain on your legs. However, in our culture, it's something typically meant for mounts. Feeling a bit embarrassed after her explanation, she realized it might have sounded as though she viewed him merely as a steed. Yet, Qi Xian did not harbor such thoughts. Rather, he felt a tinge of regret that he could not create it immediately. Once we reach the capital, I shall promptly procure the materials. and then your suffering will be alleviated, he promised. His warm hand brushed against Lu Qinglan's cheek, his eyes filled with remorse. I vowed to ensure you live a good life, yet here I am, having accomplished nothing but causing you pain and hardship. I am truly sorry. Nonetheless, he rose early and returned late each day, tirelessly seeking herbs and seeds for trade, safeguarding the tribe without fail, and contributing to the reconstruction of the Serpent clan's home. Not to mention, he still found time to cook for his partner and the two injured individuals, only allowing himself a moment of respite once Yeshong and Zhu had begun to recover. Lu Qinglan gently brushed against his hand, urging him not to dwell on trivial matters. I did not come here at your behest. I have been living quite comfortably. You have always cared for me and indulged me. You are not as inadequate as you claim. Qi Xin lowered his head, revealing his singular horn, and Lu Qinglan reached out to caress its exquisite curve. You mustn't always feel indebted to me. You have already given me everything you possess. I simply wish to take the initiative and seek a formidable partner for you. Or perhaps find a natural beastman with healing abilities. There will be a gathering for courtship, and we can attend together. Lu Qinglan was rendered speechless. Were it not for the gaze of Qi Xin, filled with affection, she might have questioned his intentions. Please, Qi Xin, let things unfold naturally. This matchmaking system does not suit me. It was absurd. With two persistent burdens already in her life, she could hardly afford to exhibit any further kindness. Beauty was something to be savored upon her return. Otherwise, who could predict what unforeseen events might transpire? Lu Qinglan could only shake her head while holding his hand, persuading Qi Xin for quite some time before he reluctantly agreed not to seek a partner. Upon arriving at the capital, I shall take Jiaoyu and Songzu for training. They ought to shoulder their responsibilities rather than simply hiding behind you and acting coy. The orcs possessed keen hearing and naturally overheard their conversation, yet they expressed no dissent. The pursuit of formidable physique and capability was the aspiration of every orc. They could not rely on a charming partner for a lifetime, or they would easily be supplanted by newcomers. Do as you see fit. I trust your judgment, and enhancing their abilities is what Yin once hoped for. Very well. Qi Xian's gaze softened. He was always pleased by the unwavering trust his partner placed in him. Leave the arrangements to me. Chapter 25. Divine Messenger? The journey proceeded without incident. Although Lu Qinglan's physical condition was less than ideal, she had her advantages. A single shoulder bag, containing a first aid kit, a jacket, and toiletries, was more than sufficient. Her fleece blanket draped directly over her, taking up no space, and she hardly felt cold. A few kilometers from the capital, they witnessed numerous tribes transporting their unique products in the same direction. Various furs, amber stones, jewels, and luminous pearls were all present. The feathered tribes soaring in the sky occasionally dropped exquisite feathers, resembling a vibrant, colorful rain. The capital was indeed worthy of being established by the beast god himself. The buildings there were akin to those in the medieval West. Although constructed of stone, each block was meticulously polished and appropriately sized. The adhesive used was no longer the ubiquitous clay, but rather a golden, translucent resin that sparkled splendidly under the sunlight. Particularly striking was the central beast god temple, crowned with a colossal statue of the four goddesses at its apex. The temple towered 5 stories high, adorned with beautifully arched windows. The sounds of various beasts echoed incessantly, while mischievous young orcs perched on their parents' shoulders, excitedly squealing. Couples held hands, whispering sweet nothings to each other, appearing utterly blissful. Various races eagerly began to attract customers upon reaching the capital, hawking and promoting their wares. Jiaoyu supported Lu Qinglan as she stepped down from Qi Xian's back, allowing her to stand on his tail to witness the lively spectacle. Songzhu held her fleece blanket, attending to her closely. Lu Qinglan gently rubbed her thighs and raised her gaze, taking in the lively scene before her, which bustled with the vibrancy of a market day. Qinglan, those amber stones are exquisite. Would you like me to procure some for you? Sister, would you care to try the rabbit fur? She found herself caught in the enthusiastic tugging of 2 companions, overwhelmed by the sights. It was then that Qi Xin transformed back into his human form, separating them with a gentle hand. Let us first seek out our lodgings, he stated, casting a warning glance at the 2 alluring figures before turning back to grasp Lu Qinglan's hand with tender warmth. Very well. Upon reaching their destination, the high priest of the capital stood before a grand stone table, adorned with a myriad of beautiful stone plaques, each inlaid with gemstones of various hues. The emissaries smiled warmly, consistently passing the plaques to their chosen females, guiding them on their path. These were the attendants of the high priestess. and Lu Qinglan was invited to select her most favored plaque. Jiao Yu leaned down, whispering into Lu Qinglan's ear. The warmth of her breath brushed against Lu Qinglan's ear, causing it to flush slightly. Instinctively, she turned her face, edging closer to Qi Xian. Is this selection exclusive to females? Indeed, even if a family resides together, only the females are permitted to choose the plaques. Qi Xian drew her closer into his embrace, creating a barrier between her and Jiao Yu. Ah, that explains why only females are present. Suddenly, she spotted Ling Yue, who was on the cusp of adulthood. Although she did not yet have her own home in the Shushu tribe, she intended to acclimate to a solitary life here. Ling Yue noticed her as well, nodding her head in acknowledgement, stepping out of the quickly formed line to position herself at the back, beckoning Lu Qinglan to join her with a glance. Lu Qinglan couldn't help but chuckle softly. After exchanging a few words with Qi Xian, she moved on. Your pace is truly sluggish. Qimo and the others have already arrived at their residence. Her tone was laced with mild reproach, yet it was not irksome. Indeed, we had lingered on the road for a while. Ling Yue, noticing her good temperament, felt hesitant to voice any complaints and instead leaned in closer. Do you know what I've heard along the way? Observing her eager expression, with her lips curled into a smile and her eyes sparkling with excitement, it was clear that she was yearning to share yet awaited an invitation to do so. What have you heard? Lu Qinglan encouraged, her eyes narrowing with delight. Noting Ling Yue's proud demeanor, she playfully tugged at her fur cloak, adopting a coaxing tone. Please, I am genuinely curious. Ling Wei cleared her throat, beckoning her to come nearer, then bent down to whisper in her ear. It is said that a beast god envoy has descended upon our world and has already been welcomed into the grand beast god hall of the capital. Lu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback, her astonishment palpable. Upon her arrival, when Ling had spoken with unwavering certainty regarding her identity as a beast god envoy, and now another envoy had emerged, leaving her in a state of confusion. Could it be that there were yet more travelers from another world? Or perhaps she was merely an accidental companion of the beast god. Noticing Lu Qinglan's dazed expression, Ling Yue felt a swell of pride for the secret she possessed and gently patted Lu Qinglan's shoulder. It is said that the beast god envoy will present a crown to the victor in the arena. We should certainly go witness this event. By the way, does Priest Wen Ling know of this envoy? Lu Qinglan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Wen Ling might harbor some resentment towards her. Yet, she had genuinely been unaware of the situation at the time, lacking any intention to deceive. I cannot say for certain, but it is customary for the priests of each tribe to pray at the beast god temple. Even if they are unaware now, they should soon find out. Lu Qinglan nodded thoughtfully and began to ponder whether she could meet her fellow townsfolk to explore the possibility of returning home. After all, as a divine envoy, she had established contact with the high priest of the central capital of the beast realm, which surely indicated her exceptional capabilities. What is the name of the divine envoy? Ling Wei chuckled at her, genuinely believing I am an omniscient sage? I merely arrived a little earlier than you. How could I possess such intricate knowledge? Lu Qinglan could only accompany and placate this young lady with a smile, but the words that followed left her in shock. The divine envoy possessed ears that were neither too large nor too small, resembling those of the deer clan, with distinctively animalistic features. This being was not a modern individual like herself. Was this truly a divine envoy? What brought her back to this place? Ling Yue was still by her side, chattering away, while she merely offered perfunctory responses, barely aware of what she had agreed to. Which token would you prefer? A gentle voice pulled her back to her senses. Lu Qinglan promptly regained her senses. As before her stood a figure with a gentle and graceful visage, smiling softly and gazing at her with kindness, showing no signs of impatience. Ling Yue, puzzled, inquired, "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and make your choice." Lu Qinglan smiled apologetically, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. She gazed at the array of exquisite plaques arranged upon the table, each one unique and beautiful, which reignited her long-dormant indecisiveness. However, with numerous female companions behind her, she ultimately chose the one that caught her the most. It was an obsidian piece, adorned with a green gem at its center, resembling a stunning cat's eye. The attendant nodded, indicating a direction. At the entrance, there is a residence that mirrors this green gem. That will be your accommodation. We hope you enjoy your time here. All right, thank you, Lu Qinglan replied with a friendly smile. Ling Yue pulled her along, her face alight with excitement. We are headed in the same direction. Let us walk together. Once you have settled in, come find me, and we shall explore. Lu Qinglan nodded in agreement. Qi Xian observed her being pulled by Ling Yue, and with a sigh of resignation, he picked up his belongings and followed suit. Lingwei arrived at the house first, which boasted a small courtyard that appeared quite tidy. Remember to come find me. She waved to Lu Qinglan before entering the abode. Chapter 26. Rice at last. Qi Xian seized the opportunity. He stepped closer to her side, while Jiayu occupied the other, flashing her a charming smile. Sun Zhu, realizing there was no space left for her, reluctantly trailed behind Lu Qinglan. However, her luck was rather poor as she searched for quite some time before finally discovering an emerald embedded in the door. Situated far from the center and lacking in adequate lighting, Lu Qinglan, filled with guilt, apologized to her partner. I'm truly sorry for taking so long to choose. And this is the best I could find. How could they possibly blame her? Did the brand ever specify a house's appearance? It's not your fault. It is the masculine's error to present such a dwelling for others to inhabit. Songzhu's visage was as gentle as jade, resembling a refined gentleman. Jiayu smiled softly. Indeed, but this way, my sister won't feel guilty about temporarily residing here, correct? Qi Xian began to move the items inside, taking them out one by one. Qinglan, aren't you supposed to go play with Lingwei? We can tidy this up later. Yes, do hurry along. Jiayu produced a leather pouch, winking at her. Songzhu and I will come find you later. Feel free to exchange for anything you desire. Qi Xian observed them, his hands clenched at his sides. Finally, he turned his head. I must settle the other beastmen of the Aishu's clan and join their patrol for a few days. As a competent partner, he should allow Qinglan some space with them. Excessive favoritism from the female could greatly affect family harmony. He ought to let them enter Qinglan's line of sight, instead of monopolizing her affection. Yet Lu Qinglan grasped his hand, turning his face towards her, urging him to lean down, and nuzzled against his cheek. If time permits, I will come see you. Wait for me to have dinner when you return. Qi Xian's eyes misted with emotion as he nodded earnestly. Lingwei had been waiting at the door for quite some time, idly kicking a stone as if it were a shuttlecock, the stone obediently soaring higher with each kick. Upon noticing Lu Qinglan rushing towards her, Lingwei huffed lightly and turned away. Lu Qinglan could only soothe her as one would a child. I apologize for keeping you waiting. The place was difficult to locate, and I searched for quite some time. Suddenly, Lingwei turned around, and Lu Qinglan was unable to stop in time, colliding with her chest, causing her nose to redden slightly. Here, Lingwei said, extending a small pom-pom at her fingertips before her. Next time, use this to contact me. Lingwei had once given her a similar one, but after using it, she had returned it without a second thought. Lu Qinglan rubbed her nose, accepting the small pom-pom and expressing her gratitude in a muffled voice. Lingwei, though somewhat indulgent, was not unreasonable. Her anger flared up quickly but dissipated just as swiftly, and soon she was laughing heartily with Lu Qinglan. As they walked along, they encountered a myriad of Orcish beings, some accompanied by their spouses and children, while others, like Lu Qinglan and Lingwei, roamed in clusters of sisters and friends. Lingwei took pleasure in observing the thick furs, which ensured her warmth during the winter months. After all, for herbivorous creatures, unnecessary slaughter was excessively brutal, and the furs in their tribe were mostly acquired through trade. Lu Qinglan attentively observed the seeds brought by various clans, hoping to discover wheat or rice. The crowd was dense, and she was not particularly fond of physical contact with strangers. Most of the beastmen wore animal skins, while only priests or emissaries donned softer fabrics. Before long, she found herself swept away, separated from Lingwei. Finally, at a stall belonging to the Feather clan, she spotted the rice she had longed for. The seller was a charming female from the Feather clan, who, noticing her fixation on the rice, immediately smiled and began to fill a beast skin pouch, nearly half her height, with the grains. Although the rice lacked any distinctive flavor, it was quite filling. If she had a partner from the Feather clan at home, purchasing some to prepare as provisions would be a splendid idea. The Feather clan female assessed Lu Qinglan's exquisite profile and her more slender form compared to the typical beastmen, concluding that she was not of a warrior type. Sister, you seem quite young. Shall I pack a little extra for you? Lu Qinglan gazed at her, tentatively inquiring how much would be needed in exchange. A glint of mischief flickered in the beautiful female's eyes as her lips curled into a smile, suggesting that it would depend on what her sister had to offer in return. Lu Qinglan retrieved a small pouch containing the shed scales of the Songzhu snake, which retained their luster and sparkled brilliantly like diamonds, with a harmonious blend of white and aquamarine hues. The avian tribe was captivated, unable to divert their gaze. The allure of such glimmering adornments was irresistible. Even though they now bore human forms, their innate instincts remained unchanged. The female could not help but reach out to grasp them, but Lu Qinglan swiftly tightened the pouch's opening, donning a mischievous smile. My dear lady, how shall I exchange this? Noticing her eagerness, the avian girl felt a twinge of regret for her earlier lack of restraint. Clearing her throat, she proposed. The quality of these scales is exceptional. I suggest you give me 5 pieces of each color, and in return, I shall provide you with a pouch of grains. Lu Qinglan was acutely aware of the principle of bargaining at half the price. Shaking her bag while shaking her head, she boldly declared, for each piece. You shall fill my entire bag. The young girl from the Feather Clan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment, as she had likely never encountered such tenacious haggling before. You can't be serious. I have so many in this bag. She appeared flustered, her pocket wide open, revealing it was indeed brimming to the top. Lu Qinglan, however, was not swayed by her persuasion. Then I shall add another piece, offering you 3 in total. The young woman of the Feather Clan shook her head repeatedly. Though your scales are indeed exquisite, they truly do not warrant such a price. Lu Qinglan pondered for a moment, estimating there were merely around 50 pieces inside. However, I still needed to exchange for other items. And with a demand for 1/5 of the value, I was resolutely opposed to such terms. In truth, it was not merely 50 pieces. It was just that the pocket was in her possession, allowing her to spin fanciful tales. The innocent young woman of the feathered tribe was not as cunning as humans. With her sparkling eyes darting back and forth, she finally gritted her teeth and said, if you add a little more, I shall consider you a friend. Such rhetoric was undoubtedly a staple in the repertoire of every shopkeeper. Lu Qinglan feigned reluctance, conceding with a sigh, very well, I shall take 1 more. The young woman from the feather tribe added 2 generous scoops, the contents of the bag nearly overflowing. May I have another piece? 5 pieces would be splendid. Besides my partner, I have 2 children, and I wish to create decorations for them. Their household was hardly affluent. Their home remained bare and had been the subject of mockery among their kin for quite some time. The grains they had procured were the result of their arduous efforts, if not for merit, at least for their toil. Observing the young woman from the feather tribe nearly on the verge of tears, Lu Qinglan maintained her pretense of hesitance and ultimately acquiesced. She decided to leave the bag of grains here for Jiao Yisangzi to assist her in transporting it. The small pouch, still quite full, brought her immense satisfaction. At that moment, however, she was seized by a pair of hands. Looking up, she found herself face to face with a young man, his hair white, yet his skin dark. Chapter 27. The shrewd merchant Lu Qinglan wore a perplexed expression, wondering if she had mistaken him for someone else. She certainly did not believe she knew this young man. He appeared to be in his 20s, with strikingly defined features, a high-nosed bridge, and deep-set eyes adorned with a captivating olive green hue. His skin exuded a warm brown tone, gleaming in the sunlight as though anointed with a sheen of bronze oil. His long hair, a striking silver white, was intricately braided into a delicate 4-strand wheat braid, embellished with feathers of various colors. He possessed fluffy silver-white ears and an enormous furry tail. This unconventional color scheme seemed illogical, yet it suited the expressionless, even somewhat aloof demeanor of the young man remarkably well. Lu Qinglan twisted her wrist, yet she could not break free. In fact, his grip tightened, as if he intended to crush her hand. Is there something amiss? She inquired. You are deceiving her, the young man asserted, pointing accusatorily at the girl from the feather clan. Lu Qinglan's eyebrows twitched in disbelief. Is this considered deception? She gently pushed the young man, who immediately stepped back, releasing her wrist in the process. Miss, do you know him? Lu Qinglan inquired with a smile towards the young woman of the feather clan. The young woman swiftly shook her head, indicating her unfamiliarity. Lu Qinglan received her affirmation, raising an eyebrow as she crossed her arms and regarded the young man. What have I deceived her about? Do you not fear that I might send you to the beast god temple for your baseless slander? It must be said that the orc's devotion to the beast god indeed provided ample material for her discourse. The young man furrowed his brow, stating, there are certainly more than just 50 tokens in your pocket. Lu Qinglan let out a cold laugh, stating that her estimate was merely around 50, an approximation at best. The exact figure eluded her, as it was provided by her partner. However, the youth remained obstinate, accusing her of linguistic deception. What deception? She retorted. It was a mutually consensual transaction. Growing weary of the argument, Lu Qinglan turned to leave, only to be halted once more by his grip. A fair exchange demands that you settle the remaining balance. Lu Qinglan shook him off, but upon gazing at his calm and unruffled demeanor, she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Perhaps this was sufficient. The young woman from the feather clan, fearing a confrontation, swiftly intervened. Initially, She had suggested 10 scales, knowing it would appeal to Lu Qinglan, while 5 scales, albeit somewhat low, still fell within her acceptable range. Yet, the young man from the wolf clan seemed oblivious to her words, earnestly stating, "Do not be afraid, I am Chima from the patrol team, ensuring the peace of this area." By now, a considerable crowd of onlookers had gathered, causing Lu Qinglan's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She detested being the center of attention. After revealing his identity, 2 other members of the patrol team, who had initially come to observe the spectacle, stepped forward to separate the increasingly close-knit crowd. Wary of potential trouble, a Tiger Clan member, noticing Chima still holding Lu Qinglan's hand, attempted to offer some words of encouragement. Just then, Lingwei, eager to join the excitement, squeezed her way through, only to find herself face-to-face with her dear friend. Observing Lu Qinglan's delicate wrist turning red and bruised, she immediately exclaimed and rushed over, parting the two and protectively enveloping Lu Qinglan in her embrace. "What do you think you are doing holding my friend?" Lu Qinglan immediately buried her face in her bosom, explaining the underlying reason, which nearly provoked Lingwei to erupt in anger, accusing the members of the patrol team. "Everything has been settled. What more do you want? If this millet were not worth 5 scales, would she sell it? Our Qinglan, such a petite girl, could she possibly be coerced?" Her words streamed forth like a machine gun, leaving the others speechless and defenseless. Aware that they were in the wrong, it was evident that Chimo was being unreasonable. A more diplomatic orc from the Tiger Clan made a gesture of appeasement, stating, "Our squad leader is somewhat rigid. I apologize on his behalf to your friend." Chimo attempted to justify himself, yet before he could utter a coherent sentence, he was struck in the ribs by the orc's elbow. Lingwei scoffed coldly. "My friend has even turned her hands red from your grasp." Chimo, clutching his ribs, remained defiant, maintaining that he had initially misled others by claiming it was only 50-some scales, maliciously attempting to undercut the price. "They are so pitiful, toiling away as a family," he insisted, though not with much malevolence. A timid girl from the Feather Clan timidly interjected, but retreated under the fierce gazes of the others. Lu Qinglan grasped Lingyue's hand. Emboldened by the support she received, she lifted her gaze to him, asserting, "If they consent, I consent. Your dissent holds no weight. If you truly find it unsuitable, then purchase it yourself. Should your offer be reasonable, she would be willing to profit from you." The young woman of the Feathered tribe felt a surge of despair. What concern was this to her? She merely sought to elicit sympathy to negotiate a better deal, never anticipating that she would ensnare a naive giant. Chimo, too, felt a desire to assert himself and acquire the item, yet he was restrained by the more rational members of the Tiger tribe, who cautioned, "How many gems do you possess? Focus on something other than finding a partner." He offered a gentle smile, apologizing, "My sincere apologies. Our team leader suffered a mishap in his youth. Please do not hold his folly against him." Lu Qinglan had lost all desire to continue her stroll, and she immediately waved her hand to move past. Lingwei had initially approached with a fierce determination to seek an explanation, but the Tiger tribe's beast man presented them with a gemstone as compensation. Lu Qinglan tugged at her, and she reluctantly acquiesced. It was a piece of amber, encasing a beautifully delicate butterfly within. Lu Qinglan handed the amber to Lingwei, expressing her gratitude for Lingyue's support on her behalf. "Please accept this as a token of my appreciation." Though Lingwei initially declined, she eventually accepted the gift. However, her anger lingered. That Chimo was truly detestable. "Does your wrist still ache?" Lu Qinglan glanced down to see a circle of red marks, yet she dismissed it with a mere remark of indifference. Meanwhile, the beast man of the Tiger Clan, who had been entwining his arm around Chimo's neck, halted at a corner and released him. "She is a swindler. Jiang Chong. We cannot allow such individuals to disrupt the gathering." Jiang Chong felt an overwhelming urge to pry open the beastman's head to discern the thoughts within, wondering if there was merely a single thread of reasoning, for he was exceedingly rigid. "You mustn't be so obstinate. While such behavior is uncommon at gatherings, it is not entirely absent. You cannot apprehend everyone, can you?" Chimo choked momentarily, his pupils quivering. Was this behavior truly so prevalent? "I have long asserted that your penchant for combat makes your placement here unsuitable. I cannot fathom the captain's reasoning," Jiang Chong remarked, irritably raking his fingers through his hair. The squad leader was indeed formidable in combat, but his lack of flexibility was undeniable. Chimo lowered his gaze, yearning to patrol the periphery. However, due to being 22 and still without a mate, his parents were increasingly anxious, even though they were aware of his own standards. They stubbornly believed it was his lack of exposure to desirable females that was the cause and leveraged their connections to have him reassigned back to the capital. He had initially hoped to love his work, only to become the subject of various amusing anecdotes. He had observed for quite some time before concluding that Lu Qinglan was taking advantage of others, yet he found himself caught in a predicament. Noticing his despondent demeanor, Jiang Chong placed a hand on his shoulder. "Let me think of a solution. I will speak to your uncle and aunt, and perhaps they can return you to your original squad." Qi Mo merely nodded in gratitude. "I will return your gemstone." Jiang Chong, displaying no signs of resentment, replied, "No worries, just avoid causing too much trouble." But those two females were indeed striking. "I wonder how you managed to navigate that," he added. Qi Mo's thoughts turned to the elegant yet cunning female, his irritation mounting. How could there be so many duplicitous beastmen? A swindler is merely a pretty Feng. That girl from the Shushu clan, her name was Lingwei, right? She certainly has a formidable voice. None of our Tiger clan females can match her volume. After all, the ferocity of Tiger clan females was widely acknowledged. Yet this was the first time he had encountered another female who surpassed even his mother in strength. Qi Mo felt indifferent to this, shaking off his reminiscing friend as he walked away. Lu Qinglan and Lingwei strolled about, but due to previous events, Lu Qinglan's spirits were rather low. Furthermore, lacking any particular needs, she found herself disinclined to shop. In contrast, Lingwei exchanged a considerable amount of animal hides. In her own words, she was preparing for a future of solitude. A perfectionist at heart, she believes that a partner must be the most exceptional and formidable. Until she finds such a companion, she prefers to remain single rather than settle for less, making the prospect of living alone a viable option for her. Lu Qinglan held a profound admiration for her own psyche, displaying no hint of self-deprecation. She clearly articulated her desire to seek nothing short of the best. Coincidentally, Jiao Yu and Song Zhu arrived, and Ling Yu returned to arrange her considerable collection of animal hides, while the two brothers assisted Lu Qinglan in transporting rice. Thus parting ways. Both Jiao Yu and Song Zhu were meticulous individuals, and they immediately noticed the red marks on Lu Qinglan's wrist. It was not until Ling Yu departed that they could no longer contain their curiosity. Upon learning the details, both were somewhat incensed, yet Lu Qinglan, wishing to divert their attention from the matter, sought to soothe them. "I am accustomed to haggling in my hometown," she remarked. Instinctively, Song Zhu took her hand and gently massaged it, inhaling deeply several times. "Does it still hurt?" he inquired. "I feel nothing now," Lu Qinglan replied, withdrawing her hand but not reclaiming it entirely. Jiao Yu grasped her other hand, resting his cheek against the crown of her head. "Sister, I shall seek out that beastman and compel him to come here to apologize to you." Lu Qinglan tilted her head slightly, attempting to distance herself from the head that had drawn closer to hers. "No need for that. Take the rice back instead." She was eager to return and compare this rice with that of the modern world. However, Jiao Yu and Song Zhu were reluctant to leave. It was absurd, after all. They had finally acquired the chance to explore alongside Lu Qinglan. Her demeanor had softened towards them, and to squander such an opportunity amidst the vibrant atmosphere of the gathering would be foolish. "Sister, aren't you interested in browsing the furs or gems?" Jiao Yu stood upright, his gaze sweeping over the various stalls until it landed upon a pristine white fur. He had always felt that white complemented Lu Qinglan's complexion beautifully. Yet there was no such exquisite and delicate fur in Qi Xian's abode. Even Lu Qinglan's own small blanket was beige. He approached directly, conversing with the orc vendor before exchanging 10 snake scales for the fur, which was as tall as Lu Qinglan herself. "It will be quite cold in winter. And Song Zhu and I will hibernate. Consider this a gift to help you through the season. May our alliance flourish ever more successfully." Jiao Yu's words left Lu Qinglan with no room for retort. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but smirk. Their gazes nearly sparked with fervor, their hands and tails betraying their excitement. Yet they dared to use the notion of alliance to silence her. Song Zhu, on the other hand, did not purchase the fur but headed to the gem stall instead. He acquired a translucent peridot and had the merchant fashion it into a beautiful bracelet, adorned with his own 7-inch scales. Grasping her hand, his fingertips trembled slightly from nervousness, and his amber-like eyes gazed deeply into Lu Qinglan's. "Is this acceptable? If not, what do you intend to do?" Lu Qinglan let out a light laugh, extending her hand forward and slipping it into the bracelet. Song Zhu visibly exhaled in relief, assuring her that he would keep it safe until the day she was ready to accept it. How troublesome. Faced with her playful reproach, Song Zhu's face turned crimson as he chuckled softly. What else could he do if she wasn't a bit more difficult? His sister could be endearing, and Qinglan was her first partner. He felt inadequate and knew he must take more initiative to be worthy of such an exceptional companion. His gaze was unwavering, his amber eyes reminiscent of the melting warmth of the sun. She found herself entranced by their honey-like hue. Chapter 28. The conspiracy. The arrival of the divine messenger abruptly interrupted their heartfelt exchange. Qinglan seemed to regain her senses as she instinctively pushed the man in front of her. However, she was unexpectedly supported by Qiaoyu, who steadied her waist from behind. Before she could react, a throng of people surged in, engulfing them. Qiaoyu embraced her tightly, preventing the frenzied orcs from overwhelming the more delicate figure of the woman in his arms. Her back pressed against Qiaoyu's chest, and as she tilted her head, she found herself unconsciously resting against him, the coolness of the beast first seeping into the side of her face. It was a trait of ectothermic creatures. The weather had turned mildly cool, hovering around 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Thus, these cold-blooded beings instinctively adjusted their body temperatures to align with their environment. In contrast, human body temperature averages around 37 degrees, making their warmth feel somewhat lower to Qinglan. Songzhu also wrapped his arms around her, shielding her head as he glanced toward the direction the orcs were moving. There, a bamboo and wooden palanquin, lifted by several orcs, was adorned with delicate, translucent silk. Noticing Qinglan rising on her toes, grasping Songzhu's arm to catch a glimpse of the divine envoy, Qiaoyu exerted his strength and lifted her into his embrace, allowing her to behold the figure of the envoy. Qinglan was filled with curiosity as she awkwardly tugged at Qiaoyu's long hair and stretched her neck to peer over. The divine envoy sat gracefully, her white hair cascading down to her ankles, adorned with a veil, shimmering scales, and pearls. Yet, it was her ears that truly captivated attention. They were unmistakably those of the deer clan. A sense of oddity washed over her. How could a human envoy be a beast man? What distinguished her from the priests? The surrounding cacophony was incessant, filled with the supplications of the faithful seeking blessings from the divine envoy. What a fortunate beast man she was. The envoy was, in fact, a pitiable female of the Li Yuan sheep clan, who, through a series of unfortunate events, had received the blessing of the beast god. What a wretched female! Qinglan glanced at the nearby sheep beast man, who seemed to possess some knowledge of the situation. The sheep beast man looked up, noticing Qinglan perched on Qiaoyu's shoulder. Uncomfortable under the gaze of the unfamiliar female, he nonetheless responded. Her biological father was a rebel, executed by the guard team, after which her mother was rescued. Bearing the bloodline of a traitor and inheriting her father's deer-like features, she was not well received by her kin, despite her mother having borne her. However, more than a month ago, she had been summoned by the beast god, receiving his favor. Subsequently, she was escorted to the beast god temple by the priests, clan leaders, and guards of the capital. Qinglan whispered her thanks once more, casting her gaze upon the female orc, who appeared more slender and delicate compared to the others. Perhaps due to her previous unpopularity, she lacked physical strength, and her spine seemed frail and emaciated, evoking a sense of pity. What was her name? The sheepish orc responded. Qinglan, though her full name was Qinglan. Suddenly, as if sensing something profound, the divine messenger lifted her head, her gaze piercing through the crowd to meet hers. What a pair of eyes they were, neither sorrowful nor joyful, resembling a tranquil ancient well, so deep that one could not fathom the depths of her soul. Qinglan stared blankly at her counterpart until the divine envoy's palanquin departed. It was only when Qiaoyu set her down that she regained her senses. As if a vast conspiracy enveloped her from above. She wished not to dwell on such thoughts, yet the coincidences loomed too large to ignore. Over a month ago, her inexplicable arrival coincided with Qinglan's sudden elevation to the status of divine envoy. Their nearly identical names and the universally accepted identity of beast envoy further intertwined their fates. I must seek out the Priestess Wenling. Songzhu and Qiaoyu exchanged a glance, both perplexed by her slightly altered demeanor. Priestess Wenling will be at the beast god temple throughout today. We cannot enter. This is not a tribe. The beast god temple in the capital is only open on specific days. Those wishing to pray must go to the smaller adjacent beast god temple. Qinglan lowered her head in a state of trepidation, uncertain of what the future held. Would she ever find her way home from the silent forest? No, she did not wish to remain here. She yearned to return. Thus, Qinglan grasped the hands of the two companions, assuring them that all would be well and that it was time to go back, for Qinglan should be returning soon. Qiaoyu's delicate, rosy eyes regarded her with concern as she gently wiped away the cold sweat beading on Lu Qinglan's forehead with the cool pad of her finger. Smiling softly, "Sister, are you feeling fatigued? Would you like me to carry you back?" Lu Qinglan had already resolved to cease her thoughts, nodding in agreement. Jiao Yu's physique was not as robust as Qi Xian's. In fact, he appeared somewhat frail, perfectly aligning with his sickly demeanor. Yet, beneath the animal hide, he possessed a considerable amount of muscle, which could be described as quite strong. Leaning against Jiao Yu's sturdy back, her cascading hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her long locks were not purely black but rather a chestnut hue, intertwining seamlessly with Jiao Yu's raven hair. Songzhu held the animal hide, feeling her heart race in resonance with her brother's presence. Upon arriving home, Lu Qinglan had already succumbed to slumber for some time. In her unconscious state, her hand relaxed, no longer clutching Jiao Yu's neck, prompting Songzhu to gently support her back from behind, until they entered the room and encountered Qi Xian. Jiao Yu did not set her down but carried her to the bedside. Songzhu spread out the white animal hide. In Jiao Yu's discerning eye noted that the pristine fur indeed complemented Lu Qinglan beautifully. She lay on her side, her hand resting naturally beside her face, where the shimmering bracelet on her wrist sparkled delicately. Qi Xian's gaze was dark and brooding, his spiritual energy swirling chaotically within him. Yet he ultimately managed to suppress it. What value did that tattered animal hide hold? Sooner or later, it would decay, and that ugly chain was of no worth. It would inevitably break. But he soon regained his composure. He had prepared for this, and he ought to behave differently. Lu Qinglan's safety outweighed all else, and her wishes were paramount. Moreover, if anyone were to be blamed, it would be those two useless fools, who merely sought to ingratiate themselves and feign innocence before Lu Qinglan. It was her overly kind heart that had led her to be so easily swayed by them. Qi Xian strode forward, brushing aside Songzhu, and seated himself beside Lu Qinglan, enveloping her in his embrace. Lu Qinglan was startled awake by such emotion, and upon opening her eyes to see Qi Xian, she felt a wave of relief and nestled deeper into his embrace. With a thick nasal tone, still in a daze, she murmured, "Ah Xian, I long to return home. Once there, we shall pay respects to grandmother and grandfather." In response to the envious gazes of the two brothers, Qi Xian tightened his hold on Lu Qinglan, gently reassuring her, "All right, once winter has passed, we shall return." He cast a provocative glance at the two brothers standing motionless. Planting a tender kiss atop Lu Qinglan's head, his voice imbued with utmost softness, "You see, she only wishes to take me home. I am the one destined to accompany her back." As night enveloped the city, luminous pearls illuminated the surroundings. These precious gems of the modern world merely serving as decorative lighting in the beastly realm. Atop the grand beast god temple, a woman clad in heavy animal skins grasped a lantern adorned with luminous pearls, entering a room that could only be described as splendidly arranged. Lu Qinglan sat by the window, hugging her knees, the wind lifting the delicate fishnet fabric of her attire, making her resemble a fairy eager to take flight. "Qinglan, be cautious not to catch a chill," the woman urged, placing the luminous pearl down and approaching her. "Call me by my name." Lu Qinglan tilted her head to regard her, her voice crisp and clear. The woman made a helpless expression. "There is little we can do. Since a decision has been made, you should refrain from mentioning your former name." In defiance, Lu Qinglan stepped out with one foot, her body leaning perilously out the window. "Call me by my name." She teetered on the edge, supported only by one hand gripping the curtain. "Yuanjia," the woman screamed in alarm, hearing the answer she sought. Lu Qinglan swiftly leaned back, tumbling into the room. The woman rushed over, her heart racing, lifting Lu Qinglan as if she were a precious treasure, examining her from head to toe. What did the adult say? Lu Qinglan, her expression numb, stared blankly at her. Not receiving a response, she focused on checking for injuries. Seizing the woman's hand that incessantly lifted her garments, repeating, "Geo man, what does the adult want from me again?" Geo man, compelled to cease her actions, offered a resigned smile. "Do not harbor such animosity towards the adult. If all goes well, we shall benefit future generations. You met her today, did you not?" Noting Lu Qinglan's continued indifference, Geo man carefully arranged her hair. "How does she appear?" Lu Qinglan recalled the woman, whose eyes sparkled with vitality, reminiscent of spring grass flourishing in the season, vibrant and full of life, as if stepping into a world bathed in a warm spring sun, where grass grows and birds sing. Yet she was frail, her skin an unhealthy pallor, with long hair cascading over her shoulders like a beautiful cloak. Like spring, Geo man, accustomed to Lu Qinglan's whimsical musings, did not mind and echoed her sentiments. The adult's intention is for you to do nothing for now. He will orchestrate everything later. Once the time is right, you shall become a true divine emissary. Jiumon rested her face atop Lu Qinglan's head, softly painting a dreamlike world akin to a mirage. Qinglan, you have endured so much suffering. You have done nothing wrong, yet you are looked down upon due to your lineage. Qinglan, we are aiding those who share our plight. A future awaits where no one will scorn the mixed blood, where no child bearing the blood of rebels will be disparaged. Lu Qinglan raised her hand to embrace Jiumon from behind. We shall not harm anyone, will we? Jiumon's gaze shifted momentarily, yet she replied gently, indeed. No one will be harmed. We strive solely for the future. Lu Qinglan's pale lips pressed together until they turned a soft crimson. She had sacrificed so much. There was no turning back now. Noticing Lu Qinglan's calmness, Jiumon let out a sigh of relief. Yinja had suffered from neglect since childhood, leading a difficult life and struggling with her mental state. When they engaged in conversation, she would invariably retreat into her own world. She was taciturn and devoid of complex relationships, having received no care even from her mother, a perfect pawn. Jiumon held her close, glancing aside. Shenwu had once harbored doubts. The prejudice against mixed bloods ran deep, and even the high priestess was not exempt from such biases. However, she had only divined the syllables of Qinglan's name and was fortunate that their allies had alerted them in time. Thus, they devised a clever ruse, prompting Yinja to fabricate a lie, claiming the beast god had bestowed upon her a new name, rendering her past name a mere memory. More importantly, Yinja's abilities were nothing short of miraculous. Yet, today she had encountered the Shushu tribe, who had previously sheltered Lu Qinglan. The expression on the Shushu priest's face had been far from pleasant, though no words were exchanged within the beast god temple. Who could predict what the future would hold? Perhaps she should seek counsel on how to handle the Shushu priest's concerns. Meanwhile, when Ling returned to her dwelling late at night, her expression grave. She declined her partner's service and confined herself to her room. Due to the unique nature of their priestly duties, their residence comprised 2 rooms, facilitating meditation. When Ling paced within, perplexed as to why there were 2 divine envoys. In truth, the absence of communication back to the capital regarding Lu Qinglan stemmed from her personal motives. She wished to keep Lu Qinglan with the Shushu tribe for as long as possible, especially after witnessing her unique talent in creating cement. This craft, enhanced through their refinement, proved invaluable for construction projects. She even intended to discuss with Lu Qinglan the possibility of bringing more Shushu orcs into the production. Moreover, the almost translucent hues of her soul indicated a closeness to the beast god. When Ling was certain that Lu Qinglan was extraordinary. Yet why was that enigmatic and aloof divine envoy also recognized by all, especially by High Priestess Qinwu? She could distrust anyone. Yet she held unwavering faith in the High Priestess. But why had the High Priestess taken such a stance? She devoted herself wholeheartedly to that female figure, inseparable from her side. There was an unsettling premonition that something momentous was about to unfold, an event of unimaginable magnitude. She felt compelled to consult Lu Qinglan. For the circumstances seemed too coincidental and peculiar, it felt as though she had been unwittingly ensnared in a web of intrigue, all aimed at the messenger of the beast god. She resolved to discuss her concerns with Lu Qinglan before making any decisions. Chapter 29. Truth and Falsehood. Early the next morning, when Ling hurriedly inquired about Lu Qinglan's temporary residence, due to the multitude of tribes present, many formidable beastmen joined the patrol teams to maintain order. Qi Xin was no exception. He had previously been a warrior of the Jishu tribe and held his own against other beastmen in the capital. Before departing, he prepared provisions and laid down the rules with Jiao Yu and Song Zhu. I shall return by noon. You should also come back early. Subsequently, I will lead you through specialized training. If you cannot endure it, then you might as well return to your tribe. Otherwise, even if I face reproach for my kindness, I will not permit Qinglan to accept you again. His seriousness was palpable. Thus, Jiao Yu and Song Zhu did not refuse. They were indeed weak. And Qi Xin's assistance was a boon. We will return, they affirmed, wishing to protect Lu Qinglan and no longer remain as the feeble. There was a sense of responsibility among them. Qi Xin cast a glance at them, suppressing his inner dissatisfaction. However, he pondered, what if Qinglan wishes to venture out while we're away? Who will help her carry her purchases? Song Zhu voiced his concern regarding Lu Qinglan's potential desire to shop. Before Qi Xin could respond, a clear voice rang out. Do not worry, focus on your training. Lu Qinglan wrapped herself in the beige blanket she had brought, leaning against the doorframe as she smiled at them. Qinglan, why are you up so early? You were utterly exhausted yesterday and barely touched your meal. Are you hungry now? Qinglan shed his earlier bravado in front of his rival, revealing a softer side as he stood before his partner, wishing he could melt into a puddle. Qinglan shook her head gently, affectionately reaching out to stroke his horn. She did not feel particularly hungry. Having slept excessively yesterday, she had risen early today. Qinglan glanced at the two striking yet disheartened men behind him, offering them a reassuring smile. It was merely a result of having overindulged in hunger. Wasn't it said that one should gain weight? You are so slender that I fear a gust of wind might carry you away. Qinglan was displeased that her attention wandered to others, without a second thought. He lifted her up, weighing her in his arms amidst her small gasp of surprise. Oh dear, Qinglan said, steadying herself on his shoulder. Her eyes downcast as she patted his sturdy arm, playfully chiding, "Put me down, I need to freshen up." Content. Qinglan set her down, reminding her that the water had just boiled and to remember to mix in some cold water. Understood, Qinglan replied, a faint blush blooming on her fair cheeks. She felt as though being with Qinglan made her seem younger, as if he were specifically there to heal her, gently embracing all her flaws, including her somewhat imperfect emotions. Jiao Yu and Song Zhu had already completed their morning routines, but still accompanied Qinglan, one handing her a towel while the other squeezed toothpaste for her. Even when it came to rinsing her mouth, they offered her a cup. Their attentive service ensuring she felt comfortable. Qinglan laid the food on the table, and less than 3 minutes later, when Ling arrived. Is Qinglan here? She asked, spotting Song Zhu setting up the stool. Looking around, she did not see the familiar figure of Qinglan. Priest Wenling, I am here, Qinglan called out, hastily applying her skincare as she turned to step outside. Wenling's long hair was slightly damp from her hurried pace, yet she paid it no mind. Directly approaching Qinglan. Qinglan, I have something very important to discuss with you, and I need to take up some of your time. Please come with me. Qinglan immediately thought of the matter concerning the divine envoy. The smile that graced her lips faded, and her expression turned serious. She gestured to the eager Jiao Yu and Song Zhu, indicating that she would accompany Priest Wenling first, and instructed them not to follow. Song Zhu, filled with concern, picked up the jerky and vegetables, urging, let's eat a little first. We mustn't let ourselves go hungry. Indeed, a short delay would not matter. Jiao Yu also encouraged her. Wenling recognized that her impatience was to blame and felt a twinge of guilt. She gently pressed Qinglan, who was about to decline, into a seat, saying, It's fine, let us have something to eat first. Qinglan could only acquiesce. However, it was not only Wenling who was anxious, she herself was equally restless. Thus, she hardly touched her meal, merely forcing down a few bites before grasping Wenling's hand. As a priestess, Jiao Yu Songzhu had no objections, handing her the small spirit energy concentrated pom-pom and stating that they could contact them later, as they would return to gather and procure some food. Qinglan nodded in acceptance. As Wenling finished bidding farewell, she immediately took hold of Qinglan and rushed outside. Unable to contain her excitement, she transformed into her beast form without waiting for the speed of a human. This was Qinglan's first encounter with Wenling's animal guise. The semi-transparent horn, the cream-colored equine body, and the softly cascading light yellow mane exuded an aura of elegance and purity. This was Qinglan's initial impression. No matter how many times she beheld such fantastical creatures, she remained awestruck, particularly by the priestess radiating a divine presence. Come here, Wenling gently lowered herself, inviting her to mount. Qinglan perched upon her back, wrapping her arms around her neck as the wind howled past her ears, lifting her chestnut locks, while the scenery rushed by in a blur. As they sped along, Wenling briefly remarked, Do you know about the divine messenger of the temple? I was just about to mention that, she continued. The messenger named Qinglan. It feels rather coincidental, and I can't shake off a sense of unease. Wenling reassured her, Do not worry, I will ensure your safety. Qinglan inexplicably placed her trust in this female, and the unease within her began to dissipate. Upon arriving at Wenling's residence, she was astonished to discover that the house surpassed even the blind boxes they had drawn, featuring 2 cozy rooms, a quaint kitchen, and a washroom, all adorned with beautiful hanging grapevines. Sour envy welled up within her, causing Qinglan's eyes to redden. Amused, Wenling pulled her along, lamenting. If you had agreed back then, I could have petitioned High Priest Qinwu to grant you such a dwelling. Qinglan immediately regained her composure. Shaking her head in refusal, and with a tone of resolute authority, suggested, Let us first enter and discuss the matter at hand. Wenling also adjusted her expression, leading her into her chamber. Within her room stood a table adorned with gemstones representing the 4 celestial goddesses, a sharp red diamond, a translucent green gem, a smooth white pearl, and an obsidian that shimmered like a starry river. She seated Lu Qinglan upon a stone chair. "I suspect that Lu Qinglan is not a true divine envoy," she remarked, her expression grave and her gaze unwavering. Lu Qinglan's fingers clenched tightly as she stood up, filled with apprehension, to gaze out the window. Upon returning, she drew the curtains to shield herself from the glaring sunlight. "Do not worry, typically. No one dares to eavesdrop beneath the priestess' window." Lu Qinglan furrowed her brow, acknowledging that this matter was indeed grave and expressing her concerns. She placed a hand over her heart, overwhelmed by an unsettling feeling. What could be the cause of this unease? The day she experienced the beast god's favor coincided almost perfectly with my arrival, and even her name bore a striking resemblance to mine. She was not originally called Lu Qinglan. When Ling leaned closer, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Qinglan's eyes. Sensing the fear reflected in Lu Qinglan's gaze, she continued, revealing that Lu Qinglan had once been named Yanjia, claiming that it was under the guidance of the beast god that she altered her name. Chapter 30. Truth and Deception. Noticing the trepidation in Lu Qinglan's eyes, she pressed on, explaining that Lu Qinglan had previously been known as Yanjia, asserting that her name change was a result of the beast god's intervention. "I was uncertain of their intentions, but it was evident that their current focus was likely on you, Lu Qinglan." Why did Lu Qinglan's demeanor appear so shattered? The bewilderment of being thrust into this place already weighed heavily upon her, and now she found herself entangled in what seemed to be a conspiracy directed at her. To say it was aimed at her would be somewhat inaccurate. It was more a scheme targeting the title of the divine envoy. The priestess Jinyu from the cold mountain of the heavenly domain had divined the arrival of the divine envoy and, after discerning the location in the capital, pinpointed Li Yuan and subsequently discovered Lu Qinglan there. When Ling's expression grew serious as her hands intertwined. Yet, I could not fathom why they were so assured of Lu Qinglan's identity. "Perhaps I truly am not she?" Lu Qinglan hesitated, confessing that she was never one to seek trouble. If she could navigate this confusion, she could return home with legitimacy. Perhaps she was merely an accidental beneficiary of the beast god's blessing upon Lu Qinglan, or perhaps she truly was Lu Qinglan, a bitter smile gracing her lips. When Ling gazed at her with a complex expression, bewildered by Lu Qinglan's willingness to relinquish such a supreme honor to another. Were she an ordinary person? Even if she were not the rightful one, she would surely strive to claim it if only a fragment aligned with her. Yet, the beast god had bestowed upon her the gift of communication, and even the serpent clan acknowledged her. Their memories of the beast god were inherited, and their divination abilities were among the finest, as evidenced by their reactions prior to Yan's departure. So, it was thus. Lu Qinglan recalled Yan's insistence on the matter with Jiayu Songzhu. They believed her to be the divine envoy, which explained their actions. "Qinglan, I understand your earnest desire to return home, but this matter is of utmost significance," she stated, her tone turning serious as her previously gentle demeanor receded, revealing her sharpness. The implications of a half-breed, a child of rebellious bloodlines becoming the beast god's messenger were unfathomable. "Lu Qinglan, you are the one we have recognized as the divine envoy. You are the one chosen by the beast god. If you are unwilling to delve deeper into this, what are the rest of us to do?" Lu Qinglan lowered her head, clutching the turquoise bracelet in her hand. She yearned to refuse, yet they had shown her such genuine care. Among the Shuzi tribe, she had found companions who embraced her flawed character. The proud yet endearing Lingyue, the vivacious and cheerful Zijin, the gentle and wise Qimo, the somewhat aloof yet considerate Jiayu, and the self-effacing yet refined Songzhu. How could she bear to part with them? These were the warmth and camaraderie she had never experienced in the modern world. Though she longed to return home, how could she allow them to drift into the unknown machinations of conspiracy? What constitutes a rebel? She cast her eyes down, and in posing this question, she indicated her willingness to explore the matter further. When Ling was overjoyed, tears nearly spilling from her eyes as she nodded vigorously, almost rushing to embrace Lu Qinglan. The peace of the beast god did not extend to every corner. Those beastmen who rejected the ideals of this peace were labeled as rebels. They revered the strong, clinging to the ancient customs of the beastmen, devouring weaker races and perpetuating the abhorrent practice of coercing females. Such actions, in our eyes, merit the ultimate punishment from the beast god. A look of disgust and righteous indignation crossed Wen Ling's face. Even if reluctant, unless the female or her partner could triumph over the challenger upon victory. If the female still resolutely refused acceptance, they would covertly harm her partner. It was uncertain from whence the rebels derived their dark arts, but once they ensnared a male, He would empathically resonate with their essence, gradually transforming into the likeness of their partner. The deeper the bond between the female and her companion, the more profound the resonance. Only their unique herbs could provide a remedy. When Ling slammed her hand on the table, filled with righteous fury, this was nothing short of banditry. Every matter should prioritize the will of the female. Tribes that uphold such customs ought to vanish entirely. Lu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback, her expression a tapestry of complexity. As she gently patted her arm in an attempt at consolation, the circumstances she was grappling with seemed both deranged and grotesque, leaving her at a loss to articulate her thoughts on those insurgents. However, when it came to empathy, it appeared that Zhao Yu and Song Zhu were similarly afflicted. Though their plight stemmed from genetic anomalies, an inherent condition for them, it remained uncertain whether any herbal remedy could alleviate their situation. The hybrids, born of insurgents and females from other races, inherited their father-esque traits. Regardless of gender, they were classified as hybrids. When Ling sighed, acknowledging their misfortune, had they inherited their mother's characteristics, their existence might not have been so tragic. Their paternal traits were synonymous with their mother's suffering, and in truth, they were never meant to be born. Lu Qinglan nodded. Although they were all humanoids capable of transforming into beasts due to the enlightenment of the beast god, they were more akin to humans than to the savage predators of the wild. In this particularly esteemed realm, where females are regarded as the very essence of life's genesis, harming a female was unthinkable for any beastman. Thus, the rebels refrained from inflicting harm upon the females. Instead, they resorted to a more insidious approach by targeting their companions. When Ling gazed at her, the hybrids had committed no wrongdoing. Yet their very existence was deemed a mistake. Out of respect for their mothers, we shall not impose any actions against them, but beyond that, we can offer no more assistance. Hybrids are unable to hold any positions within the community and lack the blessings of the beast god. Consequently, most hybrids opt to become rebels or wanderers, while a select few manage to cultivate a more formidable physique, enabling them to stand on equal footing with the beastmen endowed with spiritual power. Lu Qinglan nodded, likening the situation to the Ouroboros, an enigma without resolution. The rebels, devoid of the protection of the beast god, have consequently turned their faith towards the malevolent deity. Lu Qinglan was truly bewildered. What on earth was happening? How had it escalated to the realm of Cthulhu? When Ling, observing her expression, continued to elucidate, the powers bestowed by the malevolent deity were rife with destructive potential. Starkly contrasting the combat style of the goddess of war, their inclination was towards annihilation. For instance, the skills exhibited by the insurgents we encountered included corrosion and explosion. This sounded perilously ominous. A sense of fear gripped Lu Qinglan, and she felt an instinctive urge to retreat. Indeed, although we had dealt a significant blow to the insurgents 3 years prior, their hiding places were shielded by the dark deity. Should we attempt a forceful breach? It would result in mutual devastation. Thus, we currently maintained a fragile balance. When Ling clasped her hand earnestly, I must take you to meet the High Priestess. Once she sees you, the High Priestess and her companions will surely unveil the impostor. Lu Qinglan timidly raised her hand. Can I not do it? When Ling's expression turned serious, but she quickly adopted a gentle demeanor. I will not let you come to harm. I swear it upon my life and my faith. Moreover, you cannot escape this, for the name that bears an almost identical resemblance signifies that this is beyond your control. Lu Qinglan observed her expression and felt assured that she spoke the truth, yet her heart sank deeper into despair. What if the high priest could not be trusted? She did not wish to entertain such thoughts, but now she found herself besieged on all sides. Caution was paramount. Impossible! When Ling exclaimed, rising abruptly, anyone may be untrustworthy, but the high priest would never betray the beast god. It's not that I doubt the high priest, Lu Qinglan quickly reassured her. What I mean is, what if the high priest is unwaveringly loyal to Lu Qinglan? She has been welcomed into the capital for a month. She would not simply wait idly. Moreover, as you mentioned, this matter is of great significance. Lu Qinglan surely has powerful allies behind her. Qinglan, fearing that Wen Ling might become overly agitated, delicately softened her tone. Wen Ling, sensing her own excessive excitement, offered a sheepish smile and returned to her seat. So, what shall we do? Chapter 31. Betrayal. One observing Wen Ling's dejected posture as she sank into her chair, Qinglan pressed her lips together. To be honest, it seemed that only Wen Ling and her few companions among the beast men were convinced of her identity as the divine envoy. Even the current priestess of the serpent clan, Li Xian, had not arrived. Compounding the situation was their lack of evidence. As Wen Ling had articulated, that name was not merely a simple title. It indicated that she was under scrutiny. There were those lurking in the shadows, watching her. But why? If they had already discovered her, conventional wisdom would dictate that eliminating the threat should be paramount. How could they allow her to reach the capital? Or perhaps they were still adhering to their long-standing principle of not harming females, which seemed utterly absurd. Yet, they had not taken any action against her. In fact, she had not even witnessed any peculiar occurrences. Lu Qinglan gazed at the curtains that draped down to the floor, crafted from exquisite animal hide. The glow of the luminous pearl within the room cast shimmering spots upon it, leaving her to ponder their intentions. When Ling cradled her head in her hands, acutely aware of the perilous game unfolding, while they remained concealed, the threat loomed large. She feared that should they leap forth proclaiming Lu Qinglan as the divine emissary, they would surely find themselves ensnared. Lu Qinglan found herself at a loss, compelled only to offer her solace. Let us take things as they come. Wait, there is also the priest of the Baize clan. When Ling grasped her hand, explaining that the Baize clan had withdrawn from the world since the departure of their beast god. Their former priest was the mate of the beast god and also the elder brother of the current priest. Aren't priests typically female? Lu Qinglan felt a sense of disorientation. Was it not stated that only females could ascend to the role of priest? How could the former priest of the Baize clan be male? When Ling appeared somewhat helpless as well, noting that their race was rather unique. The Baize clan possesses no females and has an exceptionally long lifespan. With a notably low reproductive capacity, currently, there are perhaps only 5 or 6 individuals remaining. After a moment's reflection, Wen Ling added, unless, of course, they have not welcomed any newborns in the past 2 years. Lu Qinglan nodded, acknowledging that this place truly possesses everything. The arrival of the divine messenger was initially conveyed to the high priest by Jinyu, and subsequently, several priests from the capital collectively divined the whereabouts of Lu Qinglan. However, the Luyuan sheep clan, where Lu Qinglan resides, may not be in direct opposition to our location, yet it is indeed quite distant. How did they manage to divine her presence there? Lu Qinglan pondered in silence, realizing that the priests in the capital harbored numerous questions. Wen Ling felt a pang of guilt, lamenting that had she been able to send a message to the capital at that moment, this predicament might have been averted. Her desire to keep Lu Qinglan at the Shizu clan for a while had also been influenced by her personal inclinations, despite Lu Qinglan's demeanor. The divine envoy had managed to create techniques that exceeded their expectations in just a month at the Shizu clan. Since she was destined to depart, why not forge even more before leaving? She had intended to conceal Lu Qinglan until after the gathering in the capital before revealing her presence. Yet now this innocent divine envoy found herself ensnared in a dilemma. It's all right. Lu Qinglan understood that Wen Ling's personal sentiments had inadvertently led to this situation. However, truth be told, even with this awareness, she had no desire to attract attention, complicating her journey home. They were merely individuals with their own thoughts, which had allowed others to exploit the situation. If only a message could be sent to Priest Jinyu, who was willing to discern the divine envoy, everything would be resolved effortlessly. He was the orc closest to the beast god, and if he could provide testimony, High Priest Jinwu would surely consider it. Yet, had it not been said that their Baize clan always remained reclusive? Lu Qinglan harbored doubts about this course of action. Only the High Priest could establish contact with him. This endless circling ultimately led back to the High Priest. Lu Qinglan found herself at a loss for words. If the High Priest were to rebel, what difference would it make from walking into a trap? Observing her expression, Wen Ling also sensed her own shortcomings and offered an awkward smile. I will devise a way to test the High Priest. No, Lu Qinglan interjected. I believe both you and the Serpent clan priest, Li Xian, are under surveillance. She gazed at her with earnestness in her eyes. I do not wish for you to be harmed. Did you not mention that the Baize clan priest resides on the snow mountain of the celestial domain? Perhaps we should maintain the status quo and, upon our return from the gathering, Red Xian and I can secretly seek him out. A hint of hesitation clouded Wen Ling's features, for she could not conceive of any alternative. Lu Qinglan, however, curled her lips into a smile, indicating that it would be necessary for Priestess Wen Ling to endure some discomfort as they conspired together. Wen Ling, initially bewildered, inquired about the nature of the scheme. It did not take long for her to comprehend the gravity of the situation. While kneeling in the Beast God Temple, confronted by the imposing figures of the 4 beast gods and the chieftain of the Tiger clan, alongside the High Priestess and Lu Qinglan, she hesitated for a considerable time before steeling herself to continue speaking. I stumbled upon that child by chance. At the time, her behavior was exceedingly peculiar, starkly out of place among us, which led me to believe she was a divine emissary. The High Priestess, Jinwu, cast a puzzled and hesitant gaze upon Wenling before shifting her attention to Lu Qinglan. Hearing Wenling's words, Lu Qinglan remained unperturbed, her face betraying no emotion. As steadfast as a mountain, exuding an air befitting a divine messenger. The chieftain of the Tiger clan, Song Fu, a robust and towering female, donned a heavy hide of a mythical beast over her practical attire. Wenling, what evidence do you possess to challenge the validity of our divine emissary? Wenling lowered her head, responding simply, none. This admission elicited a bemused reaction from Song Fu, who found it absurd that one would dare question without substantiation. Perceiving it as an affront, just as she was about to voice her indignation, the high priestess intervened. I wish to meet her, the high priestess stated. Her expression devoid of any discernible emotion, yet she regarded Wenling with a calm detachment that strangely mirrored Lu Qinglan's demeanor. Lu Qinglan and Jiao Yusangzu had been waiting outside the beast god temple for some time. In the face of their concerned gazes, Lu Qinglan remained surprisingly calm, offering them reassurance that everything would be fine as long as they clarified the situation. A few envoys emerged from within, and Lu Qinglan recognized them as the orc representatives who had distributed the residential blind boxes. Jiao Yu grasped her hand without uttering a word, yet the sorrow in her eyes flowed forth like the drizzling rain of March. Songzu stood protectively behind her, his expression tense. You would make things difficult for Qinglan, would you? The envoy replied with a gentle smile, conveying without ambiguity that they would not harm any innocent individual. The implication was clear. Should she indeed intend to harm the envoy, they would not hold back. Songzu grasped the underlying meaning, tightening his protective stance around Lu Qinglan. However, she patted his shoulder and gently broke free from Jiao Yu's hold. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. With her exquisite features and an air of scholarly elegance, coupled with a physique that contrasted sharply with the typical strength of orcs, her deliberately innocent expression further accentuated her perceived harmlessness and gentleness. The envoy could not help but soften her stance, pondering the possibility of a misunderstanding. I will be out shortly. Will you return home to prepare dinner? Lu Qinglan said kindly, her lips curling into a familiar smile as she reached out for the first time to caress the corner of Jiao Yu's eye, brushing aside his cascading hair. The warmth of her soft fingertip glided across his skin, enveloping Songzhu in a wave of warmth as well. Songzhu wished to say more, but was halted by Jiao Yu's grip. The elder brother furrowed his brow, his once vibrant visage now pale like that of a delicate beauty beset by illness. Very well, we shall return shortly to fetch you. Lu Qinglan nodded and followed the envoy inside. Chapter 32, Betrayal 2. Upon witnessing her silhouette vanish into the beast god temple, Jiao Yu, without a moment's hesitation, addressed his brother, I shall seek out Qi Xian. Remain here. Without waiting for Songzhu's response, he hurriedly transformed into his beast form, a colossal white python that nearly occupied half the street. Ignoring the warnings from the approaching guards against such a grand transformation, he swiftly darted away. Within the beast god temple, Lu Qinglan distinctly heard the resounding commotion and let out a quiet sigh. She entered the hall, where the number of people was sparse. Some were seated, others stood. The envoy escorted her in and then departed, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. At this moment, Lu Qinglan beheld Lu Qinglan up close. She was indeed frail, even more so by a margin, her complexion pale, merely qualifying as lovely yet resembling a marionette, devoid of any vitality. From a distance, Lu Qinglan had assumed her eyes to be black, but in truth, they were a deep shade of blue, akin to the unfathomable depths of the ocean, devoid of any glimmer of light. Perhaps it was her admiration for beauty that led her to ponder whether Yinzhi was coerced, as she did not strike one as the sort of person who would engage in such actions. Lu Qinglan was also observing her, yet her serene countenance betrayed not a hint of peculiarity. Are you Lu Qinglan? Song Fu interrupted their gaze, demanding with a stern voice. Lu Qinglan lifted her gaze to regard her, only to swiftly avert her eyes once more. The king of beasts indeed lived up to its reputation. A single glance from her exuded an air of authority, and though seated, her presence felt as imposing as if it spanned 2 meters. Indeed, Lu Qinglan lowered her head, her eyes drawn to the hem of Wenling's garment. Wenling inquired, you claim to be the divine envoy. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate that? Qinwu gently patted Song Fu's shoulder, urging her to remain calm. Lu Qinglan raised her gaze to Qinwu, who truly embodied her name, resembling an ethereal deity, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Her true form was that of a blue and white dragon, adorned with exquisite dragon horns and shimmering light blue scales, complemented by flowing white hair and azure-hued lashes and irises. Her countenance was serene, yet not devoid of warmth. Rather, it radiated a divine detachment, transcending the mundane while remaining intimately connected to humanity. I possess no evidence, Lu Qinglan observed her, tears welling up in her eyes, for she was, in truth, no divine envoy. This revelation caught everyone off guard. Even the imposing Tsang Fu appeared momentarily speechless. Then, what of Wenling? I know not. I am utterly in the dark. My memories elude me, and the past remains shrouded in mystery. Priestess Wenling claimed I was. In my fear and confusion, she covered her face and began to weep. Wenling's eyes widened as she rushed forward, grasping the fabric of her clothing. Lu Qinglan felt fortunate to be in the capital city. To avoid appearing out of place, she had donned animal hides, leaving her lightweight trousers and jacket in her bag. Had she been in trousers, this tugging might have caused them to slip away. What are you saying? Have you forgotten the circumstances of your arrival among us? Lu Qinglan shook her head, appearing quite fragile. I cannot recall the events of that time. It is only through your words that I realize my longing for home has persisted, as I have tirelessly searched for the path back. Tears streamed down her face, her bright eyes ceaselessly shedding sorrow, projecting an image of utter helplessness, as if threatened. Are you afraid? Wenling, seemingly on the brink of despair, questioned her. Are you worried they will favor Lu Qinglan? That cannot be. Speak up. The high priestess is here. She will assist you. I am not. Lu Qinglan vehemently shook her head. Yet Wenling, in a frenzy, insisted that she was indeed the divine envoy. You lack the traits of a beast. You cannot revert to your beastly form. This is the nature of the beast god. Because I am inherently flawed, she replied. Tsang Fu appeared uncertain, glancing towards the high priestess, who shook her head and began to divine, but, as always, could only ascertain that the divine envoy was in close proximity. Only those who, like the Tianshui serpent clan, offered everything could glimpse the visions. Though she was a dragon, her ties to serpents were intricate, yet as the high priestess, she bore her own responsibilities. At that moment, when Ling seemed ignited, her once dull eyes suddenly sparkling with life. My skill. Only those whose souls are closest to the beast god can be the divine envoy. How can your own abilities be taken seriously? A feminine voice interjected, capturing everyone's attention. A tall, striking woman emerged, stepping behind Lu Qinglan, casting a disdainful glance at them. Jiomon, when did you return? Tsang Fu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with surprise. If I had delayed any longer, this ambitious fool would have harmed the divine envoy. Lu Qinglan lifted her eyelids, turning her head away. Jiomon felt a twinge of pity. The foolish girl was here to support her. You know we could not have foreseen this, Jiomon scoffed, recalling the moment they had tested the soul hourglass before the high priestess when retrieving Qinglan. She maliciously curled her lips, her vibrant face exuding a vivid charm. Yes, transparent. When Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as tears fell, feeling as though her very spine had been severed, she knelt on the ground, murmuring, Impossible, impossible, she is a hybrid. How could this be? Wenling, Chen Wu admonished sharply. Jiomon, however, laughed lightly. I understand now, you cannot abide the lineage of the divine envoy. So you hastily elevated someone. It seems I must avoid the sharp edge of Priestess Wenling, fearing that one day, if I incur your displeasure, you might replace me with another divine guard. This was indeed a heavy burden to bear, yet neither Tsang Fu nor Chen Wu could retort. For Wenling's earlier remarks were indeed somewhat beneath scrutiny. While beast folk generally disdain hybrids, they would not voice such sentiments openly. Only those hybrids who achieved great deeds could gain their acceptance. For instance, Jiomon was the one who had dealt a significant blow to the insurgents 3 years prior. Thanks to these circumstances, she was able to draw closer to Tsang Fu and become his most intimate comrade. Furthermore, because of her influence, more half-bloods refrained from becoming rebels, instead choosing to support the capital. Jiomon's eyes were filled with coldness. No, that is not what I meant. Wenling fervently shook her head, pointing at Lu Qinglan, whose soul was also transparent, her colors equally ethereal. Jiomon laughed, her voice resonating throughout the expansive hall. I have borrowed a soul hourglass. Let us make use of this. Before anyone could react, she swiftly appeared before Lu Qinglan, placing her hand upon the hourglass. A flash of light illuminated the space as the pure white sand within began to flow, shifting in color. The hues grew ever lighter, becoming increasingly faint. Hope sparked in Wenling's eyes. Yet, she was soon engulfed in disappointment as the color settled on a pale azure, which, while nearly transparent, was still distinctly visible. The multitude of sand grains stacked together made it evident that this was blue, far from the transparency Wenling had described. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Wenling felt as if all her strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground, for it had indeed been transparent. Qinglan closed her eyes, and Songfu turned to instruct Jiomon to escort Lu Qinglan back. With a sense of satisfaction, Jiomon even let out a soft snicker at Wenling. Once they departed, it was time to reckon with Wenling's transgressions. To slander and question a divine envoy was unforgivable. As for Lu Qinglan, given her naive and fragile demeanor, they could no longer hold her accountable. She was merely a pitiful female. Chapter 33. The masked Wenling appeared to be so overwhelmed that she felt nothing at all. Staring blankly ahead with vacant eyes that could not focus, Qinglan felt a pang of compassion. Wenling held great reverence for the beast god, which explained her current state. Once, the youthful Wenling had blinked her admiring eyes and inquired about the beast god's achievements, treating every detail with the earnest curiosity of a newborn. Unable to contain herself, she spoke up on Wenling's behalf, arguing that Wenling had merely misspoken, but her actions have slandered the divine envoy. Have you considered what might happen if the envoy were to be enraged? Songfu was just and unwavering. In her ironclad belief, wrongs must be punished, especially such a grave error that undermines the beast god. Qinglan's eyes drooped in anguish, trembling slightly. She cared deeply for each priestess and could not bear the thought of Wenling facing punishment. Such a significant error might lead to Wenling being stripped of her priestess title, condemned to a lifetime of repentance before the beast god. Songfu, seeing that Qinglan had ceased her pleas, felt a pang of sorrow as well. But the offense against the divine envoy could not be overlooked. Although only a few were aware, they had indeed transgressed against the envoy. Considering her deep reverence for the beast god, a death sentence could be averted, but the consequences would still be dire. In the presence of the beast god, I declare you wait. Qinglan appeared somewhat anxious, kneeling with her head bowed. It was I who had inadvertently created an illusion for Priestess Wenling, resulting in this predicament. I am willing to accept the punishment on her behalf. I implore you, spare her this time. Qinglan gazed pitifully at Songfu. For a moment, Songfu hesitated. Weighing the significance of a priestess against that of a flawed female, the choice was starkly apparent. Her heart, shamefully, wavered, yet she resolutely refused. No, it cannot be. However, Qinglan persisted, reiterating her willingness to bear the judgment for Wenling. Priestess Wenling has bestowed upon me a life-changing grace. I cannot stand idly by and watch her suffer. Please, punish me instead. Both Qinglan and Songfu regarded this flawed female with newfound respect. She was indeed a person of deep loyalty. Observing her frail frame, trembling with fear yet standing resolutely before Wenling, one could not help but admire her courage. Nonetheless, rules must be adhered to. Just as the declaration was about to continue, Songfu was interrupted by an attendant, though she silently breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the reprieve. What is it? Qinglan inquired eagerly. The attendant, head bowed, reported that a member of the Qinglan clan was seeking his partner, Qinglan. He had caused quite a disturbance with two members of the Serpent clan at the temple guard, claiming to bring something of great importance to present to the priestess. What is this important item? Songfu questioned authoritatively. The attendant shook his head, unwilling to divulge further, merely stating that it was for his partner. After a moment's contemplation, Songfu turned to Qinglan, who nodded in agreement, signaling for the visitor to enter. Soon, Qinglan strode into the hall with purpose, bearing the marks of battle. As a ranged fighter, he was not adept in close combat, and had it not been for the delay caused by Jiao Yusongzu, his injuries might have been more severe. Upon entering, his gaze immediately locked onto the tear-streaked face of Qinglan. A pang of pain surged through him as he rushed to her side, taking her hand gently, and spoke softly. I have brought you what you sought. With great care, he produced a meticulously preserved tassel mask and solemnly placed it into Qinglan's hands. This is a dyed mask, Qinglan exclaimed, eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, due to certain circumstances, Ran entrusted this to me. Qinglan accepted the mask, breathing a silent sigh of relief. She had successfully delayed the inevitable. Qinglan felt a stirring within, beginning to grasp the gravity of her impending actions, her demeanor unconsciously relaxing. The departure of Ran had left her in deep sorrow, yet some calamities are unavoidable. Fortunately, Li Xian was someone she had encountered before. She was an exceptionally capable female. Since Ran had entrusted her children to me, along with this mask, she claimed it could secure a priestess's promise. Qinglan's gaze became resolute, shedding her earlier timidity and blossoming like spring grass breaking free from the mire. Qinglan felt an inexplicable sense of unease, momentarily doubting her recent judgment. Qinglan no longer appeared the timid creature she once was. If she were truly a foolish female, Ren would not have placed such trust in her. After all, despite their flaws, Ran's children were the most precious legacy left by her beloved partner. Thus, she held a deep affection for them. And it was inconceivable that she would entrust them to a feeble and incompetent female. Songfu had not considered such matters, as her relationship with Ran was not particularly close. "My lord priest, do you still uphold this promise?" Qinwu relaxed her body, gently rotating her fingers, which had stiffened from tension, and nodded in affirmation. Qinglan revealed a smile, exuding confidence and an air of strategic mastery, brimming with youthful vigor. "Then I shall express my gratitude to Lord Qinwu on behalf of Priestess Wenling for his benevolence. You must utilize this wish for her." Songfu rose, her eyes glistening with intensity as she regarded Qinglan. This time, Qinglan did not avert her gaze but met Songfu's eyes directly, which burned with an intensity akin to a raging inferno, so fervent that it made Songfu instinctively want to withdraw. "Indeed, I shall employ this promise to ensure Priestess Wenling remains unscathed. What a precious vow it is, one earned in the arena, a commitment she has safeguarded throughout her life. Now, Qinglan chooses to expend this promise, not for herself, but for a priestess who nearly dragged her into an abyss of despair." Songfu glanced at Qinwu, her eyes filled with hesitation and anticipation. Qinwu stepped forward, accepting the delicate mask from Qinglan's hand, tears blurring her vision. "Die, Qinwu. This pertains to the divine messenger." Songfu felt a pang of uncertainty, fearing that her decision might lead to unforeseen consequences for all. "This promise is one we collectively made to die, and thus it is our duty to fulfill it. If anything were to happen with the divine messenger, I shall bear the responsibility alone." Qinwu turned her back, looking at Songfu with unwavering resolve. In Qinglan's gaze, she stood in the light, shielding them behind her like the most compassionate of envoys. Songfu closed her eyes, then opened them again, turning to Qinwu. "Very well, you shall explain to the divine messenger. Should anything go awry, you need not assume the role of high priestess." Qinwu did not refuse, and a hint of a smile graced her face. "Very well." Qinglan gazed at the high priest, momentarily shaken by her previous doubts. Could such a person truly be the mastermind behind Qinglan? She appeared so gentle and compassionate. Subsequently, the two exhaled deeply, as if a great burden had been lifted from their shoulders. "Wenling, you seem to be unwell lately. It would be prudent for you to rest. There is no need for you to come to the Beast God Temple for prayers in the coming days." Qinwu said with a kind demeanor towards Wenling. Songfu then summoned someone and issued instructions, ensuring that everything remained as usual, with a stern warning against leaking any information. "If I discover anyone with a loose tongue, you shall all cease your duties." At that moment, Qinglan felt her taut nerves finally relax, realizing that the hand she held tightly with Qi Xian was clammy with sweat, and her previously cold body began to regain warmth. As she bent down to assist Wenling forcefully swatted her hand away, her eyes blazing with fury. You cowardly, spineless wretch. I shall stand against you." Qinglan appeared startled, her gaze fixed on the flushed visage of the furious woman before her. With a slight bow of her head, she murmured, "I merely wished to return home. That was my intent from the very beginning." Yet, Wenling, undeterred, rose and departed without a backward glance. Qi Xian grasped Qinglan's icy fingers, offering her silent solace. His hands, flushed from their recent skirmish, radiated warmth, providing her with the comfort she had always known. Observing the scene, Qinwu and Songfu recognized the rift between the two, lamenting Wenling's overwhelming fixation. Qinwu smiled, her eyes filled with compassion. "I sincerely apologize for taking up so much of your time. I hope this incident does not mar your experience here. Please enjoy the life we offer." Songfu chuckled heartily. "You possess great spirit, loyalty, and I welcome you to witness the spectacle of the arena." Qinwu regarded her disapprovingly. "Are you truly participating again? Over the years, it has always been your victory, seizing so many of my wishes. Do you not feel a twinge of shame?" Songfu shrugged nonchalantly. "I would prefer not to, but they are simply too weak. And Zhou Man is unwilling to take the stage." Qinglan observed their harmonious demeanor and chuckled softly, responding gently, "I shall attend. I hope to witness the grandeur of Lord Songfu." Meanwhile, Qi Yuan slightly tightened her fingers, contemplating to herself, "Perhaps I should also take the stage this year?" Songfu grandly waved his hand, declaring, "I will arrange the finest seat for you." Qinwu smiled at her playful antics, exchanging a knowing glance with Qinglan, filled with a hint of exasperation. Qinglan responded with a smile. This matter was effortlessly resolved by her mere facade. Leaving no casualties, and allowing everyone to return to their respective places. It was only when she truly stepped out of the beast god temple that she released a sigh of relief. At last, she had managed to navigate through the situation. This was the sole method she could conceive to protect Wenling, while also subtly signaling to the watchful eyes that she had no interest in the position of any divine envoy. She simply yearned for a tranquil life and to find her way home. Jiayu approached, his face mirroring the same concern. As always impeccably groomed, they had not taken the time to tidy themselves and simply gathered around her. She suddenly felt that their unrefined appearance was far more endearing than their usual polished selves. Thus, she offered a smile and said, "I told you I would be out soon, didn't I? Let us return home for dinner." Jiayu felt a warmth in his heart, his eyes slightly reddening. All right. He quickly realized, however, that he probably had not prepared any meal. Yet, faced with Qinglan's bright eyes, Jiayu could only muster the courage to follow them. Qinglan rode atop Qi, reflecting on the plan she had just devised, feeling immensely grateful that Jiayu had not hindered her efforts. Initially, she intended to use a small pom-pom to notify Lingyue to retrieve the mask she had stowed away in her bag, yet she felt such an approach was overly contrived, considering that Lingyue was entirely unaware of the agreement she had with Ran. If under surveillance, summoning Lingyue to fetch the mask without explanation would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, while en route to the Beast God Temple with Wenling, upon encountering Jiayu and Songzu, the idea immediately sprang to mind. The sole variable was that she had not yet had the opportunity to confer with Jiayu. Lingyue bringing the mask was her least preferred option, one she resorted to only due to Jiayu's unreliability. Fortunately, as she caressed the tips of Jiayu's eyes, he sensed her intent and winked at her. In anticipation of potential complications, he even summoned Qixin from the patrol team. The mission was completed flawlessly. Qinglan finally regarded the little green tea with a newfound perspective. Oh, it turns out she is quite clever. Meanwhile, atop the high tower, Jiomon learned that Qinwu and her companions refrained from punishing Wenling, even going so far as to suppress the news to protect her. Infuriated, she smashed the luminous pearl within the room. Qinglan maintained a calm demeanor, even turning away to avoid facing her. They were fortunate indeed. Jiomon's tone was rife with hostility, as if she longed to consume her flesh and drink her blood. She was not entirely mistaken. I was never one of them. Qinglan rested her face against her knees, a product of forced creation, a false divine envoy. Observing Qinglan's apparent inclination towards self-destruction, Jiomon felt a surge of compassion. She returned to Qinglan's side and embraced her, urging her to refrain from such words. In my eyes, you are a miracle in itself. I will not allow them to harm you. It's all right. Qinglan gazed at the luminous pearl on the floor, her eyes devoid of any glimmer. However, the unexpected silver lining was that Wenling had severed ties with Qinglan. Who would have thought that Qinglan was such a feeble female, too timid to defend herself? Jiomon felt both smug and dismissive about this. How could such a cowardly and selfish female possibly serve as a divine envoy? The beast god must truly be blind. My sources indicated that Qinglan's arrival at the beast god temple was entirely orchestrated by Wenling, and they had been arguing even as they left Wenling's abode. With hearts divided, how could they hope to match the years of scheming by her? Fortunately, she had tampered with the soul hourglass in advance. Otherwise, Wenling might have truly taken her away. Alas, her divine envoy was a coward, utterly indifferent to her fate, merely denying everything. Jiomon was elated, eager to share this development with her superiors. An isolated and defenseless divine envoy, huh? She had pushed away the very person who believed in her most. And they hadn't even had to expend a single effort. Truly, a weak divine envoy. Jiomon was nearly jubilant, humming a tune, believing that dealing with divine envoys would be a formidable task, yet it turned out to be so simple. It was almost commendable how prepared she had been. Weakness? Qinglan recalled the look in Qinglan's eyes during their last encounter. When she looked at her, there was no fear, no anger, but rather a deep compassion. Those were not the eyes of a coward, but of someone genuinely touched by empathy. She opened her mouth but ultimately remained silent, leaving Jiomon, who appeared victorious, in a state of exuberance. This should suffice. She had passed the most arduous trial. No matter how they flailed, Qinwu and Songfu would never trust them again. I am weary. Qinglan laid down upon the bed, signaling her desire for solitude. Jiomon smiled helplessly and said, "Then I shall take my leave. If anything arises, consult the envoy." Silent as ever, Qinglan was accustomed to her demeanor. With a light chuckle, she departed from the scene. Upon returning home, Wenling wore a pallid expression, directly entering her room. After a considerable time, her countenance shifted. Their collaboration in this charade was to ensure her complete removal and to prevent any subsequent actions from being discovered. In Lu Qinglan's words, "It was akin to show you striking Huang Gai, one willing to strike, the other willing to endure." What followed was merely a waiting game until the gathering concluded. Under the guise of her exclusion, Lu Qinglan would then storm out of the clan with her partner, subsequently vanishing without a trace. She could only hope that their journey to the celestial snow mountains would not be fraught with peril, and that they would successfully meet the Baizhe clan as priest Jinyu to gain his endorsement. However, Lu Qinglan and her associates had made thorough preparations, even tampering with the soul hourglass. It must be noted that this was a relic of another priest, one who had served for decades at the Beast God Temple and was a female. Such meticulous defenses were truly formidable. Qinglan's concerns were valid. If she were to recklessly approach the Grand Priest with her fervent intentions, the outcome might be even more dire. It was a pity for Qinglan to have obtained the mask from Ran. Once Lu Qinglan confirmed her identity, none of those supporting the false divine envoy would escape. Chapter 35. The Sea Tribe. Upon returning home, Lu Qinglan was swiftly drawn into the house by Qi Xian, who regarded her with a furrowed brow, his anxious gaze traversing her form before finally enveloping her in a warm embrace. "I am sorry." Lu Qinglan rested her head on his shoulder, pondering what there was to apologize for as she felt untroubled. Yet, she sensed a warmth near her neck as Qi Xian was once again shedding tears. Lu Qinglan felt somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to console him. "I will no longer patrol. I will stay with you until the gathering concludes." "No need for that," Lu Qinglan replied with a smile, patting his shoulder. She took a step back, cradling Qi Xuan's face, and affectionately kissed the corners of his lips. "I am perfectly fine. We still have much to accomplish. Do you not have to mentor Jiaoyu and Songzhu?" "No, this matter is perilous," Qi Xian said, his countenance troubled. "I only learned of the divine envoy's affairs through Jiaoyu. It is you who should." "Shu." Lu Qinglan placed her fingertip upon Qi Xuan's lips, her luminous eyes gazing into his, gently shaking her head. Seeing her enigmatic demeanor, Qi Xian swallowed his words. "Let us refrain from discussing that. After all, it is quite fortunate that the High Priest and the Tiger Clan leader have chosen to overlook our transgressions. For now, let us relish the life in the capital." "Agreed." Qi Xian understood that his partner was a person of strong opinions, wise and far-sighted, possessing knowledge that far surpassed his own. Since she had spoken thus, he nodded in acquiescence. "Ah, I am quite hungry. I have scarcely eaten all day. Let us see if Jiaoyu and the others are ready." However, upon opening the door, they were met with chaos, a scene that suggested a hasty and disorganized preparation. Jiaoyu wiped the dust from his face, a hint of crimson at the corners of his eyes, looking somewhat embarrassed as he glanced over. "It will take a little more time." Songzhu was busily touching this and that, seemingly unaware of his own actions. "You were not just stealing, were you?" "Absolutely not," they replied in unison. Lu Qinglan let out a soft laugh, seemingly struck by a humorous point that rendered her almost unable to stand upright. "I had always believed such scenarios were confined to the realm of television dramas. How could you possibly bring them to life?" Qi Xian, with his arms crossed, observed them, a rare smile gracing his features. Though I did not comprehend the television show Lu Qinglan referred to, her evident joy was certainly something one could embrace. Lu Qinglan chuckled to her heart's content, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and took a few steps closer. "I am truly grateful for all that you have done for me at the Beast God Temple. You may be quite curious about my circumstances, but I cannot divulge them just yet. Perhaps in the future?" She remained hesitant to fully entrust them with her secrets. "It is nothing. Safeguarding you is our duty, as our destinies are intertwined, and we are partners in this endeavor. Yet, we appear far from formidable, seemingly of little use." This self-deprecating plea, born of instinct, surprisingly resonated with Qi Xian. "I previously mentioned that I would train you. I almost forgot. Let us commence after our meal." Lu Qinglan was also quite intrigued. She had never witnessed how orcs underwent training. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and declared, "I shall join you." "Very well," Qi Xian replied, observing her petite frame. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "You may engage in some activities there, lest you find the subsequent training too taxing." "Huh?" Lu Qinglan's eyes widened in astonishment as she pointed at herself. "Me? Wasn't she merely a bystander?" Qi Xian, with an unwavering demeanor, remained unmoved. "Do you not wish to build some muscle?" Lu Qinglan contemplated the graceful form of the female physique, the exquisite musculature, and resignedly nodded, "I will train." However, Songzhu felt a pang of concern for her, After all, Qinglan had just endured those recent tribulations. Perhaps it would be wise to postpone her training for a while. Qinglan, what are your thoughts? Qi Xian gazed intently at her, neither affirming nor denying, merely awaiting her response. Lu Qinglan smiled at Songzu and said, I appreciate your good intentions. However, merely speaking of exercise without any actual practice will not yield the development of muscle. She resolved to gradually intensify her training from this point onward. Zhao Yu chuckled softly at her, stating, Sister, you possess remarkable perseverance, so indulge a little today. Indeed, while they professed their intent to protect her at all times, the reality of the situation revealed the substantial challenges involved. Qinglan was not a pet to be carried around. She possessed her own independent thoughts, friendships, and required her own space. Just like during their attempt to breach the beast god temple. Even if they wished to intervene on her behalf, their desires were futile. When Qi Xian entered the beast god temple, he beheld Qinglan's tear-streaked face, her eyes swollen from crying, and felt an overwhelming surge of pain within him. Qinglan had never known a life of ease here, and now she wept over the matter concerning the divine envoy. For the first time, he sensed his own insignificance and the inadequacy of his abilities. He was powerless to protect his partner in the face of the formidable beastmen. As they prepared this belated meal, Zhao Yu reminded them, we are running low on fine salt at home. Although they utilized their supplies sparingly, the reality remained that they simply had too little. No matter how frugally they managed, it was impossible to produce sustenance like small animals do. Lu Qinglan nodded. Wasn't there a sale at the gathering? Normally, yes, but we have searched extensively today and have not encountered a single sea tribe member. Have the sea tribes not arrived? Qi Xian felt a twinge of curiosity. The sea tribes are quite distant. After all, this is still the inland plain, and most of them cannot be away from water for too long. Each gathering sees them traversing various rivers and stages to reach the capital. And there are indeed complications such as detours causing delays. However, it is peculiar that not a single sea tribe member has arrived thus far. In past gatherings, the first to arrive were typically the merfolk, known for their gentler disposition compared to other marine creatures, arriving early to settle in the others. Following them would be the various sea tribes, with the more volatile and formidable sirens arriving last. Of course, the dragon tribe also inhabits the ocean. But they differ from ordinary sea tribes as they can fly, always being among the earliest arrivals. With the gathering nearly a week underway, it is unlikely that not one sea tribe member is present. Could the sea tribes be facing some difficulties? Song Zhu expressed concern about the possibility of failing to procure exquisite salt, which would prevent Qinglan from enjoying satisfactory food. Indeed, the arrival of the sea tribes directly impacts them. As the real concern lies with the exquisite salt, it must not affect their discerning Qinglan's palate. Lu Qinglan has never been particularly enthusiastic about food, and without the exquisite salt, she might refuse to even take a single bite. It remains uncertain. But should they encounter difficulties, they would seek assistance from the capital, which is a matter only the capital can truly ascertain. Lu Qinglan could no longer endure the days devoid of fine salt. The mere thought of the bitter and astringent black stone that Qi Xian had once given her extinguished her appetite in an instant. Qi Xian, are you not part of the patrol team? Is there any news regarding the sea tribe? Qi Xian placed a pair of chopsticks laden with wild vegetables into her bowl, explaining, yesterday was for formation, and today marks the commencement of the official patrol. I have just reported for my first day and have only patrolled for half a day. So I possess no information. My apologies. Lu Qinglan's gaze dimmed as she shook her head. It's nothing. Perhaps I should inquire about Wenling, she began, only to recall their current estrangement. She immediately fell silent, forcing a bitter smile. However, she likely wouldn't want to see me. We should seek another solution. I will consult the newly appointed captain. His mother is the leader of the wolf clan. Perhaps he possesses some insider knowledge. Qi Xian, concerned that she might dwell on unhappy thoughts, promptly reassured her. This matter had come to light purely by chance through overheard conversations among other beastmen. He did not hold the captain in high regard, privately believing that he merely leveraged his mother's status to lead the patrol team. Yet, the mention of the wolf clan inexplicably brought to mind the young wolfman she had encountered on her first day, an earnest, clumsy, and stubborn fellow. He seemed to have mentioned being part of the patrol team as well, although he patrolled the trading post during gatherings. Lu Qinglan nodded, expressing her gratitude. However, she couldn't help but ponder the possibility of reaching out to Priest Wenling if circumstances became dire. Chapter 36. The Feather Tribe. Once they finished their meal and tidied up, they followed Qi Xian into the nearby forest. This woodland was abundant with trees, though none possessed particularly stout trunks, each resembling the size of a bowl in diameter, especially when compared to the more robust trees of the Silent Grove. Numerous beastmen were training here, preparing for the imminent arena battles. The arena served as a stage to showcase their physical prowess, prohibiting the use of spiritual energy and mandating combat in either human or beast form. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as fierce contests unfolded. Unfortunately, the slender trees suffered under the weight of this tumult. A serpent, swift as the wind, slithered up a tree, closely followed by a massive brown bear. With a roar, the bear lunged beneath the tree, its paw crashing down, creating a gust of wind that swept through its broad paw, toppling the trees with an unstoppable force. The serpent was compelled to leap to another tree, seeking a vulnerable spot in the bear's thick hide, its eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. Just as it lunged forward to sink its fangs into the bear, a golden eagle swooped down, seizing the serpent's tail. As the serpent twisted to bite the eagle, the bird ascended into the air, releasing its grip. The serpent plummeted, but just before it hit the ground, the brown bear caught its smaller form. Thus, the skirmish came to an end. Qinglan watched the captivating battle, her eyes wide with astonishment. Were they truly fighting with such earnestness? The golden eagle, having landed, transformed into a handsome young man, his features illuminated by the sun, with eyes resembling pale glazed stones that radiated a warm golden hue. His smile revealed a pair of youthful canines, exuding a vibrant and spirited charm that instantly uplifted one's mood. You've broken the rules. The use of spiritual power is prohibited, and one cannot exceed the human form, the golden eagle admonished, addressing the serpent's recent transformation. The serpent and the brown bear reverted to their human forms, with the serpent offering an apologetic smile to the brown bear. "I'm sorry, I got carried away in the heat of the battle and momentarily forgot." After all, aside from the blessings bestowed by the beast god, many serpents possess the innate ability to transform into considerably larger sizes. If you transform excessively in the arena, you will be disqualified, the golden eagle kindly reminded. "Understood. Thank you," the serpent replied, somewhat overwhelmed by the golden eagle's enthusiasm. With a wave of his hand, he turned to train alongside the brown bear. "Hey, can we train together?" the golden eagle called out from behind. The brown bear smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, but we prefer to train a bit more on our own." The golden eagle waved dismissively, showing no signs of embarrassment from the rejection, even encouraging them. "All right then. Give it your all in the arena." The rules of the arena stipulate that combat must be conducted in either animal or human form. One may switch freely, but cannot exceed their natural form. Qinglan leaned closer to Qinglan, whispering an explanation. "But doesn't he that put smaller beastmen at a disadvantage?" she remarked, comparing Qinglan to Jiaoyu and Songzhu. Jiaoyu, being a python, could grow larger, while Songzhu, a green viper, remained slender. Only 3 fingers thick. How could they possibly compete with Qinglan's equine form? Not necessarily, Qinglan countered. Smaller animal forms can deliver unexpected damage to larger beastmen. The golden eagle, having comfortably approached her side, flashed his small canines as he spoke. "That's true, especially since some animals come with inherent toxins," Qinglan mused, recalling Songzhu's venom, which, although rarely utilized, had once rendered a fish inedible after he inadvertently injected it while fishing for her. However, toxins are also forbidden in the arena. It is meant to test the physical prowess of the beastmen, Songzhu clarified for her. "Yes, but the arena's space isn't as expansive as here, and some clumsy large beastmen might not even be able to reach the tail of a smaller beastman," she noted, acknowledging the issue. Each form has its advantages and disadvantages, she thought, her gaze shifting to a pair of lion sisters engaged in battle. Both sisters fought in their animal forms, their roars echoing like thunder, creating a wide expanse around them as onlookers feared being caught in their crossfire. The sisters had likely been battling for quite some time, their breaths heavy and labored. The ground was littered with shattered tree trunks, sharp, brownish-gray branches jutting out like rough arrows. "Sister, you must be too exhausted to leap over here now," the younger sister incessantly provoked her elder sibling, hoping to incite a moment of anger that would lead to a misjudgment. Yet, the elder sister remained unfazed, as they circled around one another like 2 lions engaged in a dance. "Enough of the banter. If you cannot keep up, then swiftly concede." The golden eagle leaned in closer and whispered, "It appears the younger sister may indeed triumph." Indeed, her stamina seemed to surpass that of her elder sister. Qinglan concurred with this assessment. However, Jiaoyu and Songzhu observed that the elder sister was subtly kicking small stones as they revolved. Perhaps not. The elder sister seemed to have her own strategy in mind. Lu Qinglan was utterly mesmerized. Their strength was truly formidable. Is this what power entails? If only you had witnessed the battle prowess of the Tiger Clan's chieftain. The golden eagle lowered his head with a smile, captivated by her bright eyes. Her gaze was not of a profound hue, but rather a delicate shade of brown, resembling amber in the sunlight. Everything reflected in her eyes took on a shape, and the glimmers lent a crystalline clarity to her gaze. Suddenly, he faltered, momentarily forgetting how to continue his speech. Who are you? The three individuals quickly reacted, concealing Lu Qinglan behind them. Unfazed by their guarded demeanor, the golden eagle youth stood tall, his spirits unblemished. I am Yanxi from the Yushan golden-winged eagle clan. He exhibited no discomfort at their apparent disdain, enthusiastically introducing himself. Where do you hail from? Qi Xian furrowed his brow yet responded. We come from the Ling Shu clan. Yanxi nodded. I have heard tales from the elders. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Do you require training? May I join? My companions are unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances, and training alone is rather dull. He surmised that this group comprised 3 males, while the lone female appeared frail, suggesting they would not commence with rigorous intensity. In a one-on-one scenario, one male would inevitably be left out, and he pondered whether he might inquire about joining them. Yanxi retracted his golden black wings, clasped his hands in a plea, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He seemed youthful, yet he had undoubtedly surpassed the molting stage, embodying a mature male. They likely had never encountered such audacious enthusiasm, prompting them to take a step back. Yanxi chuckled with mild exasperation. I am quite capable. When you engage in the beast arena, you will undoubtedly face the feathered clan. Consider it an opportunity for early training. I am no weakling in combat within my tribe. Lu Qinglan tiptoed to peer through the gap between Qi Xian and Jiaoyu, observing the young man who resembled a vibrant sunflower, his smile radiating infectious joy. Upon closer inspection, one could discern 2 delicate dimples adorning his cheeks. He bore no resemblance to a golden eagle, but rather to a wagging golden retriever, a cheerful little pup. Qi Xian furrowed his brow, his expression grave. I apologize, but we are not here for the sake of the arena's contests. We merely seek to conduct some training. Upon receiving this rejection, Yanxi momentarily felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly stepped aside, saying, I am sorry to have taken up your time. With that, he redirected his attention to another group of orcs. Lu Qinglan observed the furrowed brow of Qi Xian, well aware of his discomfort in dealing with such fervent individuals. She gently pressed her fingers to his forehead, smoothing away the creases. Let us practice on our own. Chapter 37. Liaojing Wen Qinglan, do not be anxious. Focus on that leaf and trust your instincts, Qi Xian urged as he held her hand, guiding her to draw her bow. The radiant bow appeared even more exquisite in Lu Qinglan's grasp, and Qi Xian adjusted it to better suit her grip, rendering it lighter and more agile. Lu Qinglan felt as though she were lifting a stone only to have it fall back upon her foot. She had merely mentioned in passing her desire to try Red Xian's bow, and he immediately set aside his tasks to teach her. Initially, she only wished to experience it. Yet as she drew the bow, her hands trembled with such intensity that, had it not been for Red Xian's supportive grip beneath her, she might have struggled to fully draw the bowstring. Now, release. At the sound of Red Xian's voice, her grip began to loosen instinctively. The ethereal arrow remained firmly lodged in the tree trunk, its tip piercing through a leaf. It wasn't truly so difficult, was it? Red Xian observed her, his hands resting on Lu Qinglan's arms, advising her to channel her strength from this point onward, allowing the rest to be guided by instinct. Lu Qinglan let out a dry laugh, for it was all under Qi Xian's guidance. She was like a marionette, doing whatever he instructed. If she were to miss again, it would indeed be rather absurd. Moreover, due to the rigidity of the arrows, her hand had exerted all its strength in drawing the bow, leaving her fingers somewhat cramped. You should first go teach Jiao Yusong and Zhu, she suggested. I shall run a couple of laps around here. Lu Qinglan gently nudged him, signaling for him to cease following her. It was needless to say that Qi Xian appeared to cater to all her wishes, yet during training, he was so strict that it felt as though he intended for her to complete an entire regimen in a single day, utterly disregarding the principle of gradual progression. The impact of this on a former corporate slave was profound. Initially, she was filled with ambition, determined to engage in a thorough and invigorating training session. Now, having completed her stretching exercises and a few sets of Pamela movements, she found herself nearly crushed under the weight of Qi Xian's insistence on bow and arrow practice, which nearly took her breath away. Her hands trembled, the veins in her wrists prominently pulsing. Jiaoyu approached, taking Lu Qinglan's slightly trembling hand, and began to massage her wrist with a bit too much pressure. She would undoubtedly feel the ache in her arms come morning. His pale crimson eyes reflected concern, embodying a reluctance to see Lu Qinglan suffer. Jiaoyu wielded a short, curved dagger, honed on both sides and exceedingly sharp, combined with his agile movements. Each attack resembled a dance, captivating to behold. He excelled in close combat, exhibiting distinctive traits during his battles with Qi Xian, at times managing to catch his opponents off guard. Songzhu stood a few steps behind Jiaoyu, observing them with a forlorn expression. He was not a combat-oriented beastman. His mental fortitude weak, leaving him to engage in repetitive training of his spirit. His demeanor was somber, unable to articulate himself as Jiaoyu did, watching their interactions with an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding his own involvement. Very well, I shall train them for now. Qinglan, you should take a moment to rest. Qi Xian said, his heart softening at her pitiful appearance, offering a helpless smile as he gently pressed her fingers. Once they commenced their training, Lu Qinglan began to exercise along the periphery. Having spent long hours seated at her desk during her previous employment, her body had become somewhat unwell. Thus, after running for half an hour, about 2 kilometers, she found herself breathless, leaning against a tree to rest. Lu Qinglan glanced at her arms, feeling that her poor diet had caused her to lose even more weight. Perhaps she should cook some rice when she returns today? Unfortunately, the rice grains had not been husked, which posed a considerable challenge. Just as she was deep in thought, a golden, fluffy ball akin to a plush cannonball rolled into her embrace. Upon hearing the commotion, the 3 orcs nearby halted their contest in unison, casting wary glances, concerned that something might threaten Lu Qinglan. Lu Qinglan, why haven't you come to play with me? The little plush creature raised its head, revealing an endearing fox face, its ears and tail beginning to darken subtly. Oh dear. There had been so many matters to attend to these past few days that she had forgotten her promise to Zijin. I'm so sorry, little Jean. I've been busy and completely overlooked my promise. Please forgive me. Lu Qinglan affectionately patted the little fox's fluffy head and scratched its chin, eliciting a contented hum from the creature. Who brought you here? There are many older siblings training. You mustn't wander about, lest you get hurt. Mom and Dad want to play, and Sister Lingyue brought me here. The moment I caught a whiff of your scent, I rushed over. Lingyue? Lu Qinglan's heart leapt with joy. Where is she? She encountered a male from the Tiger clan and is competing with him now. Zijin nestled into Lu Qinglan's arms, her soothing caresses making the little creature's legs twitch with delight. A male from the Tiger clan? Lu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback. Although Lingyue had previously expressed a desire for a fluffy companion, she had always been discerning and formidable. If a weakling were to pursue her, she might very well send him packing. What had prompted this sudden closeness with a male? Zijin rubbed against her hand. Originally, Sister Lingyue brought me to watch the training. But then that Tiger clan warrior approached and struck up a conversation with her, and they began training together. How thoughtless of Lingyue to leave you all alone, Lu Qinglan remarked, somewhat exasperated. Lingyue herself often behaved like a child. While it was fine to entertain Zijin, how could she trust her so readily with her? Did you not tell Lingyue that you came to find me? Lu Qinglan inquired, stroking Zijin's back. Zijin froze momentarily, hesitating before turning her head, her round, dark eyes filled with guilt. I think I might have mentioned it. She then covered her head with her tail, feigning exhaustion as if to sleep. Seeing her little antics, Lu Qinglan chuckled softly, lifting the tail that obscured her nose. Come on, let us go. If Lingyue can't find you, she will surely be worried to tears. All right. Lu Qinglan and Qi Xian exchanged greetings, politely declining their offer to accompany them, and set off with the little fox. To be honest, she felt a twinge of curiosity about the male who could incite such excitement in Lingyue that it led to a confrontation. Yet, she wondered if they had noticed that Zijin had slipped away. Surely, if they did, they would come following the scent. True to her thoughts, as she held Zijin. Before she could reach the place where Zijin's mouth was, she saw Lingyue approach in a flurry of urgency. Upon seeing her with the child, Lingyue instantly relaxed, her taut muscles easing and her ears twitching. Where have you been, Zijin? I was beside myself with worry, Lingyue exclaimed, transforming back into her beastman form, her eyes glistening with concern as she took the little fox into her arms, showering it with affectionate kisses. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? If it weren't for Qinglan, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. I left because I sensed Sister Qinglan's presence. You and that Tiger clan brother were ignoring me. Zijin retorted, standing her ground with unwavering conviction. Lu Qinglan interceded on her behalf, admonishing, do not blame the child, since Qimo entrusted her to your care. It is your responsibility to look after her. Who would have anticipated that she would deliberately sigh, continuing with her words, prioritizing romantic entanglements over friendships? Lingwei, with her ears drooping, appeared somewhat dejected as she leaned against Zijin and murmured an apology. You found her. Two figures rushed forward, one of them exclaiming loudly. You found her. Lu Qinglan took a step back, startled, as she gazed at the two approaching orcs. Truly, it is said that foes are destined to meet. Were they not the very orcs who had obstructed her at the assembly? She had not anticipated that they would be connected to Lingwei as well. Upon seeing her, Qimo's expression shifted to one of discomfort. It was fortunate that they had found her. Jiangcheng, upon noticing the little fox cradled in Ling Yue's arms, breathed a sigh of relief. Who could have imagined that after only a few minutes of skirmishing, the young girl would flee? Her trajectory remained unpredictable, compelling him to seek the assistance of a more astute friend. What brings you to Lingwei? Lu Qinglan scrutinized the two with a discerning gaze. The Tiger clan, owing to their genetic advantages, indeed appeared robust, while the young wolf beside him seemed somewhat gaunt. He displayed a subtle reluctance and embarrassment, turning his face away to avoid meeting Lu Qinglan's eyes. Lingwei spoke first, stating that Jiangcheng had mentioned Qimo wished to offer his apologies. However, recalling that the wolf had previously harmed her, she momentarily lost her composure and exchanged a few rather unsavory remarks with him. Her intention was to defend her sister's honor with a touch of sarcasm, but Jiangcheng's retort had been unexpectedly effective, inciting her to retaliate, which ultimately led to the loss of Zijin. Qimo widened his eyes at Jiangcheng, bewildered. When had he expressed a desire to apologize? Yet, Jiangcheng discreetly conveyed a pleading look to him, prompting Qimo to swallow the remainder of his words. Thanks, brother. Jiangcheng gave him a thumbs up. Indeed. I feel quite remorseful and wish to extend my apologies. Qimo appeared utterly speechless, his words devoid of any finesse, imbued only with a faint air of resignation. Lu Qinglan's gaze flitted between them, ultimately settling on Jiangcheng, who elicited a soft scoff from her. What a coincidence, you happened to encounter Lingwei. Jiangcheng offered a sheepish smile. Indeed, it seems I share a fateful bond with Lingwei. What was intended as a sarcastic remark was instead accepted wholeheartedly by him, causing Lu Qinglan's expression to sour. What an audacious fellow. She inhaled deeply, her eyes drifting to Lingwei, who was joyfully nuzzling the recently recovered Zijin. And she was suddenly struck by an uncomfortable sensation. Silly girl, still oblivious to the truth. Lingwei, shall we take Zijin to explore the fair? Jiangcheng interjected eagerly, then sensed an awkwardness creeping in, clearing his throat twice in an attempt to mask it. Qimo expressed a desire to apologize and has offered to cover your expenses. At that moment, Qimo could scarcely contain himself, his eyes wide with disbelief. When did he say such a thing? Hadn't he been summoned by Jiangcheng to find the child? Why was he now expected to part with his money? Their already meager finances were now further strained. Ultimately, under Jiangcheng's subtly pleading demeanor, he resigned himself with a reluctant nod, gritting his teeth. Very well, grant me an opportunity to apologize. Lu Qinglan smiled and inquired of Lingwei and Zijin. What are your thoughts? I am indifferent. I simply wish to remain by Xiaojin's side at this moment. Came the reply. Lingwei was genuinely frightened, longing to hold the soft little fox close as if to envelop it entirely. Zijin glanced at the two males and then at the two gentle and beautiful sisters nearby, mischievously nodding. Very well, let us embark on an adventure together. Lu Qinglan looked at her helplessly and smiled. All right, but I will first speak with the Xin. Lingwei took a moment to raise her head and said, Did I not give you that little fluff ball? Use that instead, so you won't have to return. Lu Qinglan nodded and retrieved an item from her backpack. After receiving a response, she instructed Qi Xian to take care of the small plush ball. Qimo felt somewhat perplexed. Did she have only one partner? The scent of snakes lingered on her, and the last scale belonged to a serpent as well, yet she spoke of only one companion. It seemed rather unequal, this female being not so fair. Qimo frowned disdainfully but swallowed his thoughts, considering that Jiangcheng was pursuing Lingwei. Noticing his friend's discontent, Jiangcheng, who had been floating on the thrill of accompanying them, snapped back to reality, falling a few steps behind. He placed a friendly hand on Qimo's shoulder, saying, I'll return this to you shortly, just consider it a favor. He had rarely encountered a female like Lingwei, proud and vivacious. More importantly, her fierce spirit during quarrels was genuinely formidable, her voice resounding. For reasons unknown, he found himself greatly intrigued and fond of Lingwei. In that moment, he felt willing to leave the capital with her to join the Shuzi tribe in the future. Qimo observed him with a complex expression for a while before shaking his head in resignation. He could tell that Lingyue harbored no such feelings for Jiang Chong. Besides, his previous argument with the female named Qinglan had already soured their impression of them, only adding unnecessary trouble for his friend. Lost in thought, he suddenly met Lu Qinglan's gaze as she glanced over. They had reached the edge of the forest, where Zejin was clamoring to be held by Lu Qinglan, prompting them to pause and assist. Seeing Qimo look over, Lu Qinglan smiled without hesitation and turned to take Zejin into her arms. The little fox's fluffy paws tried to swat away a leaf resting atop her head. Lu Qinglan bent down, allowing the playful creature to explore her hair. The autumn sun filtered through the leaves, casting golden flecks onto her chestnut hair, transforming it into a lustrous gold. Her expression was gentle, lips curving upward, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow of golden gray on her eyelids. Uncertain of what she had said to Lingyue, Lu Qinglan was suddenly embraced, and Lingyue planted a hearty kiss on her cheek. "Qinglan, you are truly my savior." Savior? Qimo's gaze was filled with confusion, although his demeanor remained calm. What kind of savior was she? Merely a shrewd merchant. Perhaps she had a knack for dealing with children. Well, her eyes were indeed more appealing. Shifting from an inconspicuous brown in the shadows to a clean amber under the sunlight, resembling a tranquil lake reflecting the warm hues of autumn, evoking a comforting warmth. "Qimo, what are you thinking? Let us move." Jiang Chong, noticing his good friend standing still with a serious expression, blinked his olive-green eyes. Utterly unaware of Qimo's thoughts, having already pursued Lingyue, he begrudgingly stepped back to rouse his oblivious companion. Qimo snapped back to reality, as if nothing had occurred, calmly responding with an and followed suit. After all, she was merely an attractive merchant, a callous female devoid of compassion. Nothing more than that. Chapter 39. Are you upset? Lu Qinglan attended the gathering in search of sugar cane or beets, as sugar is an essential nutrient for the human body. The sweet fruit she had previously consumed provided a meager source of sugar, yet she secretly hoped to discover more easily preserved sucrose. Lingyue had already purchased numerous animal hides and exhibited little enthusiasm for this excursion. In contrast, Zejin was captivated by the glimmering gemstones and the freshly hunted meat showcased by the orcs, frequently urging Lu Qinglan to pause. However, since the gemstones could only be exchanged for food or animal hides, and they possessed neither, Zejin merely admired them before setting them aside. As they meandered through the market, their leisurely exploration rewarded Lu Qinglan with the discovery of sugar beets, offered for sale by the herbivorous orcs. Although the beets bore a striking resemblance to large white radishes, their flavor differed. The vendors simply categorized them as a different variety of the same root vegetable. Lu Qinglan typically procures white sugar from the supermarket, as she lacks the tools to create solid candy here. However, she can still extract liquid syrup. With a sweeping gesture, she purchased the entire stall's supply of beets, much to the delight of the herbivorous beastmen, whose eyes sparkled with joy. Qimo's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, realizing that this unscrupulous merchant was treating him as an unsuspecting fool. He began to mourn for his wallet. After all these years, he had scarcely saved any money, and now it seemed he would have to part with all of it. Yet, Lu Qinglan did not intend to burden him with such an expense. Instead, she requested a green gemstone as a deposit. After some negotiation with the herbivorous beastmen, under her eloquent persuasion, they agreed to lower the price slightly. Thus, they arranged for the delivery to her home, where she would settle the remaining balance. She reassured them, "I assure you, I will not renege on this agreement. It's simply that I do not have any items for exchange today. Consider the gemstone as a loan." Amused by the visible relief on his face, Lu Qinglan chuckled softly. Qimo, still maintaining his stubborn demeanor, insisted, "No need. I said I would pay for you." Lu Qinglan remained silent, letting out a scoff, akin to a pig's nose amidst green onions. Aware that it was not a compliment, Qimo furrowed his brow and chose to remain quiet, contemplating where his friend might be. To his surprise, he found his companion circling around Lingyue, who wore an expression of palpable impatience. It was truly absurd. There was no one behind him. Observing Qimo's frozen demeanor as he turned away, his face nearly froze in disbelief. Lu Qinglan chuckled softly, resting her forehead against Zejin for quite some time, remarking on her friend's unwavering persistence. "He is simply a fool," Qimo muttered, his expression devoid of emotion as he spat out words of disdain for his friend. Lu Qinglan found it quite intriguing. She perceived Jiang Chong to possess a significantly higher emotional intelligence than Qimo, Yet he was labeled a fool by someone of lesser emotional acumen. How amusing indeed. However, I must forewarn you that Ling Wei is a proud and exceptional female, one who will only cast her gaze upon the most formidable of males. Your friend Lu Qinglan appears to fall short of that standard. She harbored no semblance of remorse for her words. For if the truth pricked their hearts and elicited a reaction, it merely underscored their own shortcomings. How can you ascertain that Jiang Chong is not a powerful male? Qi Mo was unwilling to tolerate her disparagement of a friend. Just observe Ling Yue's demeanor. Furthermore, when he approached, he bore far more grass clippings than Ling Yue, and his furs were in disarray. It was evident that he had never triumphed over Ling Yue, which explained her aversion toward him. This revelation took Qi Mo by surprise. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, he exhibited remarkable perceptiveness. Zai Jin gently nuzzled the side of Lu Qinglan's face and said, "Sister Qinglan, I am quite famished. Shall we procure some meat?" Lu Qinglan nodded. "Very well, since Sister Ling Yue does not consume meat. We shall have her wait at a place where she can order something for herself while it will just be you and me." Zhijing obediently nodded in agreement. Just as she intended to explain the situation to Ling Wei, she was interrupted by Qima. He maintained his usual deadpan expression, coldly stating, "Do not call them. I shall accompany you." Recognizing his unwavering dedication to provide an opportunity for his companion, Lu Qinglan, however, did not acquiesce, insisting that she should at least inform Ling Wei of Zhijing's whereabouts. As she was about to approach, she suddenly felt her arms empty as Qima snatched the little fox from her embrace. "What are you doing?" In a moment of urgency, Lu Qinglan firmly grasped his arm. "You should speak with Ling Wei and ask her not to follow. Qi Mo wields the emperor's authority to command the lords, issuing orders to her." Lu Qinglan was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity of the situation. Although she knew he would not harm Zhijing, his demeanor still repulsed her. "Hurry up, or I shall take this little fox away myself." Qi Mo endured the sharp bites of Zhijing on his arm, gripping the nape of her neck firmly. "You!" Lu Qinglan exclaimed, her eyes widening with indignation. She could only blame herself for not exerting more strength, allowing him to snatch Zhijing away so easily. Reluctantly, she yielded, hastily appeasing Ling Wei and instructing her to wait there. Returning to Qi Mo's side, her heart ached at the sight of poor Zhijing being held by her neck like a kitten, her limbs limp and dangling. "Hold me. I want Sister Qinglan to hold me." Both uttered their pleas almost simultaneously. Already bleeding from Zhijing's bites, Qi Mo promptly returned her to Lu Qinglan. Qi Mo truly invested considerable thought into his brother's future. Once in Lu Qinglan's embrace, Zhijing bared her teeth at Qi Mo, her fur bristling in a display of extreme anger. Qi Mo pressed his lips together, covering his wound as he apologized. "I will buy you meat." "Don't. I hate you," Zhijing declared resolutely, nestled in Lu Qinglan's arms, growling at him. Lu Qinglan let out a cold laugh. "Xiao Jin, since he has invited you to dine, you should indulge. After all, one should not refuse a gift." Regardless of the circumstances, it was Qi Mo who offended both you and Zai Jin. So what harm is there in a little financial loss? Zai Jin pondered for a moment, then obediently nodded. "I desire to eat the monkey. This creature is a peculiar beast unique to this realm, resembling a tiny newborn pig, yet its exquisite flavor is akin to that of tender lamb. A single bite releases a refreshing and delightful taste that lingers on the palate. However, it is exceedingly rare and exclusive to the northern regions, commanding a hefty price." Qi Mo nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt within. "Very well." Lu Qinglan cradled Zai Jin in her arms, fulfilling her request to seek out a vendor selling monkey meat. To accommodate herbivorous creatures, the fresh meat for carnivores was situated quite far from the main thoroughfare of the gathering. Zai Jin, with her keen sense of smell, almost instantaneously detected the aroma of the meat she desired. Lu Qinglan gazed at the solemn expression of Qi Mo, feeling inexplicably displeased. He always seemed to lack any discernible emotion, resembling someone afflicted with a perpetual mask, leaving her unable to ascertain whether Qi Mo truly felt any anguish over material wealth. Zai Jin observed the monkey with an insatiable appetite, saliva dripping as the merchant of beasts chuckled at her demeanor. "Is this your child?" inquired the leopard clan beastman, narrowing his eyes with a grin. Although he could not discern Lu Qinglan's beast lineage, he was certain that Qi Mo was a wolf. Zai Jin, a little fox, either had a father who was not Qi Mo or Lu Qinglan belonged to the fox clan. "No, she is my friend S," Lu Qinglan replied, shoving her finger into the mouth of the little fox, which had stretched its neck dangerously close to biting flesh. "Oh, I see. She is quite lively. Your future offspring with your partner will surely be just as healthy and robust." Lu Qinglan glanced at the side, where Chiemo stood, and immediately spoke. What? No way. The beastman chuckled awkwardly, conceding. All right. He turned away and murmured softly, I haven't caught up yet. This young man is rather inept, wearing such a sullen expression. No wonder. In our place, we know how to win the favor of the females. Chimo's ears twitched. He suspected that this beastman was being intentional. Did he not know how exceptional a beastman's hearing was? Go on, he urged. I didn't pursue her, she. The leopard clan leader revealed a disdainful smile. Not pursuing, yet you eagerly approached to pay for her? Chimo was momentarily at a loss for words. Unsure of how to respond. He certainly could not disclose that he had threatened Lu Qinglan with a captured little fox to compel her to buy meat. That would sound rather peculiar. Thus, he turned his back, sulking in silence. Oh, are you upset? Lu Qinglan paid no heed to his thoughts, allowing Zejin to select a piece of belly meat that pleased him. Meanwhile, Chimo turned his back, feigning indifference. Lu Qinglan embraced Zejin and inquired, Are you truly angry? Her expression mirrored that of a classic meme, and she even urged Zejin, who was clutching meat in his mouth, to gaze at him. Chimo, feeling both embarrassed and furious, paid the leopard tribe's proprietor and turned away in a huff, unwilling to face the group. Although Chimo himself was not particularly affluent, he was the sole heir of the tribe leader, and by extension, his family's wealth was not insignificant. The leopard beastmen observed him, shaking their heads, given his demeanor. They could hardly envision him as a contender, as he exuded no semblance of competitiveness. Chapter 40. Along with this, Zejin transformed from a small fox into a young girl, her weight increasing dramatically, catching Lu Qinglan off guard as she nearly dropped her. Zejin, you must inform me when you revert to your human form. I almost lost you. Lu Qinglan remarked, her brow furrowing in anxiety. Zejin giggled softly, offering a gentle apology. Sister, I'm so sorry. Chimo discreetly clenched his fingers, surprised by his instinctive urge to assist Lu Qinglan in holding Zejin. It was likely a natural instinct of males to protect females, especially considering Lu Qinglan's slender arms, devoid of any muscle. How had she grown up? Had her tribe never ensured she was well fed? She appeared so frail that even children seemed more robust than her. Yet, she radiated such brightness, distinctly not resembling someone who had suffered abuse. Zejin, with her chubby hands clutching the meat, glanced at Lu Qinglan and then at Chimo, who had turned his head away, arms crossed in an awkward stance. I want him to hold me. Zejin pointed at Chimo. Chimo turned his face, his olive-green eyes wide with astonishment. Just moments ago, this little fox had bitten him, drawing blood. How could she suddenly want him to hold her? He feigned a reluctant expression and extended his hand. Zejin leaned forward in compliance, and since Lu Qinglan could no longer support her, she placed her into Chimo's arms. As soon as Zejin reached him, she reverted to her beast form, her sharp teeth sinking into the meat as she began to gnaw. Droplets of saliva fell onto Chimo's beast hide. He stood there momentarily stunned, glancing between her and Lu Qinglan in disbelief. Could it be that she had taught this little one such behavior? This female truly was cunning. Lu Qinglan realized that the little one was afraid of dirtying her clothes, which is why he wanted Chimo to carry him. Let us return and see what Lingwei is up to. She resolved to ignore Chimo, since Zejin wished to tease him. She too desired to impart a slight lesson. Chimo felt as though he had been rendered mute, utterly powerless to retaliate. Frustration bubbled within him, yet he found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was sulk in silence. Upon Lu Qinglan and Zejin's return, they found Jiang Chong cradling a large bundle of animal hides, while Lingwei was busy selecting from another piece of hide. Have you purchased more hides? Indeed, in this world, the utilization of animal skins was quite extensive, as the pelts of various beasts could be fashioned into an array of everyday items. For instance, the soft fur of rabbits or cashmere could be crafted into intimate garments, deer hides made into boots, and tiger skins into outerwear. Naturally, these were all wild animals, and the beastmen maintained a rather open-minded view regarding the distinction between these creatures and their own kind. Lingwei, seeing them approach, beamed with a smile, holding up a gray rabbit pelt towards Lu Qinglan. Isn't this lovely? Consider it a gift. What a sudden gesture! Lu Qinglan exclaimed in surprise. Lingwei raised his chin slightly. He is pursuing me. Naturally, some sincerity is required. What I mean is, to attain a position among the top 3 in the arena. This is merely a token of his commitment. Among the beastmen, such behavior was regarded with candidness, regardless of who pursued whom. A show of sincerity was expected. It was a form of natural selection. If one wished to court an admirable partner without investing genuine effort, Merely clinging on would be deemed shameless. The top 3? Lu Qinglan was somewhat taken aback. She had assumed that, given Ling Yue's disposition, he would only consider those at the very top. Ling Wei seemed to sense her thoughts, breaking into a bright and exuberant laughter, his charming visage glowing with even more radiance. He cannot surpass the Tiger Clan leader, Songfu. Her respect for Songfu was profound. At 36, he possessed far more combat experience than the younger beastmen, having already secured 8 victories in the arena. Moreover, he was still in the prime of his life, a formidable and robust female. Please, Ling Wei, spare me some dignity. While our clan leader is indeed remarkable, I assure you, I am not lacking in merit. Jiang Chong helplessly shielded his face with a pelt. Yet he smiled as he gazed at the beaming Ling Yue, his expression tender and filled with pride. Indeed, you are also of the Tiger Clan. Lu Qinglan suddenly grasped that he was still a member of the Guard and a part of the Tiger Clan. Thus he might possess a deeper understanding of matters concerning the Sea Clan than others. Lu Qinglan glanced at Jiang Chong, slightly lowering her eyelids before turning to Ling Wei. Ling Wei, would you like to join us for dinner? Of course. Ling Yue replied with delight, nodding enthusiastically. What shall we have? Jiayu and Song-Du have gone to gather wild vegetables and fruits. However, we may need you to provide some salt, as ours has run out. Speaking of salt, it seems I haven't seen any sea tribes selling it this year, Ling Wei observed, coming back to herself as she looked around. Yesterday, Jiayu mentioned that they hadn't encountered a single sea tribe yet, and I was hoping to ask you about it. It is indeed quite peculiar, as they used to be here selling salt at this time every year. Zijin finished her meat, licked her lips, and reached out for Lu Qinglan to hold her. Qima observed her expression, feeling a sense of caution. Was she subtly guiding Ling Wei to inquire about the sea tribes? As she was about to take Zijin from her, Qima fixed a disapproving gaze upon her face, secretly gripping her wrist and lowering his voice. What exactly do you wish to know? Rather than asking directly, she was steering Ling Yue to inquire. What was it that she truly sought to uncover? Lu Qinglan cast him a fleeting glance, inwardly astonished. He appeared to possess a low emotional intelligence, yet his intellect seemed unimpaired. So, will you divulge the information to me? Lu Qinglan wore a smile tinged with provocation, asserting, I merely wish to purchase some salt. In truth, she subconsciously believed that since Jiang Chong was pursuing Ling Wei, he might be inclined to divulge a detail or two to appease her, making it easier than if she were to inquire herself. As anticipated, Ling Wei naturally turned to Jiang Chong and asked, You belong to the Tiger Clan. Why has the Sea Clan arrived yet? Jiang Chong regarded her, then glanced at the visibly displeased Qimo, and shrugged slightly, offering a vague response, I'm not certain. After all, I am merely a member of the Guard. Ling Wei appeared somewhat disheartened, but then wrapped her arm around Lu Qinglan, saying, It's all right. I still have some. With a hint of exasperation, Lu Qinglan cradled Zijin and remarked, That is quite vigilant of you. I appreciate your help. Once the Sea Clan arrives, I shall exchange salt for you. However, she then casually inquired, But with the celebration approaching, what if they arrive too late? Qimo withdrew his sharp gaze and brushed away the saliva from the beast's skin, assuring her that won't happen. In fact, 2 days prior, before the Sea Clan's arrival, Songfu had already dispatched someone to investigate the situation. It was merely due to the numerous branches of the river that they had not been able to ascertain the cause immediately. Now that they had received information, they had long since sent orcs to check on the matter. Lu Qinglan gazed at him. It seems you were quite informed. Is there some hidden truth? Not at all. Qimo's tail bristled slightly as he pulled Jiang Chong closer. Let us go. We still have patrol duty. Jiang Chong reluctantly bid farewell to Ling Wei. Remember to visit the beast arena. I will definitely secure a spot in the top 3. Let us go. Qimo nearly lost his composure, almost giving his friend a good thrashing in front of so many onlookers. However, he refrained, for his friend had just turned 20 and had finally found a female he admired. It would be unwise to spoil that. Besides, that female named Qinglan was cunning. Anyone could easily be manipulated by her. Such a female was the one he detested the most. Chapter 41. Misunderstanding. Ling Yue was utterly perplexed. Why does that Wolf Clan member seem so angry? What happened? Who knows? Lu Qinglan tightened her embrace around Zijin. Come, let us go to my place. I shall prepare a meal for you. Sure. Ling Yue quickly dismissed her confusion and, clutching the animal hide, added, Let's south head to my place first. I need to grab some salt. All right. Zijin leaned against Lu Qinglan, drowsily stifling a yawn. It's normal for little ones to sleep after a hearty meal. Qinglan Jia. You could ask Priest Wenling. My parents went to inquire about salt from the priest, and when they returned, they entrusted me to Sister Lingwei before heading out. With that, Zejin nestled into Lu Qinglan's embrace and closed his eyes. Lu Qinglan's eyes widened in astonishment. Such fortune had come effortlessly. She felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Zejin and shower him with affection. Lingwei nodded in agreement. Recalling how Zimo had mentioned their need to step out for a matter when she brought her over yesterday, she had wondered why the entire family was leaving. Was it to consult with Priestess Wenling? Lu Qinglan feigned a look of hesitation. Although her thoughts aligned perfectly with her previous notions, she felt compelled to maintain a faade, uncertain if anyone might be watching her. Lingwei regarded her with curiosity, sensing something peculiar in Lu Qinglan's demeanor. What is it? If it's appropriate, Priestess Wenling will certainly provide an answer, she remarked. Lu Qinglan lowered her gaze, feigning a sense of desolation. I have had some misunderstandings with Priestess Wenling. Could you possibly inquire about it? Misunderstandings? Lingwei was somewhat taken aback. In her view, Priestess Wenling was a remarkably tolerant individual, and Lu Qinglan possessed a gentle disposition. How could they have any misunderstandings? Once the misunderstandings are addressed, all will be well. Allow me to take you to speak with Priestess Wenling. This was precisely what Lu Qinglan had hoped for. She nearly wished to embrace Lingwei in gratitude. Let us first take Zejin to my home for care. There is no rush at this moment. At that time, she was at the forest's edge, discussing this very matter with Lingwei. Although Lingwei lived alone, she still retained a youthful heart, making her well-suited to play with Zejin. However, it would not be entirely appropriate for her to care for him for an extended period. Thus, Lu Qinglan inquired if she might assist in looking after Zejin, returning him each night after he had fallen asleep. Lingwei readily agreed, and Zejin, who had fond memories of playing with Sister Qinglan at the nursery, had no objections. After gathering salt and settling Zejin, Lu Qinglan entrusted the responsibility of caring for the sleeping little fox to the returning Qixin and departed with Lingwei. Upon arriving at Priestess Wenling's residence, Lu Qinglan silently grasped Lingyue's hand. Lingwei offered her a reassuring smile. As soon as Priestess Wenling's partner caught sight of Lu Qinglan, his expression soured. What brings you here? Lingwei shielded Lu Qinglan behind her, stating, We have come to seek the priestess. May we inquire if it is convenient for us to meet? Although the male orc did not greet her with warmth, he nonetheless turned to consult his partner. Everything will be fine. Priestess Wenling is gentle and compassionate. Misunderstandings can be resolved with a conversation, so do not worry. Lingwei continued to comfort Lu Qinglan, urging her to relax. Lu Qinglan smiled gratefully at her. Yet a shadow of sorrow lingered in her brow. Lingwei was utterly intrigued. She was genuinely curious about the monumental misunderstanding that had transpired between them. Soon, Wenling's partner responded, granting Lingwei entry but requesting her to leave afterward, or alternatively, to wait outside if she preferred. The disguise was remarkably convincing. However, this was a prearranged plan, designed to create an illusion of severance, solely to confound those who were surveilling them. With concern, Lingwei glanced at her and said, Allow me to speak a few kind words on your behalf. Lu Qinglan grasped her, pointing at the small pom-pom in her hand, signaling her to activate the communication device. With her hands pressed together in a gesture of supplication, she implored. Lingwei pondered for a moment and acquiesced. Without further ado, she entered Wenling's chamber. Inside, Wenling sat at the edge of the table, instinctively glancing behind her upon Lingyue's entrance. Not seeing Lu Qinglan, she composed herself, waiting for Lingwei to speak. Esteemed priestess, I have come to inquire why the Sea Tribe's beastmen have yet to arrive. We have no means to procure salt. Lingwei boldly seated herself opposite Wenling. Wenling noticed the faint shimmer in Lingyue's hair, realizing she was in communication with Lu Qinglan, yet chose not to comment. This matter was not one I could divulge. But as you are my most trusted child, I wish to alleviate any anxiety or distress you may feel. The priestess brushed her hair back, her expression solemn. Lingyue instinctively retracted her playful demeanor, adopting a serious countenance. When the Sea Tribe entered the inland grasslands, they were collectively ensnared in an illusion crafted by the rebels. It was only after sending a party to rouse them that they began their journey back, Wenling explained. What sort of rebels possess such formidable power to ensnare so many from the Sea Tribe? Lingyue was utterly astonished, realizing that years of absence had only enhanced the rebels' capabilities. Was this a declaration of war? Wenling shook her head. It is not a supernatural ability, but rather an unusual beast. It appears they have subdued a peculiar creature to intercept the Sea Tribe. What could their motive be for such a large-scale interception of the Sea Tribe? Lingyue felt a wave of fear wash over her. While it could be comprehensible to secretly detain one or two, such a blatant mass obstruction posed significant issues. We too find it perplexing. Hence, each of our races has dispatched beastmen to assist. The Sea Tribe is now gradually making their way here. To prevent unnecessary panic, we collectively decided to suppress this matter. This is exceedingly strange. They are undoubtedly aware of the Sea Tribe's large-scale disappearance, and the capital will certainly send individuals to investigate. Yet they still proceeded with this action. Indeed, they seem indifferent to that, solely intent on creating widespread stagnation. Upon investigation, aside from the loss of environmental memory, the Sea Tribe has not faced any other issues, and the females remain unharmed. When Ling too was troubled, what could they possibly seek? Surely, it cannot be mere amusement to confine the Sea Tribe for a duration? Ling Yue's face contorted with disdain. I am determined to expel the rebels from this land. Such primitive and backward beast tribes do not deserve to persist. When Ling affectionately patted her head, you are the most formidable female. A great future awaits you. Ling Wei then recalled the small pom-pom concealed beneath her hair, instinctively retreating slightly. Noticing when Ling's puzzlement, she could only smile awkwardly in response. Is there anything else? If not, I must commence my prayers. When Ling shook her head with a hint of amusement and issued an implicit dismissal. Ah, that Ling Yu seemed at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, she abruptly blurted out that Qinglan had come with her, claiming there was some misunderstanding between them, which prompted her visit. Enough. Let us not speak of her anymore. When Ling rose, her expression tinged with indifference. Her lowered eyelids concealing the guilt that lingered within her, a guilt for having concealed the truth from everyone. Great priestess, Ling Yu observed the uncharacteristically flustered Wen Ling. Momentarily taken aback, Wen Ling wore a serious countenance. You need not utter another word. She is not one of our tribal kin, and she shall eventually return to her own homeland. Why should we concern ourselves with her? These cold words astonished Ling Yu profoundly. She gazed at Wen Ling, her mouth agape, unable to articulate a single response for quite some time. Very well, she currently lacks any spiritual power. Were it not for the absence of a traitor sent upon her, I might even question her identity. I do not impede your interactions with her, but certain matters should remain unspoken between us. Now, leave. Such nearly unkind remarks left Ling Yu feeling somewhat disgruntled. She rose in a huff. Understood. My apologies for troubling the priestess today. With that, she turned and departed. Upon hearing the door slam shut, Wen Ling finally relaxed and let out a soft sigh. In the courtyard, Wen Ling's good-natured companion arranged a chair for Lu Qinglan, ensuring she would not have to stand in waiting for too long. Observing Ling Yu's stormy exit, she, already aware of the unfolding events from the little ball of fluff, approached to support Ling Yu. Lu Qinglan. When Ling called out, her demeanor grave, devoid of her usual gentle smile. You need not return here again. If your heart is set on reuniting with your kin, then refrain from performing for me any longer. With that, she turned to close the door. However, Lu Qinglan noticed Wen Ling subtly nodding her head, and she winked at her. Ling Yu, in a fit of exasperation, tugged at Lu Qinglan and began to leave. How has the priestess become like this? What misunderstanding have you two caused? Lu Qinglan smiled gently to reassure her, urging her to lower her head as she deftly removed the small pom-pom, discreetly concealing another within the palm of her hand. It is my fault. The high priest cannot be blamed at all. She then proceeded to elucidate the circumstances to Ling Wei, who listened with wide eyes. Chapter 42. Plum Rain. Are you implying that priest Wen Ling mistakenly believed you to be a divine envoy, which led to subsequent events? Not entirely. I did acknowledge it initially, Lu Qinglan admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. You had lost your memory at the outset, to survive. You could only say such things, Ling Wei replied, her gaze sweeping over Lu Qinglan's frail form, sighing softly. You were so fragile. How do you manage to survive here? She still perceived Lu Qinglan as a pitiable soul who had endured much suffering, attributing her slenderness to her hardships. With a touch of resignation, she added, I shall speak to Priest Wen Ling on your behalf. Since you have already utilized Senior Rance Mass to assist the High Priest, I am confident that once she regains her composure, she will not harbor any animosity towards you. Lu Qinglan smiled at her, deftly redirecting the conversation back to the Sea Clan. The rebels have resurfaced, causing such considerable turmoil. What shall we do? Ling Wei shook her head, asserting that such matters were to be resolved by the capital. Since Priest Wen Ling has declared that there are no issues within the Sea Clan, we should be safe. Yet, the rebels have remained dormant for 3 years. Why are they now so active and audacious? Lu Qinglan felt that this was all related to that accursed divine envoy title. Yet, it was evident that Lu Qinglan had already become a divine envoy. So why was there still such an uproar? Perhaps they initially intended to create only a minor disturbance, but lost control over the exotic beasts, resulting in a large-scale illusion ensnaring the sea tribes. Alternatively, they might require something from the sea tribes in a short time frame, resorting to intercepting all of them, regardless of the reason. It posed a grave threat to the normal races of the beast realm, signifying that they now possessed the capability to control the sea tribes. Ling Wei gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Let us simply relish the life here. Lord Songfu and Priest Chenwu will undoubtedly ensure our safety." Lu Qinglan looked at her, smiling and nodding. The two returned together, and Lu Qinglan prepared a sumptuous dinner for her. Qi Xian's demeanor had considerably improved, at the very least. She no longer felt apprehensive about returning home after Ling Yue's visit. After enjoying the meal, Ling Yue took Zijin in her arms and departed, assuring Lu Qinglan before leaving, "Do not worry, I shall certainly persuade Priest Wenling." Lu Qinglan gazed into her earnest eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt. She opened her mouth, but ultimately only uttered, "Today, at the assembly, I invited you here to prepare a meal, primarily to inquire about the Jiangchonghai clan through you. I exploited your presence, and for that, I am truly sorry." She was inadvertently revealing her less admirable traits, akin to a rat scurrying through the sewers, which perhaps explained her parents' disdain for her. Ling Wei observed the remorseful expression on her face and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. It was indeed quite an unfortunate predicament. Lu Qinglan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, her head bowed low. She feared that Ling Wei might utter the words of severing their friendship, yet, in a masochistic twist of thought, she considered that perhaps it would be for the best. At least she would no longer be entangled with a woman as selfish and self-serving as herself. "Thus, you owe me once more." Ling Wei grasped her hand firmly. "From now on, if you wish to know anything, it cannot continue like this. Do you understand? If you confide in me, how could I possibly refuse to assist you?" Lu Qinglan looked up in astonishment, her eyes sparkling as if washed by water. "Do you not think I am selfish and cunning? If I were to cause you to miss out on Jiangchong, wouldn't you feel that way?" Ling Wei, unfazed, replied, "If he truly is that kind of person, why should I cling to him? If he cannot even discern the things that are clear to me and chooses to vent his anger on me, I would certainly confront him and expose his deeds to the world. And would you endanger my life? Of course not. I would never harm you," Lu Qinglan hurriedly explained. Ling Wei exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. "Then it is settled." She then broke into a bright smile. "Your thoughts are so profound that few can truly understand your intentions. Moreover, you appear so frail. You must have endured considerable hardship to become this way. If these are merely your means of self-protection, as long as you do not harm others, there is nothing to criticize." She was no fool, although reckless and proud. She could reflect and comprehend the situation in retrospect. Just as Jiang Chong wished to pursue her, she too, upon understanding her feelings, directly articulated her desires. Lu Qinglan is a sensitive and proud individual, instinctively reacting in ways that benefit her, a response born from the chain reaction of lacking parental affection during her childhood. While other children were greeted by their parents after school, she was accompanied only by a housekeeper. As news of her situation spread, she became the subject of cruel whispers. Labeled a parentless orphan, the capriciousness and malice of children are akin to the relentless humidity of the March rains, capable of drawing admiration for her beauty and intelligence, yet just as easily distancing themselves due to the absence of adults in her home. Although she found temporary refuge in her academic prowess, her respectable family background, and the love of her grandparents, she could not escape the cold violence of social isolation. In time, she mastered the art of ambiguity, adopting a facade that suggested she was loved, that her home contained adults, and that she was a kind-hearted girl deserving of everyone's investment. The drizzling rains of her youth seemed to usher in an atmosphere thick with the scent of mildew. Lu Qinglan gazed at Ling Yue with a complex expression, an uncontrollable wave of jealousy surging within her. She had always envied those fortunate children who basked in the affection of their parents, exuding optimism, be it Jiyusong or Ling Yue. She harbored envy for them both. Indeed, she felt akin to a rat scurrying in the shadows, compelled to hide while secretly observing the innocent joy that familial love nurtured in others. Such innocence seemed a rare treasure. "Thank you," Lu Qinglan whispered, closing her eyes as she stepped forward, gently embracing the sleeping Zijin. Ling Yue nuzzled her hair. "I, too, owe you an apology. I once had the audacity to mock you for the sake of a male, belittling your strength and calling you incompetent. Oh, the cruelty of my words. How fortunate you are not to have held it against me, and instead offered me solace. You are not weak. Rather, You possess great tolerance and gentleness. Though I am unaware of the trials you have faced, I sense that you are not one who harbors malice." Lu Qinglan was moved to tears. Gripping her hand tightly and nodding vigorously, Lingyue, a bit shy and blushing, took a few steps back. For someone prideful, such an unabashed revelation of oneself was rather uncomfortable. I will head home now. Goodbye." Lu Qinglan gazed at her. "All right, see you tomorrow." The night was adorned with stars, and she blended into the darkness. Watching the celestial bodies drift away, a warmth enveloped her shoulders as a thick hide was draped over her. Zhao Yuqing's gentle voice caressed her ears, reminding her that the night air was cool and she should not linger outside for too long. Turning her head, she beheld Zhao Yu's fair visage, her eyes curving slightly in response. "Very well." Upon seeing her enter the house, Qi Xian's previously furrowed brow softened. The water had just begun to boil. There would be a wait for their evening ablutions. "Qinglan, the items you purchased at the market have been placed in the storage room." Songzhu wiped the sweat from his brow, obediently extending his hand to reveal his slightly red and dirty palm. Their eyes sparkled with intensity, fixated upon her, as if she were the dawn that pierced through the eternal night, rescuing their hearts from desolation and illuminating everything with light. Chapter 43. Before the opening, as the Sea tribe gradually settled into the capital, everything seemed to fall into place. Yet, none of this concerned Lu Qinglan anymore. She had procured the salt and no longer ventured outside, spending her days ensconced in the small courtyard, extracting juice from beets. The syrupy liquid was quite sticky, leaving her hands perpetually tacky, and when boiled, it stretched in strands, leading one to believe they had entered the lair of a spider spirit. However, this light brown liquid became a playground for Zejin, who rolled about in it daily, gluing her fur together, transforming into an adorably sweet little fox. After indulging in the beet juice, she would begin to lick her fur, necessitating Lu Qinglan to hold her in the bath for an extended period to clean her, particularly the roots, which remained stubbornly dirty. This little girl recognized people. She preferred not to play with Zhao Yu and the others, trailing behind Lu Qinglan each day. Lingyue was indifferent to such antics, as orc children were prone to rolling and running about, as long as they were safe. What harm was there in a bit of vegetable juice? Moreover, it was quite tasty. Lu Qinglan felt a twinge of regret for having requested Zijin from Lingyue. According to the information discreetly provided by Wen Ling, Simi would not return for several more days, which meant she would have to contend with a frenzied little sugar fox for quite some time. Lu Qinglan could no longer endure the situation. When Zijin knocked at the door once more, she promptly shut it, forcing a smile and saying, "Xiaojin, how about I take you out for some fun?" Zijin's eyes sparkled with mischief as they darted about. Finally, she playfully licked her sweet, delicate paws and nodded demurely. "If Sister Qinglan buys me some meat, I shall gladly accompany you." The little fox was indeed clever. Lu Qinglan chuckled softly. "Very well, I shall first take you to find Sister Lingyue." She lifted Zijin into her arms and proceeded towards Lingyue's abode. "Sister Qinglan, what kind of beast were you in the past?" Zijin inquired, playfully toying with the long strands of hair that Lu Qinglan had gathered, comparing them to her own. "I've forgotten. I have amnesia," Lu Qinglan replied with a hint of helplessness. Zijin examined her fair complexion and asked, "Sister Qinglan, could you possibly be of the Sea tribe? They are all so pale." "No, for I cannot swim," Lu Qinglan admitted with some embarrassment. Although she had spent time in the countryside, her grandparents had forbidden her from approaching rivers, warning her that children had drowned before. Consequently, she had never learned to swim and remained quite the landlubber. Zijin gazed at her in surprise. "Isn't swimming a natural ability?" "Indeed, most animals are born with the instinct to swim, while humans require training to acquire this skill," Lu Qinglan responded. Lu Qinglan was acutely aware of her faux pas. For swimming was an instinctual ability for orcs, one that could not be brushed aside as mere amnesia. They arrived at Sister Lingyue's residence just as she was about to venture out. Upon encountering her, Lu Qinglan instinctively exhaled in relief. Zijin's gaze was equally drawn to Lingyue, who was exquisitely adorned today, even donning her precious collection of beast fangs. "Qinglan, I was just on my way to find you," Lingyue said, approaching with a playful poke at Zijin's head. "I mentioned yesterday that we would be looking for your sister Qinglan together today. Why the rush?" Zijin, feeling a bit wronged, cradled her head. "I forgot. Is there a special event today? You look so lovely." "It seems this year's celebration has encountered numerous complications, so the arena has been entirely entrusted to Lord Songfu," Lingyue replied, her ears flushing with embarrassment, yet she proudly showcased her necklace, a string of razor-sharp beast teeth. Today marks the blessing ceremony before the opening, she continued. Lord Songfu will also be in attendance. Blessing ceremony? Lu Qinglan inquired. Indeed. It is a request for the beast god to ensure fair weather in the coming days, free from rain and such. It will conclude swiftly, starting in the morning, allowing us to return by noon. Generally, the blessing is conducted by Lord Songfu, the chieftain of the Tiger clan, representing the terrestrial orcs, alongside Lord Chenwu, the grand high priest of the capital. However, I have heard that the divine envoy will also be returning. Lingwei, with one hand cradling Zhijin and the other resting on Lu Qinglan's shoulder, exclaimed, "Let us go take a look. I haven't seen Lord Songfu in a year." Her admiration for Songfu was palpable. She dreamed of becoming a fierce and valiant female like him, tirelessly preparing for the grand debut of next year's celebration. All right, Lu Qinglan agreed, lightly tapping Zhijin's damp nose. Shall we eat meat after we finish watching? Yes, Zhijin replied joyfully, raising her paw in excitement. Upon their arrival at the arena, they found it teeming with spectators. The structure, reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum, was circular, with tiered seating rising sharply. The central combat area was not flat but rather an elevated platform, akin to a boxing ring, yet devoid of barriers. Surrounded by a dozen or so towering poles that seemed to pierce the heavens. Within the arena, orcs were prohibited from utilizing their spiritual powers. Doing so constituted a violation that would result in immediate disqualification. The objective was to unseat one's opponent from the platform in a one-on-one combat format. Once a contender was defeated, the champion would rest for half an hour before facing the next challenger. Lingwei elucidated the rules to Lu Qinglan. Isn't that akin to a gauntlet match? The champion can't possibly endure for long under such a relentless format, Lu Qinglan remarked, surprised by the directness of this combat system. In her view, as the match progressed, it became increasingly unjust for the champion. Yet, it is precisely this format that showcases the champion's prowess, Lingwei countered. Moreover, once the current champion steps down, they too may become a challenger. A champion has 3 opportunities to defend their title, while other challengers have but a single chance. Lingwei was indifferent. This battle was a long-standing tradition in their realm, and no one had ever raised an objection. Thus, it could only determine who would ultimately emerge victorious. How then would the previous champion among the orcs be ranked? Lingwei had previously set a goal for Jiang Cheng to be among the top 3. In such a chaotic contest, how could one ascertain the rankings? By the number of victories, of course. The victories of the champion are meticulously recorded by designated individuals, ensuring no confusion. Amidst the unreasonable lies a certain logic. Truly, they are orcs. Lu Qinglan sighed inwardly. Tomorrow marks the opening and registration for the arena. She wondered how many participants would join the contest this year. Lingwei expressed her sentiments, soon filled with regret, lamenting that if only she were a bit older, she could register as well. Alas, she would have to wait until next year. Next year, you will undoubtedly stand until the very end. For you are the mightiest beastman of the Shushu clan. Lu Qinglan encouraged her with a reassuring pat. Indeed, you must watch me stand triumphantly on the arena stage. Lingwei replied, her face lighting up with a confident and spirited smile. Lu Qinglan lowered her gaze, a subtle acknowledgement. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she was likely to be back in her hometown by this time next year. Yet, in the presence of the exuberant and vivacious Lingwei, she chose to embrace a fleeting veil of concealment. Oh, Lingwei, you are here too. Jiang Cheng seemingly emerged from nowhere, akin to a radar detecting its target. These days, wherever Lingwei was, he would often refresh his presence there. Yet, he was no emotionally obtuse beastman. He would typically greet her briefly before excusing himself. One might say that this situation encapsulated the essence of destiny. We were never meant to cross paths, yet here I am, making the effort. This encounter appeared to be merely serendipitous as he approached Lingwei for a casual exchange of words. Are you here on patrol? Indeed, with so many beastmen around. Many of the patrol teams have been reassigned to the arena. As Lu Qinglan observed them engrossed in conversation, she chose not to intrude. Cradling Zhijin, she attempted to navigate her way outside. The presence of numerous beastmen rendered the atmosphere stifling, causing her considerable discomfort. Excuse me, pardon me, she implored. However, the cacophony around her was overwhelming, and being of smaller stature compared to the average beastman, her voice was drowned out. Only when she nudged with her elbow did a few of the more aware beastmen reluctantly part to allow her passage. Zhijin's delicate face contorted under the pressure. Emitting cries of distress, Lu Qinglan was compelled to shield Zhijin's face, pressing it against her chest. Yet the throng continued to surge forward. compelling them to be swept along with the tide. A shadow loomed over Lu Qinglan's head, and upon glancing up in surprise, she was met with a radiant, sunlit face. "Hello there. What a lovely lady. Happy little puppy?" Chapter 44. Happy little puppy. This peculiar appellation momentarily left Yanxi taken aback. Happy little puppy? But he was clearly of the feathered tribe. How could he possibly be referred to as such? Lu Qinglan realized she had inadvertently spoken her thoughts aloud. Feeling a hint of embarrassment, it was Zhijin, peeking curiously from her embrace, who gazed at the orc with outstretched wings, shielding them as they made their way outside. "What a good person. What brings you here?" Lu Qinglan awkwardly shifted the conversation. After saying this, she felt a bit at a loss for words. As the orcs present were predominantly there to witness Songfu and Shenwu, along with the newly arrived divine envoy. "I came to join the festivities," Yanxi, the cheerful little dog, replied, his dimples deepening with his smile. This perfectly encapsulated the social nature of people, always eager to mingle. "And you? Where's your partner?" "It's quite crowded with all these orcs. I came with friends to witness the blessing ceremony, but my friend has encountered a suitor, so I decided to give them some space." Lu Qinglan adjusted Zhijin, ensuring she wouldn't fall. Yanxi guided Lu Qinglan through the throngs, his expansive wings creating a barrier from the bustling crowd. He maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, ensuring his wings kept a respectful distance, avoiding contact with even an inch of Lu Qinglan's skin. Fortunately, it was not yet time for the arena battles. Otherwise, the excitement would have escalated further. True to his nature, the cheerful dog found comfort even in such moments, embodying a pure optimism. "Is this your child? Are you from the Fox clan?" Yanxi inquired, observing the little fox with its oddly clumped fur. "The last time I saw your partner, it didn't seem like they were from the Fox clan." "No. Sister Qinglan is my sister, not my mother," Zhijin earnestly explained, gazing at him. "My fur is not like this. It is golden. This is just vegetable juice from my sister, which has stuck together after being turned into candy." "Ah, so your name is Qinglan. What a lovely name," Yanxi remarked. "Vegetable juice?" He scrutinized her, eventually nodding. No wonder there's a vegetable scent. In truth, he had noticed from the outset that Lu Qinglan's grip on Zhijin was somewhat unnatural and cautious, wrapped in animal hide, leading him to wonder if Zhijin was simply too restless. Thankfully, he refrained from voicing this thought. Lu Qinglan noticed him staring at her hands and smiled shyly. There was no helping it. The sugar from the beets was excessively sticky, and she simply could not wash her hands continuously. "By the way, you left early last time. I wonder who won between those two sisters." Yanxi's eyes sparkled with anticipation at her inquiry. How could someone be so familiar so quickly? Yet his enthusiasm resembled a sunflower basking in the sun, radiating vitality and causing no discomfort. His eyes were remarkably clear, revealing a purity akin to that of a child. "Who was it? I recall you speculating it was the younger sister, correct?" Lu Qinglan inquired, guiding him gently as one would with a child. "It was the lion sister." Yanxi sighed. Only when they finally extricated themselves from the throng did Yanxi exhale in relief, shaking off the crushed feathers, lamenting the few that had fallen. In an instant, he reassured himself, tucking the feathers away for future decoration. Yanxi continued the conversation, albeit with a hint of disappointment, clearly. The lion sister had expended more energy and was the first to show signs of fatigue, yet she narrowly triumphed over the lion younger sister through cunning use of stones. Just as Lu Qinglan pondered how to console him, Yanxi, ever unyielding, swiftly adjusted his mindset, asserting that the elder sister was clever, adept at utilizing terrain and weaponry, while the younger sister possessed superior stamina and combat prowess. If they were to face each other again in the arena, the outcome might very well be reversed. "So, in a way, you weren't entirely incorrect in your prediction, were you?" Lu Qinglan's eyes crinkled with a smile. She truly understood child psychology, effortlessly soothing a child with just a few words. Yanxi gazed at her crescent-shaped eyes, oblivious to her reassuring tone, feeling an overwhelming urge to puff up his tail feathers with pride. Zhijin observed this self-dialoguing male, somewhat bemused. Could he truly be so foolish? How could such a beast man deserve his sister? Retreat, retreat. Just as he contemplated teasing Lu Qinglan into fetching meat on her own, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Lord Songfu has arrived. High Priest Qinwu." "Ah, I see the High Priest. That is the divine envoy, the divine envoy." Lu Qinglan's expression momentarily faltered before she quickly regained her composure. The throngs of people around her made it difficult for her to see, and despite her efforts to stand on tiptoe, she could not catch sight of the three individuals. Thus, she contemplated a discreet departure. However, Zhijin, lacking consideration, became swept up in the commotion of the crowd. Sister Qinglan, I too wish to see the divine envoy. Lu Qinglan helplessly stroked her hair and said, Zijin, you are too short. Even if you stand on my shoulders, you still won't be able to see. Zijin, feeling somewhat disheartened, gazed pitifully at the crowd before ultimately retreating back into Lu Qinglan's embrace. I want 2 pieces of meat. Lu Qinglan's heart melted. How could this little fox be so adorable? You wish to see the divine messenger? It's quite simple. I can fly, and I shall take you to see it. Yanqi extended his wings, nearly striking the approaching beastman, earning a string of curses in return. Lu Qinglan grasped his wrist, leading the ostentatious orc to a secluded clearing. Yanqi felt a slight warmth in his ears as he observed her holding his wrist. It was rather peculiar that, despite the absence of direct contact with his skin, his heart raced uncontrollably. Sister, I want to see the divine messenger, Zijin exclaimed, her anxiety growing as they ventured further from the beast arena. Lu Qinglan felt a twinge of unease about entrusting Zijin to an orc she had only recently met. Yet, surely, the orcs here would not engage in child abduction. Yanqi's clear, innocent gaze remained fixed upon her, refraining from further self-promotion, leaving her to make her own judgment. After a moment of internal conflict, she ultimately succumbed to Zijin's pleading, watery eyes, reluctantly placing her into Yanqi's embrace. Please return quickly. Yanqi readily agreed, assuring her that he would return her safe and sound. With that, he unfurled his wings, and, accompanied by Zijin's startled gasp, soared into the air. Lu Qinglan gazed at the spectacle of the Colosseum above, her eyes wandering from side to side. Most of the stalls were desolate, the streets deserted, all in anticipation of the legendary divine messenger. The orcs' faith in their beast god was undeniably profound, for he was the one who had united their factions, fostering amicable trade and alliances among the tribes. She settled herself beside, drawing her knees to her chest, counting the days with her fingers, as if the surrounding clamor were of no concern to her. Ah, the phone. She recalled her device, long dormant, and according to her previous calculations, 45 days had elapsed. Given her last cycle, it was likely that her menstruation would commence in about 5 or 6 days. At that time, she would need to avoid crowds. Yet she could still enjoy a few days of competition at the arena before retreating home. Scanning her surroundings to ensure her solitude, she produced her phone. The screen sprang to life, illuminating with a lock screen display. Still at 86. Evidently, her assumptions were correct. Typically, a phone consumes a slight amount of power when turned off, and since it had been a month since her last activation, it was improbable that it retained its original charge. The contents she had recorded remained intact, further validating that this save feature was indeed sophisticated, at least not altering the phone's data. With this realization, Lu Qinglan felt an immense sense of relief. She could still capture images to prove her presence here was not mere fantasy. With that thought, she casually snapped a photo in one direction, the camera shutter unexpectedly clicking. A long, white, fluffy tail suddenly bristled as if struck by electricity, and before Lu Qinglan could comprehend the situation, she was tackled to the ground, her phone knocked aside, producing a clatter. My phone. Chapter 45. Disgust. What is that creature? What have you done to me? The greenish eyes of Qi-Mo regarded her with wariness, as if any ill-spoken word could lead to her demise. He himself was uncertain why he followed Lu Qinglan instinctively. He had concealed himself within the crowd when Jiang Chong rushed towards Ling Yue, observing the cunning female. When he saw Lu Qinglan attempting to exit with a child only to be pushed back, he had intended to approach and assist her. However, given the distance and the throng, by the time he squeezed through, a member of the feathered tribe had already separated her from the crowd. He felt inexplicably self-absorbed. Yet, he thought, the feathered individual, whom he had never encountered before, must have been bewitched by her gentle, exquisite visage. While he knew little of the insidiousness lurking within her heart, just look at him, grinning like a fool at the female named Qinglan, attempting to curry favor with that little rascal. Could he not discern that her smile in return was insincere? Truly foolish, his ears flushed. Yet another male ensnared by her allure. Qi-Mo felt a twinge of discontent. Why did no one see through her malevolence, believing her to be a pitiful, frail female? Even his closest companion, Jiang Chong, advised him not to harbor excessive animosity towards this female. Indeed, she was slender, yet she was certainly far from pitiable. At this moment, he ought to have departed. After all, interactions between females and males are entirely natural. Regardless of his aversion to Lu Qinglan, he could not intervene in such matters. Yet, he remained. He observed Lu Qinglan furrow her brow upon hearing the divine envoy, only to quickly restore her composure. He also witnessed her grasping the wrist of the beastman from the Feather Clan, leading him to this place. Qinglan followed them, concealing himself behind the stalls. Resembling a stalker, what was he doing? Transforming into his original form, Qinglan scorned his own actions. He ought to be maintaining order in the arena, rather than trailing after them aimlessly. The Feather Clan, accompanied by the little rascal, soared above the arena, leaving the female alone, crouched desolately on the ground. She seemed quite accustomed to the position, hugging her knees and counting on her fingers as if calculating something. She appeared quite lonely, as her friends were nowhere to be found. Qinglan contemplated using a chance encounter as an excuse to approach her, taunting her for her cunning nature and the consequent scarcity of friends. If she were willing to change, he would also be amenable to letting go of his grievances. However, he was astonished to see Qinglan produce a small square box from her bag, palm-sized, yet radiating a brilliance surpassing that of a luminous pearl. What could that be? Then he watched, wide-eyed, as Qinglan seemed to aim it in his direction, as if locking onto him. His body instinctively lunged forward, and by the time he regained his senses, he had already seized the small box, subduing Qinglan. Qinglan's eyes were filled with disbelief as he rushed over, pinning her to the ground without uttering a word, demanding to know what she had done to you. Struggling to twist her wrist, she found it ensnared even tighter by him, fury seeping into her voice as she exclaimed, "Release me. You are harassing me." Qinglan's cold laughter echoed in response. "I am merely ensuring safety." His gaze fell upon a small box facing upwards, within which lay an image of the very scene that had just unfolded. It bore no resemblance to divination, for the visuals within the box remained entirely still. What is that? Speak. How can it capture images? The position she found herself in was far from flattering. Both her hands were restrained. Qinglan's knee pressed against her abdomen, stifling her movements, while his fluffy tail held down her legs. "Let me go? I do not comprehend what you are saying." How was she to explain this? Qinglan could endure no longer. She turned her head and sank her teeth into his wrist. She showed no mercy, biting down with ferocity until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. Qinglan winced in pain, yet he did not release her. Instead, he tightened his grip on her hand and pressed down slightly with his knee. Qinglan felt a constriction in her lower abdomen, accompanied by a twinge of pain. Ultimately, she had to loosen her bite, gazing at Qinglan's impassive face, her teeth clenched in rage as she spat the blood onto his visage. "What transgression of mine has incited such relentless pursuit from you?" Qinglan glared at him, her eyes brimming with disdain. Qinglan was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of her gaze, his once sharp eyes now filled with uncertainty. Does she truly despise me so? A pang of sorrow spread through his heart, akin to an unripe, bitter fruit lodged within his chest, replacing the rhythm of his heartbeat. Qinglan believed she had committed no heinous acts. Whether in her prior negotiations or the subsequent matters concerning Lingyue, she had never harmed anyone. Why then did Qinglan persistently pursue her? Tears welled up involuntarily, and a sense of injustice swelled within her heart, colliding in her chest. Yet, she refused to show weakness in front of Qinglan. What logic was this? She had clearly done nothing wrong. Why should she be subjected to interrogation like a criminal? "Take me to the beast god temple, and let the high priest of Qinwu adjudicate." As Qinglan spoke, her voice was heavy with nasal timbre, and her eyes glistened with moisture, as if shrouded in mist, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Qinglan was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat at a loss. Why was she crying? He had not exerted any significant force. Unable to help himself, he loosened his grip, gradually shifting his leg that pressed against her abdomen to the side. Although his hand remained in place, it no longer bore down entirely upon her. "Be honest and explain the origin of that thing, and I will not treat you this way." Furthermore, she was uninjured. He had merely been somewhat harsh with his words, without truly causing her harm. Ironically, she had even bitten herself in the process. Qinglan glared at him, for that was a distinctive artifact from her hometown that recorded images. Upon seeing Qinglan release his grip, she wasted no time and delivered a resounding slap across his face. She exerted no restraint, leaving a vivid crimson imprint of her fingers upon his cheek. "You." Qinglan approached, picked up the phone, and examined it closely. The tempered glass was shattered, resembling a spider's web with its intricate cracks. "What have I done to provoke you, that you have been fixated on me incessantly? As someone devoid of any spiritual power, what extraordinary deeds could I possibly commit? Do you regard me as a traitor? Surely, there is no profound enmity between us, is there?" Qinglan could no longer endure the situation. She thrust her phone back into her bag and, with tears streaming down her cheeks, pointed an accusatory finger at Qinglan, whose expression remained unchanged. Had she known from the outset, she would have never engaged in haggling. If it hadn't been for that unfortunate incident, she would not have attracted the attention of a lunatic. Qinglan felt a pang of discomfort. He never intended to make Lu Qinglan cry. Yet he found himself inexplicably at odds with her, as if his gaze was irresistibly drawn to her presence whenever she appeared. "Please, don't cry," he implored. Feeling a dull ache in his heart, yet he was at a loss for how to comfort her and could only pace around her. He had already bitten and struck. It was he who bore the greater injuries. "Don't follow me. I truly do not wish to see you," Lu Qinglan exclaimed, pushing him away. But her feeble strength was insufficient to make him retreat. "Qinglan." This utterance only fueled her anger further. She lifted her head defiantly. "On what grounds do you call me Qinglan? Isn't that your name?" Qinglan was utterly perplexed about what offense a mere name could have caused her, and he lowered his head to murmur an explanation. He recalled that Ling Wei and Zijin referred to her as Qinglan. Otherwise, what else was he supposed to call her? Lu Qinglan let out a cold laugh, introducing herself. "I am Lu Qinglan." This implies that only those close to her are permitted to call her by her name. And it is evident that Qinglan does not belong to that circle. "Very well, I apologize to you," she continued. Qinglan turned to face her. "As long as you refrain from appearing before me again, that would serve as the most sincere apology." Qinglan fell silent, merely adopting an attitude of indifference, akin to a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, lowering his head and accepting the blows and insults without protest. Lu Qinglan took a few steps back, attempting to circumvent him, but was abruptly seized by Qinglan, who grasped her wrist. "Don't go. Let go of me." Lu Qinglan raised her hand, ready to strike again. A strong gust of wind swept through, and Qinglan acutely sensed a surge of murderous intent, promptly executing a roll backward, pulling Lu Qinglan into an embrace. Yanxi. Chapter 46. Awakening after experiencing a tumultuous descent. Upon landing, Lu Qinglan's gaze fixated on the feathered figure cradling Zijin. No longer wearing a congenial smile, he furrowed his brow, emanating an imposing aura. "Is this how your patrol team conducts its rounds? Inflicting harm upon an innocent female?" Lu Qinglan decisively placed her foot upon Qinglan's, breaking free from his restraints and dashing towards them. A pang of bitterness surged within Qinglan. Yet he maintained his composure, allowing his hand to drop as droplets of crimson cascaded from his fingertips to the ground, blooming like flowers of blood. Yanxi, disregarding any distinction between genders, immediately embraced her, shielding her behind him. Zijin suddenly leaped into Lu Qinglan's arms, baring his teeth at Qinglan, as if yearning to leap forward and bite him again. "Sister Qinglan, are you unharmed?" Zijin's soft, furry paws clung to Lu Qinglan's shoulder, his nose twitching as he sniffed along her face. His short, prickly whiskers tickled Lu Qinglan, causing a slight itch. "There is a scent of blood. Yet it is not from Sister Qinglan." Zijin detected the aroma near her lips but soon exhaled in relief. Yanxi unfurled one of his wings, shielding them from Qinglan's gaze. The nearly 3-meter-long wing enveloped them completely. "Qinglan, you have yet to answer my question. Is this how your patrol team bullies innocent females?" As soon as Yanxi's words fell, his other wing swept fiercely, the sharp feathers grazing Qinglan's cheek and leaving a crimson mark. "I remember now. You are the adopted son of the priest from the golden-winged eagle clan." Qinglan's olive-green eyes revealed no trace of emotion as he raised his hand to wipe away the bloodstain. "Adopted son?" Lu Qinglan gazed at the towering figure before her, a wave of confusion washing over her. Had his parents met the same fate as Qi Xian? Yanxi's originally clear voice took on a somber tone, questioning the connection between this and the harm inflicted upon the females. "Harm to the females?" Qinglan glanced at the gushing wound on his arm, a bemused smile escaping his lips. The bite mark was neat and densely packed, the teeth not belonging to any beast, but instead indicating that considerable effort had been expended to penetrate the flesh. If one were to bully others, one could hardly expect them to remain passive. "I am truly sorry." Suddenly, Qinglan lowered his head, his body gradually transitioning into his original form, as he bowed his wolfish head, his tail swaying gently, and his ears obediently flattening against his skull. He resembled a large dog, remorseful for a misdeed before its master. Yet, beneath this Feng lay a stubborn and obstinate nature, akin to a stone in a cesspit, far from the harmless demeanor he projected. Lu Qinglan raised her hand to press the seal that concealed her wings, cradling Zijin as she approached him. "I refuse. Please, never appear before me again, Qinglan." Her tone was frigid, her expression indifferent, not even bothering to brush off the dust from being knocked to the ground. I detest your self-righteous demeanor. And I loathe your arrogance. Qinglan met Qimo's gaze, his green pupils reflecting her porcelain-like face. Lu Qinglan raised her hand to halt his words, introducing herself. I am Lu Qinglan. Having said this, she disregarded Qimo and turned to leave. As she walked away, she gently inquired of Zhe Jin. Did you see the divine messenger? I did. Zhe Jin replied enthusiastically, raising her small paws high. Yanxi gazed at the white wolf lying on the ground, scoffing lightly. You should be grateful she is a kind-hearted person. He then turned to catch up with Lu Qinglan, his wings slightly unfurling to shield Qimo from his view. Why? Qimo looked down at the droplets of blood falling from his fingertips, each drop landing on the ground and blossoming into crimson petals. She bit deeply. It hurts. Perhaps. He truly ought not to appear before her again. In her presence, he had become sensitive, sharp, and confrontational, losing the impartiality he once possessed. His vision blurred suddenly, blood trickling down the side of his face. He couldn't help but recall the laughter shared between Yanxi and Lu Qinglan. She seemed never to have smiled like that when she was with him, gentle, devoid of any sharpness. Perhaps only a charming male would befit her. When Jiang Chong found Qimo, he was already panting heavily, having battered several small trees around him, exposing the pale brown heartwood within the broken branches. Qimo, what troubles you? Why are you here instead of on patrol this afternoon? Jiang Chong leaned against the broken wood, watching him self-destructively snap another small tree. He noticed the scabbed wounds on Qimo's face and the bite mark on his arm. You didn't go and harass a female, only to be punished by her mate. Did you? To his surprise, his offhand remark caused Qimo to pause momentarily and glance in his direction. No way, could it be true? Jiang Chong's expression was almost one of horror. One cannot judge a book by its cover. He truly had not anticipated that Qimo, who seldom acted, could be capable of such startling behavior, even resorting to harassing a female. But wait, if he had indeed harassed someone, he would have been promptly taken to the beast god temple, which would not allow him to remain here in such a frenzied state. Qimo ceased his actions. Sweat had already soaked his hair, while the remaining droplets trickled down his bones. That beast man is not her mate. His scent is absent from her. Jiang Chong choked back a response. Did you not say you wished to find a mate akin to your mother? Qimo's family was indeed peculiar. His mother had chosen only his father as her mate, remaining unmoved by any other male's advances. However, the formidable strength of his parents silenced all dissent, and their relationship was harmonious, save for Qimo. As their only son, he was indulged excessively, leading him to develop an abnormal notion, by beastman standards, of seeking a female solely devoted to him. This, however, clearly did not align with mainstream mate selection criteria, causing many females to shy away from him, openly deeming his ideas absurd. Even Qimo's parents had advised against his beliefs, but he had stubbornly rebuffed their counsel, with his father even descending into despair over the thought of having Qimo's mother take another mate. Ultimately, Qimo's mother could not withstand his determination and allowed him to go. Now at the age of 22, despite his formidable strength and honed combat skills, no one dared to propose to him. No, I do not fancy her. She is merely a cunning female, weak and detestable. She is absolutely, utterly unworthy. As Qimo's voice dwindled, his mind became consumed with the visage of Lu Qinglan. She lowered her gaze to meet that of the little fox, as sunlight filtered through the leaves, softening her eyes. The confidence she exuded while bargaining with the beastmen of the feather tribe illuminated her gaze. She smiled at the inkstone, gently coaxing him and engaging in trivial conversations, her eyes sparkling with joy. Jiang Chong discerned that his obstinate friend was hopelessly smitten, though he still pretended otherwise. Since you have developed feelings for her, pursue her properly. Jiang Chong found himself perplexed. What was Qimo holding on to? Is not the pursuit of a female the very instinct of a male? What is there to be embarrassed about? No, she despises me. She has commanded that I never appear before her again. Qimo, seemingly deflated, reverted to his beastly form, curling into a ball. Jiang Chong's curiosity was piqued. What formidable female could bring his proud and stubborn friend to such a state? He felt a twinge of amusement, yet it seemed unkind to laugh. He restrained himself, sitting beside Qimo and patting his head. Which female? We spend time together all the time, even if I sought Lingwei. It wouldn't take much time. Wait. Jiang Chong suddenly grew alert, his expression complex. You don't mean? Yes, I have indeed fallen for her. What am I to do? She refuses to see me now. Qimo felt on the verge of tears, berating himself for his foolishness. Why could he not have acted more gentlemanly from the start? Why did he persistently provoke Lu Qinglan? Seeing his friend in such distress, Jiang Chong felt a pang of sympathy and finally sighed. Shall I plead your case to Lingue? Yes. Lingue. Qimo's head snapped up, his emerald green eyes sparkling with hope. His wolf paw patted Jiang Chong's hand eagerly. Please, ask Lingue to say a few good words for me to Qinglan. Wait. Qinglan? Jiang Chong's drooping ears perked up. Her name is Lu Qinglan, Qimo reminded him, for only those close could address her as such. Yet, he whispered it behind her back. Knowing Qinglan would be none the wiser, Qimo found humor in his plight. Jiang Chong, now thrilled, dismissed any thoughts of Lu Qinglan, fearing Qimo might share his own infatuation with Lingue. However, upon further reflection, the detail Qimo mentioned, that the female bore the scent of a male, implied she was already attached, which did not align with Lingue, and many other aspects simply did not match. His concern is merely a source of confusion. Yet, as the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, which renders his feelings somewhat understandable. The novel can be downloaded through the open-source Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. Should you obtain the novel file through an alternative download, and the vendor fails to provide the software's source code or open-source address, please seek an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, t. Me FQ Tool Chapter 47. Pleading for mercy. Jiang Chong enthusiastically echoed, Yes, Lu Qinglan, please continue. Perhaps it was his overly excited demeanor that caught Qimo's attention, prompting him to continue. I do not comprehend what it means to like someone. Initially, I believed I despised her. Jiang Chong nodded in agreement. Who could argue otherwise? Only you could be so peculiar. I thought Lu Qinglan had somehow offended you, considering how persistently you clung to her. Indeed. It was his first encounter with such a scenario. Typically, a male would pursue a female, wishing for her to strike him, as he would commend her strength. It is only a peculiar male like Qimo who treats a female in such a manner. Qimo felt a wave of shame wash over him. I always thought I would be drawn to a female akin to a mother figure. After all, the most significant trait in my ideal female is loyalty, which is nearly unattainable in the beast realm, without the formidable strength of someone like Songfu, who would risk their life. However, Lu Qinglan was evidently the antithesis of what he sought. He yearned for a strong and devoted partner, yet Lu Qinglan was frail and surrounded by suitors. Moreover, their initial encounter was far from pleasant. Jiang Chong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, What exactly drew you to her? Surely there must have been a process. She is confident, intelligent, forgiving, and gentle. In her eyes, everything sparkles with brilliance. When he found her behavior intolerable, he perceived these traits as flaws, yet now they had transformed into virtues. Jiang Chong's lips twitched. He was unaccustomed to this version of his friend. Qimo was better suited to his usual stoic demeanor. All right, I understand. I will plead with Lingue on your behalf, but you know I haven't even pursued Lingue myself. There are many uncertainties I cannot guarantee. Jiang Chong raised his hands in surrender, as he still had the daunting challenge of the arena ahead. Do all females favor strong males? Qimo's seemingly random comment set off alarm bells for Jiang Chong. You cannot mean. Qimo placed a hand on Jiang Chong's back. I shall go and test it out. Jiang Chong felt a deep sense of despair. Having meticulously calculated which position he was most likely to secure among the top 3 contenders. Now, with Qimo entering the fray, his competition had intensified. Although Qimo possessed superior combat prowess, his decision-making skills were notably lacking, which provided Jiang Chong with a glimmer of hope. All right. I still recommend that you familiarize yourself with Lu Qinglan's partner to learn how he attracts her, Jiang Chong advised. This could be considered an essential lesson for any male wishing to join a family, as each female harbors specific preferences for their partners. By understanding the traits that captivate females, one can enhance their chances of integration and competitiveness. Her partner? Jiang Chong stared in disbelief at Qimo, who wore a look of utter confusion. You can't possibly be unaware of who her partner is? Can someone like you truly attract a female? That's absurd. Even if you sought out 100, you wouldn't stand a chance. Then hurry and investigate. Chopping down trees in this forest is of no use to you. After 2 months of gatherings, you might not even get a chance to meet Lu Qinglan, Jiang Chong urged. It was only then that Qimo regained his composure. Rising to his feet. Thank you, Jiang Chong, he exclaimed. hurrying away in a flurry. Jiang Chong sighed as he watched him leave in a state of anxious urgency. To be honest, he was uncertain whether he could successfully pursue Ling Wei. Lu Qinglan appeared to be an even greater challenge. Nevertheless, it was not his concern. His focus was solely on winning over Ling Wei, while Qi Mo could grapple with his own dilemmas. On the way to the Ling Wei residence, Lu Qinglan cradled Zijin in her arms, while the little fox felt a twinge of guilt, its moist nose gently nuzzling Lu Qinglan's face. "I am unscathed, little Jane. So do not fret," Lu Qinglan reassured, tenderly stroking her soft fur. "Had I not insisted on seeing the divine messenger, my sister would not have been tormented by the wicked." Tears glistened in Zijin's large, watery grape-like eyes. Lu Qinglan smiled as she gently rubbed her ear, inquiring whether she had encountered the divine envoy and the two esteemed individuals. "The divine envoy is indeed strikingly beautiful, is she not? The high priestess and Lady Sangfu are both formidable females as well. I have met her. She is indeed lovely, yet I do not harbor fondness for her." Zijin replied earnestly. "The divine envoy appears so aloof. She does not seem to possess affection for the beast men." As Zijin adjusted her posture to assist her by gently manipulating her claws, she reflected on the kindness and benevolence of the priestesses, who cared for every beast man. Even Lady Chenwu, who cherished them all. However, the divine envoy's gaze revealed a profound absence of love, a void akin to barren land that yields no trees. Perhaps it is the perceptive nature of youth that allows such observations to surface. This realization further affirmed Lu Qinglan's intuition. In the eyes of Lu Qinglan, there was nothing, much like desolate soil, incapable of nurturing life. Yet, it was imperative to curtail this conversation, for should others overhear, it would be difficult to elucidate. "Zijin, it seems you have yet to choose a divine beast to revere. Do you have a particular deity in mind? In their realm, beastmen, particularly females, are afforded the freedom to select their divine patron from a young age, typically adhering to their parents' wishes to choose a goddess." "No. But my mother urged me to venerate the goddess of wisdom." Zijin, though youthful, sighed thoughtfully. "I yearn to choose the goddess of time, as it would enhance my chances of becoming a priestess. I wish to assist my kin as a priestess." Lu Qinglan comprehends the sentiments of Cimo, who, being a wise beast man, possesses an innate understanding of such matters. She aspires to impart all her experiences to her. However, is it not true that the goddess of time seldom accepts disciples? Her standards are even more exacting than those of the goddess of wisdom. Zijin has indeed chosen to seek the approval of the most elusive and esteemed deity. Lu Qinglan smiled as she gently shook her. Zijin, brimming with confidence, lifted her head and declared, "I will certainly put in my utmost effort." Upon arriving at Ling Yue's home, they found her tending to the animal hides she would wear in the coming days. Seeing their return, she set aside her work and pulled Zijin closer. "Why did you leave so suddenly? I searched for you both for quite a while," she exclaimed. "Cimo and the others are back, and tomorrow I must send Zijin home." "Oh," Zijin's ears drooped, responding lethargically. "Don't you miss your parents?" Ling Wei teased, "Careful, or I might just tell them." Instantly, Zijin donned a bright smile, playfully attempting to charm. "Oh, I will be so happy to go home." Ling Wei chuckled and shook her head. "Where did you both wander off to this afternoon? I couldn't find you at all." "Oh, I saw you conversing with Jiang Chong, so I took Xiao Jin to buy some meat," Lu Qinglan replied, settling into a seat and shaking a small wooden jar. "What is that?" "Molasses." Lu Qinglan opened the lid, revealing a reddish-brown syrup, the result of her long hours of boiling. Ling Yue sniffed the syrup, and the sweet, rich aroma filled the air, reminiscent of the scent that clung to Zijin when she returned a few days prior, yet even more intense. "It smells like honey." "Indeed. This is what Sister Qinglan made from that white radish." Zijin beamed with pride. "I licked quite a bit of it back then." "Oh, have you been making this at home these past few days?" Ling Wei inquired, dipping her finger into the jar to taste it. "It's so sweet. Sweeter than honey." Carnivores have a low requirement for pure sugar, yet herbivores and omnivores, like Ling Yue's kind, need a moderate intake to sustain themselves. Herbivorous beastmen, such as Ling Yue's group, unconsciously seek out sweet fruits to compensate for their nutrition and often trade for honeycombs during gatherings to endure the harsh winter. "Could you teach us how to make this?" Ling Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Our tribe could greatly benefit from this technique." Lu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had seen Ling Wei so animated, even more so than the last time she had crafted cement. Naturally, she would not decline. "Very well, in a couple of days, I shall teach you how to identify beats. The rest will be quite straightforward." Chapter 48. Registration by the time she departed from Ling Yue's residence, the night had deepened. It was said that when the arena opened the following day, a grand bonfire celebration would commence in the evening, continuing until the gathering concluded. Lu Qinglan could not help but marvel at the remarkable stamina of the orcs after a full day of exertion. They still possessed the vigor to partake in the evening festivities. Lu Qinglan's eyes sparkled with delight, and she soon broke into a radiant smile. Aotian and the others are here, as well as Zhao Yu and Song Zhu. The Qixin beast approached, lowering its head to nuzzle against her cheek. Did you attend the opening ceremony with Lingwei today? How did you know? I thought that was a last-minute decision. Lu Qinglan mused, contemplating that were it not for the beast realm, she might suspect he had implanted a tracking device on her. When we returned, we didn't see you and Zhe Jin. Then I remembered it was the day of the opening ceremony, so you must have gone with Lingwei. Zhao Yu and Song Zhu helped her onto the back of the Qixin. My sincerest apologies, we completely forgot. Otherwise, we would have accompanied you today. By the time we arrived, the ceremony was nearly over. The crowd was overwhelming. Did anyone step on you? Song Zhu held her hand. A look of guilt etched on his face. Lu Qinglan shook her head, replying, No, I left after a brief moment. There were indeed numerous people. However, thanks to Yinqi, I was able to distance myself from the crowd with Zijin. Yinqi? This was the familiar fellow encountered in the woods. When did they become so acquainted? A sense of being intruded upon washed over the three of them, leaving their expressions rather displeased. Lu Qinglan realized that her words had been ambiguous and immediately clarified. No, he merely offered his assistance with good intentions and did not infringe upon my space. Perhaps it was true, for after all, his brief contact with her was solely to ensure her safety. Beyond that, he had committed no unreasonable acts. And one could even assert that he maintained a significant distance from her. He appeared exuberant and reckless, yet his thoughts were remarkably intricate. Well, it's not that I am dissuading you, she continued, but rather I feel a sense of guilt for not having safeguarded you properly. Zhao Yu smiled as she handed her a blanket. It's chilly. You should wrap this around yourself. Song Zhu gently suggested, tomorrow is the registration event. My brother and I are also considering participating. Would you like to join us to observe? Are you both planning to partake in this arena? Lu Qinglan inquired, astonished. Though she could not discern it, every time Lingwei mentioned their combat prowess, it was often accompanied by mockery. Qixin had also been training them intensively, leading her to instinctively believe that their combat abilities were subpar. Having grasped the implication from her tone, they felt no embarrassment. We wish to give it a try. After all, we can register once we reach adulthood. We want to understand the gap between ourselves and other beastmen and ascertain how much longer we need to train to be able to protect you. Very well. I shall cheer for you. Lu Qinglan replied with a smile, not dissuading them. What about you, Aotian? Will you not participate? If allowed, would you wish for my presence? He asked. He was scheduled for patrol duty, although there were no restrictions preventing them from participating. The beastmen in the arena required vigilant guards. Should a stampede occur, or if participants became overly exhilarated and lost their reason during combat, they would be compelled to intervene. Lu Qinglan pondered for a moment, then shook her head. It is not a matter of whether I wish to go, but rather whether you desire it. Initially, there was indeed such an intention, but the risk of injury in the arena is inevitable. I wish to protect you, should an emergency arise. I hope to be the first to reach your side. Qixin moved slowly, his voice gentle, stating that he would not go. After all, as long as she remained by his side, he would contemplate every action with great caution. Lu Qinglan nodded. All right. By the way, I mentioned visiting the patrol team to see you, but it seems I've been caught up in frivolous activities and haven't been able to make it. I apologize. Tomorrow, I shall go with Zhao Yusong and Song Zhu. Qixin had always assumed she had merely spoken casually. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment at her absence these past few days, he understood she had been quite occupied and hadn't intentionally forgotten. As a devoted partner, how could he trouble her over such trivial matters? He was pleasantly surprised that Qinglan had brought it up herself, despite the company of 2 additional companions. He felt a profound sense of contentment. There is no need to rush. I have been patrolling the arena these past few days. Once you arrive, just have Zhao Yu send me a message. We're home, Zhao Yu interjected, interrupting their conversation. Their bond was so strong that it left little room for others to interject. Let us rest early tonight. There will surely be many participants signing up tomorrow. And arriving early will allow us to secure a better position. Song Zhu offered her a warm smile. Lu Qinglan looked at their clumsy antics with amusement and let out a chuckle. All right then, good luck with the competition tomorrow. You needn't rise so early. Take a good rest, as your health is of utmost importance. Qinglan transformed back into human form and affectionately ruffled her hair. I will wake up early to secure a good spot. That sounds good. Qinglan and the others always kept their voices low when they rose early, seldom waking Lu Qinglan. Although they shared a single bedroom, they had arranged 3 straw mats within it, allowing them to revert to their original forms and sleep separately, fostering an exceptionally harmonious relationship. However, if it weren't for Qinglan sneaking into bed at midnight, Zhao Yusong and Zhu would have genuinely believed it. Yet, there was no way around it. At present, Qinglan would only allow them to hold hands, and anything beyond that was off-limits. This was a consequence of their past misdeeds, which had led to Qinglan's attitude improving towards them, but her feelings for Qinglan remained worlds apart. It's all right, we'll take it step by step. She now permits them to sleep on straw mats. In the future, they may sleep beneath the bed, and eventually, they could be at the foot of the bed. There will always be opportunities. The following day, Qinglan prepared hot water early before leaving, calling for Song Zhu to join him in securing a spot, as it was indeed inappropriate for him to occupy 2 alone. Zhao Yu was busy preparing breakfast, while Lu Qinglan kept track of time, even pulling out her phone to set a timer. At least this device required no internet and could keep track of 24 hours, proving to be quite useful. Having lived with them for so long, Zhao Yu and the others were already aware of the amazing gadgets she possessed, so there was no need for secrecy. She thought she had woken up quite early, with the sky still in a faint glow, yet upon seeing the throngs of people encircling the arena, she felt a wave of suffocation. How did they manage to get tickets? She wondered, suspecting they had queued up immediately after yesterday's opening ceremony, with no intention of leaving. Have we arrived too late? A pang of regret coursed through Lu Qinglan as she thought that had she known better, she wouldn't have been so stubborn. Getting up had been arduous, and now they faced such a long wait. Everyone has been training for the arena competitions for quite some time, so they likely arrived much earlier. We are not late, Zhao Yu reassured her gently. Receiving a message from Qinglan, Zhao Yu led her to where Qinglan and Song Zhu were stationed, greeting Qinglan. Although they were not at the front, it was certainly preferable to starting from scratch. I'm going to patrol. Reach out if you need anything, Qinglan said, gently rubbing Lu Qinglan's face, clearly showing signs of fatigue yet still heading off to work. All right, see you soon. I'll bring you food later. To queue and secure a spot for arrival in modern times might be considered extraordinary, yet among beast men, it was merely customary. Qinglan grasped her hand reassuringly. It's fine. You woke up so early, don't tire yourself out. You can head back to rest first, and come when you've had enough sleep. Okay. I understand, Lu Qinglan replied with a smile, her eyes crinkling with warmth as she touched the dark circles beneath his eyes. You must also take care of yourself. How about I request a day off for you? Is it easy to take leave here? Very easy, Qinglan insisted. Even if it was no longer feasible to take a day off. This marks the first occasion for Qinglan to request leave on his behalf. He simply cannot disregard her feelings. Chapter 49, Registration. Once Qinglan departed, Zhao Yu and Song Zhu were finally liberated from the atmosphere filled with pink bubbles. With Qinglan present, it felt as though an insurmountable weight rested upon them, making it difficult to assert themselves. Particularly, Qinglan's excessive reliance and trust in Qinglan has created an imbalance. Even though Qinglan has indeed provided them with opportunities, they were invariably thwarted by Qinglan, which proved detrimental to the alliance of their families. However, she initially only consented to be a partner, refusing to grant any further commitments. They found themselves needing to consider their own worthiness before acting out. While they were lost in their own melancholy, Lu Qinglan gently tapped Zhao Yu's arm and gestured towards a few tall, robust orcs in the distance. These orcs possessed an imposing physique, their human forms significantly more powerful than the average person. Those orcs are incredibly strong. Do you think you might get hurt? Well, I suppose it isn't entirely without merit, as Qinglan is currently showing concern for us. Perhaps, but emerging unscathed from the arena is indeed quite a challenge. After all, it is a close combat struggle that does not rely on spiritual power. How can one avoid injury? Although there are numerous natural-type orcs nearby to assist with healing, it remains perilous. Lu Qinglan furrowed her brows, contemplating the multitude of orcs gathered. The allure of that promise was undeniable. Beyond the promise itself, this also served as a means to showcase one's strength to all orcs. Zhao Yu used her tail to create a barrier against the throng of eager participants. Due to the disparities among tribes, many would refrain from intertribal unions. However, with the scarcity of females within their own races or the desire to find more formidable males, They would resort to such displays to attract exceptional partners. Songzhu elegantly gathered her somewhat disheveled locks. This was, in essence, a veiled matchmaking event. No wonder Lingwei urged Jiang Chong to secure a top 3 position. Who was Jiang Chong? A member of the Tiger tribe from the capital city. He had recently been pursuing Lingwei. Undoubtedly, he would also register for this event. For males who were not rivals in love, they would naturally not pay much attention, however. Leaving the capital meant an abundance of food. Registration was only open today, with combat commencing tomorrow morning. Wasn't there also a bonfire party tonight? Tomorrow morning seemed rather early. Qinglan marveled at their vigor. Were she to attend a night of dancing, she would certainly require the following day to recuperate. If she couldn't rise early tomorrow, she would forego the event, for the gladiatorial matches would span an entire month. Songzhu unreservedly acquiesced to Qinglan's sentiments. I will endeavor to rise early. You should come to observe, even if you do not participate. Watching the techniques of other orcs will ease your mind during battle. She regarded it as an examination. Fretting over their potential encounters with unfamiliar challenges, Jiao Yu clasped her hand, playfully asserting, with you by our side, we shall remain unperturbed. We will undoubtedly present our finest selves before you. Songzhu naturally took hold of her other hand, the coolness of her touch seeping through Qinglan's fingers. The twins shared a profound understanding, each vying for affection with equal fervor. Qinglan felt a tinge of bashfulness, instinctively retracting her hands, though neither relinquished their grip. In fact, they tightened it further. There's no need to force yourselves too much. This round-robin battle is quite unfriendly to the champions. I sincerely hope you gauge your limits and avoid injury. Her warm and caring words nearly melted their hearts, making them wish to lift her up and proclaim Qinglan's tenderness to the world. Very well, we will be cautious. Their eyes sparkled with emotion. They may not have comprehended their mother's intentions at that moment, but now they could only pray for her blessings, hoping to resolve the misunderstandings that lingered in Qinglan's heart and to be truly accepted by her. Originally, this gladiatorial duel had been proposed by Qi Xian, hoping they could engage in practical combat to better prepare for future battles. There were no expectations of achieving high ranks. It was merely an opportunity for further training. After conveying these thoughts, Qinglan resumed her observation of the various orcs. Among them were those like Jiao Yu and Songzhu, possessing more slender physiques. Yet, their faces bore no signs of fear. Rather, they appeared eager to participate. Orcs from every tribe were present. Not only did she observe herbivorous and carnivorous orcs, but she also caught sight of the aquatic race, distinguished by their scales and the telltale water droplets beneath their feet as they moved. After all, this was an annual event that everyone eagerly anticipated. The aquatic race was generally quite popular, as they possessed exquisite salt. Their sole drawback, however, was their limited time away from water. They were required to remain submerged for at least 6 hours each day. Songzhu elucidated the characteristics of this particular race to her. Qinglan, however, was momentarily dazzled by their siren-like beauty. She considered herself not particularly captivated by appearances, yet she couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this beastly realm. Here, her eyes were truly treated with kindness. Regardless of gender, all were exquisite beings. They were sirens, and wanted not to linger in their gaze, for both male and female sirens possess an enchanting allure. It is well known that the siren's melodious voice can bewitch hearts, with the females being particularly exceptional. When several stunning female sirens spoke together, it was as if they were singing, their harmony nearly intoxicating the surrounding beastmen. Mermaids, indeed, it was no wonder they were so captivating. Qinglan's eyes brimmed with astonishment as a few sirens, noticing her appreciative gaze, even smiled and winked at her. Qinglan immediately turned her head, and goodness, she appeared even more exquisite in full view. Jiao Yu reached out to shield her eyes, bending down to whisper in her ear with a hint of dissatisfaction. Are you yearning for a siren companion? If one were to liken them to snake charmers, compared to sirens, they were but novices. Merely uttering a few words was enough to ensnare others, a talent unmatched by any. Qinglan immediately shook her head, insisting, no. I merely recalled a legend from our region. What legend? Songzhu leaned in slightly closer, emboldened by her inability to see, with the tip of his tongue nearly brushing against her lips. The legend speaks of sirens whose tears can turn into pearls. Would this not mean their wealth is ceaselessly replenished? Her rudimentary understanding led her to believe that mermaids could weep pearls, akin to a walking ATM. Jiao Yu and Songzhu exchanged glances and both burst into laughter. You must be referring to the Jiaran, they said in unison. Qinglan brushed away Jiao Yu's hand and ceased to gaze at the resplendent sea sirens. However, She found herself intrigued by the mention of the Jiaoren, the representative race of the oceanic tribe. Indeed, Jiao Yu meticulously arranged the disheveled strands of her hair. The temperament of the Jiaoren is notably more gentle than that of the sirens, their melodious voices equally enchanting, yet devoid of the intoxicating allure that bewitches the mind. Furthermore, both male and female Jiaoren excel in crafting jiaosha and possess the extraordinary ability to weave pearls. Truly remarkable. For a fleeting moment, Lu Qinglan found herself pondering whether an ancient being had traversed time to the beast realm, leaving behind the Shan Haijing. Yet, upon contemplating the nature of the peculiar edibles, she dismissed the thought as mere fanciful speculation. However, evoking tears from a merfolk is no trivial feat. Their tears are precious and sought after by many females as adornments. Nevertheless, merfolk are quite discerning, shedding tears solely for their chosen mates. Song-Zu continued to elaborate as they edged closer to the registration. Most of the shamanic officiants ahead were assisting with the enrollment. Their registration was rather unique, as each participant would press their own fur onto a piece of clay, leave an imprint of their paw, and inscribe their name, thus signifying their intention to join. Receiving an amber necklace from the officiants indicated a successful registration. Jiao Yu and Song-Zu contributed their own scales, pressing their serpentine tails onto the clay. The amber necklaces were then unexpectedly presented to Lu Qinglan. "Isn't this a token of participation?" she inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Not quite. The gladiatorial event involves some complexities. This is merely a reward, a tribute to the bravery of each participating beast." With this clarification, Lu Qinglan understood it to be a keepsake. She accepted them and placed them in the inner compartment of her bag. "I shall keep these safe for you." "Indeed, they were meant for you," Song-Zu replied with a gentle expression. "All honor shall find meaning through you." Chapter 50. Partners Qi Mo spotted her once more. Qinglan, after having registered alongside Jiang Chong, a mere turn of his head allowed him to catch sight of the female, who was laughing and conversing with two serpents amidst the vast crowd. Lu Qinglan appeared to be a natural luminary. Once noticed, it was difficult to divert one's gaze from her. The fragrance she emanated seemed to belong to them, inciting a profound envy within him. Why did those hibernating orcs merit her favor? Why? Jiang Chong called out to him several times before he finally shook his head, indicating that Jiang Chong should proceed on his own while he attended to his own matters. But what matters could he possibly have? Qinglan despised him, even demanding that he no longer appear before her. Mo, taking advantage of the cover provided by several towering orcs, edged closer to Lu Qinglan and her companions. Yet that was the extent of his approach. He even had to clutch his own tail to prevent it from swaying. The orc's exceptional hearing allowed him to catch snippets of Qinglan's concern for the two serpentine beings. Her tone was gentle and enviable. It was evident that the orcs surrounding him overheard as well, their voices lowered to hushed whispers. "That female is so gentle, treating her partner so well. And her partner doesn't he seem particularly formidable? She must have a good heart. Oh dear, stop looking. The more we see, the more we envy. Let us perform well and strive to earn the female's favor." Mo felt a hollow ache in his chest at their words. He could not help but fantasize about how blissful he would be if Qinglan spoke to him in such a manner. Perhaps his tail would wag incessantly, allowing him to nuzzle into her embrace like a devoted pup. Yet now, he could only lurk like a rat in a gutter, peering at the happiness of others. He pondered that had their initial encounter not been so disastrous, devoid of sharp conflicts, perhaps he could have pursued her earnestly, much like Jiang Chong pursued Ling Wei. Her disposition was gentle and kind. Even in rejection, she would not make him feel as he did now, having to avoid her gaze. Did she favor such males? Those who merely acted endearingly, seemingly weak yet capable of softening her heart with their charm? How could he learn such ways? Could he even learn them? Mo felt a wave of inferiority wash over him as he watched them advance toward the registration platform, culminating in Lu Qinglan accepting their amber necklaces. He gripped the amber stone tightly in his hand, a token of courage bestowed upon the orcs, intended for future gifts to cherished partners. They could all present theirs. While he lacked even the courage to appear before Qinglan, he was perpetually beset by regrets, pondering why he had been so obstinate, provoking Qinglan's ire, and mistaking his own heart's flutter for disdain, thus causing her pain. His tail, once lively, now drooped listlessly, ultimately leading him back to the patrol team. Jiang Chong could clearly discern his poor state and felt some concern, yet he understood that mere words of comfort would not suffice, believing it better to allow him to come to terms with his feelings in his own time. Qi Xian, now a group leader with a modicum of authority within the formation, furrowed his brow upon observing the squad leader's demeanor. Previously, due to various reasons, He had not been well acquainted with this leader named Qimo, yet he disdained those who ascended the ranks through nepotism. Now, his listless appearance has further diminished Qi impression of him. After arranging the workflow for the day, they began to patrol various locations. Qi, did you arrive so late today to register? A member of the wolf clan jested. No, I was holding a spot for a family member. They wish to register for the beast arena, and my partner will also be attending. This revelation surprised his companions, as such a considerate male was quite rare. You seem to care deeply for your family members. Are you the firstborn? Indeed, Qi replied, invigorated by the conversation, as it signified his closeness to the females. The young wolf understood, realizing that he was indeed favored by the females, as such generosity was not easily achieved. However, by noon, his understanding of Qi appeal to the females deepened, as she had even brought him a meal. Ah Xian, she exclaimed, patting his left shoulder, and as he turned, she appeared from his right, her face adorned with a warm and generous smile. This caught Qi off guard, prompting him to feign surprise. The young wolf observed, feeling a pang of envy. Is no one concerned about me? He thought, as Jiao Yu and Song Zhu nodded in acknowledgement. The two bore a slight resemblance, clearly siblings. Noticing his gaze, Qinglan shyly smiled and greeted him. Then she turned her eyes to Qi, saying, I made you a meal using soybean oil. Hurry and eat. After that, we'll take a leave to attend the soiree. Oh my, I'm envious. The young wolf decided that for the upcoming soiree, he too must find a female from the wolf clan, no longer wanting to be a mere spectator. On the other side, Qimo spotted Qinglan and quickly hid, leaving Jiang Chong speechless. Why are you hiding? Just avoid her. You're not on her blacklist, he thought. Wishing to ask Qinglan what time she planned to watch the duel. I honestly can't find words to describe your goodness, Jiang Chong remarked, observing Qimo's envious eyes, nearly sighing in exasperation. Please be quiet. I can't hear what they are saying. Great, just a damp little dog, he mused. Qimo pondered the similarities between the three, only noticing the resemblance between Jiao Yu and Song Zhu, but observing Qinglan's closeness to Qi, it was evident she favored him more. Qi gazed into her eyes with focus and gentleness, their rapport palpable. Their personalities are much more stable than yours, Jiang Chong astutely observed. Whether it be Qi or Jiao Yu and Song Zhu, they were all remarkably stable males, indicating they rarely engaged in unnecessary conflicts, especially Qi, whose demeanor could be described as mature beyond his years. He was certainly preferable to Qimo, who had grown in stature but lacked in wisdom. Qimo, feeling exasperated, questioned, Am I not stable? Yet, upon reflection, he realized he was indeed more sensitive and volatile compared to the three. So, what should I do? In a tone reminiscent of a plea for help, Qimo inquired of his friend. Jiang Chong, at a loss for words, found himself preoccupied with his own romantic pursuits. Yet here he was, expected to act as Qimo's love advisor. He ran his fingers through his half-long hair, exuding a sense of helplessness. How could I possibly know? You're confronting a veritable hellish scenario. At least I can communicate with Lingyue, but in your case, I am utterly at a loss as to how to assist you. Qimo drooped his ears and tail, beginning to comprehend the allure of that miraculous potion capable of transforming oneself into a female partner of identical appearance. He had previously scoffed at such notions, yet now, in his dire predicament, the thought of seizing a vial became increasingly tempting. Why not consult your parents? They should have returned by now. You could ask them how they managed. After all, they possess experience. After contemplating for a moment, Qimo could only nod. Although he had boldly proclaimed his intent to find a female partner solely for himself, seeking assistance from his parents now felt somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, enduring their teasing was preferable to remaining inactive. At that juncture, Qinglan interjected once more. Didn't you mention taking a leave? Where is the leader here? I wish to request a leave of absence. Qinglan, observing how exhausted he had been lately, sought to help him find a moment of respite by inquiring on his behalf. Qi, taken aback, clarified to his stunned teammates. The wolf clan members looked on with envy, ultimately waving their hands. The squad leader is over there on patrol. You may proceed. Qimo stood frozen, followed by a wave of panic. He was unprepared. He had not yet contemplated what to say to Qinglan. Jiang Chong, you must assist me. Qinglan, over here. Jiang Chong stepped forward confidently, waving to them. Chapter 51. The squad leader Qinglan was taken aback by Jiang Chong's expression and instinctively glanced behind him, but did not see Qimo. Jiang Chong wore a warm smile that radiated familiarity. How has Lingyue been lately? Did you not just meet with her yesterday? A day apart feels like an eternity. Lu Qinglan seized the rare opportunity to jest with him. Jiang Cheng possessed an astute sense of propriety, maintaining a respectful distance during his interactions with Ling Wei. Although their chance encounters were often orchestrated by him, he never imposed upon her time excessively, merely exchanging pleasantries and engaging in conversation. Moreover, Ling Wei did not seem averse to him. Her demeanor was primarily one of observation. Thus, due to Ling Wei, Lu Qinglan found himself in a relatively amicable relationship with Jiang Cheng. Recognizing him as the suitor from the Tiger clan that Lu Qinglan had mentioned, the beastmen accompanying Jiang Cheng relaxed their previously hostile scrutiny. Indeed, had it not been for this patrol mission, I would have loved to purchase more gifts for Ling Wei, Jiang Cheng admitted candidly, acknowledging the normalcy of his sentiments. Lu Qinglan found herself rendered speechless by his nonchalant demeanor and decided to shift the conversation. What about the captain of your team? I wish to request a leave of absence for a Xian. Your partner is Qi Xian, isn't he? His capabilities are remarkable. He became the team leader in just a few days. Jiang Cheng did not respond to her remark, but instead redirected the discussion towards Qi Xian. Lu Qinglan turned to gaze at the obedient Qi Xian, feeling a sense of pride akin to that of a parent whose child has received praise. Are you not interested in settling in the capital city? Qi Xuan's remarkable abilities would surely delight the clan leader. Upon hearing this, Qima, hidden behind the wall, perked up his ears. Indeed, residing in the capital would afford him more time. I have no such intentions, Lu Qinglan promptly declined without a second thought. Though this place is certainly more prosperous than others, I still long to return to the Shuzhou clan. Jiang Cheng did not press the matter, as he merely wished to inquire on behalf of a friend. However, if I were fortunate enough to earn Ling Yue's favor, I would gladly depart with her. Lu Qinglan regarded him with a playful glance, conveying a sense of nonchalance. What about the team leader? We need to request leave. Jiang Cheng swiftly caught the escaping Qima by the tail, pulling him before Lu Qinglan. Qima felt a touch of embarrassment, his warm brown skin flushing a shade of crimson. Lu Qinglan gazed at the awkwardly flushed Qimo before her, her countenance darkening slightly as her tone inadvertently grew colder. It is you, she remarked, sensing her partner's unease. Qi Xian stepped forward to interpose himself between them. The unique vertical pupils of the cold-blooded creatures, Jiao Yu and Song Zhu, narrowed in anticipation, ready to spring. He is the leader of our team, Qi Xian explained to her. Have you encountered each other before? Indeed, we have had some previous disagreements, Lu Qinglan replied. Unwilling to revisit the past, her usually smiling lips now settling into a flat line. Lu Qinglan is not one to harbor grudges. Only the gravest of matters can truly linger in her heart. Consequently, Qi Xian, who already harbored a lack of fondness for Qimo, felt a heightened sense of disdain towards him. Qimo lowered his head, his ears drooping, too intimidated to speak. Jiang Cheng could only do so much. What could he do if his friend was lacking? You should return with Jiao Yu and the others. I will seek you out once I have finished my leave. Qi Xian placed a comforting hand on Lu Qinglan's shoulder, gently nudging her towards the path she had come from, casting a discreet glance at Jiao Yu. Wait. Jiang Cheng fiercely stepped on Qimo's tail, compelling him to lift his head. This exclamation drew their attention to Qimo, who, unable to evade the situation, braced himself. How long is your leave? Qi Xian was about to respond when Qimo waved his hand. Can you dictate the thoughts of your partner? This is a conversation that must be had with Lu Qinglan. Lu Qinglan gently patted Qi Xian's arm and stepped forward to engage him in conversation. Requesting 2 days, today and tomorrow. Qimo observed her expression, which was entirely businesslike, and with a wry smile conceded to today. For tomorrow marked the first bout with an overwhelming crowd. The subsequent week would be equally unfeasible. The remaining days were at her discretion. I understand. Let it be today then. Qimo, I hope you still remember what I mentioned previously. Lu Qinglan grasped Qi Xian's hand and turned away without a hint of mercy. Qimo opened his mouth, only to let his ears droop in despondency, his gaze filled with melancholy. Jiao Yu watched this unfold, a malicious smirk curving her lips as she turned to depart. Song Zhu, though somewhat sympathetic, ultimately pursed his lips and followed suit. Jiang Cheng gazed at the departing figures, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was this truly it? After all the effort, Qimo hadn't even offered an explanation or apology to Lu Qinglan. If she held a grudge against him and spoke out in front of Ling Yu, he would find himself in grave danger, all while his friend displayed such dismal resolve. Raising his head, Qimo caught the disdainful glint in Jiang Cheng's eyes, which deepened his sense of despair. What could he possibly do? Qinglan had issued him an ultimatum, and he was struggling to refrain from granting Qi Xian a false pretense. further provoking her disdain. Alas, unless a miracle occurs. I truly do not know how you will resolve this, Jiang Chong said, patting Qimo on the shoulder. Get back to your patrol. Qimo could only immerse himself in his duties, seeking to momentarily escape the piercing gaze of disdain from Lu Qinglan. He silently wished for a miracle to manifest. As he watched her retreating figure, he prayed helplessly. Surely, he must have committed some grave misdeed. She need not concern herself with him. This patrol task was merely a token of goodwill from each clan. His absence would bear no consequence. Qi Xin softly reassured her. Yet, if one signed up for a team and subsequently failed to attend, the capital would place them on the list of untrustworthy individuals, leading to numerous inconveniences. Jiaoyu unflinchingly exposed this truth. Lu Qinglan felt a sense of helplessness as she extended her hand to shake his. I am perfectly fine. He cannot inflict harm upon me. Have you forgotten the regulations established by the beast god? She remarked. It is merely that we had an unpleasant encounter before, and my interactions with him have been rather limited. She recalled the first day Qinglan arrived when she had encountered a rather uncouth wolf-tribe beast man. Did she not? An uncouth wolf-tribe beast man? Qi Xian furrowed his brow. Why did you not mention this earlier? Lu Qinglan couldn't help but widen her eyes, astonished by Songzhu's remarkably exceptional memory. You still remember? She inquired. I do, Songzhu replied with a shy smile. He had not forgotten the day she accepted the bracelet he had given her. With gentle eyes, Songzhu turned to Qi Xian, recalling how Qinglan had expressed her desire not to worry him. Later, when she encountered the divine envoy, she returned home to find herself already asleep. Thus forgetting to mention it. Qi Xian sighed, displaying a sense of paternal exasperation. Next time, do remember to mention such matters. Understood, Songzhu obediently acknowledged. So, is Qimo the beastman you encountered at the gathering that day? Lu Qinglan nodded, affirming that it was indeed that day when Ling Wei stood up for her, leading to her acquaintance with Jiang Chong. Next time we attend the gathering, we shall accompany you, she added, though Jiaoyu was somewhat concerned. Yet, Lu Qinglan brushed off the worry nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. The beast world lacks much of interest, unlike modern society with its tailored garments and delectable cuisine. Frankly, I find little allure in wandering. I've been staying home to make candy lately. Isn't there a grand bonfire party this evening? Perhaps we should go see how the preparations are coming along? All right. Chapter 52. The bonfire party. The bonfire party was constructed in a clearing, devoid of any flammable trees, with a broad river flowing nearby. A towering bonfire platform was erected as several winged beings from the feather tribe spread their wings to add fuel, ensuring it would blaze throughout the night. A group of beast men worked together to hang exquisite pelts on poles, allowing them to flutter in the wind. The largest bonfire, with wood placed upon stone slabs, was closest to the river. Good afternoon, lovely female, a melodious voice, imbued with an enchanting quality, effortlessly captured Lu Qinglan's gaze. Several beautiful sirens leaned against a rock, waving at her. They were the same sirens she had encountered during the registration. Unlike the robust females of the land, they appeared delicate and graceful, their agile forms accentuated by fin-like ears that shimmered in a spectrum of colors under the sunlight, and their arms adorned with translucent membranes that danced like ribbons. Their stunning fishtails sparkled brilliantly, and while their fins seemed soft, they were deceptively sharp. Their features were strikingly beautiful, bordering on the otherworldly, capable of captivating hearts with a mere glance. Sirens, do not listen too closely, Qi Xian cautioned, covering Lu Qinglan's ears. Yet the alluring voice of the woman continued to infiltrate her senses. Little sister, come here, let's chat. We only come here once a year. It can be quite boring. What fun things have you experienced on land? Do share with us. Sister, we sing beautifully. Come over, and we'll sing a song for you. Jiaoyu picked up a stone, gauging its weight before hurling it among them. The beautiful sirens were splashed with water, their demeanor shifting instantly to one of ferocity, revealing their sharp shark-like teeth and claws. You dare to provoke us. Lu Qinglan finally emerged from her stupor, somewhat surprised by why they had chosen to employ such beguiling voices towards her. Jiaoyu obstructed Lu Qinglan's line of sight, turning her back, revealing the full splendor of her serpentine scales. The female sirens possessed a notoriously malicious temperament. When they encountered an intriguing beastman, regardless of gender, they would lure them into the water for frolicsome antics. The high priestess and chief Songfu had admonished them on numerous occasions, yet they continued their reckless behavior unabated. Qi Xian gently rubbed her reddened ears. Although their melodies were enchanting, they bore an addictive quality. Excessive listening could lead to a state of mental fatigue over the next few days, as Songzhu explained. The sirens, finding no amusement, emitted a disinterested hum, lamenting the dullness of the males, and lamenting that even casual conversations among females were impossible. "If your sister wishes to join us, remember to visit Star Moon Lake," they remarked, each slipping into the water and drifting away. One of the most enchanting among them even winked at her. The boundaries of gender seemed irrelevant in the beast realm, which truly harbored an abundance of wonders. Lu Qinglan felt a moment of disorientation. Qi Xian, filled with concern, leaned down to observe her seemingly unfocused eyes, wondering if she was suffering from a headache. "It's nothing, really. Do refrain from visiting Xingyue Lake. It is entirely the domain of the sirens," he cautioned earnestly, fearing her curiosity might lead her there. "I want to go." "But you all seem quite fearful of the sirens," she replied. The other two remained silent. Jiao Yu, unburdened by their apprehensions, remarked, "The sirens are reckless and unpredictable. We fear they might inadvertently harm you." The male members of the siren clan are regarded with astonishing disdain, as most female sirens look down upon them, leading the more cunning males to exploit their looks to entice females from other tribes. Lu Qinglan nodded in understanding, yet her heart remained stirred. She gazed in the direction where the mermaids had departed, her curiosity piqued by their enchanting melodies. What celestial sounds could evoke such admiration from all? As night descended, a bonfire was kindled at the venue, the flames dancing in the darkness, softening the sharpness of Tsang Fu's striking features. Gratitude was expressed to all who had traveled great distances to celebrate the bountiful harvest of the past year and the efforts of every orc. From tomorrow, the arena would host our gladiatorial contests, and it was hoped that each formidable orc would showcase their growth over the year. The dragon, Chenwu, circled above, and with a resounding roar, ignited the revelry of the night. Several mermen leaped from the water, both male and female, their faces not bewitchingly alluring like sirens, but rather reminiscent of pure sea sprites, exuding a natural clarity. The mermen were gifted singers, their voices not the seductive trills of manipulation, but rather pure and ethereal, akin to heavenly music. The orcs, drawn by their song, began to dance around the bonfire. The females joined hands, laughing and frolicking together, while the males, donned in masks, used long staffs to stoke the flames, performing with fire. The children giggled and chased one another joyfully. "Qinglan." A voice approached, and Lu Qinglan was suddenly embraced by Lingwei, whose lovely face blushed under the firelight, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Let us seek out the mermen. Their silk is exceedingly rare, and we must hurry lest it be gone." "Silk?" Lu Qinglan, pulled along in confusion, followed her eagerly. Given the presence of the mermen, Qi Xian and the others did not intervene. They were far more amiable than sirens, displaying gentle and shy dispositions. The mermen were already encircled by numerous orcs, who eagerly bartered for the silk they had woven, seizing each piece almost instantly. "Lingwei, do you not already possess ample hides?" Lu Qinglan shouted, nearly drowned out by the bustling crowd. Lingwei grasped her hand. "What a question! Do you not wear intimate garments? Those crafted from silk are the finest." In an instant, she charged forward with determination, as if to vanquish any obstacles in her path. "We require honey, herbs, and fruits. Anything will suffice for exchange," the mermen sang, their voices melodious and harmonious, reminiscent of pearls cascading on jade plates. Lingwei produced prepared herbs, asking, "Will these suffice?" The mermen accepted them, sniffing and nodding to their companions behind. The delicate silk was breathable and soft, yet resilient, not easily damaged. Satisfied, Lingwei offered another pouch, "And please, one for my friend as well." "I do not need this. Do not trouble yourself." Lu Qinglan swiftly reached out to reclaim the pouch. She had enough disposable undergarments in her luggage to last a lifetime. The merman looked on in surprise, but soon that piece of silk was snatched away by another female. Lingwei, growing anxious, pulled her along, insisting, "No, I insist you take it." With a swift motion, she seized the bag and effortlessly exchanged it for the exquisite shark silk. Lu Qinglan, clutching this precious item, momentarily found herself frozen in place, her thoughts scattered until she was jostled by the females behind her. Was it truly given to her so readily? Yet, possessing it was of little use, as she lacked any sewing skills. Nevertheless, it was a kind gesture from Lingwei, and she pondered what return gift she could offer. Lingwei hummed a tune while cradling the shark silk, making her way back. "Could we perhaps allow your partner to hold on to the silk for a while, so we might meander a bit longer?" She was reluctant to retrace her steps during such a splendid time. "Certainly, they should have nothing pressing at the moment. If it proves inconvenient, I shall accompany you back, which would alleviate the tedium." Lu Qinglan smiled, understanding the value of the generous gift she received, and felt compelled to assist with this minor inquiry. Receiving a reassuring answer from Qinglan, she felt at ease and handed him the 2 pieces of shark silk. The bonfire gathering offered an abundance of fruits and vegetables, and even the carnivorous beast men had small morsels of meat to enjoy. Thus, even without engaging in dance, they could sit together and converse. Wishing you all a delightful time, Jiayu said, placing a fruit into Lu Qinglan's hand. Be cautious near the water's edge, though shallow. A careless slip could lead to a chill, Songzhu advised with concern. Qinglan, enveloping the shark silk, wore a partially obscured expression, urging her to return promptly. Lingwei couldn't help but marvel at Lu Qinglan's prowess, admiring her ability to navigate the situation. Chapter 53. The Bonfire Gathering 2. This bonfire gathering could be described as a grand matchmaking event, providing the beastmen with an opportunity to meet and connect. However, the males predominantly declared their affections to the females of their own tribe, pouring out their heartfelt admiration within this warm and vibrant atmosphere. Other tribes remained distant, as their prior lack of interaction rendered any advance seem undignified, necessitating a significant tribute of food to repay the resources spent on upbringing. Unless one was resolutely committed, they would not easily engage in intertribal unions. Lingwei pulled Lu Qinglan closer to the circle of females dancing, and to her surprise, she seamlessly joined them in their rhythmic movements hand in hand. In a moment of fluster, Lu Qinglan found herself in a bit of a quandary. Yet she swiftly regained her composure. The flames danced around her, casting a warm glow upon her radiant smile. The accompanying female musicians struck their drums with fervor, while the melodious and uplifting notes soared joyfully into the heavens. As the music shifted, a group of females formed a circle, each taking turns to dance at the center, exuding enthusiasm and brightness in their smiles. When it was Lu Qinglan's turn, she shyly waved her hands, expressing her reluctance to join. However, Lingwei, with a charming demeanor, took her by the hand and guided her into the center, reassuring her that it mattered not whether she knew the steps. She was simply encouraged to dance freely, as long as it brought her joy. Lingwei twirled Lu Qinglan around a few times, prompting applause and cheers from the surrounding females. See? As long as you're happy, any way you dance is perfectly fine. Lu Qinglan no longer felt shy. She greeted the warm smiles around her with a radiant smile of her own. Although she lacked dancing skills, she had observed many performances on television, as the sentiment was simply to enjoy oneself. Lu Qinglan began to move her limbs in time with the rhythm of the drums, the layers of her animal hide skirt unfurling like petals in bloom with each of her twirls. Her movements were not particularly refined, certainly not comparable to those of the naturally graceful beast folk, yet they possessed a unique human flair that captivated her audience. When she concluded her performance and another female stepped forward to dance, Lingwei approached her with a beaming smile, inquiring if she was feeling happier now. Lu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback. I am not unhappy, she replied. Please do not try to placate me. Lingwei turned her face away somewhat awkwardly. It is because of your distress over Qima, isn't it? I have sent Jiang Chong, who came to plead on his behalf, away. Lu Qinglan gazed at her face, somewhat taken aback. The dance of the females transformed once more, as 2 or 3 individuals joined hands in an elegant display. They naturally clasped hands, continuing their conversation. You need not do this for my sake. Lingwei gently shook her head. It is not solely about you. If my future partner were also incapable of discerning right from wrong, I would have no justification in choosing him. I merely regret allowing him to believe he had the chance to persuade me to harm you. When did I ever grant him that misguided impression? As Lu Qinglan smiled, she clapped her hands in rhythm with the dance. I sincerely hope that my matters do not affect you. I harbor no ill feelings towards Jiang Chong. Despite my lack of fondness for Qimo, my silence was merely an attempt to shield you from any potential impact. Indeed, Lingwei softened her expression, remarking on your unwavering kindness and consideration for others, and thus, I too wish not to let you down. Lu Qinglan gazed at her friend's radiant smile illuminated by the flickering flames, a pang of bittersweet emotion swelling within her chest. She had few friends, as her mental afflictions often deterred her from nurturing relationships. Whenever she sensed a glimmer of hopelessness about the future, she would retreat to a polite and safe distance. Maintaining close connections with her proved to be quite a challenge, and thus, over the years, she had only one friend, one who dared to approach her. Gratitude welled up in Lu Qinglan's eyes. The melodious singing gradually subsided at a soaring pitch as the women engaged in laughter, concluding the dance and ushering in an intermission. Shall we continue dancing? Lingwei inquired, tugging at her hand and leading her to the table adorned with fruits and vegetables. No, I'm too exhausted, Lu Qinglan replied. selecting a raspberry and, disregarding its cleanliness, popping it into her mouth. Yet Ling Yue's eyes sparkled with eagerness, her stamina far surpassed that of Lu Qinglan. And the previous dance was merely a warm-up. Lu Qinglan observed keenly, "I shall have a bite to eat here. You go and dance." Ling Wei hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Until Lu Qinglan gently urged her, "Cheer up. The gala occurs only once a year. Missing one evening of dancing means one less opportunity. We have plenty of time to spend together." "Very well, then I shall dance a piece and come find you shortly," Ling Wei replied, embracing her. "Why have you lost weight again? You must eat more." Lu Qinglan smiled as she nudged her, declaring that she had found the crop most suitable for her. Certain it would help her gain weight. Ling Wei shrugged, wearing an expression of disbelief. The drums began to resound once more, heralding a melody even more vivacious than the previous one, with the dance becoming grander and more exuberant, evidently demanding greater physical exertion. Lu Qinglan felt fortunate for her decision to abstain from joining. Leaning against the edge of the table, she no longer indulged in food. Instead, she gazed upon the vibrant and lively soiree. A male, enamored with a female, expressed his affection, suggesting a bond forged through time and mutual regard. He presented a string of beastly teeth, gazing tenderly at the robust and graceful female before him, observing the expression on her face. The onlookers grasped the certainty of the moment, and a chorus of cheers erupted. The female smiled, accepting the token from his hand and adorning her neck with it, signifying her acceptance. Lu Qinglan was also subtly influenced by their lively atmosphere, a smile unconsciously gracing her features. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure, Yanxi. He affectionately draped his arm over the shoulder of a male orc who had successfully pursued his love, his face alight with joy as he engaged in animated conversation. The male orc reciprocated with a playful elbow jab before embracing his partner. Yanxi, noticing Lu Qinglan's gaze, turned towards her and, upon recognizing her, beamed an even broader smile while waving. "You seem to appear quite frequently. Wherever there is revelry, you are sure to be present." As Yanxi approached, Lu Qinglan moved aside slightly. He is a newly acquainted friend of mine. I suggested the idea of his courtship." Yanxi picked up a fruit and took a bite. They had played together since childhood, and having just recently emerged from his juvenile phase, he was eager to express his affections to her. Lu Qinglan could not help but marvel at his remarkable social skills. He genuinely sought to forge friendships, and many of the beastmen did not seem to resent his enthusiasm. "Why do you love socializing so much?" Lu Qinglan sighed unconsciously. Yanxi shyly met her gaze and replied, "Because I have few friends, I need to make more." This revelation surprised Lu Qinglan, as she had assumed that someone with Yanxi's demeanor would naturally attract many companions. However, upon reflection, she recalled that he was often seen alone. Yanxi smiled nonchalantly. "If I do not take the initiative, they are even less likely to notice me." Lu Qinglan observed the desolation in his eyes, akin to an abandoned puppy, resorting to futile antics to curry favor, wagging its tail at the slightest attention. Why? Lu Qinglan felt a twinge of confusion. Even someone as serious as Qi Xian had close friends, yet Yanxi did not. However, it would be inaccurate to say he lacked companionship. He simply wasn't as intimate with others. In their daily interactions, he was quite amiable. Yanxi ran his fingers through his golden brown hair, inadvertently snagging a stray feather that entwined itself around his fingers, forcing him to tilt his head to manage the situation. Seeing him tugging at his hair, pulling several strands in the process, Lu Qinglan felt compelled to intervene. He gently patted Yanxi's shoulder, signaling him to lower his head. Yanxi hesitated for a moment before slowly crouching down. With Lu Qinglan's assistance, his hair was swiftly freed, and Lu Qinglan even took the liberty of braiding the disheveled strands caused by the entanglement. Yanxi's ears flushed crimson, and he remained still, feeling a ticklish sensation on his back, unable to conceal his large wings any longer. Chapter 54. Bonfire Night 3. "Thank you," Yanxi said as he straightened up, awkwardly touching his ear. Alas, he had reverted to the winged ears of his clan. Lu Qinglan also noticed this. The wing-like ears were not unattractive, resembling delicate little wings rather than possessing the sharpness characteristic of the sirens of the sea. They were truly beautiful ears, and she offered her heartfelt praise. However, Yanxi stiffened, regarding her cautiously. Seeing her expression unchanged, he felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that her compliment was merely a polite gesture, devoid of deeper understanding. For the Feather Clan, such an acknowledgement signified a willingness to grant him an opportunity to pursue her. "And what about you? Why is it that your companion is never by your side?" Yanqi inquired, attempting to appear nonchalant as he broached the subject of her family. Lu Qinglan regarded him with a hint of curiosity, expressing her desire for personal space. I too seek my own independence. Being constantly intertwined makes me feel constrained. She valued her personal boundaries, refraining from intruding upon others while hoping for the same consideration in return, even from those with whom she shared a close bond. Yanqi offered an apologetic smile, acknowledging, I'm sorry. It is common for males to experience separation anxiety from their female counterparts, making it difficult to be apart for extended periods. There is no need for apologies, Lu Qinglan gently replied. Everyone has their own habits. By the way, I have yet to thank you for taking Zijin to the opening ceremony last time. She handed him a piece of serpentine scale. Your relationship with your partner must be quite harmonious. Their scales are magnificent. Yanqi graciously accepted the offering, not declining it. Only with proper care do scales exhibit their beauty, which in turn holds value for exchange. Lu Qinglan found it difficult to articulate the nature of her relationship with Jiao Yisongzu. Initially, she merely intended to regard them as collaborators, and they had agreed to this arrangement. However, as time passed, the dynamics of their connection grew increasingly intricate, leaving her hesitant to ponder it too deeply. Noticing her silence, Yanqi appeared somewhat perplexed. Is everything all right? The last time we met, you were training together, weren't you? What happened? Are you in a quarrel? You can confide in me. I excel at resolving conflicts, he said, inching closer with a subtle nudge. Our relationship cannot be described as a quarrel, Lu Qinglan replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. Seeing his innocent curiosity, she let out a soft sigh. Their mother entrusted me with their care. Perhaps it was the warmth of the evening lights, or the lively dance that had relaxed her heartstrings. But Yanqi's unblemished gaze made her feel an urge to share. She briefly elucidated the nature of their bond, carefully omitting any mention of the divine envoy. Then why not accept them? Is it because they are too weak? Yanqi instinctively sensed that her concerns extended beyond mere capability. Lu Qinglan shook her head, expressing her desire to return home, feeling incapable of offering them a future. She lacked confidence in her ability to bring Qi Xian back. In her eyes, only Qi Xian was truly someone she wished to take away. The others had not yet reached that level of significance. However, this seemed remarkably unjust. Yanqi's voice was somewhat subdued, and Lu Qinglan barely caught it, instinctively inquiring about what he had said. Qinglan, your actions are quite unfair, Yanqi stated with a serious expression, gazing into Lu Qinglan's bewildered eyes. You only accept Qi Xian, yet Jiao Yu and Song Zhu harbor feelings for you. You are not devoid of emotion. Such a dynamic will inevitably encounter complications. You may come to regret this. Lu Qinglan felt somewhat embarrassed. She wished to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. I don't know. Perhaps we should just let things unfold naturally, she mused. Her instinctive desire to retreat lingered. If only she could return to modern society, everything would surely improve. Yanqi lowered his gaze, choosing silence. He had witnessed many from the Feather clan grappling with similar dilemmas, where the unequal distribution of females led to imbalanced affections for partners, resulting in familial discord. I apologize. I must confess my ignorance on this matter. I hope you are not upset, Yanqi said first, offering her a fruit. Lu Qinglan accepted the gesture but remained silent, feeling a bit fatigued. She decided to take her leave. Goodbye. Enjoy yourself, she said. All right, she replied, stepping closer to the crowd of dancers. She gestured to Ling Wei to indicate her departure. And upon confirming that Ling Wei had noticed, she left alone. Meanwhile, Qi Xian was engaged in conversation with Zhao Yu and Song Zhu, discussing the battle scheduled for the following day and hoping to impart more techniques to them. Upon her return, Qi Xian moved aside to allow her to sit in the center. Did you have fun? He inquired. Yes, I danced for a while, Lu Qinglan responded, placing some fruit into his embrace. Are you tired? Jiao Yu asked, attempting to wipe the sweat from her brow, but she evaded the gesture, awkwardly retracting her hand. Lu Qinglan gazed at him, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Fortunately, Song Zhu retracted his hand, lowering his gaze as he returned to his seat. Had something occurred? Or had she encountered someone? She had previously softened her stance, so why had she suddenly erected psychological defenses again? In the distance, the sound of drums grew increasingly thunderous. They turned their attention toward the source of the noise, where several orcs donned masks crafted from the bones of exotic beasts, rhythmically striking the drums in their hands while tossing and catching flaming torches. This was a fire dance, as Qi Xian explained. It was a performance marking the commencement of the evening celebration, a dance in harmony with the flames. As the orcs hurled the torches to lofty heights, The feathered beings of the Qinglan unfurled their wings, soaring gracefully through the expanse to catch the descending flames. Their flight was a beautiful spectacle, the feathers billowing in the wind, displaying a myriad of colors. The torches, propelled by their swift descent, resembled leaping meteors, trailing brilliant streaks of light as they ignited the various bonfire platforms below. Meanwhile, the Sea Clan cast exquisite corals into the sky, their shimmering brilliance cascading into the water, creating a shower of crystalline droplets. The orcs upon the land have once again commenced their theatrical display of hunting. Adorned with masks of fantastical creatures, they don animal pelts, darting to and fro, mimicking the plight of a trapped beast. This is the beast performance. Jiao Yu observed her detached demeanor with a tinge of disappointment, as she emulated the orcs in their pursuit of the extraordinary beasts. The fantastical creatures found themselves ensnared by the masked orcs, engaging in fierce combat and contest of strength. The arena gradually expanded, inviting interactions with the surrounding orcs, while children laughed and frolicked, attempting to seize the pelts of the extraordinary beasts. Suddenly, a fantastical creature leaped before Lu Qinglan, bowing in reverence, rolling and kicking its limbs in playful submission. Lu Qinglan was taken aback. Yet the comical expression on his face elicited a chuckle from her. Qi Xian almost immediately detected his scent, Qimo. It became apparent to him that this fellow sought to pursue Qinglan, but having previously offended her, he resorted to such a desperate ploy. Did he not fear being exposed? Yet, this foolish wolf seemed solely intent on pleasing Lu Qinglan, utterly indifferent to whether they would reveal his intentions. Even if exposed, he aimed to elicit more smiles from Qinglan before that moment arrived. Perhaps he understood that they would never allow her to be unhappy. After all, should they expose him, Qinglan would still be displeased, and they would gain nothing of worth. Qinglan, he was pleading for your compassion. Jiao Yu gently placed her hands on Lu Qinglan's shoulders, creating a moment of hesitation even if she wished to decline. Song Zhu extended his hand, guiding Lu Qinglan's palm towards the head of the exotic beast. This creature boasted sharp, antelope-like horns, yet its skull resembled that of a wolf, with fur so long that it trailed upon the ground. I had never encountered such a creature before. Lu Qinglan's hand brushed against the beast's skull. In the depths of the silent forest existed a creature known as the Li Yin. Compared to others, this beast was relatively safer. Yet it could ensnare a person in a paralyzing fear. Qi Xian elucidated. The Li Yin suddenly nudged into the palm of Lu Qinglan, rolling playfully as it displayed its harmlessness. As Lu Qinglan smiled, she tapped the skull of the beast, admonishing it not to appear so harmless, for it was meant to instill fear. The performing orc stepped back, shaking its head as if dazed by her gentle tap. Before it could indulge in its antics and roll about, the pursuing orc seized it, and after a series of acrobatic skirmishes, they brought it down. With the beastly spectacle concluded, the creatures shed their pelts and scattered small, exquisite fruits around. These fruits were offerings for the day's ritual to the beast god, serving as a form of blessing. The orc who had performed the act approached Lu Qinglan directly, presenting her with all the fruits, his affection for her evident in his every gesture. Lu Qinglan observed his warm brown skin and began to form a conjecture. She furrowed her brows, recalling her insistence that he should not approach again. Yet, fearing he might be of the same complexion as Qima, she worried about causing unintended harm and reluctantly extended her hand to receive him. May your days be peaceful, and may all your wishes come true. After uttering her blessings, he did not linger and departed, allowing Lu Qinglan to exhale a sigh of relief. Perhaps she had been overly concerned. After Qima's departure, he removed his mask and beckoned some children to join him in sharing. The warm glow of the lights illuminated his olive-green eyes, igniting a roaring fire within his sea of azure. I wish for you to attain all your desires, and may every beauty come rushing forth. LN compiled. Chapter 55, Bonfire Party 4. Lu Qinglan seemed to sense something. She raised her gaze, only to behold the flickering sparks and hear the crackling sound of wood splintering. There was no one. Perhaps she had merely misperceived. Lu Qinglan left a few small fruits for Qi Xian and the others, wishing them the blessings of the beast god. At that moment, she heard the haunting melody of the Gu people, seemingly aimed solely at her, while Qi Xian and the others remained unaffected. What is the matter? Qi Xian immediately expressed concern upon noticing her brief pause. Nothing at all, Lu Qinglan replied, shaking her head and concealing her feelings. We know everything you wish to understand. Come find us at Xingyue Lake. I won't go. Whoever does is a fool. Such an obvious trap. I wouldn't fall for it, she thought. Yet, despite her vigilance, she did not anticipate that the siren's enchantment would take effect on her. It was only when her foot touched the icy waters of Xingyue Lake that she was jolted back to reality. The sea monsters in the lake ceased their playful motions and turned their gaze toward her. In the darkness, their eyes glimmered like eerie lights, a striking shade of blue. With such abilities, they still resorted to this underhanded approach. It truly was a challenge for them. The most enchanting of the sirens let out a soft laugh, clapped her hands, and the others immediately submerged into the depths. It was then that Lu Qinglan noticed Lu Qinglan behind them, her face surprisingly adorned with a painted mask. Alarm bells rang in her heart, yet the vague, alluring gazes prevented her from retreating. Do not be afraid. If we wish to harm you, we would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? The siren leader swam to her side, grasped her ankle, and with a swift motion, pulled her into the water. The enchanting laughter of the woman was melodious yet laced with unrestrained arrogance. Lu Qinglan gazed at her, who seemed to slither like a water snake, as the cold lake water poured into her neck, sharp nails pricking her face. Divine envoy. She feigned timidity, lowering her head. What on earth did they intend to do? She had already shown her weakness. Lu Qinglan transformed into a white deer, approached, pushed the siren aside, and then propelled Lu Qinglan back to the shore. Divine envoy. The siren's voice carried an edge of displeasure. Shangzheng, I only instructed you to bring her here. Shangzheng, with a disinterested smirk, withdrew her sharp fingers and swam away a bit further. Lu Qinglan, in her human form, squatted down to observe her. You must have realized by now, I am Yinja, not the divine envoy. Oh my, is that permissible to say? Yinja dared to utter words that Lu Qinglan felt too timid to hear. I have come to offer you a piece of advice. Our influence exceeds your imagination. It would be wise to flee at the earliest opportunity. Yinja's slender finger touched her forehead. Shangzheng, idly toying with a luminous pearl, tossed it up and down like a ball. Yinja, do not forget our agreement. Yinja lifted her head and began to exit. I will not forget. Wait, why? Do you harbor some hidden troubles? Lu Qinglan grasped Yinja's wrist. She looked into Yinja's eyes with hope, whether she was deemed a saint or a fool. She believed Yinja was not a malicious individual, for no truly malevolent person would secretly contact her urging her to escape. Shangzheng chuckled softly, the more you know, the swifter your demise. Upon meeting Yinja's indifferent gaze, Lu Qinglan reluctantly released her grip, watching her slender silhouette fade into the night. Lu Qinglan felt she had lost an opportunity for meaningful communication. Shangzheng swam closer to the shore, remarking, no wonder you are the divine envoy, despite her actions. You still believe she has her reasons. Lu Qinglan retreated a few steps with a hint of wariness. What nonsense are you speaking? I am not a divine envoy. Shangzheng waved his hand dismissively. Believe what you wish. Regardless of your skepticism, I harbor quite an affection for you. I have no intention of involving myself in your struggles for divine favor, nor would I ever wish you harm. This declaration reminded Lu Qinglan of the ambiguous nature of the words spoken by Jiaoyu, causing her to instinctively distance herself further. Shangzheng, perceiving her misinterpretation, erupted into hearty laughter. Not in that manner. Although we sirens may disdain the male, we certainly do not entertain such thoughts towards the female. He continued. I admire your eyes. They resemble the golden streaks that dance upon the surface of the sea when sunlight pierces through. Shangzheng rested his face upon his arm. Lu Qinglan, observing her demeanor, felt a slight easing of her worries. So it was that the entire Sea clan fell into a collective delusion within the illusion. How could that be? Shangzheng, perhaps perceiving her as lacking in threat, spoke bluntly. That was our first encounter with Yinja. The illusion merely served as a means for them to ascertain their own desires. They unanimously chose Yinja in exchange for the lives they yearned for, which has led to the current predicament. Whether other Sea clans reached a consensus with Yinja was beyond their consideration. The merfolk and we sirens share the same origin. Why should they reign as the rulers of the Sea clan while we remain confined to the shadowy depths? It is truly disheartening, especially when their offensive capabilities pale in comparison to ours. Suddenly, Shangzheng donned a bloodthirsty grin, lunging towards Lu Qinglan. Do not hinder us. Depart swiftly. I would hate for such beautiful eyes to see nothing ever again. Witnessing the terror in the woman's wide eyes, Shangzheng chuckled with a wicked delight. Had we not chosen Yinja first, perhaps we could have been friends. Or do you prefer handsome siren males? I could send a few your way. But do leave soon. No need. I already have a partner, Lu Qinglan replied, flinching like a startled bird as she carefully brushed aside the hand that sought to touch her hair. Shangzheng let out a light snort and leaped into the water. Lu Qinglan let out a sigh of relief. She was not entirely convinced that they spared her due to a slight fondness. but rather it seemed more plausible that they were unable to bring themselves to kill her. Perhaps this could be deemed a form of divine favor, as they likely harbored uncertainties about the repercussions of her demise. Furthermore, she harbored no grand ambitions to contend with them, which might have contributed to their decision to let her be. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Lu Qinglan felt as though she were on the brink of madness from the multitude of trials she had faced. How was she to explain her drenched attire to Qi Xian and the others? Best to say, she had inadvertently fallen into the water. As she stepped into the forest, she walked while wringing out her clothes. The dimness of the surroundings caused her to stumble slightly, and before she could regain her balance, she caught sight of a shadow that had not retreated in time. Who was it? Lu Qinglan felt like a startled bird, her heart racing at the slightest sound. Ahead lay the gathering place. She calculated the distance, ensuring that her voice would carry and attract attention. There could be no room for error now. She needed to depart safely and find the priest of the Baizhe clan to validate her identity. Seeing that the mysterious figure was reluctant to reveal themselves, she took a few steps back and picked up a stone, hurling it in their direction. The stone struck flesh, producing a dull thud. Qinglan. A familiar voice emerged from behind her. Turning around, she saw a tall figure silhouetted against the light, only the edges of their form illuminated. Yet, she could clearly discern the gently curled white hair. Why are your clothes wet? What are you doing here? Upon recognizing Qimo, she inexplicably lowered her guard. Qimo appeared somewhat flustered. I heard your voice, which is why I... At that moment, the bushes rustled softly again. Lu Qinglan immediately gestured for silence. With Qimo present, she felt emboldened. Although she was uncertain of who lurked behind the bushes, she was certain that this person had overheard her conversation with Shang Zheng. I shall take a look, Qimo reassured her, calming her restless spirit, and swiftly approached the thicket. Driven by curiosity, Lu Qinglan followed closely behind him, stepping in sync. As they parted the foliage, a young merman child emerged before them, ensnared by vines and struggling helplessly. A merman? Qimo's eyes widened in astonishment. The child, approximately 5 or 6 years old, attempted to put on a brave front, emitting sounds of distress upon their arrival. How could he be here without any water? Lu Qinglan's confusion deepened as she scanned her surroundings. Qimo, with his sharp claws, tore away the vines and lifted the little merman. The small creature resembled a chubby doll, his eyes clear and bright, a pristine shade of azure, adorned with the distinctive luminescent patterns of his kind beneath his eyes. His glassy orbs fixed intently on Lu Qinglan as he extended his hand, seeking her embrace. Qimo, somewhat exasperated, noted how every child seemed to favor her. If only he could learn to be gentler, perhaps he would not be so disliked. Lu Qinglan took the little merman into her arms, his slick fishtail almost slipping from her grasp. Qimo felt a surge of joy at Lu Qinglan's willingness to engage in conversation. Even if it bore a hint of sarcasm, he relished it nonetheless. Coming to his senses, he felt a twinge of disdain for himself. How could he be so humble? Yet, upon reflection, her willingness to acknowledge her flaws and request gentleness from him revealed her profound understanding of them. Upon seeing her cradle the damp little merman, Qimo promptly removed his hide and draped it over her shoulders. How did you end up here? Lu Qinglan did not refuse. Qimo obediently stood aside, as if responding to a teacher's query. I was patrolling the edge of the forest when I heard your voice. In truth, he had been keeping an eye on Lu Qinglan and followed her into the woods, although he had lost his way upon entering. It was only when he heard her voice that he regained his bearings. The merman child had clung to Lu Qinglan's hair and was now perched atop her head, babbling incomprehensibly. However, it was evident that Lu Qinglan was skeptical. She waved her hand dismissively and lifted the little merman down from her head. All right. She then lowered her gaze to the child in her arms, who was intently gazing back at her, seemingly eager to convey something. Had he truly been following her? But how was that possible? Moreover, he appeared far too small. Was there something amiss with this child? Chapter 56, Bonfire Night 5. The little merman was remarkably beautiful, even at such a tender age, resembling a finely crafted work of art. Lu Qinglan shook her head, merely feeling a sense of peculiarity. The little merman's voice had lost its sharpness, now tinged with a saccharine sweetness. He grasped her hand, feigning tears, his mouth agape yet unable to articulate a sound. What was happening? Lu Qinglan observed his demeanor, somewhat at a loss, and glanced toward Qimo. I do not know, Qimo replied with a shake of his head, indicating his uncertainty. The merman placed great importance on their offspring. It was inconceivable that they would allow him to wander off alone. The little merman cried out pitifully, desperately attempting to convey something. Yet it seemed as if his vocal cords were damaged, rendering him mute. Perhaps we should return him to the merman for now? Qinglan cautiously suggested to her. Lu Qinglan found herself at a loss, compelled to comfort the little merman in her arms. Is the merman still at the ball? She wondered as the small creature tugged at her hair and pointed in a particular direction. Shall we proceed that way? Qinglan, do not be so gullible, Qinglan cautioned. Sensing something peculiar about this little merman, setting aside the mystery of how he had ventured so far from the water, he was taken aback by the fact that the merman could not speak. The pride of the merman clan lay in their melodic voices. They were born with the ability to articulate. Never had he heard of a mute merman among their kind. The little merman, with glistening eyes filled with determination, grasped Lu Qinglan's hand, resolutely insisting that she accompany him. After pondering for a moment, she concluded that remaining in one place was not a viable option. I shall escort you back, she decided, pressing her fingers to her temples in exasperation at the piling complications. May I accompany you? Qinglan inquired with a hint of concern, then quickly added, alternatively, I could fetch Qi Xian for assistance. Please wait a moment. Lu Qinglan gazed upon his visage. Her olive-green eyes filled with concern. She gently shook her head, requesting his companionship to save a modicum of time. The young merman pointed towards the direction, leading them to the lakeside inhabited by his kin. Unlike the dimness of Xingyue Lake, this place was adorned with luminescent corals and pearls, where the voices of the merfolk resonated ethereally, their laughter akin to melodious songs. Upon their arrival, several merfolk swam to the shore, inquiring if they had business. As their chieftain was engaged in a soiree, is this child of your clan? Lu Qinglan squatted down to show the young merman to them. Xueqing, how did you end up there? The beautiful mermaid did not approach as they had anticipated. Instead, she retreated slightly, seemingly avoiding the situation. A kind-hearted female merman advised, Sister, you should set him down. He is now an adult merman. Ah? Lu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback when Qinglan, as if discarding a hot potato, tossed him into the lake. Bah, you scoundrel, taking advantage of a female. Then how? Lu Qinglan found herself at a loss for words. Is this some kind of ailment? Perhaps dwarfism? The female merman shook her head. We are unsure. This condition is unprecedented. He underwent a shedding of bones within a dream realm, and upon awakening, he found himself in this state. His intelligence seems intact, yet he unexpectedly cannot speak and appears childlike. What of his parents? Qinglan asked, gritting his teeth. Does this mean Lu Qinglan must carry him? As this is a matter of his subjective consciousness, such behavior is utterly excessive. The chieftain and the head guard are at the soiree. Logically, Xueqing should have accompanied them. Where did you encounter him? Over by the forest. Xueqing, why did you venture into the woods? The merfolk curiously inquired. Xueqing gestured, then pointed at Lu Qinglan and subsequently at his own mouth. The merfolk nodded earnestly, and Lu Qinglan, intrigued, asked, what did he say? Unknown, the merfolk replied candidly. Then why the cryptic demeanor? Xueqing exclaimed, utterly speechless, and promptly dove back beneath the water's surface. The merfolk sighed, pondering what he was so mysteriously concerned about. As he could write yet chose to gesture. Then, adopting a gentle demeanor, she expressed gratitude. Thank you for returning him. When the chieftain returns, we shall certainly inform her honestly. Please tell us your names. I am Lu Qinglan. She glanced back at the well-mannered wolf and, with a hint of exasperation, introduced. This is Qinglan very well. We shall remember. We appreciate your assistance. The merfolk waved goodbye as they departed. On the return journey, Qinglan trailed Lu Qinglan by 5 paces, racking his brains to articulate something, yet fearing that his clumsy tongue might only utter folly. Qinglan, how did you suddenly find yourself in the forest? Your clothes are still damp. The atmosphere between Lu Qinglan and him was undeniably awkward, especially considering that she had previously expressed her desire to avoid Qinglan. Reluctant to speak, she chose to feign indifference, particularly given Qinglan's willingness to accompany her to the realm of the merfolk. Her mind was preoccupied with the diminutive mermaid, who seemed to harbor something unsaid, his peculiar demeanor hinting at unspoken matters. If given the chance, she yearned to engage with him. I apologize. I shouldn't have asked so many questions, Qinglan said, his heart racing with anxiety, fearing that his inquiry might lead Lu Qinglan to perceive him as intruding upon her privacy. This reaction took Lu Qinglan by surprise. She had not anticipated Qinglan would apologize in this moment. Not at all. I genuinely appreciate your willingness to accompany me to the merfolk. It's just that some matters are not convenient to discuss, she replied, easing his worries, as she brushed aside the underbrush, nearing the area of the evening gathering. Qimo felt a twinge of melancholy. This shadowy forest, illuminated only by the distant orange glow of lanterns, cast a semblance of illusory warmth. It seemed he could only coexist with her in such dim surroundings. Once they entered the brightly lit space, she would have better options in a more composed, gentle companion. At that moment, an odd impulse surged within him. Could he perhaps grasp the hem of her garment? Just the hem would suffice. Any slight contact would alleviate his feelings of insignificance. Are you not coming? Do you prefer to continue patrolling here? Lu Qinglan inquired, her gaze laced with curiosity. What could he possibly be contemplating? He stood shrouded in the shadows of the forest, head bowed, his tail drooping despondently, exuding an air of vulnerability. Suddenly, Qimo looked up, and in the warm light, Lu Qinglan's hair shimmered like gold. Lu Qinglan gazed at him in bewilderment, feeling somewhat uneasy under his unwavering stare. Just as she contemplated dismissing the moment as trivial, she was halted by Qimo, who grasped the hem of her garment. I just injured my foot. Would you be so kind as to assist me? If not, it's perfectly all right. I shall manage shortly. This statement was remarkably eloquent, effortlessly capturing the essence of the language of submission. Lu Qinglan gazed at him, but this once headstrong and stubborn little wolf now resembled an abandoned dog. Casting her a furtive glance filled with a hint of guilt. Did it scratch? Indeed, it did. Qimo pointed to his calf. Lu Qinglan followed the direction of his finger and, upon glancing over, was taken aback to discover that his leg was bleeding, leaving a trail of crimson footprints. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Lu Qinglan immediately moved closer to support him, her forehead resting gently against his chin. The unique shampoo she used was entirely different from the soapberry they had here, reminiscent of sweet, refreshing citrus. This sudden intimacy rendered Qimo rigid. Leaving him at a loss for where to place his hands and feet, his warmth surged to his head. The wound he had sustained while searching for Lu Qinglan was merely a superficial scrape caused by sharp stones. It was hardly significant, appearing far more alarming than it truly was. It merely required a visit to the physician for treatment. Yet now, as he sought an excuse to draw nearer to Qinglan, he found himself wishing the injury were deeper, hoping to evoke her sympathy. Lu Qinglan crouched down and tore a piece of animal hide from the corner of her clothing with her teeth, wrapping it around his wound with care. Are you familiar with the natural or healing methods? Qimo nodded stiffly. Then I shall assist you to the evening gathering, where you may reach out to him. This opportunity surpassed his wildest imagination, and he felt an overwhelming gratitude towards the beast god for granting it to him. Thank you so much. Chapter 57. The bonfire gathering 6. Upon arriving at the brilliantly lit gathering, Jiao Yu immediately spotted her, navigating through the throng of dancers. She disregarded Qimo standing beside her and enveloped Lu Qinglan in a warm embrace. Where have you been? We were so worried. Jiao Yu's eyes widened as she noticed Lu Qinglan's drenched attire, her anxiety intensifying. Did you fall into the river? Are you hurt? You must return at once, lest you fall ill. Qi Xian and Songzhu also took notice and quickly approached. Qinglan, where have you just been? Their unease grew as they had not been informed of her whereabouts, and her absence had been prolonged. The worry of having searched for so long without finding her felt as if the sky were collapsing upon them. With so many orcs at the gathering, their scents mingled chaotically, and given that Lu Qinglan was one to frolic about, her scent was further entangled. I accidentally fell into the water. Lu Qinglan awkwardly propped herself against Jiao Yu's chest, creating a slight distance between them. Qi Xian noticed the garments adorning her, which did not belong to her, rather. They were the beast hide outerwear of Qimo. Did Qimo assist you? He inquired. Indeed, Lu Qinglan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Qimo, silently imploring him to help her fabricate a story. She now shared a secret with him. They possessed a common topic of conversation. Qimo's tail began to sway unconsciously. His ears perked up, and his eyes sparkled as they focused on her. Yes, fool. Was he concerned that others would fail to discern the subtle nuances of their exchange? Surely, anyone with a modicum of intelligence could grasp the finer details. Lu Qinglan felt a pang of regret. She should never have believed that Qimo could exhibit such an unwavering composure in the face of adversity. How had he managed to maintain that nonchalant fade? Nonetheless, it was evident that Qi Xian and the others were more concerned about her catching a chill than her relationship with Qimo. Even if there were something between them, what did it matter? As long as they remained silent, it was as if it did not exist. One day spent in the open air. And as long as Qinglan refrained from speaking, her life could only be one of solitude. Yet, Qimo was still lost in the thrill of their shared secret. Oblivious to the scornful glances directed at him. You should take a warm bath when you return. Be cautious not to catch a cold. Qi Xian removed her animal skin and draped it over himself. Thank you for your assistance to Qinglan. Take this back with you. The weather is frigid. You mustn't fall ill. Such words could be deemed rather cutting, for Qi Mo's clothes had been soaked by Qinglan, and even if he donned them, they would still be cold. However, his initial reaction was one of warmth. This was clothing that Qinglan had worn, and they were willing to give it to him. Qi Xian was rather kind, indeed. Take good care of your injury. My gratitude to you today. Before departing, Lu Qinglan turned back to offer a parting remark. The foolish wolf seems so elated that he can't find his way. His tail is wagging like a propeller. Lingwei, cradling a piece of fish silk, sighed in relief upon witnessing Lu Qinglan's safe return. Qi Xian and the others said you had gone missing. You startled me. I'm so glad you're unharmed. I apologize for worrying you. Lu Qinglan smiled as she accepted the fish silk from her hands. Lingwei waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. I must return for a bite to eat. Let us call it a day. We shall gather again tomorrow. Very well. Lu Qinglan bid her farewell. On their way, there was a palpable silence until Songzu broke it. Did you enjoy yourself today? Lu Qinglan gazed upon his gentle and serene visage, momentarily lost in thought. Did he not feel any curiosity? With this question lingering in her mind, she pondered aloud. Do you not find this strange? She had inexplicably been away for a while, returning drenched and accompanied by the very orc she had previously found irksome. Qi Xian shook his head, expressing, I am more concerned about your well-being. Although the weather is not particularly cold at present, you must still take care. After all, her constitution was not on par with that of the orcs here. Minor ailments could only be treated with herbal remedies, while only external and internal injuries could be healed by the naturally gifted orcs. Qinglan, being remarkably astute, would undoubtedly seek assistance from others when faced with insurmountable challenges, even if that person were not among them. She would surely find someone trustworthy to aid her. Wouldn't Tishi? Zhao Yu smiled, holding a torch aloft. The warm glow of the flames infused a hint of color into his pallid face. We naturally care for you. Yet as long as you remain silent, we shall not inquire further. Thus, our only concern now is whether you find joy. Lu Qinglan lowered her eyes and said, Yes. I am quite happy today. I danced, captured the shimmering gauze, and watched the fire performance in the beast show. I truly feel joyous. She raised her hands, expressing a newfound sense of freedom and joy. The wind swept through her long hair, lifting her crimson cloak like a vibrant banner. She resembled the sun, radiant, brilliant, and warm. All words of praise fall short of capturing her essence. Let us return tomorrow. I wish to dance again. Her eyes sparkled with longing and anticipation, akin to twinkling stars. Very well. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mo, having received treatment from the physician, eagerly sought out Jiang Chong's tent, excitedly tugging him to showcase his damp attire. Look at this garment. It has been worn by Qinglan. Jiang Chong, already vexed from being dismissed by Lingyue, found Qi Mo's boastfulness to be salt on his wounds. Please, spare me your exuberance. Lingyue is unwilling to even acknowledge me because of my efforts to assist you. Jiang Chong was exasperated. Mo, now in a favorable position with Lu Qinglan's attention, felt a tinge of embarrassment as he sat beside Jiang Chong. I'm sorry, Jiang Chong. Jiang Chong waved his hand dismissively, propping his head in frustration. I can only rely on the upcoming duel. Do not worry. Lord Songfu will not be participating in this duel, Mo reassured him, due to the recent events concerning the Sea Tribe. The elders are somewhat apprehensive and have chosen not to engage. Is it that serious? Jiang Chong frowned. According to my parents, they have begun to make preparations. But specific movements require further investigation. Jiang Chong rubbed his head. What a tumultuous year. Can't those rebels find some peace? After all, we have located the divine envoy this year. Their actions are somewhat expected. The mention of the divine envoy made Jiang Chong shudder, recalling her icy demeanor. Do you not find the divine envoy rather indifferent? How could the beast god dispatch such a person? Do not speak carelessly, Mo exclaimed, patting Jiang Chong's back in surprise, nearly knocking the breath from him. Hey, it's just the two of us. No need for such caution, Jiang Chong coughed, distancing himself slightly. Mo, still shaken, reminded him, she has been recognized by the high priests. Uttering such words may lead to punishment at the beast god temple. Aware of his own fault, Jiang Chong fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Do you not find the name of the divine envoy somewhat similar to Lu Qinglan? There are many names that bear resemblance. They are not the same person. Qinglan is gentle and kind. They cannot be distinguished merely by their names. Mo mindlessly lavished praise upon Lu Qinglan, leaving Jiang Chong at a loss for words. He suppressed the latter part of his sentence. which had previously likened the divine messenger to a feeble wretch. Doubt crept into his mind. Had Lu Qinglan perhaps drugged Chiemo? How else could she command him with such subservience? Lu Qinglan could charm you with merely a gesture. You would find yourself ensnared in her web of deception. Deception? Entrapment? Do not tarnish my dignity as a wolf. Chiemo erupted in fury, tightening his grip on the garment Lu Qinglan had donned. Such alarming exaggerations. Qinglan is not one to indulge in such malevolent pleasures. Do not project your own filth onto others. A whiff of her clothing would reveal that she would never stoop to such acts. Chapter 58. Gentle yet cruel, the aquatic clan has turned against us. Upon hearing this, Wenling felt as if the sky were collapsing around her. As if external threats were not enough, now there were internal strife. The small luminous orb continued to flicker, and Wenling pressed her palms against her temples, striving to keep herself from spiraling into despair. Besides the sirens, what other races could be involved? Wenling endeavored to steady her voice, at least to avoid alarming Lu Qinglan across from her. It remains unclear. Shangzheng seeks the position of leader among the aquatic beings. Taking a deep breath, Wenling realized that retreat was no longer an option. Qinglan, you must safeguard yourself. Understood, I comprehend. Wenling, how fare you now? They no longer permit me to contact Lu Qinglan, hence my access to information is quite limited. I apologize, Qinglan. Lu Qinglan let out a light laugh, remarking that there was nothing to worry about, as it was she who initially proposed this plan, hoping to preserve you as our final strength. Although the current situation is unfavorable for us, I firmly believe that a turning point will arise. Priestess Wenling, I implore you to discreetly observe which of the sea tribes may turn against us. This is only natural. I have already established contact with Li Xian. They will assist you. This is beneficial, as we must also stabilize the people's hearts, urging them to remain devoted to the beast god rather than the divine envoy. Fortunately, the majority still worship the beast god more than the divine envoy. Upon hearing her words, Wenling deeply resonated with them, recognizing that this matter was manageable. For the grace of the beast god has endured for many years, and it is not a simple task for a divine envoy to sway such devotion overnight. Qinglan, as you embark on the journey to seek priest by Zhe, you must exercise utmost caution. I will do my best to shield your movements. It is imperative that your whereabouts remain concealed. Wenling was filled with concern. Very well, I shall convey everything to Qi Xian before the assembly concludes. Wenling sighed in relief, reassured by his formidable abilities and his knowledge of the situation. With him looking after you along the way, I feel somewhat at ease. However, what are your thoughts on those two from the serpent tribe? Lu Qinglan fell into a moment of silence, pondering her thoughts. I have yet to fully resolve my feelings. It seems that Ran had not previously disclosed my identity to them. However, I sense that, having shared the same living quarters and meals, they must possess some awareness. Nevertheless, it matters little. After all, the children of Ran are trustworthy. While we must approach your identity with a degree of caution, given their relationship with you, it should not pose any significant hindrance. My only concern is to avoid entangling too many individuals, especially since their current relationship with her is rather ambiguous, and she feels awkward due to her reluctance to advance further. Wenling spoke gently, remarking that it is their fortune to stand by you in these challenges. Since they are willing to accompany you, they should share both joy and hardship. I shall contemplate this further and provide you with a response before the assembly concludes. Very well. Please take care of your safety as well. Upon ending the communication, Wenling found herself restless through the night, kneeling before the beast god, seeking guidance along her path. Dawn arrived as expected, unimpeded by individual sorrows. Lu Qinglan awoke from the warm embrace of Qi Xian, the daylight streaming through the window. She glanced at the time. Logically, Qi Xian should have already set out for his patrol by now. Why was he still here so late? Jiaoyu brought in warm water, and, casting a fleeting glance at Qi Xian, chose to ignore him. Shall we head to the beast arena? She inquired. Ah, very well. Qi Xian slowly opened his eyes, his reddish-brown irises still clouded with sleep, instinctively tightening his hold around Lu Qinglan's waist. Xian, wake up, she said. A hint of shyness as she gently patted his face, eliciting a few soft, sleepy murmurs from him. He searched far and wide for you yesterday. He hasn't rested well these past few days, which is why he is waking up late today. Song Zhu lifted the curtain and entered. I've gone to request a leave for him. GMO said he could be assigned to the afternoon patrol instead. Seeing the fatigue etched beneath Qi Xian's eyes, Lu Qinglan felt a pang of sympathy. How exhausting this must be for him. Are you getting up? Qi Xian asked, squinting slightly as he loosened his grip. Are you still tired? Perhaps I could keep you company for a little longer? Qinglan slowly shook his head. You go to the beast arena. I'll rest a bit and then catch up with you. Are you sure you're not running a fever? Qinglan, noticing his lethargic demeanor, grew anxious. However, with his body temperature being higher than a human's, she found it difficult to make a comparison. No, I'm just a bit fatigued. A little rest will do me good. Qinglan gently removed her hand that had reached to check his forehead. If he were ill, he wouldn't dare draw near to Qinglan. He would first retreat to recuperate. Do you truly not need me to stay? Qinglan asked, her concern evident in her gaze. Qinglan glanced at the downcast expressions of Jiaoyu and Songzhu, sighed, and stroked her long hair. No need. You should hurry to the beast arena. Didn't you make plans with Jiaoyu and the others? Qinglan glanced at the two with bitter smiles, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet her concern for Qinglan outweighed it. Is it truly unnecessary? If you are genuinely uneasy, perhaps I could accompany you, she offered. Qinglan helplessly shook his head and sat up partially. Qinglan promptly pressed him down, saying, All right, make sure to rest well. I shall take my leave now. After tidying up, she glanced back and noticed that Qinglan had already succumbed to slumber, prompting her to depart quietly. Witnessing this scene, Jiaoyu's pale red pupils deepened with discomfort. It was truly painful. Why could Qinglan only see Qinglan? He had done so much, yet she continually focused solely on him, even wishing to delineate herself from Jiaoyu, refusing to sit upon his beast form. Songzhu's gaze hung low, his black hair concealing his expression. Yet the straight line of his lips betrayed his sense of loss. Qinglan, how about riding on my back to the beast arena? Jiaoyu transformed back into his beast form, his pale red eyes now resembling slitted pupils, as the massive serpentine figure coiled before her. Qinglan instinctively took a step back, only to be met by Songzhu's gentle grip at her lower back. We must hurry to the arena, Qinglan. We shall not be slower than brother Qinglan. Though his tone was soft, it unsettled her. Please do not act this way. It makes me uncomfortable. She brushed his hand away, only to turn and find tears welling in Songzhu's amber eyes. Why are you crying? Qinglan felt overwhelmed, pondering why they constantly wept. Songzhu turned her face aside, using the back of her hand to wipe away her tears. Do you still not wish to forgive me and my brother? Qinglan truly did not understand how they became entangled in this situation. If she had not forgiven them, she would not have shown them such care. No. One of them implored, then why are you unwilling to accept us? Jiaoyu diminished in size, transforming into a form resembling that of an ordinary person. Resting the serpent's head gently upon her shoulder. We were wrong. We beseech you, Qinglan, do not treat us this way. You cannot be both tender and cruel towards us. Qinglan fell silent, comprehending the workings of the beastly realm and respecting their choices. However, her actions inadvertently caused them pain. Qinglan, look at us. We shall not hinder you in any endeavor. As long as you desire it, we are willing to be your most effective instruments. Qinglan took a deep breath. She was uncertain whether she could return home. If the path through the silent forest proved unviable, she would continue to seek her way back. She was also unsure if she could bring anyone along. Even so, would you all still follow me? Yes. She recalled the words spoken by Wenling. They could be trusted. They would not be an obstacle to her. Gazing into the humble and pleading eyes of the two, Qinglan found herself unable to utter any weighty words. Qinglan smiled helplessly and said, Let us go to the arena. As I approached, a sense of fatigue washed over me. Upon realizing her meaning, Jiaoyu Songzhu was filled with surprise, his form expanding to allow her to perch upon his serpentine body. Qinglan settled onto Jiaoyu's back, feeling somewhat uncomfortable against the cool, slick scales. However, witnessing their joy, she refrained from dampening their spirits. Songzhu, observing her preference for her brother's company, felt a pang of disappointment as a bittersweet ache spread within her heart. Even without Qinglan, her first choice would not be him. Chapter 59. The Colosseum. The Colosseum was teeming with spectators, a sea of diverse horns filling the view. Songzhu stepped forward, offering his shoulder for Qinglan to descend. Let us see if anyone is willing to switch places with us. To be frank, the likelihood of this occurring was slim. For each person present was there to secure a better vantage point for the gladiatorial spectacle. Why would they readily exchange a prime position? Yet, their dilemma was soon resolved as Songfu, standing at the entrance of the Colosseum, strode forth with purpose. Wherever she went, nearly everyone recoiled from her brilliance. Qinglan, come here. Her voice boomed with formidable resonance. Lady Songfu? Qinglan felt a sense of perplexity. Could it be that Songfu truly took their previous agreement to heart? She had thought it was merely a courteous exchange between them. Songfu wrapped her arms around Qinglan's slender shoulders, asking, Do you believe me to be a person of empty promises? No, Lu Qinglan replied promptly. I simply feel honored. What a lovely girl. I do admire your eloquence. Song Fu responded, drawing her closer while glancing at the two young men standing behind her. Are they your companions? It was evident that she remembered Qi Xian, who had once single-handedly fought against 10 foes in the Beast God Temple. This time, Lu Qinglan did not remain silent. Yes, they are the children of the Dai Priestess, Jiao Yu and Song Zhu. Oh, Song Fu nodded, turning her gaze towards them. I extend my condolences regarding your mother. Jiao Yu replied politely. Our mother dedicated herself to our clan. We believe the Beast God will honor her. She has no regrets. The future of our clan will thrive, Song Zhu added. Lowering his head slightly, his eyes filled with profound respect for their mother. Good children, Song Fu nodded in satisfaction. Now, do come inside. My seat is quite splendid. Lu Qinglan took their hands and said, let us go and witness their duel. Jiao Yu intertwined her fingers with hers. The coolness of the touch startled her momentarily, causing her to instinctively pull away, but she quickly regained her composure and grasped it once more. Having made her decision, she resolved not to revert to her previous demeanor. Initially, she felt immense joy upon hearing her willingness to acknowledge their identities, and now, her readiness to draw closer was an unexpected delight. Song Zhu gently hooked her other hand's pinky, remarking, my hands are rather cold, aren't they? Once I finish my duel, they shall warm up. He was quite dissatisfied with his body temperature, for as an ectothermic creature, he endured the chill of winter and the heat of summer during the summer months. His body temperature could reach 30 degrees, rendering him incapable of providing Qinglan any respite from the heat. What a useless thing he felt himself to be. Lu Qinglan shook her head, assuring him that the temperature was quite bearable. Song Zhu felt a warmth in his heart. Sensing Qinglan's demeanor towards him was both gentle and intimate. It mattered not that she had an elder brother in Qi Xian. As long as she was willing to offer him a modicum of tenderness, he would gladly brave any peril for her. The space that Song Fu had reserved for her was nearly at the edge of the arena, providing an unobstructed view of the orc battles. Yet, despite this prime vantage point, their area remained remarkably vacant, thanks to Song Fu. Lu Qinglan could not help but marvel at the influence wielded by Song Fu. After Qin Wu concluded the opening remarks, which essentially conveyed a strict prohibition against the use of spiritual power, any violation would result in immediate disqualification, Song Fu sat confidently in her seat, gesturing for Qin Wu to join her. Qin Wu, weary from her efforts, was met with a gentle smile from Lu Qinglan, who acknowledged her with a subtle nod. Upon encountering Jiao Yu, there was a brief pause, yet it remained a graceful exchange. Song Fu pointed towards the first combatant, an orc, and expressed her admiration for his courage. A siren? Qin Wu was taken aback. She was to open the event? Typically, the sea dwellers made their entrance last, as they could not be away from water for extended periods. The siren, whom Lu Qinglan had encountered previously, stood before a robust bovine orc. The siren moved with agility, utilizing a vertical pole to showcase her combat prowess, even on land, despite the absence of her enchanting voice, which made her movements even swifter and more precise. The orc, well aware that the siren was attempting to outmaneuver him, sought to engage in a war of attrition, biding his time until she was sufficiently exhausted and unable to sustain her terrestrial agility before striking decisively. What did Qinglan think? Jiao Yu leaned closer to her ear, drawing her attention from the captivating spectacle. Impressive, akin to a dance. Lu Qinglan watched intently, then turned to Jiao Yu, remarking that there were indeed some similarities between the Serpent clan and the Sirens. Their supple forms allowed for effortless climbing and nimble movements. Her gaze unintentionally fell upon Jiao Yu's legs. Do you wish to see my tail? Jiao Yu's serpentine tail emerged, undeniably beautiful. His eyes sparkled with mirth, his voice laced with an alluring ambiguity as his tail curled around Lu Qinglan's calf. It was a perfectly ordinary statement, yet he managed to convey it with such suggestive undertones. Lu Qinglan was so frightened that she could not utter a word. She attempted to pull his tail down, but he seized the opportunity, coiling it around her wrist. Jiao Yu smiled at her, his demeanor remarkably calm despite the fact that the serpent's tail was nearly constricting her wrist to a crimson hue. The thunderous cheers from the crowd interrupted their gaze, and Lu Qinglan turned her attention to the arena. The siren had already dispatched the bull tribe beastman with a single sweep of her tail, tossing her long hair with pride as she emitted a high-pitched cry characteristic of the sea folk. Jiao Yu promptly covered Lu Qinglan's ears, advising her not to listen, for it might cause her discomfort. Song Zhu slowly withdrew his outstretched hand, his expression inscrutable. The distance between him and Qinglan was too great. Since it was Song Fu who had invited Lu Qinglan, They merely accompanied her and thus found themselves seated beside her. Lu Qinglan pressed her ear against his cool palm, and she could not discern whether it was a shift in her mindset, but her heart raced uncontrollably at that moment. They had shared this gesture before. Yet at that time, she could maintain her composure and withdraw his hand without a second thought. Who would take the stage next? Lu Qinglan pushed his hand away, feigning curiosity as she gazed at the arena. Jiaoyu retracted his hand, feeling the warmth lingering in his palm. He lowered his gaze, bringing his hand close to his lips, and let out a soft chuckle. Soon, an orc made its entrance into the arena, clearly relying on agility as her advantage. She belonged to the rabbit tribe, shorter than the siren, yet with well-developed leg muscles that granted her astonishing speed. The girl wore a sweet smile, her keen ears easily picking up the siren's voice. Her strength was formidable. With a single kick, she could almost shatter the bones of the siren. What a promising contender! Song Fu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had she just come of age? I have never seen her before. Qinwu nodded in agreement, recognizing her potential. Such speed is indeed rare among the rabbit tribe. Historically, prodigies emerge from youth. I shall seek an opportunity to connect with her and see if I might lure her to the capital. Stay composed and continue observing, Qinwu said, patting her arm gently. Lu Qinglan gazed upon the agile female orc, marveling at the multitude of formidable individuals present. Ultimately, the rabbit tribe maiden delivered a swift kick, sending the siren tumbling down. With a playful tilt of her head, she made a cheeky face. Meanwhile, the nearby orc promptly escorted the siren away for treatment. Lu Qinglan chuckled softly, her charm unable to conceal her formidable strength. Chapter 60, The Arena 2. One after another, 5 or 6 orc warriors fell short against the rabbit clan maiden. Song Fu could only exclaim in wonder. Lu Qinglan gazed at her, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Is Lord Song Fu not going to compete on stage? Qinwu inquired, glancing over. Song Fu will not partake in this bout, she replied. She gently patted Song Fu's arm, explaining that the events of this year had been rather numerous, hence the need for Song Fu to remain in a position of authority. Lu Qinglan pondered over the affairs concerning the Oceanic tribe, her heart heavy with apprehension that the defection of some among them might precipitate a calamitous upheaval. Yet, even if she were to confide in them, would Qinwu believe her? Would Song Fu place her trust in her words? Could they truly be deemed trustworthy? What do the rebels truly desire? What are the ultimate aims of Lu Qinglan and her companions? Is it to dismantle the fragile state of peaceful coexistence and revert to a primal struggle for survival? Observing her troubled gaze, Song Fu lowered her head and inquired, Is there something you wish to share with us? Lu Qinglan lowered her gaze and shook her head, expressing a tinge of regret for not being able to witness the magnificent presence of Lord Song Fu. Upon hearing her words, Song Fu let out a hearty laugh, assuring her that there would be another opportunity. The next time she visited the capital, he would once again partake in the arena. Qinwu cast a glance at her and shook his head. Lu Qinglan evoked a peculiar sensation within her. She yearned to engage with Lu Qinglan to unravel the mystery, yet found herself perpetually devoid of suitable excuses. This led her to question the veracity of Wen Ling's words, instinctively distancing herself from Lu Qinglan. Nevertheless, Lu Qinglan's capabilities were truly unparalleled. Aside from the divine favor of the beast god, she found it challenging to articulate an explanation. The rabbit tribe maiden had already vanquished a multitude of challengers, subtly exhibiting signs of fatigue. She raised her hand, signaling a desire for a half-hour respite. What is your perspective on this rabbit tribe beastman's combat? Lu Qinglan inquired, directing her gaze towards Jiaoyu and Songzhu. Her speed was extraordinary, her hearing exceptional, and her lower body strength formidable, yet her upper body strength was lacking. Jiaoyu provided her with an analysis of her strengths and weaknesses. I wish to attempt the next match, Songzhu declared, his previously gentle and refined demeanor replaced by an air of indifference. Lu Qinglan grasped his hand, cautioning, Be careful. If you get kicked, it will be quite the ordeal. Songzhu lowered his eyes, regaining his previous gentleness. Very well, I shall exercise caution. Your partner ought to participate as well. Song Fu turned his head to observe them, feeling a sense of satisfaction at their harmonious relationship. We have just come of age. We wish to test our abilities, Jiaoyu responded dutifully. Song Fu nodded approvingly. Indeed, having the courage to step into the arena is commendable. Lu Qinglan, your partner exhibits remarkable bravery. Typically, orcs, once married, would refrain from engaging in such combat, as the arena serves as a platform to showcase one's prowess. Displaying weakness in front of a partner could lead to significant loss of face. I merely hope for safety, remarked Song Fu. Your bond must be quite strong. Young people truly embody sweetness. He smiled ambiguously, redirecting his gaze back to the arena. On the stage, the Rabbit Clan maiden had returned, signaling that the match could commence. Lu Qinglan offered no explanation, merely smiling at Jiao Yu Songzhu. Their expressions were gentle, their similar features reflecting a shared affection in their eyes. Songzhu delivered the nameplate to the attendant, confirming the order of appearance on stage. Lu Qinglan gazed at him with a hint of concern. In her recollection, they appeared exceedingly fragile, seemingly devoid of any combat prowess. Jiao Yu and Songzhu were also eager to display their vulnerabilities before Lu Qinglan, seeking her favor. Songzhu flashed a reassuring smile at Lu Qinglan, saying, "Do not worry, I shall return safely." After a brief preparation, he was led behind the arena by the attendant. Rather than adopting a humanoid form, Songzhu chose to enter the arena in his beastly guise. His beast form was not large, perhaps even petite. The rabbit girl regarded him with a touch of disdain. "You do realize you cannot use your toxins, right?" Songzhu replied in a gentle tone, "Indeed, and also, I have a partner, so I cannot employ such abilities unless in a perilous situation." The rabbit girl's ears twitched in irritation as she stamped her foot, expressing disdain at the thought of competing despite having a partner, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of embarrassment. With a swift motion, she lunged at Songzhu, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Songzhu responded with remarkable agility, coiling his tail and propelling himself upward along the pole. The rabbit girl, landing on another pole, leveraged it to spring back to the center. Her jumping prowess was exceptional. Having pinpointed Songzhu's position, she wasted no time before charging at him. Yet, Songzhu was equally swift, his serpentine body twisting into an S shape as he leapt to another pole. The rabbit girl half-crouched on her perch, bending it slightly under her weight. Frustrated by Songzhu's evasive tactics and unwillingness to engage directly, she exclaimed, "A war of attrition? You're simply not up to the challenge." Songzhu maintained his calm demeanor, responding, "True, but in a direct confrontation, I must concede that I am not your equal." For the first time, he initiated an attack, enlarging his form, yet only to the size of his humanoid self. His robust tail struck the base of the pole, causing it to tremble, compelling the rabbit girl to leap and deliver a kick. "My partner is watching. I cannot afford to embarrass myself before her." The rabbit girl was puzzled by his sudden declaration, feeling a flicker of unease. But mid-air, she found herself unable to retract her motion. With forceful momentum, Songzhu slid down the pole, and before she could react, his tail ensnared her neck, driving her downwards. The rabbit girl was struck hard on her back, spitting blood. Yet she immediately rebounded like a carp, regaining her stance. However, Songzhu denied her any respite, sweeping his tail across. The rabbit girl braced for a strike to her calf, harboring a sense of glee, but Songzhu abruptly altered his trajectory, seizing her arm instead. Caught off guard, she was effortlessly lifted and flung toward the edge of the platform. The girl tumbled off the stage, rolling twice before coming to a halt. The attendant assisted her in rising and treated her internal injuries. With a huff, the girl remarked, "I've been fighting for so long, my stamina is depleted. Wait for me. Once I've recovered, I shall challenge you again." Songzhu reverted to his humanoid form, appearing entirely natural. Having spoken, his gaze rested upon the relaxed Lu Qinglan, his eyes curving into a smile as he turned around. It seemed as though he were conveying, "See, I have obediently complied," and emerged unscathed. Lu Qinglan exhaled softly, signaling to him with her lips that safety was paramount. Subsequently, 2 more orcs took the stage. Although Songzhu lacked brute strength, his agility and swift movements granted him a distinct advantage, provided he did not engage in direct confrontation. During this tense period, Lu Qinglan, overwhelmed by anxiety, clutched Jiao Yu's hand, her delicate nails leaving imprints on his skin. Only after Songzhu emerged victorious did she finally relax, releasing a sigh of relief. "Jiao Yu, I'm so sorry. Did that hurt?" Lu Qinglan asked, her voice tinged with concern as she noticed his hand still clasped in hers, now bearing faint bruises. Jiao Yu smiled at her flustered demeanor, reassuring her, "It's nothing. It will be fine in a moment. Please, do not worry." With his naturally pale complexion and fragile appearance, his words, coupled with the marks on his hand, only heightened his vulnerability. Lu Qinglan gently rubbed the mark on his hand, which was indeed rather deep. Although it had not broken the skin or drawn blood, it would not vanish in a short period. "Could you blow on it for me?" Jiao Yu asked, presenting his hand to her lips, his expression filled with anticipation. Lu Qinglan's lips were almost pressed against his hand, instinctively leaning back, yet Jiao Yu relentlessly leaned in closer. She could only gently brush her lips against his before pushing away, saying, "All right, sit tight. I I won't pinch you anymore. Jiao Yu's tail had nearly ensnared both of her legs, yet he feigned seriousness, casting a glance at Song Zhu, who appeared unwell on the platform. At times, it was prudent to distinguish between oneself and one's brother, for after all, Qinglan was singular. Although they had once been one, they were no longer the same individual. Brothers should rely on their own merits. Song Zhu discerned his lip movements, his skin mirroring Jiao Yu's warmth, slightly flushed from Qinglan's brief touch. Each should rely on their own merits. His expression grew somber, lips settling into a neutral curve, ultimately meeting Lu Qinglan's anxious gaze, whereupon he allowed a smile to bloom. Reminiscent of the graceful gentleman he had always been, refined and elegant. Very well, each should rely on their own merits. Chapter 61, The Arena 3 by noon. Qi Xian had rested sufficiently and prepared a meal to bring over. Lord Songfu, High Priest Qinwu. Having encountered him before, they held a strong impression of this formidable beastman. Observing his gentle demeanor towards Lu Qinglan, Songfu exclaimed in admiration, "My partner was subdued by my strength. I have never encountered one so docile." After all, the customs of their race were fierce. Even after bonding, they could easily come to blows over trivial matters. Qinwu shot her a disdainful glance and turned his head away. "Oh, don't be like that. Your partner is just as aloof as you. I refuse to believe you wouldn't desire a gentler soul." Songfu replied nonchalantly. "Isn't it true that personality attracts a certain kind?" She mused. "If so, it seems quite uniform, just as Qinglan, with her gentle nature, seeks those who are nurturing. You, with your icy disposition, are drawn to similar stoic souls." Though Songfu was met with Qinwu's disdain, she continued to chatter animatedly, eager to share her newfound insight. "Do not speak carelessly," Qinwu retorted, lowering himself to respond with deliberate clarity. Songfu smiled indifferently. Lu Qinglan had a light meal before pushing it away. "Have you rested enough? Are you still tired?" "I have rested enough. I was quite anxious when you suddenly disappeared yesterday. It was exhausting to finally relax." Qi Xian consumed the remainder of her meal, while he entrusted the meat dishes to Jiao Yu and Song Zhu. "I apologize," Lu Qinglan said, gazing at his composed and dignified face, taking a few deep breaths. "I have matters to attend to. I will speak with you later." Noticing the change in her tone, Qi Xian's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Their actions were indeed swift. Jiao Yu disregarded Qi Xian and directly grasped Lu Qinglan's hand, somewhat disdainfully pushing aside the man who had created opportunities for them. "Qinglan, how did I perform?" Song Zhu knelt beside her, resting his head on her thigh. Lu Qinglan felt a shiver run through her heart. Under Qi Xian's gaze, she perceived herself as a ruthless prince, merciless to his consorts. "Very well." She pressed her hand against Song Zhu's cheek, attempting to push him away, but the typically reserved Song Zhu nuzzled against her palm instead. Fresh from battle, still exhilarated. The snake scales had yet to fade, glimmering like sequins upon his skin, the delicate yet exquisite scales casting an enchanting aura upon his otherwise gentle demeanor. As her hand brushed over the scales, it evoked a momentary shiver within her. Song Zhu squinted contentedly, a smile gracing his face. And the lingering flush from their skirmish rendered him even more striking, a visage akin to jade, with a bashful charm akin to blooming peaches and apricots, leaving Lu Qinglan's heart quivering. "Stop looking, stop looking." He had never been so audacious before. What had changed after a few skirmishes? Qi Xian pulled them apart from her. His lips pressed into a straight line, the veins in his hands visibly tensed, revealing his displeasure. Lu Qinglan stood up and grasped his hand. "Ah Xian." She felt a twinge of guilt. It was she who had pretended not to want this before, yet now it was she who held Qi Xian's wrist for their sake. However, Qi Xian felt no discontent towards her. Rather, he was merely envious of Jiao Yu and Song Zhu. How could Qinglan be at fault? The true wrongdoers were those orcs who had sought to entice her. It was he who had first provided them with an opportunity. And yet they dared to compete with him before his very eyes. "I am not angry, Qinglan, do not worry." Qi Xian's tone remained consistently calm and gentle, though it betrayed a hint of stiffness. "You stay here," she commanded her brothers, then pulled Qi Xian's hand. "You and I shall go." Lu Qinglan led him to a secluded spot and forcefully pressed him against the wall. The man, a head taller than her, offered no resistance, even lowering his head slightly to accommodate her. "Are you angry?" Qi Xian turned his head to the side, responding, "No." Lu Qinglan turned his face towards her, gazing into his slightly reddened eyes. "You are angry," she murmured, cradling Qi Xian's face, their foreheads touching. "Do not be like this. If you do not like them, then I shall not accept them." "No, no," Qi Xian replied, enveloping her in his embrace. I merely feel uneasy. I do not intend to control your thoughts. They are good people, sincere towards you, and I accept them. He paused, tightening his hold on her, as if to meld her into himself. I simply love you. His words tumbled out in a disjointed manner, ultimately crystallizing into a singular expression of affection. Do you still wish to walk with me? Even if I am uncertain, not knowing if I can bring anyone home. Qinglan wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, yes, wherever you go. I shall follow. I will never leave your side. If you return and I do not, I shall find a way to reach you, no matter what. All right, brother. Why does Qinglan always act this way? Songzhu could no longer shed tears, her amber eyes darkened, casting a resentful, jealous gaze upon them. Jiao Yu's fingertips dug into her palms, her entire being trembling. Was it merely a single word from Qi Xian that could cast them aside like unwanted dogs? They had erred in their pursuit of her, confessed their wrongs, and willingly accepted punishment. Yet, why must hope be granted to them? Only to be withdrawn out of one person's emotional turmoil? Indeed, why must it always be like this? Jiao Yu murmured to herself. Qinglan had already leaned in to kiss Qi Xian. Being a woman of the modern era, she was unreserved in her affection. And they had not shared such intimacy in a considerable amount of time, perhaps only exchanging gentle brushes of their cheeks before, with no one around. It was also because Qi Xian felt quite uncomfortable in his heart, and she was glad to offer him solace. Qinglan's complexion is fair, with a delicate rosy hue, and she often applies lotion and cream to prevent her skin from cracking, although Qi Xian possesses a dark crimson horse form. His human skin tone is as pale as jade, creating a striking contrast. Her breath has yet to attain the enduring quality characteristic of Orcish beings. And soon she tilts her head back, yearning to escape the intense atmosphere. However, in such moments, Qi Xian never retreats. He abandons his usual gentle indulgence. Supporting the back of her head and trailing his fingers through her silky long hair down to her neck, pursuing her, Qinglan, slightly breathless, furrows her brow and pushes him away. Qi Xian, silent, continues to caress her nape, rendering her powerless. After what feels like an eternity, Qinglan, utterly exhausted, gasps for breath, pressing her hand against her lips, resolutely refusing to let go. Qi Xian chuckles softly, wary of her embarrassment, and refrains from teasing her further, instead nudging her fingertips with his nose. How can Qinglan still be like this? She must strive even harder in the next training session. Qinglan shot him a glare. It was already an inherent disadvantage for her, being without the advantages of a beast man, and yet he dared to mock her, truly detestable. I must leave. The gladiatorial match has commenced, and I wish to return to watch. I shall accompany you. I need to patrol later, he replied, taking her hand and leading her towards the arena. The battles in the Colosseum had indeed begun, with Songzhu as the reigning champion, steadfastly defending his title on the stage. Jiao Yu sat gracefully, observing him, her hand tapping rhythmically on the stone chair, her tail flicking slightly. Upon noticing Qinglan and Qi Xian, he averted his gaze. What number is it now? Qi Xian inquired after a moment. Not many, it is the 8th. Qinglan returned to her seat, her complexion still flushed, her lower eyelids seemingly brushed with rouge, and her lashes damp, conveying an indescribable yearning. Jiao Yu averted her gaze, feeling a pang of sorrow. Until Songzhu cast that orc off the arena, she too found herself unable to rise due to her injuries, receiving treatment from a nearby physician. Songzhu. Qinglan stood up, a hint of urgency in her voice. It's nothing, merely external injuries. Qi Xian discerned that the wounds appeared severe, but were easily treatable by the physician. Songzhu raised his hand to signal a 30-minute rest. Returning to his position, the warmth in his demeanor faded, his eyelashes drooping, giving him an air of indifference and coldness. Songzhu, are you all right? Qinglan reached out, only to be grasped by him, pulling her into his embrace. The nature of cold-blooded creatures causes their body temperature to fluctuate with the environment and their movements. Now, his temperature was elevated, the adrenaline from the fight coursing through his veins, his exhalations warm, and his eyes transformed into icy slits. Qinglan, did I perform well? Songzhu smiled at her, yet the mirth did not reach his eyes, rendering the expression rather peculiar. Qinglan was momentarily stunned, and before she could gather her thoughts, she saw Songzhu's face magnifying before her. He was biting her. Indeed, it was not a kiss, but a bite. Qinglan's eyes widened in disbelief as she felt the sharp sting on her lips, still unable to comprehend that Songzhu had bitten her. The closest bystander, Jiao Yu, swiftly intervened, grasping Songzhu's jaw, compelling him to release Qinglan. As they parted, sharp fangs glistened with traces of blood. "What are you doing?" Both Song Fu and Chen Wu, who had been watching the commotion, stood up. "Sister Qinglan, shall we take him to the beast god temple to sever the bond?" "Here." The custom dictates that once a partner's identity is acknowledged, they are under the protection of the beast god. However, if one wishes to dissolve the bond, it is a straightforward matter. The female has the right to choose and can simply expel the male. The visit to the beast god temple serves merely to inform other females that he is an inferior male, not to be deceived. Although Song Fu often engages in fights with her partner due to her inherently combative nature, Lu Qinglan is different. She is inherently gentle and devoid of any combat prowess. Such treatment towards her is indeed an affront. Yet, to be fair, the situation can be regarded as significant or trivial, for they are partners. And if Lu Qinglan does not raise an objection, they cannot press the matter further. "It's all right. Thank you, Lady Song Fu and High Priest Chen Wu." Lu Qinglan reached out to touch her split lip, where two tiny puncture wounds marred its surface, blood staining both her and Songju's lips. Given her words, Song Fu and Chen Wu had little to add, their expressions a complex tapestry as they retreated to their seats. Qi Xian pressed Songju down onto the ground, his foot firmly planted upon his neck, applying pressure inch by inch. "Don't do this," Lu Qinglan urged, gently pressing down on Qi Xian's hand, coaxing him to lift his foot. Songju awkwardly sat up, his typically gentle and warm demeanor now tinged with a hint of recklessness. He extended a finger to wipe at his lip, then used his tongue to lick away the trace of blood, an act both brazen and alluring. Gone was the image of the refined gentleman. He now resembled a dashing and reckless scion. It was the first time she had witnessed such a side of Songju. In her mind, he ought to embody his name, as steadfast as pine and bamboo, ethereal and resplendent, elegant and composed. "What is the matter, Songju?" Her instinctive thought was that the thrill of combat had stirred him, prompting actions uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor. Songju chuckled softly. "Qinglan, do I seem convincing?" Qi Xian bore down on his shoulder, preventing any movement, his expression as cold as ice. Lu Qinglan sighed and crouched down. "Well, you have performed admirably. Now tell me, why have you chosen this path?" Songju remained silent, merely gazing at her. "Could you at least look at me? Please do not cast me aside." Songju extended his hand, reminiscent of a neglected child yearning for the embrace of a guardian. He gazed at her, tears unfallen yet in anguish so profound it pierced the depths of his soul, rendering one glance utterly heart-wrenching. "Qinglan, you cannot treat me this way. It is profoundly unjust." Lu Qinglan's gaze trembled slightly as she turned to the silent Jiaoyu. "Is it truly so unfair?" Jiaoyu, possessing a high emotional intelligence, often knew how to soothe Lu Qinglan, but now he averted his gaze and softly inquired, "Qinglan, what do you think?" He was influenced by Songju. After all, they were intrinsically linked, akin to two halves of a whole, sharing similar sentiments, their physical sensations intertwined. Songju, in his heart, was filled with anguish, engaging in a ruthless struggle, and Jiaoyu was not devoid of such thoughts either, especially when Songju, in a desperate gamble, bit Lu Qinglan's lip. It was no longer a gentle affection, but rather a blend of despair and resentment. They were despicable and selfish, the epitome of petty individuals. Even when Qi Xian had shown them kindness, they feigned ignorance. Despite Lu Qinglan's unwavering care for them, devoid of any ulterior motives, they still demanded more, seeking to obfuscate her understanding. Yet paradoxically, they found themselves drawn to Qinglan, a person imbued with warmth and kindness. What an alluring trait it is. It inspires longing in those who hear of it and captivates those who behold it, much like the sun, which evokes a yearning in the heart. "We insist on your promises and the depth of your affections." Qi Xian, witnessing their behavior, loosened his restraint slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Qinglan was not of the beast world, always maintaining a degree of distance from the male beast men. He had merely relied on her upon his arrival here. A choice born of necessity, fortuitously gaining her trust, yet her longing for home would always supersede his presence. As the war drums sounded, signaling the end of 30 minutes, Songju released Qi Xian's arm, stood up, and embraced Lu Qinglan, murmuring an apology. His embrace remained warm. Tall and slender, he enveloped her entirely, much like a serpent, coiling tightly around her for a prolonged moment before finally relinquishing his hold. Lu Qinglan recalled his previous expression of despair and agony, enduring the ache in his bones without pushing him away. On the arena, Songju fought with reckless abandon, even after suffering a fractured tailbone. He was determined to wield his remaining tail in combat. He faced a warrior of the Tiger clan, a race renowned for their martial prowess and possessing strength that far surpassed Song-Zu's own. Now injured, Song-Yu found it challenging to mount an offense. Yet he knew that refraining from action would yield no favorable outcome. I refuse to be looked down upon, he thought. Madness flickering in his eyes as he focused solely on Qi Xian and Jiao Yu. He felt utterly devoid of a foothold, utterly lacking in competitiveness. I will not. I insist she sees only me. With sheer determination, he struggled to climb the pole. The Tiger Clan warrior, taken aback by his reckless ferocity, feared that continuing this way could indeed cost him his life. Song-Zu's tail could no longer grasp the pole and drooped limply, yet his upper body remained functional. He gazed down at the Tiger Clan with a chill in his heart. In a moment, like an arrow released from a bow, he lunged downward with fierce intent. The Tiger Clan warrior clamped onto his vital spot, while Song-Zu tightened his grip around the warrior's neck. Blood oozed from the area he was bitten, trickling along the scales. Initially a drop or two, quickly merging into a crimson line. The tiger, too, was in distress. He had never encountered such a reckless fighter in the arena. With his neck ensnared, he had no recourse but to maintain his grip. It was evident to all spectators that this had transcended the bounds of mere combat. Without intervention, it would become a matter of life and death. Let go. Stop biting. Lu Qinglan ascended the platform, followed closely by Qi Xian and Jiao Yu. Lu Qinglan reached out to pry open the teeth of the Tiger Clan, while Jiao Yu loosened the strangulation inflicted by Song-Zu from behind. Alas, you will all perish. Her fingers were already bleeding, mingling with the blood of Song-Zu. Qi Xian was anxious, yet could only implore her to cease her efforts and allow him to take over. The others feared that if he resorted to violence, none of them would survive. Song-Zu's eyes were already vacant, relying solely on the last vestiges of muscular memory to maintain the strangulation. He saw Lu Qinglan shedding tears, her fingers pressing against his vital spot. The tears fell beneath his eyes, as if he were weeping himself. Do not cry, have I faltered in some way? He opened his mouth, yet only a serpent's tongue emerged. You claim I am unjust, but you must live for me to discern what fairness truly is. Very well. Song-Zu slightly loosened his serpentine body. The Tiger Clan, freed from the threat of death, exhaled in relief. As they parted, Song-Zu had already lost all strength. Yet he stubbornly coiled his serpentine form around her hand, gazing at her intently, insisting, you must keep your word. The physicians promptly rushed forward to attend to him. Song-Fu ascended the platform, his countenance grim, nearly costing a life. Both parties had transgressed. They would be disqualified. Chapter 63, the arena for due to Song-Zu's actions. All his previous achievements were rendered null and void, and he was barred from participating in this bout. Lu Qinglan cradled him back into position, allowing him to curl up in her embrace for rest. Qi Xian could no longer remain idle. He needed to patrol and could only entrust Jiao Yu with the care of Lu Qinglan and Song-Zu. Due to excessive exertion, even though Song-Zu had merely sustained superficial injuries, he remained unconscious despite the physician's efforts. They had also treated Lu Qinglan's wounds, preventing further bleeding. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber, and Jiao Yu ceased to speak. Song-Zu clung to Lu Qinglan's arm, leaving her fair skin reddened and bruised. Give me your hand. It's turning blue, Jiao Yu said, pulling at Song-Zu's wrist, attempting to draw him away. However, sensing the intent to remove him from Qinglan's embrace, Song-Zu not only refused to loosen his grip but tightened it further, causing Lu Qinglan to gasp softly, alarmed at the possibility of hurting her. Jiao Yu immediately released his hold. Frowning, he gazed at the unresponsive Song-Zu, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Never mind, I'll hold him. You can explore other combat techniques of the beast men, Lu Qinglan suggested, slipping her fingers into the coils of the serpent's tail to ease the tightness of his grip. Observing her brother's state, Lu Qinglan chose not to protest, and Jiao Yu dismissed his concerns. Oh, M.O., how did he come to be involved? Song-Fu remarked in astonishment. Gazing at the individual on the platform, Lu Qinglan followed her gaze and beheld Qi-Mo. His skin radiated a warm bronze hue, his muscles were distinctly defined. Yet his hair was a striking silver, creating a remarkable contrast that instantly captivated the eye. Lu Qinglan was somewhat taken aback. She had assumed that someone like Qi-Mo would not partake in the gladiatorial arena, believing he should be patrolling various locations, apprehending individuals with his singularly focused mind. Clearly, it was Qi-Mo's first participation, and he was not accustomed to the multitude of spectators surrounding him. Despite his considerable strength, his muscles were tense. His lips set in a straight line, and his olive-green eyes glinted with sharpness. His ears, erect and attuned to even the slightest rustle, betrayed his discomfort and unease. How curious it is that the young lad has entered the competition. I wonder if all is aware. Songfu teased as she conversed with Qinwu. Qinwu shook her head, speculating that it might have been a spontaneous decision. Yet, they both understood that such a possibility was slim. Qimo had always been low-key, disliking grand events and detesting undue attention. Moreover, due to his unconventional romantic circumstances, he had little need for interaction with females. Thus, it was unlikely that he would suddenly choose to participate at the age of 22, having never done so before. Oh, I see. The young lad must have developed feelings for a female. He is seeking to present himself. Songfu exclaimed, proposing this notion. Qinwu, rarely in agreement, seemed to concede that perhaps he had indeed found a female of interest. However, it remained uncertain which female could accept his peculiar beliefs. Could it be a powerful beast man like Ao? As long as the child is willing, that is a good thing. We shall merely observe. Qinwu, being the high priestess, naturally leaned towards the principle of acceptance. Lu Qinglan was also captivated by their words. A peculiar notion? She found it incomprehensible. What concept could possibly be deemed strange in the beast realm? Songfu enthusiastically recounted the exploits of Qimo, mentioning how that foolish girl, a Wu, had fixated solely on Qimo's father, leading Qimo to desire exclusivity and companionship. This was an impossible expectation for a female. Hence his continued search for a mate remained unfulfilled. In the past, a gentle-natured female had shown interest in him, willing to form a bond and refrain from seeking other males for 5 years. Just listen to those splendid terms. Even a Wu and the others nodded in agreement. Yet, Qimo resolutely refused, infuriating the girl to the point of turning away. A Wu and the others were so enraged they nearly confronted Qimo, but fortunately, it was Jiang who intervened and offered counsel. Lu Qinglan chuckled softly, her laughter subdued, and while her thoughts diverged from those prevalent here, her perspective was not entirely peculiar. Is this truly not strange? Songfu stared with wide, rounded eyes. Lu Qinglan, aware of her misstep in words, recognized that this was not a modern era, devoid of contemporary notions of love and marriage. Instead, it was a realm focused solely on survival and existence. Indeed, there were some, albeit we do adhere to monogamy in our locale. Lu Qinglan attempted to evade the question with vague responses. Songfu gazed at her, his eyes filled with astonishment. It seems you have quite a number of formidable orcs in your region. Have they arrived? No, our location is rather remote. Thus, Lu Qinglan sought to evade the situation, yet it was evident that her companions would not grant her such an opportunity. Qinwu posed a pivotal question. Have you not lost your memory? Her wise blue eyes seemed almost capable of penetrating the depths of Lu Qinglan's heart. Internally distressed, Lu Qinglan could only admit, I vaguely recall some things. At that moment, Jiaoyu suddenly called out to her, providing a much-needed reprieve. What is it? Lu Qinglan eagerly turned her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of relief. Jiaoyu looked at her with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the stage where Qimo was effortlessly overpowering an orc. If I were to face him in the next match, Qinglan, what strategy do you think I should employ to secure victory? Lu Qinglan, naturally, could not comprehend the nuances of their combat, as they employed specialized techniques that were far beyond her understanding. She, merely an onlooker, would be more adept at discussing agricultural knowledge and foundational skills than at interpreting their fierce exchanges. I am uncertain. Perhaps you should ascend later. Once you have observed a bit more, she suggested. Before she could finish her thought, Qimo had already sent his opponent tumbling off the stage, landing squarely in Lu Qinglan's direction. In that moment, as the adrenaline surged from the bout, Qimo's gaze met hers. Instantly, the wild, sharp intensity in his wolf-like eyes softened, masking his ferocity. He appeared almost innocuous, akin to a large dog engaged in a tussle who, upon spotting its owner, feigns innocence and charm despite having just emerged victorious, seeking affection and adoration. Lu Qinglan chuckled at her own thoughts, finding herself rather foolish. She had previously contemplated the idea of adopting a pet for companionship, but her demanding work schedule left her apprehensive about providing the affection a pet deserves. So she abandoned the notion. Each day, she found solace in scrolling through her phone, virtually nurturing many creatures. Is Imo Xiaozi watching here? Songfu suddenly called out, unable to suppress her curiosity as she glanced around. Numerous beastmen were present, including many strong and beautiful females. She wondered if Qimo's gaze was directed towards this very spot. Qinwu seemed to sense something, pressing her down while her eyes swept over Lu Qinglan, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Indeed, it was true that every creature meets its match. She was curious to see how this little wolf, who constantly proclaimed his desire for a solitary companion, would win Lu Qinglan's favor, especially since she was not the easiest person to pursue. Even the likes of Qiao, who had become her partner, found it challenging to gain her approval, making it nearly impossible for other males to join the fray. Song Fu, puzzled, remarked, "Do you already know who Qimo fancies?" It was no surprise she had not connected the dots regarding Lu Qinglan. After all, Qimo's obsession with finding a partner solely for himself was profound. He had previously caused quite a stir, and even the Council of Ao and others had proven ineffective. Having made such a spectacle of himself, half the capital was aware of his peculiar fixation. The idea that Qimo had developed feelings for a female who was already in a relationship struck her as genuinely amusing. Just follow his gaze, and you'll see for yourself, Qinwu chuckled, her lips partially covered. Moments later, Song Fu displayed a look of disbelief, followed by hearty laughter, reveling in the irony. How fitting. Chapter 64. Ancestral Return. Lu Qinglan was certainly not a foolish individual. Her emotional intelligence was quite adept, perhaps even remarkable. In but a fleeting moment, she comprehended Qimo's intentions. Yet, how did this pertain to her? She had no desire to seek another Songzhu. She was not a scale, capable of balancing the water with such steadiness. This was one of the reasons she was reluctant to accept the situation. If she were to lose her heart to the most capable Qixuan, what then? Surely, she could not forsake all that she currently possessed for something as elusive as a dream. Lu Qinglan lowered her gaze, avoiding direct eye contact with Qimo. Feeling somewhat stiff, also averted his eyes, his tail and ears drooping alongside. Everything from the previous night felt like a beautiful dream, the secret shared between Qinglan and him. The warmth of her support on his shoulder, and the tender manner in which she bandaged his wounds. She was simply kind. All of it was meticulously orchestrated by him. What reason could there be for Lu Qinglan to treat him with such tenderness again? Those two hibernating beastmen, being her companions, received her attention and could even engage in intimacy with her in public. In that context, they could still enjoy her protection. How envious he felt. Thus, Qimo struck harder, clinging to the hope that perhaps Lu Qinglan might regard him with a more favorable eye, much like Songzhu, who also desperately longed for her gaze to linger on him a moment longer. Lu Qinglan was indeed observing, but it was merely due to his agile and deft movements. Each strike was infused with the ferocity of a beast, coupled with the swiftness of a chivalrous hero. Qinglan pondered his capabilities. Jiayu, after watching for a moment, diverted his gaze to subtly inquire about Lu Qinglan's thoughts. His skills are remarkable, she remarked, her words devoid of any bias, merely articulating a conclusion widely acknowledged. Jiayu turned his attention back to the arena, realizing that indeed, he appeared to be on par with Qixuan in terms of strength. Lu Qinglan regarded him with a curious gaze. Are you worried that I might take a liking to him? Jiayu smiled, tilting her head to look at her. The soft pink hue of her irises partially hidden by her eyelids, exuding a gentle warmth. With Qinglan? Lu Qinglan shook her head. His actions were insufficient to dispel the lingering animosity within me. What a heartless woman she is, offering no affirmations and leaving every matter shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, Jiayu was not so oblivious to the subtleties of human emotion. Probing for answers was not his forte. Thus, he turned his attention back to the arena. Captivated by the display of strength, who would prevail in a confrontation between him and Qixuan, I wonder. Soon, the day's gladiatorial contest came to an end. Song Fu halted the next beastman set to ascend the stage and gestured towards the sun, proclaiming, "The matches conclude for today. We welcome you all to return for tomorrow's battles." Qimo stood upon the platform, resembling a figure marred by wounds, blood still staining his lips. However, as he brushed his silver-white hair back, his piercing gaze fixed upon Lu Qinglan, unwavering and intense. "Let us depart. It is time to return." Lu Qinglan averted his burning stare and rose to leave. Yet, she remained courteous, offering a slight bow to Qinwu. "Great priest, I must take my leave. I kindly ask you to relay my regards to Lord Songfu." "Very well. Go ahead." Qinwu nodded in understanding. The little one from the Ao family is bound to face some difficulties. A trace of schadenfreude flickered within her. After all, Qimo had previously left a rather unfavorable impression, driving away many exceptional females, which led to a perception of his arrogance and rudeness. Now, with Lu Qinglan to keep him in check, they were eager to witness the unfolding drama. "Are you not rising?" Upon returning home, as Lu Qinglan went to fetch medicinal herbs, Jiayu gently pressed down on Songzhu's head, his tone somewhat indifferent. Songzhu stirred, the sound of his scaled body brushing against itself echoing softly. He slowly lifted his head to meet his brother's gaze. You seek death. This statement from Jieyu was not a provocation or threat, but rather a simple observation. Songzhu regarded him with a hint of sarcasm, questioning the difference between this and death itself. Do you truly believe she cares for us? She always claims so, yet repeatedly gravitates towards Qixuan. His eyes appeared slightly reddened as he leaned closer to Jiaoyu, almost coaxingly. Brother, are you content with this? What do you mean? Jiaoyu furrowed his brow, stepping back. Songzhu smiled faintly, choosing silence as he buried his head once more. He was not in his right mind. Songzhu's mental fortitude had always been weaker than that of a typical beast man, and his frail health from a young age had instilled in him a profound sense of inferiority. When he grasped a glimmer of hope, he clung to it fiercely, fearing that to let go would plunge him back into the abyss, devoid of light. Thus, Qinglan, I apologize for harboring such an ungrateful madman. The evening bonfire festival commenced as scheduled. Despite having battled in the arena for an extended period and having watched from the sidelines, the beastmen's stamina remained undiminished. Many of them were skilled in song and dance. And as the annual revelry unfolded, even after dancing all night prior, the atmosphere was vibrant and jubilant. Lu Qinglan felt a peculiar concern for the little merman she encountered yesterday, sensing that he had something significant to convey to her. Thus, she resolved to return to the lakeside where the mermen congregated. Upon her arrival, the enchanting and gentle mermen she had met the previous day greeted her warmly, as if they had anticipated her visit, which took Lu Qinglan by surprise. Our chieftain and chief guard are awaiting your presence. Please, come forth. The beautiful merman extended a fruit towards her. This will ensure your ability to breathe underwater. Lu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback. The merman smiled gently and placed something into her hand. Gazing upon her exquisite visage, Lu Qinglan pondered for a moment before consuming it. The lake was unexpectedly profound. Though it appeared remarkably clear, she found herself unable to touch the bottom upon entering. Had it not been for the merman's support, she might have succumbed to the urge to struggle. The merman guided her to the area abundant with jewels, where the leader of the merman tribe sat gracefully upon a colossal shell, cradling the small merman Xueqing in her arms. Beside her stood the silent figure of her chief guard, who was also Xueqing's father. The leader was breathtakingly beautiful, with flowing silver hair, translucent azure fins, and a splendid blue tail, her scales shimmering in the reflection of the jewels. The leader inclined her head slightly towards Lu Qinglan, introducing herself as Lan. Was it you who assisted my child in returning yesterday? Indeed, Lu Qinglan replied thoughtfully. I wish to understand why he was. That pertains to Xueqing, Lan interjected. But let him explain it to you himself. She released the little merman, allowing him to swim towards Lu Qinglan. Isn't he unable to speak? Lu Qinglan inquired. Xueqing grasped her hand and led her to a vast shell surface, which was intricately inscribed with numerous characters. These symbols bore a slight resemblance to those of the beast tribes, many resembling small fish swimming. I cannot comprehend this, Lu Qinglan admitted, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Lan approached her, her voice cool and clear, pointing at the inscriptions. Xueqing has informed us of everything that transpired when the sea tribes fell into the illusion during their journey here. It was at that moment that my child underwent bone shedding, resulting in a disruption of his spiritual energy, which inadvertently led to his ancestral regression, transforming him into this state. Yet, through misfortune comes fortune. He also witnessed the transactions between some sea tribes and the divine emissaries within the illusion. Those who did not consent had their memories erased, rendering them in a state of slumber. Lan paused. I must ensure the safety of all my people. Although I had not previously agreed, since your arrival, I have heard of your dealings with Wenling. You missed the chance to prove yourself. And now the divine emissaries hold all the power. I cannot guarantee anything. Therefore, I shall not align with you. If necessary, I will pledge my allegiance to Lu Qinglan. Xueqing exclaimed in distress, his delicate little hand reaching out to strike his mother, but was restrained by Lan. Lu Qinglan stared at her in astonishment. If that is the case, why do you still? Everything has its unforeseen circumstances. Lan Qing's expression softened gently as she continued, My child, Xueqing, overheard your conversation with the sirens while following them. Therefore, as a divine envoy, I beseech you for a favor. Grant me a reason to stand by your side and resist Lu Qinglan. She pushed Xueqing before Lu Qinglan, asserting that as a divine envoy, you must possess exceptional qualities. If you can aid my child in her recovery, I shall lead the merfolk to pledge their allegiance to you and assist you in navigating the treacherous waters of all the rebellious factions among the Sea Clan. Lu Qinglan gazed at her face, gently nodding. Chapter 65, Self-Preservation. Are you aware of any races within the sea tribe that have defected? Lu Qinglan's voice was somewhat hoarse. Yet her gaze remained resolute. Lan shook her head. Aside from the sirens, who have always disdained our merfolk, I possess no further leads. However, I shall remain vigilant. She smiled lightly, her beauty becoming even more extraordinary. I will assist you in navigating this situation, but I cannot guarantee anything beyond that. So please hasten to restore my child. Xu Weqing clasped Lu Qinglan's fingers, her beautiful eyes twinkling like stars. The young merman, much like his mother, boasted long silvery hair adorned with pearl ornaments, a pale purple tail, and translucent blue eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. Thank you, Chief. She then recalled Songfu and Qinwu. Chief Lan, the High Priestess, and Lu Qilan appear to be quite close. Could they be conspiring together? Lan paused, somewhat perplexed. I have not returned to the Sea Tribe in many years, and our merfolk are not well acquainted with the Dragon Tribe. However, I believe Qinwu has no reason to ally with her. Very well, then I kindly ask Chief Lan to assist me in examining this matter. Lu Qinglan slightly inclined her body, preparing to depart. Yet, Xu Weqing grasped her fingers, her beautiful sapphire eyes fixating upon her. Lan found herself momentarily speechless, pressing her forehead in exasperation, attempting to project an air of authority. Please take my child to the land. It would facilitate the study of why he has regressed. Lu Qinglan was taken aback and resisted. No, isn't it said that the sea tribe cannot be away from water for too long? We might not be able to take care of him properly. Lan seemed to have anticipated this, handing her a beautifully crafted, smooth seashell, no larger than 2 fists. Please, she urged, shoving it into Lu Qinglan's embrace. Immediately, Xu Weqing shrank down and nestled inside. After settling in, it poked its head out, propping its face up to gaze at her. Is this the Lady of the Snail? Lu Qinglan felt helpless. She simply could not accept the carefree nature of the orcs. Although this child seemed small, he appeared even smaller in stature. Very well, I understand. If any issues arise, I shall bring him back, she affirmed. Lan nodded, instructing someone to escort her away. The captain of the guards, who had been standing beside her, swam over with an air of resignation. You little rascal, he muttered. Yet, Lan remained unfazed, responding, You taught me well. The captain cleared his throat, awkwardly shifting the topic. Lan, do you truly intend to assist her? Wouldn't it be better for us to simply observe? The words carved by Xu Weqing on the board indicated that Lu Qilan and her faction were not to be underestimated. Lan rubbed her temples, acknowledging that the Siren clan had been eyeing the leadership role among the aquatic tribes, making an alliance with Lu Qilan unsurprising. We do not trust the 4 beast gods as the land orcs do, thus the question of who wields power is of little concern to us. Is it solely because of Xu Weqing? The captain inquired, offering her a massage. Lan shook her head, not entirely. I am also curious to discover what makes this child unique. Our aquatic tribe did not partake in the peace efforts of the 4 goddesses at the outset. We merely followed the tide. Thus we do not comprehend why so many orcs revere the 4 beast gods. Therefore, she was eager to discern what abilities Lu Qinglan possessed. I understand. But we must also prepare a retreat for future events. Should I engage with Lu Qilan as people? The captain suggested. Lan gently caressed his face. No need. We adhere to a principle. As long as there is no overwhelming trend from either side, we shall go with the flow. The merman captain smiled wryly. I see. The aquatic tribe had always maintained a distant connection with the land orcs, benefiting from favorable circumstances. The agreement for peaceful coexistence among various races was merely a response to the calls for peace from some lesser factions within the aquatic tribe. However, it appeared that an increasing number of orcs were growing restless about this coexistence. After all, the time that had passed was considerable, the strong had grown stronger, and the weak remained weak. Orcs harbored an intrinsic desire for territorial expansion, with a combative instinct coursing through their veins. This was true for the aquatic tribe as well, not to mention the myriad clans on land. Thus, it was likely that there were many orcs covertly aligned with Lu Qilan. Lan rubbed her temples, feeling a wave of headache wash over her. To be honest, the Sirens preferred indulgence and wished to remain uninvolved in such matters. Well, we shall see what Qinwu has to say. If Qinwu sides with Lu Qilan, we will bring Xu Weqing back. And what of the land orc leader, Songfu? The Tiger clan has always been a proponent of peace, as they were among the first to follow the beast gods, the captain reminded her. Lan nodded. It's of no concern. They are merely a tiger clan. The focus remains on the high priestess. But what if the high priestess does not align with Lu Qilan? Should we caution her? Lan pondered for a moment, realizing that Lu Qilan currently held an overwhelming position of power. Nevertheless, if a reminder is warranted, So be it. With that, she entwined her arms around the neck of the captain of the guards, dismissing her thoughts. Day after day, it seemed that the terrestrial orcs were burdened with more affairs. Sing for me, dear captain. The captain chuckled helplessly but acquiesced to her request. After all, the merfolk preferred revelry over the convolutions of political reform. As Lu Qinglan, sent to the land by the merfolk, felt the chill of the wind, she shivered slightly. The female merfolk gazed at her, their skin clinging to their bodies due to the water, damp and glistening, droplets cascading down their exposed skin. With a hint of bashfulness, the mermaid smiled and suggested, "We have some ready-made mermaid silk here. Perhaps you might consider changing into it to avoid getting cold?" Lu Qinglan hesitated for a moment. The merman gazed at her with a gentle expression. "Since you have drenched your garments in order to meet our chieftain, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you a piece of mermaid silk. I shall not demand anything in return," she said playfully. Before effortlessly diving beneath the surface to retrieve a resplendent dress woven from shimmering mermaid silk, Lu Qinglan gazed at the exquisite dress, her eyes instantly captivated. And she shyly nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you. I appreciate your assistance." The merman handed her the shimmering fabric. Once out of the water, the gossamer material dried rapidly. Delicate and radiant, it bore a resemblance to contemporary organza, yet was not sheer. Lu Qinglan set the conch aside and retreated to change her attire. Xueqing, feeling somewhat anxious, contemplated slipping out to find her, but was firmly restrained by the mermaid girl. Xueqing, a female cannot go while changing, the mermaid girl chuckled, covering the conch. Soon, Lu Qinglan returned, wringing out her beast skin clothing, cradled in her arms. Adorned in the delicate mermaid silk, her beauty was instantly magnified. Her naturally serene and elegant appearance was ill-suited for the coarse and heavy beast skin. The lightweight fabric complemented her exquisitely. With her hair elegantly pinned up, droplets of water still clung to the ends, cascading onto her skin and melting into the mermaid silk, where they swiftly dissipated, leaving no trace. The mermaid girl gazed at her in awe, then lowered her head, speaking to Xueqing through the conch. "She is truly stunning." Even though the merfolk were a race renowned for their beauty, it was rare for any visage to surpass that of a mermaid. Nonetheless, they sincerely admired those captivating features. Xueqing, too, regarded Lu Qinglan with unwavering attention, his lake blue eyes fixed upon her. Chapter 66. Distortion carrying Xueqing back undoubtedly stirred a tempest of turmoil, especially upon learning that Xueqing was not a mere child, but a male who had regressed during his shedding phase. Naturally, Qi Xian, though somewhat disapproving, refrained from voicing his dissent, primarily due to the internal conflict that had suddenly erupted within Songzhu. "I disagree," Songzhu stated coolly, his expression frosty and his tone unyielding. He gestured towards the conch, asserting he cannot even speak now, devoid of any spiritual power. Having spent only a brief moment on land, lacking any combat capability, Lu Qinglan felt a pang of guilt due to the matters concerning the duel. Though she could only gently place her hand on his shoulder, soothing him with kind words. "No, Xueqing is not a partner." She then poured out all the events of the past few days as if emptying a bamboo tube of beans. She was somewhat surprised not to see a look of astonishment on Jiao Yusongzu's face. Qi Xian, however, was neither surprised nor curious, for it was he who had brought her back to the Shizu clan, where he had learned of her true identity from the priest. Even though Lu Qinglan had not spoken of her subsequent experiences upon arriving in the capital, he had gleaned some understanding from the delivery of the mask to the beast god temple. Lu Qinglan was perplexed as she gazed at Jiao Yusong and Zhu. "Why are you not surprised?" Jiao Yu chuckled, looking at her with amusement. "We share meals and a home with you. And considering the appearance of your mother before her departure, it is not difficult to deduce the truth." He was being somewhat tactful after all. Lu Qinglan's peculiar box was certainly not an artifact from the beast world. Once they moved in, Lu Qinglan made no particular effort to conceal it. Well then, Lu Qinglan recalled the suitcase she had brought for storing the save game files and felt a pang of awkwardness at her inquiry. "Hadn't you asked me before?" Jiao Yu chuckled softly, then, with swift reflexes, pressed the nearly escaping Xueqing back into the conch, seizing the moment while Lu Qinglan was distracted. "It's not that we didn't ask. We simply believed that you would share when the time was right." Jiao Yu gazed at her with gentle compassion. "As we mentioned at the bonfire last night, we trust you. Whenever you need us, we shall stand by your side, and if you choose not to speak, we will refrain from questioning you." Songzhu, with a soft demeanor, resumed his gentlemanly grace. He approached Lu Qinglan, knelt on one knee, and rested his face upon her lap. his long eyelashes partially veiling his eyes, his pallid complexion exuding an inexplicable fragility. His slender fingers brushed against Lu Qinglan's warm skin, feeling somewhat cool in contrast. Yet, Lu Qinglan instinctively recoiled slightly before immediately clasping his hand. With her other hand, she tenderly stroked Songju's hair. It flowed like ebony silk, devoid of any dryness. Her fingers gliding effortlessly through. A faint blush adorned Songju's cheeks as he nuzzled against her thigh obediently. Qi Xian cast him a sidelong glance, suppressing the jealousy and displeasure bubbling within, and lifted the conch containing Xueqing, carrying it towards a nearby stone hollow to pour him out. Upon exposure to the outside, Xueqing instantly reverted to his usual size, regaining the appearance of a cherubic child. He rested his hand on the edge of the stone hollow, surveying the orcs with a disdainful snort. A bunch of paupers, unable to provide Qinglan with even a single piece of fish scale. However, none discerned his muttering. Even if they had, they likely would not concern themselves with an orc incapable of returning to his adult form. So, you aim to restore him to his original state? Jiyu remarked with a smile, her expression a blend of warmth and concern as she looked upon Lu Qinglan's face. Lu Qinglan nodded. Regardless of the veracity of her words, this bond of friendship was, in its own right, a solace. Qi Xian returned to her seat. As the Sea Tribe had always adhered to a philosophy of self-preservation, it was quite challenging for them to take a side, especially with the Sirens, who exhibited both virtuous and malevolent traits in their relentless pursuit of superiority. I discerned this truth. The clan leader, Lan, had also conveyed to me that it was best not to intervene or incite further turmoil. Lu Qinglan pressed her temples, exclaiming how seasoned she felt in these matters. With no desire to exploit the dragon's merits, she also wished to avoid offending the opposing faction. Jiayu rose, offering her a massage for her temples. Qi Xian, initially half-rising, found herself seated once again in light of Jiayu's actions. Just do your best. We shall inquire with the priestess Li Xian on your behalf. Jiayu assured her. After a while of massage, he inquired, do you feel any better? After all, the priests of the serpent tribe possessed a profound legacy of knowledge, which might enable them to comprehend the reasons behind ancestral reversion more thoroughly. Lu Qinglan's eyes sparkled as she lifted her face. Really? Thank you. Jiayu looked at her and smiled helplessly. There is no need to thank me, as if we were strangers. Lu Qinglan smiled nonchalantly and lowered her head. Songzu played with her fingers, pressing her hand against his face, his body seeming to lack bones as he nestled against her legs. Qinglan, please don't go. Can't we just live our lives well together? I do not wish for you to take risks. His sentiments diverged from theirs. Qi Xian and Jiayu glanced at him, only able to perceive his pale profile. In a corner hidden from their view, Songyu held Lu Qinglan's hand, gently caressing her palm, his gaze rife with possessiveness. It was a twisted, dark desire, starkly contrasting with his gentle and handsome appearance. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, revealing a distorted smile. As long as he could gain Qinglan's love and attention, he would willingly do anything. He would exhaust every means to remain by her side forever, or to keep her eternally close to him. He understood that Qinglan longed to return home, a desire that even Qi Xian could not alter. Moreover, if she could go back, she would forsake everything, including Qi Xian, not to mention him and his brother. Therefore, it would be best if Qinglan could never return. As long as she remained here, they would have a lifetime to be with her, a lifetime to earn her love after her compromise. Qinglan possessed no spiritual power. Here, she could only rely on them, solely dependent on them. Jiayu felt a sudden jolt in his heart, sensing that Songju's mental state was unstable, which in turn unsettled him. Songju, what are you saying? Lu Qinglan inquired, a hint of anxiety in her voice. She feared that her previous concerns were manifesting. Here, she felt utterly unsafe. In this place, there was no law, no strength. To survive, finding a partner was imperative, yet she lacked the power to dominate a partner, which could lead to significant problems. Even more terrifyingly, she could end up imprisoned. Thus, she yearned to return home, to that stable haven. Songju opened his eyes, his gaze misty yet devoid of any lingering shadows. I worry about you, he said, kneeling between her legs, holding her hand. I worry about you. I fear you may be harmed in ways we cannot see. Lu Qinglan felt a sense of relief wash over her as she exhaled softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. With all of you by my side, I know I will be protected. She spoke with unwavering trust, placing her complete faith in them. Songzu gazed into her eyes, seemingly attempting to penetrate her exterior and uncover the turmoil within. After a moment, Songzu smiled, squinting slightly, and nodded. Indeed. I shall always safeguard you. Chapter 67. The melody. Xueqing observed them, feeling a pang of unwillingness at Lu Qinglan's lack of attention towards her. In a fit of childish frustration, she began to shout and splashed water around, reminiscent of a typical mischievous child. Lu Qinglan glanced over, inquiring, "What is it?" Xueqing gazed at her and reached out to pluck a pearl from her hair. "Is this for me?" Lu Qinglan approached and took the pearls. While Xueqing's eyes sparkled with delight as he continued to extract more from his hair, soon retrieving 2 or 3 more. "There's no need to send them." Lu Qinglan pressed his hand down. Xueqing gazed at her, his expression somewhat pitiable. Although Lu Qinglan was aware that he was no longer a mere cub, his appearance was undeniably deceptive. With his cherubic roundness, accentuated by youthful features, his large eyes and rosy lips complemented by pearly white teeth, he resembled an endearing little child. Lu Qinglan's heart softened in an instant. Xueqing reached out to pluck another pearl, only to be restrained by Lu Qinglan's hand. "Xueqing, did you feel anything when you returned to your ancestral form?" Lu Qinglan crouched down to meet his gaze, observing him earnestly. Xueqing's ears flushed red, and he shyly swam backward, submerging himself partially, leaving only his eyes visible as he blew a series of bubbles. Lu Qinglan sighed in exasperation. "Perhaps you should write it down instead, so that Qixin can recognize it." Qixin approached, assisting Lu Qinglan to his feet before crouching down himself. His expression grave as if interrogating a suspect, meticulous in his demeanor. Xueqing appeared momentarily stunned, then buried himself underground, completely ignoring him. Considering the brief time spent learning with the Shuzhou clan, Lu Qinglan had only acquired a limited understanding of beast script, managing to read only a handful of common characters. Qixin, feeling somewhat helpless, looked at Xueqing, who was at a loss. Jiao Yu chuckled, the sound dripping with sarcasm. He moved closer, lowered his head, and his eyes brimmed with derision and disdain. "If you truly wish to assist Qinglan and restore your former self, then refrain from such antics. Instead, write down your feelings from that time." The water surface fell silent for a moment, and then Xueqing emerged, presenting a large shell, upon which a few characters were inscribed. Lu Qinglan cast a curious glance, pondering the meaning behind the words. It was stated that within the illusion, he only experienced a fleeting dizziness, followed by a gentle and melodious song that roused him. Upon awakening, he discovered himself transformed into a youthful visage, yet the memories of the illusion remained vividly intact. This suggested that he was, in fact, unaware of the reasons for his ancestral regression. Lu Qinglan felt a sense of helplessness. No, surely everything must be interconnected. "Jiao Yu took the shellboard. Was there something amiss with that song?" Lu Qinglan understood intuitively and settled beside him. Qixin also leaned against her, his hand resting on the lower part of her waist to shield against the chill of the water. Xueqing seized the opportunity to surface, shaking off the droplets from her face and resting her cheek against Lu Qinglan's shoulder. The group reclined by the water's edge, delving into the profound implications within. Song Zhu's expression, shrouded in the dim light, appeared enigmatic, revealing only the faintest hint of a strained smile. His hand hung down, tightly gripping the animal hide. The veins on the back of his hand visibly darkened. "I shall go fetch some water," he announced as he turned to depart. Lu Qinglan emerged from her reverie, feeling a twinge of regret. Yet, caught in a dilemma, she found herself unable to rise, offering only a soft expression of gratitude. "Thank you for your trouble, Songzhu." Songzhu smiled at her before turning to depart. "Do you still recall the melody of that song?" Lu Qinglan gently inquired of Xueqing, her tender demeanor understandable. For even the most mischievous child, when quietly observing her, evoked a sense of gentleness. Xueqing, enchanted by her mother's warmth, was utterly lost in the moment. Had she been able to speak, she would have already divulged every secret from her mother's treasure trove. Though she was unable to articulate her thoughts, she could hum a melody, and after a brief contemplation, she began to softly sing. The voice of the mermaid was a gift from the heavens, a sound that could only be described as celestial. The tune was melodious and pleasing, though it featured numerous twists and turns, maintaining a consistent pitch. In no time, she had finished her song and gestured to Lu Qinglan to convey that it was not a lack of desire to continue, but rather that the segment was but a brief one. "I have recorded it and shall send it to Priest Lixian for her listening." With delicate fingers, she touched a small white pom-pom, then gently caressed Lu Qinglan's face. It may require some time, as the journey to the Shuzhou tribe would be long, with many uncertainties along the way. Lu Qinglan felt the chill of his fingertips and gently nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you," she said softly. Jiao Yu curved her lips into a smile, shaking her head. No need for thanks. If you desire it, I shall certainly help you achieve it. His voice was tender, causing Lu Qinglan's ears to flush crimson as she lowered her gaze. Their atmosphere was tinged with an ambiguous intimacy, and although Qi Xian felt a pang of discomfort, he chose to leave the room, granting them their space. Jiao Yu transformed into a colossal white python, coiling around Lu Qinglan and allowing her to sit upon her serpentine tail, the tip of which flicked excitedly. Xueqing glanced at the blushing Lu Qinglan and then at Jiao Yu, who had nearly enveloped her in a cocoon. Frustrated, she splashed water in protest, creating a cascade of droplets that landed upon Jiao Yu's delicate, white scales. Xueqing, in her vexation, swam back and forth, raising her fishtail in an attempt to capture Lu Qinglan's attention. Sister Qinglan, look at me. My scales are far more beautiful, a splendid shade of blue and purple. His scales are so plain compared to mine. However, it was evident that they could not comprehend Xueqing's words. They could only observe the little mermaid tumbling in the water, waving her tail. Jiao Yu, well aware of the implications of her actions, regarded Xueqing with a hint of derision. You can't even revert to your original form, and yet you still covet her. Xueqing, what troubles you? Lu Qinglan felt a slight warmth in her ears. Instinctively, she raised her hand to rub her face, attempting to dissipate the heat and alleviate her embarrassment. Xueqing, with glistening eyes, cried out, Sister, wait for me to recover. Woo-woo, I will be even more beautiful, far surpassing them. Sister, once I am restored, I shall pursue you fervently. Jiao Yu gently held Lu Qinglan. Her tail, sharp and possessive, nestled against Lu Qinglan's neck. Let us retreat to the inner room so that Xueqing may rest, she suggested. The slight trembling of her tail made Lu Qinglan's neck itch, prompting her to instinctively shrink away, pinning the tip of the tail between her shoulder and neck. It was rather ticklish. Jiao Yu embraced her waist and chuckled softly. The water should be warm now. Let us go inside. You have had a tiring day. After a bath, you deserve a good rest. Upon hearing this, Xueqing submerged herself in the water, her energy waning. She realized the importance of maintaining tranquility, for Qinglan was already quite fatigued as a mature and composed male. He must not burden the female. Lu Qinglan nodded. Throughout the day, neither the arena nor the merfolk were to be underestimated. Very well, you all should retire early. Jiao Yu lowered her head, affectionately resting her pale face upon Lu Qinglan's shoulder. Did you sleep well with sons.The today? Lu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback, filled with a sense of surprise. Song-Zhu seemed to be in a rather poor state today. The warm breath of Jiao Yu brushed against her neck and ear, causing the faint blush that had just faded to return. Song-Zhu harbored profound feelings for you. Today, he nearly sought your comfort. Jiao Yu's soft crimson eyes were gentle yet melancholic, fixated intently on the woman in her embrace. Please, save him. Chapter 68, The Bamboo Hairpin. Lu Qinglan wore an expression tinged with guilt, her eyes cast downward. Outside, Song-Zhu had already prepared the water and intended to bring it in, but was momentarily halted by the rights his brother was advocating for him. Qi Xian leaned against the door, observing him. Your brother is quite concerned about you. Song-Zhu paid no heed to this remark. His steps merely paused for a moment before he rapped on the door. Qinglan, the water is ready. I shall bring it in. Inside, the sound of scales brushing against each other could be heard, but it soon fell silent. As Lu Qinglan stepped outside, intending to fetch hot water, she was gently sidestepped by Song-Zhu. It's scalding. Allow me to take it in, he offered. His long hair cascaded down, exuding a tender yet bashful demeanor. With a few strands even dipping into the water, Lu Qinglan instinctively reached out to brush his hair aside, droplets cascading down and creating ripples in the air. She felt the dampness at her fingertips and returned to reality. Under the gaze of his tear-glimmering eyes, she pondered for a moment before saying, You go ahead and take it in first. With that, she turned to leave. Song-Zhu stiffened momentarily, his dark thoughts once again gaining the upper hand. Why does he not wish to spend time with me? Why is he reluctant to exchange even a few words? Am I truly inferior to my brother and Qi Xian? I shall take it in then. Perhaps his expression bore such profound solitude that even Qi Xian, his rival, felt a twinge of pity for him. Approaching, he intended to relieve him of the basin. No need, Song-Zhu replied coldly, turning away and even allowing his tail to protrude, effectively blocking his hand. Qi Xian did not insist. Stepping back a few paces, the water will grow cold. Let us take it in first. Observing Song-Zhu retreat into the inner room, he ceased to pay attention and decided to fetch more hot water. Meanwhile, Lu Qinglan ventured into the adjacent bamboo grove. contemplating which bamboo was suitable. The stalks she could twist off were rather slender, mere branches with leaves that snapped easily. Thus, she cast them aside. The bamboo here was too robust, unsuitable for her intended creation, and having rushed out, she had brought no tools. Should I return for tools first? She rubbed her goose-fleshed arms. The darkness here was oppressive, and the wind swept through the bamboo, causing the leaves to sway and produce a cacophonous rustle. Ah, never mind. I shall return for tools. As she turned around, she spotted a tall figure merely 3 meters away, observing her. The night was dim, and she could scarcely discern the stranger's features. Well, scared you? A luminous pearl flickered, illuminating his face. Yanqi playfully made a ghostly face. Ah, had it not been for his voice jolting her, Lu Qinglan might have suffered a heart attack. What are you doing here? Lu Qinglan was genuinely surprised. It was as if a pillow had been offered just as she felt drowsy. Yanqi pointed to the bamboo overhead, indicating, I am resting here. What brings you here at such a late hour? Where is your companion? What if you were to fall? His words were imbued with concern. Just moments ago, he had noticed Lu Qinglan bending down to observe the bamboo and, fearing to disturb her, had discreetly cleared away several stones in her path. I just stepped out for a moment, Lu Qinglan replied with a smile. She felt that her relationship with Yanqi resembled that of a gentlemanly friendship. Moreover, Yanqi's cheerful disposition ensured that he never came across as intrusive. Do your companions all reside here? I had assumed you would be staying near the mountain wall. She had previously observed the feathered tribe flying toward that direction at night, instinctively believing that all of them lived there. Yanqi shook his head. It is just me who resides here. My mother has gone to the beast god temple, and I chose to stay here, as it is a bit closer. Lu Qinglan suddenly recalled the words spoken by Qimo regarding an adopted son, the son of the priest. But why? Orcs tend to express their emotions more candidly. Generally, if you treat me well, I shall reciprocate. Yanqi, being such an affable orc, should have no trouble in this regard. However, from his tone, it seemed he did not receive a warm reception from his fellow Yuzu. Perhaps Qishuan's circumstances were somewhat akin to his own, both having been abandoned by their parents and left to fend for themselves, which stirred a sense of concern within Lu Qinglan. Yet, fearing that her words might offend Yanqi, she softly remarked, the bamboo forest gets chilly at night, and without the shelter of a cave, do take care of yourself. Yanqi paused momentarily, then broke into a radiant smile, resembling a cheerful sunflower. His eyes squinted with delight, lashes brushing together, tiny droplets forming upon them due to the cold. Thank you for your concern. I have grown accustomed to it. This sentiment led Lu Qinglan to ponder further. The poor child had likely endured bullying, and even though his adoptive mother was a priestess, she could not always be there to protect him. Consequently, a glimmer of pity inevitably appeared in her eyes. To be candid, these children, in modern times, would be of university age, yet the orc society compelled them to embark on adult responsibilities prematurely. If you ever wish to, you can join me for a meal at my temporary residence. Then, feeling a twinge of discomfort, she added, my partner will also be present. It will be lively with more people. Yanqi's eyes widened in surprise, akin to a drenched puppy discovering a temporary refuge from the rain. His gaze filled with clarity and gratitude. Thank you. You are my good friend. Lu Qinglan also broke into a smile. Well, you are my friend too. Yanqi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, causing the feathers in his hair to sway back and forth. Sigh, what brings you here at such a late hour? Lu Qinglan pointed at the bamboo and expressed her desire for a slender, newly sprouted shoot to carve a hairpin for her partner. Yanqi's face revealed a mixture of envy and admiration, remarking on Lu Qinglan's kindness towards her partner. I heard you mention tools. Did you forget to bring them? Lu Qinglan smiled apologetically, for the situation had arisen quite unexpectedly. No problem at all. Allow me to assist you, Yanqi proclaimed, unfurling his expansive wings that nearly enveloped her. Thank you for your help. Lu Qinglan did not decline, gesturing towards a bamboo stalk that was as wide as a finger. The bamboo was smooth and vibrant green, its leaves a tender shade of jade. With a swift motion, Yanqi extended the sharp blades of his wings, effortlessly slicing through the bamboo. Following Lu Qinglan's instructions, he extracted a segment approximately 6 inches in length. Is this sufficient? Yanqi inquired, presenting the bamboo to her. Yes, this will do perfectly, Lu Qinglan affirmed, taking it into her hands. She then smoothed both ends until they were rounded. Next, she ignited the resin she had just collected, applying it to the ends and carefully removing the outer blackened layer, subsequently attaching bamboo leaves for embellishment. As she examined the somewhat rugged bamboo, a slight frown creased her brow. What troubles you? Did I make a mistake? Yanqi asked, noticing her furrowed expression and feeling a twinge of anxiety regarding his previous actions. Lu Qinglan hurriedly explained, "It is not your fault. I merely feel that my skills are lacking and my work is not visually appealing." Yanqi smiled and replied, "The sentiment is what truly matters. What you create for your partner is undoubtedly the best." Lu Qinglan let out a light laugh, feeling comforted by him, and expressed her gratitude. "Next time you come to my house for dinner, it will be there," she said, pointing outside and informing him of her temporary residence. Yanqi nodded with a cheerful smile, but once she departed, he concealed his smile and gazed wistfully at the sky, aware that tomorrow was still far off. After sitting for a moment, he reached out to pick up the ground black resin, which shimmered with hints of gold beneath its dark surface. How envious it was to be remembered in such a way. He then retrieved his spiritual weapon, a scroll of the mountains and seas, and drew forth a bamboo hairpin that was nearly identical to the one Lu Qinglan had crafted, twisting it into his hair before finally placing it back into his clothing. He eagerly anticipated the following day. Chapter 69, The Gift Inside the Room. The water had grown cold multiple times, and the pine and bamboo had fallen several times as well. He resembled a consort awaiting the emperor's favor, his expression numb, akin to a concubine who sat through the night until dawn. Juyu was at a loss on how to comfort him, only able to gently pat his shoulder. Perhaps Qinglan was preoccupied with something? Songju's expression remained unchanged, still numb, his amber eyes deepening into a dark golden hue. Jiaoyu hesitated to speak, ultimately choosing to leave once more to boil water. As Lu Qinglan stepped through the threshold of her home, an unmistakable sense of unease enveloped her. "Qinglan, come in and take a bath," Qi Xian urged, gently pulling her along. As the water had grown cold several times, they had reheated it repeatedly. Lu Qinglan felt a tinge of embarrassment, apologizing for her prolonged absence. He shook his head and gently grasped her icy fingers. "Why did you leave so abruptly? Did something come to mind?" He noticed that she hadn't donned a coat. At that moment, he caught sight of the bamboo hairpin in Lu Qinglan's hand, which surprised him slightly. "It's for Songzu," Lu Qinglan replied with a smile, showing it to him. The bamboo was somewhat coarse, adorned with delicate engravings. Qi Xian lowered his gaze, his other hand tightening slightly, leaving faint imprints on the animal hide. "It's quite beautiful. You should go inside now. Please don't venture out so late next time. The weather will gradually turn colder." Qi Xian draped his animal hide over her shoulders, enveloping her in his scent, which offered him a modicum of solace from the sadness that lingered in his heart. "All right." Lu Qinglan tightened her clothing, reaching out to embrace Qi Xuan's waist, resting her face against his chest, softly offering comfort. "I will bring you gifts in the future. Do not be disheartened." Qi Xian chuckled gently, returning her embrace and holding her waist tightly, almost wishing to merge her into his very being. "It's all right. I truly am fine." In her heart, having him was sufficient. Though a twinge of discomfort lingered, she knew he would exercise restraint. Qinglan had already shown him considerable affection, which, in contrast, rendered her demeanor towards Jiao Yusong Zhu somewhat dismissive. Lu Qinglan gently caressed his face. "All right, please do not feel distressed. Your expression evokes a profound sense of empathy within me. The sorrow and despondency you exhibit resemble a drenched dog, cast aside and licking its own coat in a corner after being kicked." Qi Xian nuzzled her palm, gazing at her with a deep affection reflected in his chestnut-hued eyes. "I shall take my leave now," Lu Qinglan said, struggling slightly. Qi Xian tightened his embrace, then lowered his head to nuzzle her neck, uncontrollably leaving his scent upon her skin before gradually releasing her. "I will go heat some water," he spoke softly, gently squeezing Lu Qinglan's hand before departing. Lu Qinglan gently rubbed her face, calming her breath before stepping into the inner room. The little merman was already asleep, nestled comfortably in the water's embrace, his exquisite tail rising and falling with each breath, exuding an air of innocence. Bubbles ascended, only to burst upon the surface. "You're back?" Jiaoyu lifted the curtain made of animal hides, tilting his head to gaze at her. His long hair cascaded down the pale, exquisite contours of his face, while his serpentine tail instinctively reached out to her, coiling around her form. "Come in quickly," he beckoned, his voice soft, reminiscent of a sickly beauty on a mural tempting a scholar seeking refuge from the rain. Lu Qinglan felt a momentary embarrassment over her thoughts, and by the time she regained her composure, she had already entered the inner room. Songju sat by the bedside, his head bowed, dark hair cascading down, obscuring his expression. However, unlike before, he did not greet Lu Qinglan with the usual warmth. Instead, he seemed somewhat withdrawn, even slightly turned away. "Songju?" Lu Qinglan settled beside him, uncertain of how to initiate a conversation. In her interactions with others, she often found herself in a passive role, relying on others to guide her in establishing connections. This time, she had hoped that Songzhu would broach a topic, allowing her to seamlessly present him with the hairpin. Yet, his silence rendered the atmosphere even more awkward. Jiao Yu cleared his throat and took a seat on Lu Qinglan's other side. What were you doing out so late? His serpentine tail coiled around Lu Qinglan's ankle, the coolness of its scales causing her to shiver. Immediately, Jiao Yu released it, opting instead to wrap it around the edge of her garment. Lu Qinglan cast a grateful glance at him, a slight sigh of relief escaping her lips. Songzhu, I believe your performance in the arena today was exceptional. You triumphed over numerous orcs. Therefore, I have prepared a gift for you. Songzhu turned to face her, his striking eyes ablaze with intensity, akin to a meteor descending upon withered grass, igniting a conflagration. Lu Qinglan seemed to be scorched by his expectant gaze, awkwardly averting her eyes. In contrast to the affable and charming demeanor that could earn her favor, he was far more reserved, regarding his emotions with an air of distant observation. Even though the verdant growth of his feelings had overflowed its banks, his exterior remained composed. It was perplexing for Lu Qinglan to comprehend why they could harbor such intense affection for a woman they had scarcely known, even desiring to spend a lifetime with her. They too failed to grasp her reluctance to draw closer to them. Females typically seek out formidable partners, as such relationships amplify their own strength, and they revel in displaying their charisma through intimacy. Yet, Lu Qinglan appeared to be gripped by an unfathomable fear, as if relinquishing her resolve would lead to her inevitable downfall, rendering her an absurdity in a world that felt alien to her. She produced a hairpin, warmed by the heat of her palm. Songzhu reached out to receive it. To him, this coarse pin seemed more exquisite than anything else, illuminating the shadows of his heart. As he softened in demeanor, Lu Qinglan seemed to sense the way to soothe him. This isn't particularly exquisite. I promise to bring you something better next time. Upon saying this, she felt an unsettling familiarity, akin to her former boss's grandiose promises. However, the beastfolk of this world had never been subjected to the relentless grind of 996 or the hollow promises of a brighter tomorrow. A few comforting words were invariably effective. At last, Songzhu managed to smile, only for tears to follow, leaving Lu Qinglan flustered and uncertain. I do not know how to win your affection. I am unsure of your desires. You seem to lack nothing, and I have nothing to offer you. He wiped away his tears with the back of his hand, his tail curling around Lu Qinglan's waist, tightening slightly yet fearful of causing her discomfort. I am deeply worried. I fear you may not want me, that I may not meet your standards, and that you are unwilling to console me. He bent down, enveloping Lu Qinglan in his embrace, his entire form nestled against her, tears soaking into the beast hide beneath them. I do not know what to do. I wish to be of some use to you, yet it seems I am of little worth. Lu Qinglan felt a sense of discomfort, unsure of how to explain to Songzhu, and could only reach out to embrace him. Allow me to adorn you, she offered, taking the bamboo hairpin and deftly twisting it through Songzhu's inky locks, forming an elegant bun. When I first saw your hair cascading into the water, I thought that if only it were gathered up, it would be truly beautiful. Indeed, Songzhu was better suited for such a hairstyle. With his classically refined appearance, he naturally complemented the attire of ancient times. It looks splendid, he exclaimed, a shy smile gracing his features as he tightened his hold on her slightly. He desired little, merely a hint of reassurance that he was cherished. Chapter 70. The Serpent and the Merfolk. The following day, the young merfolk noticed the noticeably radiant countenances of the Serpent brothers, which struck him as peculiar. However, he paid them little heed, for his thoughts were consumed by tender notions of femininity, yearning only to be close to Qinglan. Let me take you to the arena, he suggested, reverting to his original form, bending his serpentine head, his ruby-like eyes gazing at her. As Lu Qinglan was about to respond, he was once again halted by Songzhu's grip on his hand, the hairpin still nestled in his locks. Just yesterday, he had intended to wear it to bed, and after much coaxing from Lu Qinglan, he finally relented. Yet, this morning, he had once again styled his hair meticulously. Qinglan merely uttered a name and refrained from further comment, his eyes brimming with anticipation, both pitiable and endearing. Jiao Yu sighed softly, transforming back into his semi-serpent form. Qinglan, allow Songzhu to accompany you. Perhaps he had learned of Songzhu's circumstances from Ran. Initially, he had harbored some grievances regarding his brother's preferential treatment from their mother. However, now he was left with only a sense of guilt-laden acceptance. They were brothers, conjoined as a two-headed serpent, sharing an intrinsic bond of empathy. Songzhu's interactions with Qinglan were, in essence, his own. There was little distinction between the two. Jiao Yu compelled himself to embrace this notion, consciously avoiding contemplation of their differing perceptions. Oh dear. The little merman floundered in the water's embrace, on the verge of becoming a beached fish. He could momentarily venture onto land, yet he could not revert to human legs. He could only writhe upon the ground like a fish out of water. Lu Qinglan felt troubled and turned to approach. Should she take him along? However, Xu Weqing was Lan's child. Would it be too conspicuous? Xu Weqing, are you well at home? Your sister will return shortly. Lu Qinglan gently caressed his silvery hair, soothing him with tender words. Xu Weqing understood that she did not wish to bring him along, and he began to gesture while holding her hand, trying to articulate his feelings. After much effort, he could not express himself clearly, and tears that had been welling in his eyes suddenly fell. The droplets rolled to the ground, and in the water, they quickly solidified into rounded pearls. Oh, do not cry, do not cry. It is a source of profound guilt for adults to witness a child in tears, especially when the child is not wailing loudly but rather sobbing softly. Lu Qinglan cradled Xu Weqing in her arms, the fur dampened by the child's presence. As if soothing a young one, she gently patted Xu Weqing's back. sons.The entered the room, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Qinglan, allow me, he offered. Despite his appearance, he was no longer a child. He would need to seek a companion in the future. However, Xu Weqing abruptly swatted sons.Ju's hand away, tightening her embrace around Lu Qinglan, burying her head deeper into Lu Qinglan's bosom. You wicked one, do not think to separate me from Sister Qinglan. I refuse to seek a partner. I only want Sister Qinglan. It's all right, I will handle it, Lu Qinglan replied with a resigned smile towards sons.The, continuing to hold Xu Weqing close. sons.The paused, retracting his hand, a strand of hair cascading down as he bowed his head, the sunlight transforming it into a golden hue, delicate and gentle. Qinglan, will you take him with you? Wouldn't it be inconvenient? His serpent tail began to twitch restlessly. If only he could cast aside this insufferable creature and embrace Qinglan solely for himself. How could that foul, briny scent ever tarnish Qinglan's presence? Lu Qinglan pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Snow Qing began to weep anew, her pearls scattering chaotically across the ground. Sister, I mean no trouble. Please do not abandon me. Wu, I am obedient. Lu Qinglan gazed at him, letting out a sigh. Should he express his dissent, it would stir a prolonged commotion. Moreover, the merman was capable of venturing onto land. If he were to do so and be spotted, it would create an awkward situation, leading others to mistakenly believe we were bullying the young merman. Xu Weqing clung to Lu Qinglan's neck, nodding fervently while defiantly casting glances at sons.The. sons.The regarded him with indifference. What purpose did such a powerless creature serve in reverting to its former self? Apart from feigning childish tears, what else could it accomplish? Its current combat prowess fell short even of theirs. Furthermore, he recalled a certain threatening aspect of the mermen. Their voices, though lacking the beguiling allure of sirens, possessed an intoxicating quality. The mermen, being a hedonistic race, exhibited a more expressive emotional nature, relishing physical intimacy more than other races. If one were to consider Qi Xian as a somewhat rigid and proper beast-man, the mermen excelled in the art of seduction far beyond him, embodying the very essence of allure, yearning to remain perpetually close to their partners. Moreover, their innate talents surpassed even those of the serpentine race. Just as Qi Xian viewed them, they regarded the mermen in equal measure. Lu Qinglan gently placed the small mermaid into the conch shell, where the snow-blue figure resembled an exquisite figurine, nestled snugly within. It obediently grasped her finger with a delicate touch. With a soft sound, sons.The coiled around, lifting Lu Qinglan, who was cradling the conch, onto his serpentine back. This marked Lu Qinglan's inaugural experience riding upon sons.The, whose scales were more intricate than those of Jiao Yu, and whose body temperature was notably cooler. She secured herself by holding onto sons.Ju's back with one hand, while the other carefully clutched the conch, ensuring that no water would spill out. As sons.Ju twisted his body, his triangular head brushed against her face, and his forked tongue flicked at her ear, gliding over her tender skin. Lu Qinglan suddenly recalled the forked tip of his tongue from last night. Her face instantly flushed, and a tingling sensation crawled up her spine. Their tails, deftly entwined around her ankles, rendered her powerless to escape. Though it was merely a kiss, it nevertheless evoked a profound sense of possession characteristic of the serpentine clan, alongside the constricting sensation caused by their tails. Qinglan, be sure to bring Xu Weqing along. Jiao Yu's tail tip pressed against her back, the incessant quivering of its end brushing against her spine. The little mermaid cried out in indignation, yet her voice diminished by her smaller form, sounded akin to a kitten's soft mew. "Do not come near my sister Qinglan. You wretched serpents. Keep your repulsive tongues away from her. Please, go away." Lu Qinglan pushed them away slightly, covering her back, yet unable to muffle her ears, and even then, failing to shield her tailbone. Aware of her embarrassment, they refrained from further provocations, guiding their companion towards the arena. By the time they arrived, the atmosphere was already electric with the murmur of the crowd. Thanks to Tsangfu, they were spared the discomfort of jostling outside. In the front rows, Lu Qinglan spotted Lingyue, whom she had not encountered the previous day, while Jiang Chongzheng, deep in thought, sought to exchange a few words with her, though Lingyue remained aloof, her demeanor radiating clear resistance. Lu Qinglan watched, unable to suppress her laughter. Lingyue noticed her and, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, formed the shape of Qinglan with her lips. Her voice was drowned out by the cheers celebrating Chima's latest victory over his opponent. Lu Qinglan smiled and waved at her. Upon seeing Lu Qinglan, Jiang Chong's eyes brightened, as if he had grasped the last straw, pondering how to persuade her to speak a few kind words on his behalf. At that moment, Qimo also raised his hand, signaling for a brief respite. His upper body was bare, revealing warm brown skin marred by several bloodstains, adding an air of wildness and untamed spirit. He regarded the tardy Lu Qinglan with a gaze that was resolute and focused. Chapter 71. Rival in Love. A robust orc leaped down from the arena and approached her. But Jiao Yu and Song Zhu stood in his way. "What do you intend to do?" they inquired, their expressions wary, almost sharp, as if the word rejection was written across their faces. Qimo's warm brown skin slightly heaved, his olive-green eyes shimmering with the light of experience from several battles. "Akin to emeralds. I wish to speak with Qinglan," he said, licking his dry lips, his voice somewhat parched. "Rival in love." Xue Qing's fur bristled as he swam restlessly within the conch shell. Had it not been for Lu Qinglan's palm pressing against the conch's opening, he would have undoubtedly leapt out to confront the orc. I knew it, he thought, exasperated. How could such an exceptional female as Qinglan lack suitors, or orcs who secretly admired her? Xue Qing was in a frenzy. He desperately wished for the two serpent kin to exhibit greater fortitude, to thwart that orc, preferably giving him a sound thrashing to deter him from coveting the illustrious Qinglan. Compared to the serpent kin and the other clans who had long since become Qinglan's companions, he at least had been mentally prepared. What was more difficult to accept was the intrusion of yet another orc, especially now that he appeared so childlike. To encounter the most favored female during his most vulnerable moments was a torment of beastly existence. Jiao Yu and Song Zhu exchanged glances with Lu Qinglan, seeking her counsel. Almost all the orcs directed their gazes towards them. The child of the chief guard of the capital, that peculiar little wolf with an unusual perspective on courtship, was now trying to ingratiate himself with a female who already had a mate. Those orcs familiar with this situation were nearly left agape. Just yesterday, that serpent orc had nearly perished in the arena due to the unequal distribution of mates. Yet, to call her unfair, she had climbed onto the stage in such perilous circumstances to confront other orcs, bleeding from her hands yet refusing to relent. Confusion lingered in everyone's hearts. That female was already married, and her male counterpart suffered anguish from not receiving her preferential treatment. What admirable qualities had captivated Qimo, compelling him to disregard his former beliefs and pursue her? All eyes were upon the female, eager to witness her response. Lu Qinglan froze, feeling somewhat at a loss. What on earth was this fellow thinking? She wished she could find a crevice to stuff him into. "Qinglan, I wish to speak with you privately." Qimo half-squatted, his fluffy ears pressed against his head. "If you truly respect Qinglan, you ought not to make such a request at this moment." Jiao Yu's expression turned frosty, his light crimson gaze revealing a hint of anger. Qimo turned to him, having just descended from the arena, his residual fighting spirit ignited. "I am conversing with Qinglan. You do not speak for her." "Qimo, I do not appreciate this situation. If you have something to discuss with me, let us wait until after the bonfire party." Lu Qinglan felt the dampness of the little merman's palm, his hand pressed against hers. Qimo wished to advance further, but Jiao Yu's tail stood erect, poised for action. Should he raise his other foot, a conflict would surely ensue. Jiang Chong sensed the impending disaster. He could not fathom how Qimo had squandered such a promising hand. Just the other day, he had been boasting, and now his mind seemed to falter. Even though Jiang Chong's relationship with Ling Yu had been strained due to Qimo's actions, they had shared many years of friendship. Thus, he immediately jumped in to restrain Qimo, offering a smile to Jiao Yu. "He is just a bit dazed from the fight. Don't take it to heart." Jiang Chong held Qimo firmly, attempting to lead him away, but Qimo remained stubbornly in place, causing Jiang Chong to feel exasperated. He pressed Qimo's head down and whispered, in front of so many people, "Do not make Qinglan uncomfortable. This will only incite her greater disdain for you." Qimo's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at Jiang Chong, longing to turn and look at Lu Qinglan, but Jiang Chong's grip held him fast. He wanted to express that his relationship with Qinglan had been quite good until now. They had escorted the little merman through the darkness, wrapped in his coat. He wished to inquire why Qinglan had grown distant and unfamiliar over the past 2 days, as if the events of that night were nothing more than a whimsical dream. With only the lingering scent of the fur he had embraced serving as a reminder of reality. In the throes of hormones, he found himself acting in an utterly unexpected manner. Would she truly find me repulsive? Qimo had just emerged from his self-absorbed world. Observing that all eyes were upon him, several females displaying looks of disdain, regret began to seep in. Along with worry, he dared not meet Lu Qinglan's gaze. Fearing it would reveal an aversion he could scarcely bear, Lu Qinglan felt that he was in a situation akin to Songzhu. The orc transformed into a different being when engaged in combat, with a tumultuous frenzy coursing through his veins that was both alarming and awe-inspiring. Whether it was the typically introverted and shy Songzhu or the inherently obstinate Qimo, let us converse again after today's duel concludes. Lu Qinglan responded to him once more. Her gentle and soothing tone instantly calmed the trembling Qima. His tail, which had been poised to tuck away, now perked up due to her words. Lu Qinglan pondered whether it was related to the events of the previous night, when he intended to discuss something concerning Xueqing with her. However, given the public setting, it was indeed inappropriate to broach such topics, prompting her to consider how best to reassure him. Would it be after the duel? Qimo timidly turned around, his earlier bravado dissipating, replaced by a hint of awkwardness. Yet, Lu Qinglan couldn't shake the feeling that there was something almost bashful about Qimo. She shivered unexpectedly, instinctively attempting to dismiss this unsettling thought. Jiao Yu and Songzhu's expressions had turned icy, yet being Lu Qinglan's companions, they felt unable to obstruct her. As Jiang Chong led Qimo away, out of sight, Jiao Yu and Songzhu positioned themselves beside Lu Qinglan like sentinels. The surrounding beastmen quickly disregarded the incident, attributing Qimo's behavior to the heat of the battle and awaiting the next contest. To disregard a female's sentiments for the fleeting whims of a male was a reprehensible act. Fellow females would perceive this as a lack of decorum on the part of the males, embarrassing the females in public. In contrast, the males would take heed of this as a cautionary lesson, reminding themselves to tread carefully. Upon returning to the arena, Qimo seemed invigorated by Lu Qinglan's words, fighting with increased ferocity, displaying techniques as if to showcase his prowess. Jiao Yu and Songzhu's expressions darkened further, with their tails entwining around Lu Qinglan's ankles, slithering up her calves. It was indeed troubling, but Lu Qinglan could only soothe them gently, even reaching out to caress the tips of their increasingly animated tails. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, Qimo surprisingly had yet to be defeated. Typically, a champion would step down after 10 rounds to rest before re-entering the fray. Yet he grew more vigorous with each bout, until Song Fu leaped onto the stage to halt the proceedings, concluding the day's contests. Reluctantly, he left the arena, his gaze brightening as it turned toward Lu Qinglan, his tail wagging exuberantly behind him. Chapter 72. Rival. 2. He resembled a dog, Lu Qinglan thought, a vein of frustration running through her. The once steadfast and stubborn demeanor he had displayed seemed to have faded. He had previously tugged at her, negotiating for favor. Yet now he wagged his tail as if he had pledged allegiance to her. Lu Qinglan still harbored a fondness for small creatures such as kittens and puppies. However, it was evident that Qimo did not possess the endearing qualities of these diminutive animals. Jiao Yusong and Zhu also directed their gazes towards her, their faces bearing a striking resemblance yet exuding an air of vulnerability. Please do not be gone for too long, all right? If anything arises, do call for us, they uttered in unison. Lu Qinglan amusingly pressed down on their hands, saying, I understand. You may wait by the side. Jiao Yusong and Zhu looked at each other, then gazed at the conch nestled in her embrace, inquiring, Do you need us to hold it for you? No, it's quite all right. Lu Qinglan arched her eyes, offering them a gentle smile before turning to approach the still wagging tail of Qimo. Is there something you wish to convey? Is it regarding Xueqing? Qimo paused, momentarily taken aback. Xueqing? Who is Xueqing? He had long forgotten the name of the little merman he encountered previously. It could be said that whenever Lu Qinglan was present, his gaze would inevitably gravitate towards her, be it in the past or the present. She was akin to the sun, Her mere presence rendered everything else trivial. Noticing his perplexed expression, Lu Qinglan furrowed her brow. Isn't that so? Qinglan looked at her, his wagging tail slightly drooping. I just wanted to ask you. What? His voice dwindled to a whisper, his head lowering further. Lu Qinglan, lacking the acute hearing of a beast man, could hardly discern the murmured words escaping his lips. She found herself tiptoeing, attempting to bring her ear closer to his mouth. Meanwhile, Qi Mo's face flushed crimson, his limbs stiffening and trembling ever so slightly, while his tail wagged furiously, nearly causing him to catch a chill. He caught sight of Qinglan's ear, a delicate blush blooming from the base, casting a lovely pale pink hue. The alabaster of her neck further accentuated her porcelain complexion. Qi Mo's thoughts began to spiral into uncertainty. He pondered the disparity in their skin tones, his warm brown skin starkly contrasted with Qinglan's fair complexion. Would she find his skin unappealing? Yet it was a natural trait, one his mother cherished in his father. Might Qinglan share a similar appreciation? If not, what methods could possibly lighten his skin? Before he could devise a solution, Lu Qinglan, puzzled by his demeanor, lifted her gaze to discern what was troubling him. To her astonishment, the crimson hue upon Qi Mo's face was so pronounced that it overshadowed his darker complexion, even his ears radiating a vivid red, rendering him akin to a kettle on the verge of boiling. When their eyes met, his olive-green irises shimmered like a verdant forest awash in sunlight, imbued with the warmth of spring. Qinglan, could you possibly accept me? I am strong, truly strong, he stammered, feeling an unexpected tightness in his throat. As if tears were imminent, he recognized the slim chances of success, yet he yearned to make an attempt. Regret washed over him for having previously treated Qinglan poorly. He genuinely lamented his past behavior. I know I am foolish, lacking the qualities of your current partner. I am not as gentle, nor do I possess the insight to fathom your heart's desires. He inhaled deeply, but I sincerely hope you might consider accepting me. I am strong, and I promise to be obedient. With his ears pressed against his head and his tail coiled around his calf, the little wolf quivered ever so slightly. Lu Qinglan was not particularly surprised. Rather, she felt a sense of inevitability. She had yet to formulate her words, striving to avoid hurting Qi Mo's feelings. Poor thing. She still cherished his defiant demeanor, for at least it spared her the anxiety of an unexpected confession. Suddenly, a small merman leapt from the conch, rapidly enlarging, and lunged towards Qi Mo's face, its claws poised to scratch upon contact. Xueqing. Lu Qinglan was so startled that she nearly dropped the conch shell, but fortunately, Qi Mo reacted swiftly, evading the danger and deftly grasping the conch in her arms, shielding her behind him. The little merman landed on the ground, wincing in pain, his scales shedding in several places, yet he paid no mind as he bared his teeth and waved his claws at Qi Mo. Upon recognizing the little merman he had encountered previously, Qi Mo's memory returned, recalling the name Lu Qinglan had mentioned, Xueqing. It was this little merman. He remembered that he had already turned 18 and undergone his transformation into a beast man. Lu Qinglan immediately felt a pang of sympathy as she lifted Xueqing into her arms. Gazing at the fishtail that had been stripped bare, why did you suddenly leap out? Your scales have fallen off, and there is a bit of blood. Does it hurt? Her voice was laced with tenderness, for despite the appearance of a child, he was but an innocent being, akin to a modern-day infant. Xueqing, seizing the moment, clutched her finger and began to shed small pearls, indeed, tiny pearls, scattering them across the ground in a delightful mess. He lamented, nestled against her, once again sorrowful for his inability to speak. Yet, what filled him with greater resentment were those two serpentine beings. Could they not aspire to greater ambition? They could easily charm and endear themselves to keep Qinglan away from other beastmen. At the very least, they could employ underhanded tactics to ensure this beastman never approached her. A useless bunch, indeed. If he were to become Qinglan's mate, he would protect her fiercely, ensuring that no one, be it Qima or Qibai, could ever dare to seize the opportunity to confess their feelings to her. Why was he even here? Qima harbored a particular disdain for males encroaching upon Qinglan, especially this fully grown male. Lu Qinglan offered a brief explanation, concealing her thoughts as she mentioned that Xueqing's mother, Lan, entrusted Xueqing to me for 2 days of care. Xueqing proudly lifted her small face, her tail held high, as if to declare, "Look, I am residing with the respectable Qinglan. You, a member of the wolf tribe, could never enter here." She still harbored resentment towards Qima for having thrown her into the lake, her tail twitching as if to strike him. Qima's expression was as sour as if he had consumed a bitter fruit, his heart churning with discontent. What if? What if his mother also sought Qinglan's favor? But no, that was impossible. Although this young merman possessed the spirit of an adult male, his exterior remained that of a child. He was indeed a fully grown male. It was simply not feasible for him to dwell within. After all, he was an adult male, and it was best to return him to the seashell. Upon hearing this, Xu Weqing bared her teeth at him, as if to say, "Why should you care? I intend to remain in Qinglan's embrace." Jealous, are you? Indeed. Xu Weqing could not be away from the water for too long. Lu Qinglan placed her above the opening of the seashell in Chima's arms, hoping she would shrink and enter. Yet Xu Weqing clung tightly to her finger, refusing to budge. "Don't let Qinglan hold me for too long. Her arms will tire." Qima sneered coldly. Xu Weqing shot him a fierce glance before turning to nuzzle Lu Qinglan's arm, finally burrowing into the seashell. With this diversion, Lu Qinglan visibly relaxed, smiling at Qima as she cradled the seashell. "Well, I shall take my leave now. Zhao Yu and Song Zhu are still waiting for me." With that, she waved her hand and turned to depart. Chapter 73. Pregnancy. Qima felt a profound sense of loss, realizing that Qinglan did not desire him. Was she still upset about the past? Outside, Jiayu and Songzhu sighed in relief upon seeing her emerge. "Qinglan, shall we return?" She was just about to agree, as Jiayu had long expressed a wish to compete in the arena one last time before their departure, making their return reasonable. It was merely out of Songfu's kindness that she had come, but Qinglan's voice interrupted them. Lingwei approached her with a joyful run, wrapping her arms around Lu Qinglan's neck and bending her slightly forward, causing the seashell filled with water to sway. "Lingwei," she admonished playfully, casting a glance at the excited girl, though a smile tugged at her lips. Lingwei grasped Lu Qinglan's arm, eager to share a monumental secret. "Qinglan, do you know? Qimo is pregnant. She is going to have a little merman." "Really?" Lu Qinglan gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. "When did this happen?" "It seems to have occurred after the last tide of the Jiangqiao. We discovered it while investigating matters concerning the sea tribes." Lingwei cupped her face, a radiant smile illuminating her features. "My mother took me to see her. She is beginning to show." Lu Qinglan was intrigued by her words, yet suddenly recalled Zijin, tentatively inquiring, what does Zijin think? Might she feel that with the arrival of a second child, Zimo's affection for her would wane? Much like many children in contemporary society, she feared that the gaze of her parents might be shared with another. Lingwei, somewhat puzzled, tilted her head and asked, "What do you mean?" "Of course, she is delighted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have refrained from visiting us for so many days. During our last visit, she even expressed her hope for a little sister." Lu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback, then lowered her gaze before raising her face. "All right, I shall prepare and visit Qimo this afternoon. I will accompany you," Lingwei exclaimed, her face brimming with anticipation. "Very well, I shall seek you out then." Upon returning home, Lu Qinglan began to rummage through her belongings, seeking something worthy to present as a gift to Cimo. When she first arrived, it was Cimo and her companions who graciously offered her the finest salt. Having neglected to return the favor until now, and with Cimo expecting a child, Lu Qinglan felt the need to ponder carefully. Ultimately, she selected several bottles of syrup along with some meat. Resolutely leaving behind the 2 snakes and 1 fish in her abode, she eagerly closed the door behind her. Zhao Yu and Song Zhu exchanged a knowing smile, understanding that the bonds among females often run deeper than those between males and females. Moreover, given the cherished news of Cimo's pregnancy, Lu Qinglan's excitement was hardly surprising. Meanwhile, the little merman felt a twinge of discontent, sinking into melancholy. Indeed, Lu Qinglan adored children, yet he too considered himself a child at present. Would she still favor him once he transformed back? Yet, if he could not revert, how could he pursue Lu Qinglan as a male? Presently, a formidable rival lurked nearby, and he feared that if he did not transform in time, he might face even more contenders for her affection. Xu Weqing fell into a profound contemplation, his small head filled with great turmoil. Lu Qinglan summoned Lingwei and arrived at the temporary dwelling of Qimo. It was a cozy little abode, adorned with soft, long-haired animal pelts that cushioned every step with their plush texture. Zijin caught a familiar scent and eagerly leaped to the door, peering outside. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled like stars upon seeing the visitors, and she waved enthusiastically at Lingwei and Lu Qinglan. "Sister Lingwei, Sister Qinglan." Zijin cupped her hands around her mouth, calling out, her tail perked up and fluffy, towering above her head as her ears stood erect in excitement. "Zijin," they called out, naturally extending their hands, each taking one of hers to lead her back inside. Within, Qimo sat upon the bed, enveloped in the plush animal pelts, savoring a piece of tender meat. Her large, fluffy tail rested behind her, resembling a grand cushion. Leaning back, she could nestle into the warm, golden fur. Upon seeing them, she quickly swallowed her mouthful, licked her lips, and smiled gently, placing a hand on her belly, her face radiating warmth and kindness. Her partner tended to her needs, serving tea and water, and at the slightest movement, they would glance up in unison, concerned for her comfort. Lingyue handed some warm pelts to her partner, while Lu Qinglan's gift remained unpresented. As Zejin had already claimed the freshly cured meat, had she not worried that sweets might cause Zejin dental issues, she would have taken a few bottles of candy long ago. "This is honey, and so pure," Chimo exclaimed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she dipped a finger to taste. It was not honey, but syrup crafted by Qinglan. Lingyue, leaning beside Chimo, shared this revelation with pride, praising Qinglan profusely. "How wonderful! This means we won't have to replace the honey. That little bit of honey is truly exorbitant, yet my partner cannot do without it." Chimo instructed her partner to store the remainder, keeping one bottle for herself to examine closely. Zejin immediately settled beside Chimo, eyeing the syrup intently. "How much longer until the baby arrives?" Lu Qinglan crouched down, curiously observing her slightly protruding belly. In truth, she had many questions, such as whether the baby would emerge as a little horse or a fox. What would their size typically be? Chimo and Lingyue exchanged a glance and chuckled. "Qinglan, you seem to have forgotten this due to your amnesia. On land, females of our kind gestate for 3 months regardless of the species. At the appropriate time, we lay an egg, which will be nurtured and incubated by the child's biological father for 3 months before the baby hatches." Lu Qinglan's pupils trembled in astonishment. It turned out that beings in the beastly world were oviparous. She stammered, gesturing hesitantly. How large would that egg be?" Lingyue, seemingly indifferent, formed a circle with her hands, indicating that the egg would be roughly the size of a fist. Lu Qinglan remained silent, her expression vacant. Although she still felt somewhat awkward, her figure was undoubtedly more acceptable than it had been after October. Cimo observed her, tilting her head. "How have you been since your last estrus period? Have you checked? Don't be like me, only discovering the child after fainting on the way." She said this with a hint of embarrassment as she covered her lips. When she had lost consciousness, it had nearly frightened her partner into rushing her back to the beast god temple. It was only after bringing in a few natural-type beastmen that it was confirmed she was indeed pregnant. With this thought, Cimo embraced Zejin, playfully swatting her hand away from the syrup bottle, a blissful smile gracing her face. "I never imagined I would have another child so soon." "What did you and your partner discuss? Your last estrus period had just ended, hadn't it? Perhaps in a specific environment, anyone might trigger their passive skills." Lu Qinglan lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had not yet taken the final step with anyone, as the fear of pregnancy loomed large in her mind. Unlike the orcs, who could lay eggs within 3 months, she was human, and in a world devoid of medical security and sterile environments. The prospect of an unexpected pregnancy was daunting. Thus, she deflected the conversation, stating that she had not yet contemplated such matters and would address them later. Cimo, understanding her hesitation, smiled and took her hand, suggesting that it was perfectly fine to wait a while, as raising a child could indeed be troublesome. It was better for her and her partner to enjoy their sweet life together a little longer. Zejin interjected, tilting her head and looking up at her mother. "Am I a trouble?" "Of course not. You are my most beloved child." Cimo replied affectionately, planting a kiss on her cheek, her face radiating warmth and joy. Chapter 74. Pregnancy. Lingyue observed the interaction between the mother and daughter with a hint of envy, wishing her first child could also be a daughter. Cimo chuckled. "Well, you must first find a partner. Is there anyone among the Shu tribe who has caught your eye?" Lingyue tilted her head proudly. "I certainly deserve the best." Soon after, she began to fantasize about her future daughter, envisioning her to be strong, brave, intelligent, and cheerful, capable of kicking beasts to death and remaining resilient in adversity. All right, Cimo laughed. "By your description, your daughter sounds like an omnipotent deity." With utmost seriousness, Lingyue replied, "Of course not. The most important thing is that no matter what kind of child she becomes, I will love her." Indeed, that is a given. A mother's love for the child born of her and her partner's affection is unconditional. Lu Qinglan's smile lingered upon her visage. "I shall love her as her mother loves the children born of love shared with her partner." She recalled the image of her mother from that night long ago. She had quit smoking, and even when she relapsed, She would cleanse herself and change her attire, all for the sake of her younger sister. She thought of her father, who would smoke outside the car, masking the scent with cologne before entering, mindful of her aunt and younger brother. In the past, her parents would often smoke indoors, enveloping the entire room in a haze, while she, plagued by rhinitis and allergic pharyngitis, found such an environment intolerable. I shall love her. Yet, all they could do was retreat to the restroom or balcony to indulge in a cigarette, the smoke seeping through the cracks of the door into the room. Much like their marriage, suffocating all within. I was not the child born of their love. Rather, they were merely a mismatched pair propelled by the relentless passage of time. Lu Qinglan felt a slight moisture in her eyes and immediately lowered her head. However, I have heard that a young member of the Tiger clan is pursuing you. Is that true? Cimo teased Ling Yu. Ling Yu's lips drooped, and she responded in a muffled tone, but I believe he is not a worthy beast. She then elaborated on the matters concerning Qinglan and Cimo, emphasizing her reproach towards Jiang Chong for insisting that she persuade Qinglan and speak favorably of Cimo. Cimo's expression darkened as well, and she silently nodded. What if he were to secure a top 3 position in the beast arena? Would you grant him a chance? No. Ling Yu shook her head. I simply cannot accept the fact that he believes himself to be more important than my friend. It is clearly Cimo's fault. Yet he still expects me to plead on his behalf in front of Qinglan. This is utterly disappointing. Exactly. Zejin noticed his mother was captivated by the conversation and quickly stuffed some syrup into his mouth, drowsily adding, that Wolf Clan member even wished to harm Sister Qinglan. He is utterly unworthy of being a male. What? Cimo's eyes widened as she looked at Lu Qinglan with sympathy. Her child. Every male she is acquainted with has offended her for various reasons. Lu Qinglan chuckled lightly and offered an explanation. By the way, why did Cimo wish to speak with you privately today? You mustn't be like Lingwei. Hesitating and considering whether to advise her against fixating on a brutish and foolish male. He confessed his feelings to me. Lu Qinglan displayed no inclination to conceal this. Speaking candidly, Ling Yuan nearly leapt from her seat, exclaiming, No, don't you remember how he treated you before? Just because he possesses a handsome exterior, don't be deceived. Cimo also urged her. I have heard that Cimo is not a trustworthy orc. He once boasted of seeking a female who belongs solely to him. What will happen to Qi Xian and Xiao Yu if you take him back? He is clearly a petty-minded orc. Lu Qinglan found the situation both amusing and touching. Due to an unexpected turn of events, she refrained from responding, although he had previously extended his assistance to her. Lingwei furrowed her brows and wrapped her arms around Lu Qinglan's shoulders, asserting her indifference towards him. In comparison to him, your 2 Serpent King companions are undeniably superior. Nonetheless, his prowess is formidable. After all, his mother is the captain of the capital's guards, capable of ensuring your safety. Cimo pondered for a moment, gazing at Lu Qinglan's arm, and sighed. Indeed, Lu Qinglan had been dedicating some time to training lately, but his efforts still paled in comparison to innate talent. At best, he had merely become a bit more muscular. Thoughts of biceps were beyond her consideration. Cimo. Qi Xian is also among our esteemed Shuju clan's most formidable males. He can protect Qinglan well. Lingwei interjected disapprovingly. Cimo chuckled, recognizing that strength in males is also a facet of charisma. Our Qinglan is so exceptional, having Cimo as a servant would be quite advantageous. Lingwei pouted and huffed in response. So, Lingwei, have you set your sights on any beast man? After all, you've already decided against Jiang Chong. Lu Qinglan wished to divert the conversation away from herself, hastily introducing another topic. Lingwei found herself in a quandary, pondering for quite some time. Yet no visage of any orc materialized in her mind, prompting a resigned sigh. Well, if he secures a position within the top 3, she would grant him a servant's role. The rest could be determined later. With that thought, she reclined onto the bed adorned with animal hides, playfully toying with Cimo's tail. Cimo indulged her whims, remarking that she too was approaching adulthood and should consider her future. All right, you're merely 2 years my senior. Yet you sound even more antiquated than my mother, Lingwei teased, rolling onto Cimo's tail. Only 2 years older than me. Lu Qinglan was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that Cimo was already 25 or 26, but it turned out she was merely 20. Well, if you choose not to speak, then so be it. Your adorable little daughter still has time to wait. Cimo cradled Zejin in her arms, wiping the syrup from the corner of her mouth, and chose to ignore her. Suddenly, Zejin exclaimed, Mommy, my sister is moving. Her face radiated with astonished joy as she leaned down to see, eager to interact with her sister once more. Lu Qinglan also jumped up, looking somewhat bewildered. Could that slightly protruding belly really move? Curiously, she crouched down to join Zijin in observing. Is it already moving? Lingwei exclaimed in surprise. Typically, doesn't it begin to move only after the second month, when the father is involved? Chimo, your child is quite extraordinary. Surely, it will be a strong little girl. Chimo smiled softly, her hand resting on her belly. As she sensed a slight movement just now, she noticed Lu Qinglan and Zijin, their curious, bright eyes fixated on her belly, and she chuckled lightly. Her gaze toward Lu Qinglan imbued with a hint of affection. Would you like to feel it? Chimo suggested, gently taking Lu Qinglan's finger. Is that all right? Of course. With the assurance given, Lu Qinglan swallowed hard, carefully placing her hand on Chimo's abdomen. The child seemed still, as if the earlier sensation was merely an illusion. Nevertheless, Lu Qinglan felt content, gazing tenderly at Chimo's belly. I want to touch it too. Zijin raised her hand, bringing it close to Chimo's eyes, prompting a reluctant agreement from Chimo. But you must be gentle. All right. Zijin's hand joined Lu Qinglan's on Chimo's belly. Perhaps it was because her sister had come. But Chimo's belly stirred once more. The two exchanged delighted glances. The baby seems to adore Zijin. Soon, there will be another little one loving Zijin. Hearing this, Zijin smiled sweetly. Chapter 75. Dining for the offspring of beast men. The arrival of a younger brother or sister does not signify a lack of love from their parents, but rather the addition of another family member. There is little concern over inheritance or romantic entanglements, as the population is sparse. Such matters belong to the clan, and parents provide nothing, leaving the future to be earned by themselves. Additionally, beastmen tend to possess simpler perspectives. Their views resemble those of wild creatures, with less competition for food and territory, resulting in a more peaceful social dynamic. Thus, Zijin would not feel disheartened by the prospect of a sibling. Lu Qinglan smiled as she placed her hand gently on Chimo's abdomen, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow, exuding a tenderness that was truly enchanting. How many months until the arrival? About a month. Perhaps she will lay her eggs here in the capital. Chimo accepted the piece of meat that her partner had carefully prepared and continued to nibble on it. Lu Qinglan glanced at the meat still stained with blood, slightly averting her gaze. After all, aside from her tail and ears, Chimo retained a human form, which indeed struck her as peculiar. As a vegetarian beast man, Lingwei instinctively lowered her head, making an effort to avoid looking at Chimo's mouth. Qinglan, do you not consume meat? Chimo inquired with a hint of curiosity, recalling that during her previous visit, she had noticed meat in Lu Qinglan's home. I do eat meat, but it must be thoroughly cooked, otherwise I would fall ill and suffer. I also require vegetables. Chimo expressed her astonishment. Isn't it rather cumbersome to always have to cook it? Perhaps you should consider training yourself? What would you do in the wilderness? Lu Qinglan offered a brief smile, acknowledging the predicament, yet she truly could not consume anything raw. Cimo expressed her astonishment, remarking on the peculiarities of their kind. Such fragility, how would they survive in the wilderness if misfortune were to befall them? Zijin, feeling a pang of hunger, snatched a piece of meat from her mother's mouth and consumed it. Zijin's partner appeared somewhat displeased, admonishing, Xiaojin, if you wish to eat, please wait. Do not take from your mother. But uncle, I've only had a tiny bit, she protested, gesturing to indicate her meager portion. Very well, Xiaojin. Enjoy what you can. You may continue your activities. Cimo, feeling perturbed, swallowed the last morsel of meat and patted her belly, observing Cimo's indulgence. He quickly relented, shaking his head in silent reproach, waiting for your father to return to discipline you. Due to Cimo's pregnancy, her appetite had surged, necessitating the daily preparation of copious amounts of meat, while Zijin's father had gone to procure more. Cimo cradled Zijin affectionately in her arms. That should suffice. Let us return now, Lingwei announced, rising and brushing off her garments before bidding farewell. I've been consuming a great deal of meat lately, which has been rather inconvenient, so I shall accompany you for a meal another time. Cimo waved as they departed. Zijin dashed forward, grasping the hands of Lingwei and Lu Qinglan. May I join you both at the beast arena every day? I went with father, but could not find you. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Certainly. We shall come to find you then, Lu Qinglan replied with a smile as she playfully pinched her cheek. Wonderful. Upon returning home, she was taken aback to find Yanxi already present, currently in a standoff with Qi Xian and the others, who appeared to be rejecting him. However, Yanxi, ever sociable, was eager to negotiate. Alas, she had forgotten to inform Qi Xian and the others. Ah Xian, Lu Qinglan swiftly suppressed the urge to transform, regaining her composure. He is a guest I invited for dinner. She explained to them about the events that transpired after her outing yesterday. Song Zhu instinctively reached for the bamboo hairpin. Crafted by Qinglan herself, despite it being made from bamboo felled by another beast man, its significance was profound. Although Qi Xian was somewhat reluctant, he ultimately stepped aside. Recognizing that as Qinglan's guest, it was imperative to extend the courtesy of hospitality. "Welcome," Jiayu said with a gentle smile. Though his eyes betrayed a lack of genuine joy, the little merman was creating quite a ruckus in the water, thrashing about and leaving the ground soaked. "Ah, I knew it. I knew it. Those despicable males. How could they behave in such a manner? And what are that snake and that wretched creature doing? Why can't they ever fend off the distractions from outside?" He completely considered himself a member of the family, entirely oblivious to the fact that in the eyes of Qi Xian and the others, he too was merely part of the external distractions. Lu Qinglan entered the room with Yinshi, who was immediately struck on the head by a pearl hurled by a little merman. "Xueqing, this is unacceptable," Lu Qinglan exclaimed, as she picked up the pearl and cast a worried glance at Yinshi. Yet, Yinshi merely rubbed her slightly reddened forehead, flashed a carefree smile, reminiscent of a summer sky washed clean, devoid of any hint of gloom. "It doesn't hurt." Lu Qinglan remained uneasy and instructed the entering Jiaoyu to fetch the medical kit, which contained a small bottle of iodine, without the luggage storage. She preferred to utilize minimal supplies here, and the same applied to the medication. She thought to take the cotton swab, but Jiaoyu evaded her. "Allow me," he said, arching his eyes in a playful smile as his hand ruthlessly pressed against Yinshi's forehead, seemingly intent on forcing the swelling deep into his skull. "Hey, brother. You're not particularly adept at caregiving," Yinshi protested, struggling in pain and slightly recoiling, noticing the cotton swab in Jiaoyu's hand had become misshapen. "Good heavens, it's as if you're trying to poke a hole in my head." Yinshi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. If he had a partner like Lu Qinglan, he too would be disinclined to welcome any male into his territory. Jiaoyu squinted innocently, flashing a harmless smile. "My apologies. I may have been a bit too forceful. I'll be gentler." If not for the broken cotton swab in his hand, there might have been some credibility to his words. Yinshi promptly took the intact cotton swab from him. "I'll handle it myself. I know the spot now." Jiaoyu immediately released his grip, innocently swaying his serpentine tail towards Lu Qinglan, declaring that all was well. Lu Qinglan was rendered speechless, feeling a sense of helplessness, and could only offer an apologetic smile to Yinshi before turning to admonish the true culprit, Xueqing. "Xueqing, you must not hurl pearls at others. It is exceedingly rude." As she spoke, she noticed that Xueqing showed no signs of remorse, even brandishing a slender conch shell, poised for action. If that were to strike someone, it would be akin to a javelin piercing into their skull. Lu Qinglan swiftly brushed his hand aside, confiscating the bone spiral and delivering a sharp flick to his forehead, leaving his fair, delicate skin flushed with color. Xueqing clutched his head in disbelief, glancing between him and the inkstone, before bursting into tears, sinking to the bottom as pearls began to accumulate from beneath. Such a mischievous child. Lu Qinglan furrowed her brows, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Yinshi observed her in silence, offering a nonchalant smile. "I apologize. Xueqing has gone too far." "Are you still in pain?" Lu Qinglan said with sincere concern, leaning in slightly to examine the area on his forehead covered in ointment. This proximity, perhaps exceeding the bounds of decorum, caused Yinshi to feel a twinge of awkwardness. He ought to retreat, yet an inexplicable force held him in place, preventing his withdrawal. His ears involuntarily transformed into delicate wings, fluttering gently. Jiaoyu's alarm bells rang loudly, prompting her to support Lu Qinglan, her sturdy arm encircling the small of her back. "When I applied the ointment earlier, it appeared merely red, without any broken skin." "Qinglan, do not worry. Perhaps you should check if Qi Xian and the others are ready." Lu Qinglan hesitated for a moment, yet Yinshi urged her, asserting that he was fine and that orcs were not so fragile. "You go ahead." With that, Lu Qinglan entrusted him with a few words before stepping outside. Once she departed, Jiaoyu's smiling countenance turned frigid as he scrutinized Yinshi with a cold gaze, his eyes appraising him from head to toe. Chapter 76. Not mine, what is the matter? Yinshi felt uneasy under his scrutiny and shifted to one side. "Do you harbor intentions towards Qinglan?" Each word was articulated with precision, his eyes glinting with venom, as if ready to strike at any moment should Yinshi's response fail to satisfy him. "Qinglan is a remarkably enchanting female, but currently, she and I are merely friends." He lowered his gaze, appearing pitiful like a neglected puppy yearning for affection. If only he possessed a lineage of commendable merit, or even a semblance of normality, he could pursue a distinguished female openly, one akin to Qinglan, or perhaps even Qinglan herself, rather than remaining solitary at 22. Yet, he did not possess a normal lineage. His bloodline was tainted, half stemming from a rebel. Even his mother had betrayed her own kind for that rebel. Thus, his very existence was deemed a transgression, rendering him unworthy of engaging with such females, let alone contemplating a romantic connection. Jiao Yu swept his gaze over him, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. You would do well to remember this. An orc of your caliber is unworthy of Qinglan. Should I discover any attempts of seduction towards her, I will not spare you. Yanqi lifted his eyes, resembling a drenched pup, on the verge of curling up and weeping. Understood. He bowed his head, silenced, to prevent any opportunity for them to converse. Qi Xian and Song Zhu acted swiftly, preparing the ingredients and presenting them at the table. Lu Qinglan beckoned Yanqi to take a seat. He flashed a smile at her and quietly chose a spot that was neither too close nor too far, ensuring that he did not arouse her suspicion while also maintaining harmony with Qi Xian and the others. Thank you for helping me chop bamboo last night, my friend. Lu Qinglan presented some grains she had purchased earlier, placing them before him. Yanqi gratefully accepted, his eyes curving into a cheerful smile as he replied, Thank you. Noticing that he had not overstepped any boundaries, they relaxed slightly and began the essential task of serving their partner. One of them offered her a plate of vegetables, exclaiming that they were freshly harvested that very day. Another placed roasted meat in her bowl, declaring that consuming meat would help her build strength. Yet another, unwilling to be outdone, presented her with sliced fruit, stating that it was sweet and perfect for the moment. The young merfolk could not join the table, but still raised a small fish sent by their kin, hoping to provide Lu Qinglan with an extra treat. The meal transformed into a delightful display of affection, resembling a competition for favor. Had it taken place in a palace, each would have eagerly performed multiple acts, as if the one whose dish the emperor favored would be deemed the most cherished. However, Lu Qinglan was accustomed to such antics. Under Yanqi's astonished gaze, she balanced bites of vegetables and meat, savoring the rice meticulously prepared by her partner, and concluded with the fruit for dessert. The arrangement was impeccably clear. Qi Xian, charmed by her, observed her profile with satisfaction, gently advising her to eat slowly. Jiao Yu wore a soft smile, a hint of color returning to her pale, frail face. Songzhu willingly continued to serve her fruit, even attempting to create little artistic shapes, eager to sculpt the fruit into flowers. As for Xue Qing, although Lu Qinglan did not regard him as a partner, she still preferred to keep the noise of children at bay, softly encouraging him to enjoy his meal. Yanqi was deeply impressed. Such devotion was not something just anyone could offer. Nonetheless, it was a mutual affection, while they encouraged Lu Qinglan to eat. It was ultimately she who nurtured their bond, fostering harmony among them. Only when one's heart is invested can one genuinely care for another, otherwise, such efforts would be unnecessary. He felt a twinge of envy, though it was merely admiration. Qinglan was indeed remarkable, gentle and reserved, outwardly graceful yet internally resilient. She maintained kindness towards everyone. She certainly deserved all the beauty the world could offer, and he sensed that even this was far from sufficient. Perhaps Qi Xian and the others shared this sentiment, which explained their unease, fearing that more people might discover Qinglan's allure. Yanqi, why aren't you eating? Is the food unappetizing? Lu Qinglan noticed that Yanqi had paused, holding a piece of fruit in a daze. Yanqi shook his head. No, it's delicious. To prove his point, he immediately began to eat with great enthusiasm. Lu Qinglan felt reassured and pushed some vegetables and meat towards him. Xian and Songzhu possessed exceptional culinary skills. She proudly showcased this, and those she had pointed out resembled children in kindergarten receiving a little red flower from their teacher, smiling attentively at her. Indeed, their skills were remarkable. I seldom indulge in cooked food, for I cannot consume it raw, lest I fall ill. Lu Qinglan smiled apologetically. Upon hearing this, Xue Qing, who had intended to offer the sea fish to Lu Qinglan, immediately withdrew her hand and returned it to her own mouth, chewing away to eliminate any incriminating evidence. Is it not permissible to consume it raw? Yanqi exclaimed in surprise. Actually, I have long desired to inquire, Qinglan, what is your true form? I have never observed any distinguishing features in you. Lu Qinglan froze momentarily, yet it was Qi Xian who interposed, graciously declining to address the inquiry on Lu Qinglan's behalf. My apologies, I did not mean to offend. It is quite all right. Lu Qinglan smiled gently. The meal concluded in such a manner. Yanqi wished to engage in conversation with Lu Qinglan, yet, due to the subtle interference from Qixin and the others, he could only offer a resigned smile and resolve to depart for the time being. Outside, the sky had begun to darken. "Be careful, I shall return another time." Yanqi waved his hand and added, "Qinglan, next time I will bring along some of my favorite things." Lu Qinglan suddenly recalled the bird's diet, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet she nodded in agreement. "Qinglan, my hairpin is missing." Song-Z anxiously grasped Lu Qinglan's hand, pointing to her cascading locks, uncertain of his authenticity. Yanqi cast a glance before bidding them farewell and departing. "The hairpin is lost?" Lu Qinglan beckoned, and Song-Ju immediately understood, bending down to present her head before her. "Where were you the last time you saw it?" Lu Qinglan gently tousled his smooth hair and crafted a rough braid. "Let us dine," he suggested. "Then let us take a look." They returned indoors, igniting the luminous pearl, commencing their meticulous search inch by inch. The intention was to prevent Lu Qinglan from handling the ink seal alone, thus it was carelessly rolled to the edge of the table. The hairpin was indeed beneath the stone bench. She grasped it in the palm of her hand, tenderly wiping away the dust. Song-Zu pretended to search a bit longer. Just as he was about to speak to Lu Qinglan, he heard her voice. "I found it, by the water's edge." She raised the hairpin jubilantly. However, Song-Ju felt a chilling sensation, as if plunged into an icy abyss, instinctively concealing the pin he had just discovered. He gazed into Lu Qinglan's eyes, a tempest of darkness brewing within. "Is that so? Then I truly did it by accident." His essence seemed to drift outside his corporeal form. Observing the shell utter those words, Lu Qinglan stepped forward, deftly arranging his hairpin. This would suffice, finding it was what mattered. Song-Zu stiffly forced a smile. Indeed. Finding it was what mattered. Unfortunately, the one found was not his. Chapter 77. Intent to kill. He smiled numbly, turning to leave. His grip tightened around the pin. Yet he lacked the courage to truly snap it. How pitiable. Yet that was a gift from Qinglan. Even though she was cunning and merciless, he still loved her. He still wished to protect this token imbued with her sentiments. Why? Why bestow such a precious object upon another? Does my heart not ache? Why must it be so cruel? Each time he contemplated surrender, he was granted a flicker of hope, only for that light to be cruelly trampled beneath his feet. Once outside, Song-Ju's vision blurred, and he violently yanked the hairpin from his hair, hurling it to the ground in a fit of rage. The pin shattered instantly, splitting into two halves that rolled in opposing directions. This belonged to the beast man who had just arrived. Qinglan could not detect the scent, mistakenly believing it was his, and had even styled her hair for him. But he could smell it, the odor of that beast man, the scent of the Golden Eagle clan. Utterly revolting. He silently wept, covering his face for a long while, before finally raising his head, his expression somewhat twisted, his once amber eyes now tinged with crimson. "I will kill him. I will slay that detestable beast man, the one who deceived Qinglan into crafting a similar pin. How dare he be worthy of something belonging to Qinglan?" Thus, he transformed into a serpent, following the scent toward the woods. The broken bamboo hairpin lay on the ground, one piece remaining while the other rolled beneath a stone. In the dim light, Song-Zu failed to recognize that it bore an uncanny resemblance to his own pin. Meanwhile, Yanqi, returning to the bamboo grove, realized he had lost his hairpin, feeling a sudden sense of unease. He could not fathom why he had replicated that pin using the mountain and river tome. He was certain that though he harbored feelings for Qinglan, they stemmed more from admiration than romantic inclination. He merely desired to behold her, without the compulsion to pursue her. Perhaps, in that moment, he felt a twinge of envy, envying Qinglan's affection for her partner. Thus, he retained that fantasy of love, even keeping it close, never intending to destroy it. How strange. Where did I misplace it? He retraced his steps, yet found nothing, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. Did it fall at Qinglan's home? He began to fret, realizing that if they found it, he would be unable to explain. He wished to return quietly, hoping to discover the pin before they noticed its absence. If it is discovered, he should provide a clear explanation to alleviate their discomfort. Just as he was about to spread his wings and soar towards that direction, an intense premonition of danger compelled him to suddenly evade to the side, rolling onto the ground to take cover. The bamboo on that side snapped with a crack, bending helplessly as a massive pit was gouged into the earth. One can only imagine the catastrophic consequences had that tail landed upon Yanqi's head. Even if he survived, his bones would surely shatter. The colossal azure serpent tail slowly retracted, moonlight filtering through the bamboo leaves and illuminating the tail's iridescent scales, rendering it an otherworldly sight. Yanqi beheld the half-human visage of Song-Ju, cold and devoid of mercy. His face bore minute scales beneath his eyes, and his pupils had transformed into slender vertical slits, no longer resembling those of a human. Songzhu. The mouth of Songzhu gaped open, splitting like a serpent's, revealing sharp fangs glistening with venom. Yinchi noticed that he still wore the bamboo hairpin upon his head, the leaves swaying in unison with the surrounding foliage. He realized what had transpired. Songzhu had discovered his hairpin. Songzhu, please allow me to explain. That hairpin. But before Yinchi could articulate his thoughts, Songzhu charged forward, fangs bared, gleaming with a chilling light, akin to two short daggers, poised to strike. Yinchi had no choice but to flap his wings and ascend into the sky, while Songzhu coiled upon the bamboo, watching him with predatory intent. Yinchi recognized his own wrongdoing. If he held affection for the female, he ought to pursue her honestly rather than insidiously replicate the gift Qinglan had bestowed upon her partner. Songzhu, it is my fault. And I sincerely apologize. Yinchi felt a profound guilt, yet oddly, he did not experience an overwhelming sense of regret. Unable to reach him, Songzhu remained coiled upon the bamboo, eyeing him coldly. An apology? What use is that? Despicable male, had you been forthright, I might have regarded you with some respect. Yet you shamelessly exploited your friendship with Qinglan to have her gift you a hairpin identical to mine. How truly repugnant. Yinchi was taken aback, realizing he had been misunderstood, believing that it, too, was Qinglan's craftsmanship. Nevertheless, he could not deny the truth in Songzhu's words. He was indeed a despicable creature. Yinchi's complexion paled, his once vibrant eyes now shrouded in a veil of gray. No, that was not crafted by Qinglan. It was I. He forced a smile that was more painful than tears. He ceased to flap his wings, slowly descending to the ground, bowing his head. You are right. I am indeed a vile male, and you have every right to be angry. I deserve punishment. In a fit of despair, he struck his wings violently against a nearby stone, a sickening crack echoing as bones fractured, leaving his wings limp and stained with blood. The excruciating pain brought him to one knee, beads of sweat forming on his brow, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His vision began to blur as he saw Songzhu's tail reaching out, intent on ensnaring him. He did not evade. He lacked the strength or will to do so. It is my fault. Whatever you choose to do is justified. I implore you, never approach Qinglan. Songzhu tightened his grip, gradually compressing Yinchi's bones until they cracked under the pressure. Yinchi's thoughts drifted to that gentle female, who accepted him without disdain and engaged with him earnestly. Her tender smile illuminated his world, her gaze sparkling like the cosmos. When she rushed toward him, their brief contact felt like the soft embrace of ripe oranges hanging from a branch, fragrant and inviting. No. Songzhu's pupils constricted sharply, like a needle. His tail exerted increasing force, suffocating Yinchi until his face flushed a deep crimson. What did you say? His words dripped with menace, as if he were ready to end Yinchi's life in an instant. Yinchi opened his deep amber eyes and suddenly laughed, brimming with audacity and defiance. Despite the pain coursing through him, I said, I refuse to distance myself from Qinglan. We are friends. You seek death. Songzhu hurled him aside with force, causing him to crash into the ground, leaving a trail of bamboo splinters and blood in his wake. Observing Yinchi, whose breaths came in shallow gasps, Songzhu looked down from his height, his expression cold and indifferent. If you wish to perish, I shall grant you that. He transformed back into a serpent, opening his jaws wide to strike. Yinchi watched, closing his eyes and forcing a bitter smile. It seemed he had lived a life riddled with failure, without parents, without a partner, and with only Qinglan, who regarded him without a hint of judgment. Such a life, perhaps it would be better to let go. Yet what of Qinglan? Would she mourn for him? He pondered her eyes, feeling the air in his lungs being gradually constricted, drained away. Chapter 78. Wang Yu as Yinchi closed his eyes, bracing himself for the intrusion of Songzhu's venom, ready to succumb to death. A fierce gale swept through, seizing the entangled Songzhu and lifting him into the air. Suddenly, Yinchi felt a release. Air surged back into his nostrils, filling his lungs, and the instinct to survive compelled him to take a deep breath, coughing violently, expelling blood onto the ground. A massive female eagle grasped Songzhu, pinning him by his vital spot. After a considerable time, with Songzhu devoid of the will to attack, she finally lowered him. The eagle transformed back into a woman, standing before Yinchi, a mature lady nearing her 60s. She wore a cloak made of feathers and a crown adorned with plumage, her face marked with tribal tattoos, embodying the revered image of a high priestess from a primitive tribe. She was Yinchi's adoptive mother, Wang Yu, the priestess of the Golden Wing clan. What transgression has my child committed to warrant such cruelty? Her actions were measured, inflicting no harm on Songzhu, merely rendering him temporarily powerless. Songzhu exhaled a breath of rancid air, slowly leaning against a bamboo of considerable girth, his expression frigid, shifting his gaze from Wang Yu's face to the prostrate Yanxi and back again. I suspected as much. You had plotted this all along. And now you seek the support of your elders. Are they aware of your despicable deeds? Wang Yu sensed the complexities of the situation, realizing that Yanxi was indeed in the wrong. However, even in the face of such grave matters, it did not warrant him to take his own life to make amends. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu softened her tone, expressing, "My child has offended you, and I offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf." With a slight bow, she conveyed her contrition. "Do you know what he has done, esteemed priest?" Songzhu scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Wang Yu bent her back, directing her gaze towards Yanxi. "Yanxi, what have you done?" Upon his silence, her irritation surged, and she admonished him sharply, "Speak." I replicated the gift that Qinglan, his partner, had crafted for him," he replied, his voice tinged with dryness. Wang Yu immediately fathomed the unfolding of events. The once unique gift, now discovered by the Serpent clan, had ignited their fury. In this light, it was indeed Yanxi's fault, as his actions nearly jeopardized the stability of a family. Songzhu grasped the situation as well. Yanxi's hairpin was not created by Qinglan. She had merely made a hairpin for him. He was not the one who had been dismissed by her indifference. The weight that had been pressing upon his heart suddenly lifted, allowing a bittersweet sensation to swell within his chest. Thus, Qinglan truly remembered him and cared for him. Yet, this vile scoundrel had stolen the fruits of Qinglan's labor and passed them off as his own. His expression softened noticeably. Meanwhile, Wang Yu's countenance darkened. Her already bent posture now completely collapsed. How could Yanxi have acted so foolishly? If he harbored affection, why not pursue it openly and honestly instead of resorting to such underhanded tactics? Wang Yu glanced at the smirking Songzhu, feeling a twinge of guilt. "I apologize on behalf of my child. Is that all?" inquired the priest. Wang Yu fell silent, gradually lowering her head, bending her waist into a posture of utmost apology. "I am sorry. It is my failure as a parent." Yanxi struggled, witnessing his adoptive mother humble herself before him, and felt a wave of anguish. "No. It is not my mother's fault. It is mine. I have been foolish." He fought to rise, but his injuries rendered him unable, leaving him prostrate on the ground. Observing Wang Yu's demeanor, Songzhu remained quiet, though his tail continued to twitch restlessly, clearly not having relinquished the thought of eliminating Yanxi. "Please spare him this time," Wang Yu implored, her waist bending even lower. "And what if I refuse?" Songzhu's gaze resembled a still, deep pool, betraying no emotion. "Then I shall fight for my child." Wang Yu lifted her head, unfurling her grand wings, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Songzhu scoffed, in the end. "You are merely shielding him. Yanxi, you coward, hiding behind your elders." He understood that he could not defeat Wang Yu. Some individuals, with merely a single strike, could make one acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. Wang Yu gazed at him in silence, ever vigilant against any sudden aggression. Songzhu stood tall, his serpent tail lifting him high enough to look down upon them. "I hope the esteemed priestess manages her child well and prevents such disgraceful actions," he remarked before turning to leave. His hands clenched tightly, his gaze turned venomous and fierce, completely devoid of the gentility he exhibited before Lu Qinglan. Were it not for Wang Yu, he would have long since claimed Yanxi's life. Fortune favored Yanxi this time. Yet he did not believe Wang Yu would always protect him. With a swift sweep of his tail, Songzhu felled a cluster of bamboo, the cuts remarkably clean, as if severed by the sharpest of blades. He still lacked the strength he yearned for. If only he were a tad more powerful, Qinglan would favor him more. And those who coveted her would think twice about their actions. If only he could grow stronger, stronger still. Would Qinglan's gaze be solely for him? Would she look at him and declare, "You are my most exceptional companion"? The mere thought sent tremors of excitement coursing through him. He vowed to become stronger, until he could disregard any threats and envelop Qinglan within his embrace. His eyes shimmered with ambition, as if a raging inferno had consumed the last vestiges of his reason, leaving only madness. Wang Yu noticed Songzhu's sudden stillness and took a breath. Ultimately, it was her favoritism that shielded Yanxi. Should a confrontation arise, her presence would falter. Frustrated at Yanxi's injuries, she tended to his wounds, grateful for her innate healing abilities. Without them, such injuries would pose a significant challenge. "You little rascal. If you have feelings for her, pursue her properly. What a mess you've made. You deserve to be reprimanded by her partner," Wang Yu scolded Yanxi, wishing she could slap some sense into him. Yanxi remained silent, feeling the pain in his wings gradually subside. I cannot pursue her, he finally confessed. Wang Yu paused, perplexed. Why not? I am tainted, my bloodline is too sullied. Yinchi lamented, cradling his head in despair. She regards me as a true friend, and I cannot let her down. Her gaze is so pure, and I cannot betray her trust. Wang Yu's heart ached for him. She had taken Yinchi, and because his mother was the child of her sister, a child she cherished deeply. Even though Yinchi's mother had lost her mind and eloped with a rebel, abandoning their tribe, she still loved this child. At that time, Yinchi's mother was proud and free. Having found a companion, only to encounter Yinchi's biological father, the very rebel. He concealed his identity, claiming to be a wandering beast man, and in their meeting and eventual love, their fates intertwined. Ultimately, she persuaded him to leave the clan with his companion. Years later, he sent the child, Yinchi, to Wang Yu, pleading for her to take him in and nurture him. Upon seeing her once beloved niece, Wang Yu found it difficult to refuse, and with tears in her eyes, she accepted the child, who is now known as Yinchi. Despite being the offspring of a rebel and a typical orc, Yinchi unexpectedly gained the recognition of the beast god, endowing him with formidable spiritual power. In Chapter 79, as the child of a rebel and a normal orc, Yinchi's acceptance by the beast god is a rarity among the orc tribes that adhere to the beast god's beliefs. It is indeed astonishing that a child, bearing the blood of a rebel, could receive such acknowledgement. Nevertheless, the prejudice against hybrids remains deeply entrenched among the orcs, who are reluctant to approach Yinchi. The members of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan, in particular, isolate him through silent hostility. This leads Yinchi to appear carefree and generous. Yet he harbors a profound fear of being recognized and subsequently abandoned by those he is related to. Consequently, he refrains from pursuing any female, including his affections for Qinglan. Yinchi, my poor child, Wang Yu sighed, feeling powerless to unravel the knots tied within his heart. She had previously endeavored to gain acceptance for him within the clan, but all her efforts had been in vain. Perhaps some members of the clan would feign cordiality for her sake, but once she departed, their demeanor towards Yinchi would turn cold. It is a double standard. Yet, one cannot entirely blame them. Yinchi's mother had left, taking with her the resources she had once bestowed upon the clan. And such abandonment would naturally be met with disdain. What do you wish to do about this? She lamented. If it were possible, who would have the heart to suppress their feelings for a child they have raised? Yet, ultimately, it was Yinchi's mother's fault, by bringing him to the clan. The orcs instinctively viewed him with suspicion, believing he could never be one of their own, thus harboring resentment towards him. I only wish to befriend Qinglan, Yinchi confessed, feeling despicable for uttering such words, aware of his unworthiness to approach her in such a manner. Wang Yu sighed, do not think like that. Are you not afraid of being beaten today? She understood that the burdens Yinchi would bear were far heavier than mere words. Orcs possess a strong possessiveness towards their partners. If a partner shows interest, they are respected. However, if a female shows no interest, and a male approaches her as a friend, it is an unbearable affront to them. Yinchi lifted his gaze to her, his face etched with pain and confusion. Mother, what should I do? I truly do not know what to do. The two fell into a profound silence, overshadowed by clouds of worry. After a long while, Wang Yu sighed again. What kind of female is Qinglan? She was curious. For Yinchi was not a superficial male, swayed by mere beauty. What, then, is the true essence of this exceptional female, Qinglan? Yinchi, momentarily taken aback, gazed at her with a hint of astonishment. He had anticipated that his mother would urge him to abandon his pursuit, to dissuade him from approaching Qinglan. Yet, to his surprise, she exhibited curiosity, seemingly affirming his choice. She was a gentle soul, both brave and resolute. Indeed, she had bestowed upon me a nickname, Joyful Little Puppy. As he spoke, Yinchi broke into laughter, his eyes sparkling like a ground strewn with ginkgo leaves. Upon hearing this, even Wang Yu couldn't suppress a smile, her mind conjuring a tender and affectionate image. She seemed to embody the essence of a charming child. However, it appeared that she harbored a certain trepidation towards intimate relationships. Her choice of a serpent clan partner was rather recent. Yet from the outset, she had maintained a distance from them, driven more by a sense of responsibility laden with expectations than by genuine closeness. Yinchi paused, letting out a sigh. Even Jiayu Songzu, who had known her for so long, required persistent efforts to earn her trust. They were fortunate, benefiting from the fortuitous circumstances orchestrated by their mothers, which allowed them to secure the position of Qinglan's partner and engage with her on a more intimate level. Yet, what did he possess? He was devoid of any advantages, not even a pure lineage. She seemed fearful that her intimacy with others might jeopardize her first partner, Qinglan, of the Qinglan clan. It appeared that she leaned towards him in trust, reluctant to accept any other males, leaving Wang Yu quite astonished. She instinctively wondered if Lu Qinglan harbored some secret, perhaps a code that could not be disclosed, thus rendering her choice of partner more cautious. "Have you inquired about her reasons?" she asked. She mentioned wanting to return to her own kind, uncertain if she could take them along, hence her reluctance to make any promises. Yet Yanqi found it hard to believe that any clan would reject the inclusion of adult males, regardless of how arduous the journey. As long as the destination was where the females sought to go, males would not abandon their quest unless faced with death. Wang Yu furrowed her brow, deep in thought. What did she mean by uncertainty regarding taking them along? Did her homeland pose some perilous journey ahead? The enigma of this female in the unknown homeland loomed large. I believe she fears that her subsequent partner might impede her departure, Wang Yu mused. With her extensive experience and insights, having traversed more streams than Yanqi, she possessed the delicate wisdom of femininity, and she quickly discerned the underlying reasons. An unknown homeland she was determined to return to, yet uncertain if she could bring her partner along. Therefore, if one wished to remain with her eternally, the simplest means would not be to seek the path to her homeland, but rather to shatter her hopes of returning, compelling her to stay. Wang Yu sighed, acknowledging that she could not dismiss the possibility of certain reckless males resorting to such actions. Yet perhaps they wouldn't, she added lightly. Maybe they could all accompany that child back to her familiar and cherished homeland. Yanqi finally comprehended the expression of melancholy and worry that Lu Qinglan had worn beneath the flickering lights. If everything eluded her grasp, then it was best to extinguish it in its infancy. Wang Yu gently stroked Yanqi's hair, recognizing her inherent kindness. The most prudent approach would have been to conceal her feelings while expanding her circle of companions to seek a path home. Yet, she chose instead to lay bare her sentiments. Yanqi fell into silence, followed by a bittersweet smile that spoke of resolve. She wished to assist Lu Qinglan in her return. Wang Yu, having anticipated this, refrained from further commentary. It was not out of jealousy for her companion's possession of Lu Qinglan that she sought to return her, but rather a fulfillment of Lu Qinglan's own desire. The joy that the little dog should bring was paramount, and Yanqi mused that if she could facilitate Lu Qinglan's journey back, it would surely bring her happiness and perhaps even gratitude, leaving an indelible mark on her memory. Wang Yu beamed with compassion, her gaze tender as she observed Yanqi, a gentle soul untouched by resentment despite the surrounding rumors. However, you should take some time to rest. In a couple of days, let us pay a visit and extend our apologies, she advised. Yanqi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, lowering her head in acquiescence to her mother's counsel. Yet, that hairpin weighed heavily on her heart. She longed to reclaim it. Fully aware that Songzhu would never return it, most likely it had already been destroyed. Though merely a replica unknown even to Qinglan, she yearned to hold it close, as if it could somehow channel the love she bore for others. With a sigh, Yanqi lamented that she should have hidden it more deeply. Chapter 80. Changes Songzhu. Where have you been? Lu Qinglan exclaimed in surprise at the sight of Songzhu, dust-covered and weary, rushing to check for any injuries. The little merman, catching the unpleasant scent of masculinity emanating from him, gleefully smiled, admiring his spirit. This male had a fierce heart. Those who dared to approach Qinglan must be sternly deterred. Songzhu smiled gently, his eyes resembling melting spring water. I just had a little tumble, he replied. Are you hurt anywhere? Lu Qinglan asked anxiously, her hands instinctively reaching to lift the animal hide from him. Songzhu gently grasped her hands, drawing her into an embrace. The suddenness of his affection caught her off guard, her body stiffening momentarily before she melted into his warmth. I just fell, and the hairpin nearly broke upon impact, he murmured, almost misunderstanding Qinglan's intentions. Slowly, he knelt before her, bowing his head to reveal the hairpin nestled within his hair. His hands encircled her waist, resting his head against her abdomen. The pin, adorned with emerald green bamboo leaves entwined in his hair, swayed delicately, the verdant foliage hidden amongst the strands. Lu Qinglan felt somewhat perplexed, yet she gently embraced his head, akin to a benevolent goddess cradling her devotee, exuding an air of sacred elegance. It is quite all right. I shall craft another one for you when the time comes. Lu Qinglan gently comforted him, her voice akin to the gentle spring breeze caressing the tips of willow branches. Songzhu shook his head, insisting, No, it's different. It is unlike any other. This is the most unique gift you have bestowed upon me, the very first of its kind. Lu Qinglan softened her gaze, her lashes casting delicate shadows as she looked at him. The first gift she had given held such profound significance for him. Gently, she caressed Songzhu's hair, untangling the strands entwined with the bamboo leaves and fashioning them into a graceful bond. "Are you truly unscathed?" Lu Qinglan inquired with concern, her eyes reflecting her worry. "I am unharmed," Songzhu replied with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with tenderness as they met hers. Indeed, he had not been injured. Yet she had refrained from retaliating, allowing him to strike freely, while Wang Yu, after initially intervening, recognized his own culpability and chose not to engage further. Lu Qinglan let out a sigh of relief. "Then, go and freshen up." Qi Xian had just boiled some water, and they had already completed their cleansing. Leaving only Songzhu, Jiaoyu emerged, leaning against the doorframe of the inner room, gazing down at Songzhu. Qinglan could not discern it, but they could detect the scent of the seal from Songzhu's body. He had sought trouble with the seal. "There's still water. Come over, and I shall assist you." "Qinglan, you should rest first." Jiaoyu pulled Songzhu, signaling him to follow. Just then, Qi Xian came out, having returned the processed fish scale fabric that Lu Qinglan had previously obtained. At that moment, Lu Qinglan was about to try on some clothes. "Qinglan, be careful not to catch a chill. Hurry over." Songzhu glanced at Qi Xian, slowly releasing his hold around Lu Qinglan's waist, no longer resisting, and walked outside with Jiaoyu. As soon as they stepped out, Jiaoyu sternly questioned him. "Did you get into a fight with the seal?" "Why?" Songzhu broke free from his grasp, his amber eyes locking onto Jiaoyu's light red ones as he let out a soft scoff. He deserved it. Jiaoyu felt an odd sensation as his eyelids twitched. He had the strange impression that Songzhu had transformed since returning from the arena. Originally gentle and shy, he used to be the most reassuring presence, but now he had become sharp and sensitive, even combative. No, perhaps it was that before Lu Qinglan, he remained soft. But once away from him, he turned aggressive. Had Jiaoyu been aware of a psychological state known as stress response, he would have undoubtedly associated it with Songzhu. What on earth had happened? Jiaoyu continued to ponder why Songzhu had clashed with the seal. Songzhu sneered. "He replicated the hairpin Qinglan gifted me, nearly leading me to misunderstand Qinglan and almost ruining our relationship. Shouldn't he pay for that?" His voice was somewhat raised, but fortunately, they were quite far from the inner room. Jiaoyu cast a cautious glance toward the inner room, relieved. "Brother, what are you concerned about?" Songzhu regarded him with that same cold smirk, which appeared increasingly ironic. Jiaoyu instinctively pressed his fingers to his brow, perplexed by his brother's transformation. "Does Qinglan know?" He referred to the incident with the replicated hairpin. Songzhu retracted his demeanor, his brow softening, akin to a lake thawing from ice. "Of course, he does not know. The one Qinglan gave me is unique. That wretched male had secretly replicated it." Songzhu's eyes turned slightly bloodshot, and a violent aura surged forth. Jiaoyu had no choice but to place a hand on his shoulder. "So did you kill him?" He contemplated whether he should later help clean up after Songzhu. Considering that the seal was the adopted son of the golden-winged eagle clan's priest, should this escalate, they would find themselves in a difficult position. No. Songzhu suppressed his fury, calming himself slightly. His foster mother returned and saved him. Jiaoyu fell into a moment of silence before finally placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Go wash up. Do not let Qinglan perceive anything amiss." Songzhu lowered his eyes and nodded. "Brother, I am truly grateful to you. Thank you for consistently providing me with opportunities in front of Qinglan." Jiaoyu responded with a gentle smile. "It is nothing. After all, we are brothers. Assisting you is akin to assisting myself." Their connection was profound, and any physical contact with Qinglan would resonate with the other. "I shall return to the inner room now. Tidy yourself up and join me shortly." In the inner room, Lu Qinglan had changed into a dress made of fish silk, distinct from the one previously gifted by the merfolk. The former reached down to her ankles, emphasizing beauty but hindering movement, while this new one only extended to her knees and featured an inner lining that allowed for greater ease of motion. Indeed, the fish silk was remarkably soft, providing a comfortable underlayer. Yes, and it is quite pleasing to the eye, resilient yet gentle on your skin. Lu Qinglan's skin appeared even more delicate. The coarse beast hide would irritate her skin, leaving it reddened. She had previously been clad in garments brought over from the modern world, but to avoid standing out in the capital city, she had been donning beast hides in recent days. Thus, with the addition of this lining, wearing the beast's skin would not feel excessively rough. Qinglan, with a gentle smile, approached and took her hand, guiding her to the bed. "It's getting late. You should rest early." Lu Qinglan nestled beneath the blankets, gazing at Jiaoyu. "What has Songzhu been up to? Did you manage to inquire?" Jiaoyu smiled wryly, placing her palm against Lu Qinglan's forehead. "If you couldn't ask, how could I?" She reassured her, Perhaps he merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air. With that, she withdrew her hand, transforming back into a serpentine form coiled at the edge of the bed. Aren't you coming up? Lu Qinglan felt somewhat perplexed, as it seemed they were rather fond of physical contact with her. I and sons.The had rather low body temperatures. The last time I embraced you, you appeared quite cold. Thus, we have been sleeping here these past few days. As she spoke, Zhao Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Qi Xian, who understood and approached, wrapping Lu Qinglan in a warm embrace along with the fur blanket. His high body temperature would provide her with warmth. Good night, Qinglan. Chapter 81. All before long. The arena battles had reached a fever pitch, with the beastmen brimming with fighting spirit. Even though Qi was powerful, he could not possibly remain in the ring until every beastman had taken a turn. On the 5th day, he was knocked down by a wing from a female member of the feather tribe. The little wolf tumbled several times on the ground before standing up, slightly dazed and filled with indignation. However, it mattered little, for having successfully defended his position, he still had 2 chances left. He could ascend to the stage 2 more times. His gaze traversed the bustling crowd, landing on Lu Qinglan, who sat gracefully holding Zejin. Lu Qinglan did not exhibit any disdain or contempt towards him. Instead, she raised her hand and gave him a thumbs up. A slight irritation lingered in his throat, akin to the sensation of a sour fruit lodged there, not yet reaching his stomach, but caught in his throat, causing an itch. He yearned to approach her and embrace her, yet the 2 serpents coiled beside her deterred him from offending a female. Sister Qinglan, Zejin tugged at Lu Qinglan's garment, urging her to lower her head and listen to him speak. Lu Qinglan lowered her head, inclining her ear towards her. Zejin, is there something you wish to convey to me? Zejin's expression turned grave as she cupped her hands to form a barrier. Sister, that detestable wolf clan is watching you. She recalled how Lu Qinglan had been tormented by Qima in the past, harboring no fondness for him whatsoever. Lu Qinglan smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She sought to tease the child, wondering what he might be plotting. Zejin, in a state of distress, believed her intentions were far from innocent, convinced she harbored mischievous thoughts. This notion truly left Lu Qinglan in fits of laughter, unable to maintain her composure. Her face buried in her neck as her shoulders quivered uncontrollably. Sister Qinglan, why don't you trust me? Zejin exclaimed, his tail bristling with anxiety. Lu Qinglan gently wiped the corner of her eye, deliberately adjusting her expression. What should we do then? She asked with a sense of earnestness. Let Brother Zhao Yu and Brother Song-Ju deal with him. Initially, she intended to mention Qi Xian, but after glancing around and failing to spot him, she settled instead on her 2 companions, Qinglan's partners. Zhao Yu and Song-Ju were amused by her innocent words and found themselves in agreement with her sentiments. If given the chance, they too would relish the opportunity to teach that male a lesson. All right, Lu Qinglan said, cradling Zejin